Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. Blood sprayed across the sky as his blade sliced through the air. The crimson spray painting a gruesome picture against the pale blue canvas of the sky. His target, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, lay nearby, already fallen. A monstrous wolf-like creature, its fangs bared in a final, desperate snarl, fell to Raven's blade. But another threat emerged from the shadows, a massive hawk, its eyes burning with predatory intent, swooped down to attack. Raven, despite his injuries, stood ready. He gripped his sword, preparing for the next assault. A grim determination etched on his face. The hawk's talons extended, aiming for a fatal strike. With a swift, precise movement, Raven deflected the attack. Standing amidst the carnage, Raven surveyed the scene. He had survived, but at what cost? The scene opens with a narration box, a voiceover remarking on the sheer number of demons defeated by a single warrior. A defeated demon lies on the ground, sweat beading on its brow, its expression one of pained defeat. Its body is scarred and bruised. The narration box identifies the victor, Ravenbolt, also known as the Immortal Crow. Raven stands over the fallen demon, his long katana sheathed, his dark attire and boots stained with the battle's aftermath. He is a formidable figure, his posture radiating power and weariness. Another narration box describes Raven as a fearsome demon protector warrior. Raven's face is shown in close-up, his expression is serious, his eyes intense, and his face bears the marks of many battles. Scars crisscross his face, testament to his brutal profession. The panel focuses on Raven's katana, still sheathed, a faint wisp of smoke curling from its blade, hinting at its recent use and the power it wields. Another demon, seemingly weakened but still defiant, is shown in the close-up. Its expression is one of fierce determination despite its injuries. The final panel depicts a flurry of motion, suggesting a swift, decisive strike. The demon is defeated. Under a vast, moonlit sky, a lone figure stood amidst a tranquil forest. A quiet determination settled over him as he uttered a silent affirmation, he had finally made it this far. His back to the viewer, the figure, clad in dark, practical attire, stood with a sword sheathed at his hip. The scene was peaceful, yet a sense of quiet tension hung in the air. His thoughts turned inward. Only 15 days remained until a pivotal moment. If he survived, he would finally regain his freedom. He looked down, his face partially obscured by shadow, revealing a few scars marring his otherwise stoic features. The weight of his circumstances was evident in his posture. A renewed resolve hardened his gaze. He would escape. He would get out of there. The scene shifted. A pair of worn boots, muddied and stained, stood on the ground. A single drop of liquid, possibly water or mud, was visible on the ground near the boots. The boots belonged to Raven, who stood overlooking a sprawling demon core camp. Numerous tents dotted the landscape, suggesting a significant military presence. Two burly men, their bodies scarred and weathered, sat on a rough-hewn bench outside a canvas tent. One, noticeably larger than the other, guffawed as he raised a bottle to his lips, the other mirroring his actions with a more subdued expression. Meanwhile, within the confines of the camp, two younger men sat dejectedly on wooden crates. One, bound by chains around his ankles, hunched over, his head in his hands, the other sat nearby, his posture mirroring his companion's despair. A dark panel displayed a stark, crimson-lettered statement against a black background, if I look back over those 10 years, those days were truly infernal. The next panel simply stated, the Demon Corps. A grim-faced commander, clad in imposing armor, loomed over a young man with dark hair. Flanking the young man were two more soldiers, their expressions equally severe. The scene was one of stark authority and oppressive power. The narration box explained, those who were sent here were fated to fight the demons in an endless power struggle, the worst treatment one could receive in the Empire. Further clarifying the nature of the Demon Corps, the text continued, the personnel almost entirely consist of criminals and slaves. A panel showed a group of downtrodden men, their faces etched with despair, chained together. One man, seemingly unaffected by their misery, drank from a bottle with a callous disregard for his surroundings. In a separate scene, two men watched the previously described man. One of them spoke, his words laced with a mixture of disdain and curiosity, hey, look. It seems like that Raven bastard killed all of his subordinates and came back alone again. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, stood amidst a bustling military encampment. His gaze was distant, his scarred face betraying the weight of his past. A young boy, Alan's younger brother, trailed behind him, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within Raven's mind. A gruff, older man approached Raven, his words laced with concern. He pointedly drew Raven's attention to the boy, emphasizing the responsibility that now rested on Raven's shoulders. The older man pressed Raven, sensing his reluctance to speak. He suspected Raven was hiding something, a secret that weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, Raven found himself surrounded by burly men, their expressions menacing. A large, imposing figure loomed over him, his presence radiating aggression. A close-up revealed Raven's strained expression, his lips pressed together in a thin line, hinting at his inner struggle. The large man spoke, his words cutting like a knife, accusing Raven of a desire for death. Raven's face twisted into a wry smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of defiance. He seemed to relish the challenge. The large man, taken aback by Raven's unexpected reaction, sputtered in surprise. In a swift, decisive movement, Raven launched a powerful kick, sending the large man sprawling. The attack was both unexpected and brutal. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, moved with practiced efficiency. His blade flashed, a deadly arc slicing through the air. The sharp edge finding its mark with chilling precision. A shallow wound opened across Alan's throat, a testament to Raven's lethal skill. Alan, his body now a vessel for Raven's consciousness, stumbled back, a pained groan escaping his lips. He glared at the bald man before him, his eyes burning with cold fury. A silent promise of swift retribution hanging heavy in the air. The bald man, clearly terrified, could only whimper in fear. With a sudden, brutal movement, Raven lunged forward. His hand clamping down on the bald man's head with bone-crushing force. A blinding flash of light erupted as the man's life force was extinguished. Raven stood over the lifeless body, his face grim. He spat out a single word, bastard, before turning his attention to the remaining onlookers. Another man charged, a wild look in his eyes, but Raven was ready. He met the attack head-on. His blade a blur of motion as he effortlessly deflected the blow. A chilling smirk played on his lips as he spoke, if you want to die before being eaten by the demons, you can always count on me. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, stood amidst the chaos of the Devil's Army camp. His face, etched with the weariness of a decade spent battling monstrous creatures, bore a haunted expression. A long sword rested against his back, a silent testament to his deadly profession. He clenched his jaw, a grim determination hardening his features. The memory of his death, a conspiracy that had claimed both his life and that of Alan Pendragon, flashed before his eyes. Shit. I will remember this, he swore silently, the words echoing in his mind. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips as he recalled the rumors surrounding him. They said he wouldn't survive a year in the Devil's Army, yet he had persevered for 10. He was a testament to his own resilience, a monster among monsters. Raven walked towards the main tent, the setting sun casting long shadows across the camp. He knew the whispers about him were lies, carefully crafted by his jealous colleagues. But those lies held a kernel of truth. Those lies, however carefully constructed, were undeniably true. His colleagues' whispers were a reflection of his own harsh reality. Despite the lack of prestige, the Vault household, Raven's family, had existed within the Empire's borders. It was a humble existence, far from the glory of the Pendragon lineage he was now inhabiting. A poignant memory surfaced, the day their family lost everything. The weight of that loss settled heavily upon him, a constant reminder of his past. The image of his fallen family lingered, a stark contrast to the opulent attire he now wore. And we lost everything. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken grief. About 10 years ago, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter in the Devil's Army, found himself in a dire situation. Bound and chained, his usually sharp eyes reflected a mixture of fear and defiance. The scene shifted to a raging inferno, flames consuming a building in the distance. The intensity of the fire suggested a recent, violent event. The fire engulfed a large building, its windows shattered and flames licking at its walls. The scene was one of utter destruction. A man, silhouetted against the blaze, surveyed the scene with cold satisfaction. His words, dripping with disdain, echoed the destruction around him. The idiots of the Vault household who plotted a rebellion against the Empire. For such a foolish act, shouldn't the consequence be death? Raven, his face contorted in a snarl, vehemently disagreed. You are wrong, he roared, his voice filled with righteous anger. He defended his family's honor, his voice strained but resolute. Our household didn't do such a thing. Surrounded by guards, Raven stood defiant, his chains a stark contrast to his unwavering spirit. His gaze was locked on his accuser, a silent challenge in his eyes. The accuser, a man of refined appearance, smirked condescendingly. His words were laced with contempt. You're a fool who fails to recognize his own mistakes. Raven, his face etched with frustration and despair, countered with a desperate plea. It's a misunderstanding. Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon taming house, vehemently protested his innocence. His voice, strained with anger and despair, echoed the injustice he felt. The other houses were the ones who plotted all of this. We were just dragged into this. A hand, strong and callous, rested on Alan's head, a gesture both comforting and condescending. His eyes, filled with unshed tears, reflected the weight of his situation. He was trapped, his fate sealed by forces beyond his control. A cruel reality of his predicament laid bare. Against a backdrop of burning buildings, a man in military attire addressed him, his tone devoid of sympathy. Why don't we turn you into ashes along with those rooms? Both of your parents have been purged already. A glimmer of hope, however faint, flickered in the darkness. The man continued, offering a lifeline amidst the despair. However, I will offer you another option. Tears streamed down Alan's face, a torrent of anguish and desperation. His silent plea was palpable, a desperate cry for a chance to survive. A proposition hung in the air, a cruel bargain offered by his captor. Fight the demons for 10 years in the Demon Corps. The offer, though harsh, held the promise of survival. A chilling smile played on the lips of the man as he laid out the terms. If you do that, I will at least let you keep your life. Alan's face contorted in silent agony. The weight of his decision, the burden of survival, pressed down on him. A guttural sound escaped his lips. An unspoken horror of his situation finally breaking through. Ugh, the Demon Corps. A young man's internal monologue reveals his apprehension. He reflects on the grim reality of his situation, questioning the nature of the organization he serves. His fear intensifies as he contemplates the potential consequences of his actions, envisioning the downfall of his family. The young man, visibly distressed, questions his own survival, wondering if his decade of service will be enough to secure his future. A close-up reveals the young man's neck bound by a heavy chain, highlighting his captivity. He is surrounded by several guards in uniform, emphasizing his vulnerability. A voice offers him a glimmer of hope, promising freedom after his service. The young man, though still chained, accepts the terms, his resolve hardening. A close-up on his mouth reveals a subtle, almost imperceptible, hint of fangs. His determination is unwavering as he vows to survive and rebuild his family's legacy. The final panel shows the young man's chained hands, leaving the reader to ponder his future. A great fire raged, engulfing a grand building. Flames licked at the stone walls, and smoke billowed into the night sky. The word definitely echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the scene of destruction. Alan Pendragon, his hands bound behind his back, knelt amidst the chaos. The inferno cast an orange glow on his face, highlighting his despair. He was trapped, surrounded by the flames and the encroaching darkness. Time seemed to warp, the scene shifting abruptly. A sense of disorientation filled the air as the narrative jumped forward. A gloved hand reached out, its touch gentle as it brushed against a piece of fabric. The days of disgrace will soon be over, a voice declared, a promise whispered in the twilight. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, stood near a tent, his silhouette stark against the setting sun. His posture spoke of weariness, a burden carried for years. He reflected on his past, the harsh reality of his existence within the Devil's Army. He had fought demons without training or experience, surviving against all odds. His face, marred by battle scars and streaked with tears, showed the toll of his relentless struggle. Despite the physical and emotional wounds, a flicker of determination remained in his eyes. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, reflected on his past. He was just a child when he joined the Devil's Army, spending the next 10 years as a member of their demon hunting corps. Now, on the cusp of his final mission, a large-scale demon extermination, Raven knew this would be his last fight. He only had one more step before freedom, before he could finally rebuild his life. Raven stepped through a doorway, leaving his past behind. Meanwhile, in the Ancona forest, territory of the Pendragon household, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming family, was shown in a moment of distress. Under a sky dusted with shooting stars and a full moon, two imposing stone structures framed a breathtaking vista. The scene was bathed in a twilight glow, hinting at the mysteries to come. A young man with long, blonde hair stood before a majestic, ethereal dragon. The dragon, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light, seemed to emanate a powerful, ancient energy. A wave of mystical energy swirled around them both. As the dragon's head turned, its voice echoing with age and power, "Oh, my knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, shielded his eyes, gazing towards the horizon. A sense of foreboding, mixed with a hint of anticipation, filled his expression. The chapter opens with a dramatic image, a powerful, white dragon's wing beats, its movement a blur against a dark crimson sky. The word dragons hangs in the air, a silent testament to the immense power about to be unleashed. Revealing the magnificent creature in all its glory. Its scales shimmer, catching the light as it unleashes a torrent of white-hot fire from its maw. The narration box explains that these beings are stronger than any demon, perhaps the strongest lifeforms to ever walk the earth. And only one household possesses the ability to tame such powerful beasts as familiars. The majestic head of the white dragon is shown again, its golden horns gleaming, as a young man with blonde hair is partially visible beneath it. The young man, Alan Pendragon, heir to the Pendragon dukehold, is shown from the waist up, wearing ornate armor and a red cape. He stands before the dragon, seemingly unafraid. A testament to the Pendragon family's renowned ability to tame dragons, granting them immense influence within the empire. 13 days remained until Raven Bolt's amnesty. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, approached the Demon Corp commander's tent. He entered the tent, his face grim. A flashback showed him moments before his death, his body battered and broken. But now, 7 years in the past, he found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon. He whispered, "I'm back." A woman inside the tent addressed him, "It seems like you've come back alone yet again, god of death, Ravenvault." The commander, a large, imposing figure, sat amongst his subordinates. He asked, "What about the scouting mission report?" Raven, still in Alan's body, reported, "There are a large number of demons on the front lines. If they have an encounter with the main troops, our chances of winning are slim." He stood, his expression thoughtful and grim, a hint of his true self peeking through Alan's facade. A burly, balding man with a thick, dark beard chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes. He leaned back, seemingly relaxed despite the gravity of the situation. He chuckled again, his words laced with grim determination. Beside him stood a younger man, his face scarred, his expression serious. "We would lose if it was just us," the older man stated, his voice low. The older man's smile widened, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He seemed to be considering something. "However, tomorrow, it seems like the Pendragon household will be helping us." The scarred man's gaze hardened. He seemed thoughtful, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Moreover," he murmured, "they seem to be bringing along the strongest being." A sudden gasp escaped the scarred man's lips as he looked towards a distant encampment. The flags of House Pendragon were clearly visible, but something else caught his eye. "They are bringing a dragon." The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of shock and awe. The older man, seemingly unfazed, continued his explanation. "So you are saying that such a mysterious creature will be fighting alongside us?" The scarred man, still processing the information, let out a silent thought. The Pendragon Duke household. The narration box introduces the Pendragon family, describing them as the most influential family in the empire, possessing the blood of the emperor. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, questions the legend of dragons being used as familiars, expressing uncertainty about its truth. Raven reflects on his 10 years fighting demons in the Devil's Army, stating he has never encountered a dragon. He doubts that he would believe in such things as fairy tales, wondering if he has gone crazy. Raven hears that the Pendragon household predecessor died and lost influence over the years. Raven, still skeptical, contemplates the information he's received. He declares his distrust of the information. An unseen superior orders Raven to go to the battlefield the next day, stating that he has no right to refuse. Raven is left confused by the order, questioning its meaning. A close-up on a scarred hand points an accusatory finger. The hand belongs to a man dressed in dark, practical clothing, hinting at a life lived in harsh conditions. A gruff-looking man with a weathered face and a stern expression barks orders. "You will have to take care of the Pendragon brat, though. Since we'll have a dragon, we'll just leave the demons to it, aren't I smart?" Alan Pendragon, the young heir, his face etched with weariness, quietly replies, "That much is fine." The gruff man's smile widens, a glint in his eyes. "Never leave his side." Alan's expression remains stoic, but a flicker of determination crosses his features. He mutters, "Understood." Alan's face, now fully shown, reveals the weight of his responsibility. The scars on his face are a testament to his past. The gruff man beams, his voice booming with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. "Good, good. Now go introduce yourself to the future Duke." He adds, with a final, emphatic statement, "I will be counting on you tomorrow." A boisterous voice called out, urging the continuation of a feast. The command to bring more alcohol echoed through the air. And Ravenbolt, a man cloaked in shadows, approached a large tent. The Pendragon family crest, a proud white dragon, was emblazoned on a banner flapping in the wind outside. He watched, a mixture of surprise and skepticism etched on his face. Inside the tent, someone mused on the unexpected arrival of a person of high social standing to such a humble place, questioning their motives for offering help. His thoughts drifted to the burden of his current assignment, the responsibility of caring for a spoiled child, a brat, as Bolt had called him. Regardless of the outcome of the impending battle, Raven silently vowed to himself that survival would mean freedom. He turned and walked away from the tent, his shoulders slumped with weariness. A gloved hand reached out, touching a tent flap. Raven apologized for the intrusion, addressing the young lord inside. A sharp question pierced the quiet, "Who are you?" Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a state of disorientation. His face, etched with the scars of countless battles, reflected a deep unease. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He turned his gaze away, his expression one of profound contemplation. The weight of his memories, heavy and unclear, pressed down on him. A voice, polite but firm, broke through his reverie. He was being addressed, but the words were still distant, as if heard through a veil. Raven, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming house Pendragon, knelt before his visitor. His movements were stiff, his body still adjusting to its new form. Alan, in Raven's mind, responded with a curt acknowledgement of his identity. His voice, though his own, felt foreign and unfamiliar. Raven, as Alan, explained his mission. He had been ordered to protect the young lord in tomorrow's battle. The weight of his duty, even in this new life, was palpable. Alan's superior dismissed the report, simply instructing him to rest and prepare for the coming conflict. The brevity of the interaction left Raven with a sense of unease. Raven, alone once more, allowed himself a moment of quiet contemplation. His thoughts, a jumble of past and present, swirled within him. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was there anything else he needed to know? The weight of his mission, and the mystery of his own death, pressed upon him. A concerned voice questioned Alan Pendragon. Perhaps, did you not bring the dragon, your excellency? Alan, his expression unreadable, responded that the dragon's firepower was necessary for the upcoming battle. Alan reassured the questioner, stating, stay calm, the dragon will definitely be there to help tomorrow. He then added, then, please go away. Alan, alone, quietly muttered, understood. Alan, now alone, left the room, his departure marked by a subtle magical shimmer. Observing Alan's departure, a voice questioned, is he really a child? The observer continued their internal monologue, noting Alan's unnatural calmness and the unusual nature of a member of a dukedom coming alone to such a place. The observer dismissed their concerns, reasoning that it didn't matter since they would see Alan again tomorrow. The scene concluded with Alan's departure, leaving the observer alone with their thoughts. A large crowd gathered before a massive tent, its canvas billowing in the wind. The Pendragon crest, a majestic white dragon, was prominently displayed on a banner, a symbol of a once glorious house. A burly man in ornate armor, his face etched with anticipation, announced the imminent arrival of the Pendragon heir. The man gestured dramatically towards the banner as Alan Pendragon, the young lord, emerged from behind the tent, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. Ravenbolt, disguised as Alan, stood observing from a distance, his expression unreadable. Raven, however, remained impassive, a question mark floating above his head as he contemplated the scene. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the armored man, his mouth opening in a silent roar as he began to unleash a devastating attack. The force of the blast sending shockwaves across the ground. Raven was thrown back by the force of the attack, his face contorted in pain and confusion as he cried out in shock. 7 years in the past, Ravenbolt awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. His last memory was of a brutal assassination, a conspiracy that claimed both his life and Alan's. A vision flashed before his eyes, a glimpse of the legendary white dragon, its piercing blue gaze intense and full of power. A realization struck him with the force of a physical blow, that is. Alan, now inhabited by Raven's soul, felt a surge of determination. His past life as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army had prepared him for this. He would uncover the truth behind his death and restore the Pendragon family's honor. The vision of the white dragon intensified, its majestic form now partially visible, scales shimmering with an ethereal light. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, carrying with it the scent of ozone and something ancient, something dragon-like. And then, the white dragon descended, its presence commanding and awe-inspiring. Its golden armor gleamed in the sunlight, a testament to its power and majesty. Raven, in Alan's body, stood his ground, his gaze unwavering as the magnificent creature landed before him. He was ready. The dragon's head tilted, its eyes studying Raven with an ancient wisdom. A silent communication passed between them, a promise of a journey to come. A majestic white dragon, adorned in ornate golden armor, filled the sky. Its piercing blue eyes held an ancient wisdom, its very presence exuding power and grace. Below, Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon, for Raven now inhabited Alan's body, lay on the ground, his breath ragged. A faint glow emanated from his hand, a lingering trace of magic. A thought echoed in Alan's mind, a desperate hope-taking root, a white dragon. A vision of the legendary creature flashed before his eyes, a symbol of the Pendragon family's lost glory. The white dragon descended, its immense form casting a shadow over Alan. A figure in shining white armor emerged from behind the dragon, a regal bearing about them. The armored figure stood tall and proud, a beacon of hope against the vastness of the sky. Alan, still weak, looked up in awe. A close-up showed Alan's face, a mixture of wonder and determination etched upon his features as he gazed at the dragon and its rider. He was no longer just Ravenbolt, the monster hunter, he was Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy. The armored figure, his face partially obscured by his helmet, spoke, his voice resonating with authority. I am called Alan Pendragon. Alan Pendragon removed his helmet, revealing a weary but resolute face. His blonde hair was slightly disheveled, his eyes reflecting the weight of his responsibilities. The scene opens with a narration box, setting the stage. Without further delay, the demon's subjugation begins. Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, stood dazed, his blonde hair escaping from under his helmet. A look of confusion clouded his features, his brow furrowed in thought. He declared, without further ado, that they should begin the demon's subjugation. A narration box explained that the Pendragon household, with the aid of the white dragon, had swiftly dealt with the demons. The scene shifted to the Lobton Prairie, the designated demon subjugation field. A pack of monstrous wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. Their snarls echoed through the desolate landscape. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a visible wound on his face, revealed to be Raven, muttered that he was unaccustomed to fighting while protecting someone. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. He was protecting Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, from a pack of ferocious, demonic wolves. Alan, clad in ornate armor, was already injured, and Raven urged him to remain still while he dealt with the immediate threat. He gripped the hilt of his sword, a glint of determination in his eyes. Raven formulated a plan, his thoughts sharp and focused. While the white dragon would handle the aerial demonic assault, he would deal with the immediate threat on the ground alone. His face, partially obscured by shadow, showed a grim resolve. Scars crisscrossed his cheek, testament to his years of brutal combat. With a cold confidence, he issued a defiant challenge to the beasts. Come at me, dogs. The demonic wolves lunged, their fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Raven met their assault head-on, his movements a blur of deadly precision. His blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air. The demonic wolves were cleaved in two by his precise strikes, leaving only a trail of blood and scattered fur in their wake. Raven stood victorious, his sword dripping with the ichor of his fallen foes, gazing towards the sky where the white dragon was engaged in its own battle. The scene opens with a sweeping vista of a desolate battlefield, smoke still curling from the smoldering earth. In the foreground, the majestic back of a colossal white dragon dominates the frame, its powerful wings partially spread, hinting at the immense power it possesses. A brilliant blue energy coalesces within its maw, a breathtaking display of raw power about to be unleashed. With a roar, the white dragon unleashes a torrent of energy, a wave of searing blue flames engulfing several monstrous avian creatures in a fiery maelstrom. The intense heat and destructive force of the attack are palpable, leaving a trail of scorched earth and devastation in its wake. One particularly large avian creature, seemingly a leader among its kind, struggles against the onslaught, its feathers ablaze. But the dragon's power is overwhelming, and it is quickly consumed by the inferno. The white dragon continues its assault, its movements swift and precise. A powerful swipe of its tail sends another wave of blue fire hurtling towards the remaining enemies. The sheer force of the attack obliterates the last of the avian creatures, leaving only smoke and debris in their place. The battle is over. The white dragon stands victorious, its power undeniable. The battlefield is silent, save for the crackling embers and the faint scent of ozone. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a state of disorientation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gazed upward, his breath hitching in his throat. He muttered to himself, finding the situation terrifying. He stood alongside Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, amidst a desolate, snowy landscape. Alan, clad in ornate armor, looked on with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Alan wondered aloud who would have thought the legendary white dragon actually existed. Alan reflected on his initial skepticism, admitting that the rumors of the white dragon seemed to be true. He recalled Raven's words, no matter the demon, it would never stand a chance against a dragon. Raven, his expression grim, observed the battlefield. He mused that while many demons were present, a single dragon could easily overcome them. A magnificent white dragon, adorned with golden armor, descended from the heavens, its presence radiating power and majesty. Raven's thoughts confirmed that this single dragon had indeed taken care of the majority of the demons. Raven stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, surveying the fallen demons. The scene was a testament to the dragon's overwhelming power. He reflected on the ease of their victory, attributing it to the dragon's intervention. He considered himself fortunate that his final mission had been so simple. A close-up on the dragon's powerful feet, showcasing its immense size and strength. A small puddle of melted snow lay beneath them. The white dragon, in all its glory, stood before them, a symbol of hope and power. Alan, dwarfed by its presence, looked up in awe. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood guard over Alan Pendragon, the young heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. Dust swirled around them, remnants of a recent battle. Concern etched itself onto Raven's face as he addressed Alan, inquiring about the extent of Alan's injuries after their recent clash. Alan, though visibly weary, reassured Raven that he was fine, dismissing his worries with a wave of his hand. Raven, however, remained unconvinced. He knew the battle was far from over, a grim determination hardened his features as he muttered to himself that this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a monstrous screech pierced the air. The ground trembled as a massive, shadowy creature descended from the sky, revealing itself to be a colossal, monstrous bird of prey. Its talons extended, ready to strike. But before it could land, a blinding flash of light erupted. Dozens of smaller, shadowy birds scattered in the ensuing chaos. From the heart of the light, a magnificent white dragon emerged, its presence dwarfing even the monstrous bird. Raven and Alan stood in awe, gazing up at the majestic creature. As the dragon's power filled the air, Raven's eyes narrowed, a new threat dawning on him. The weight of the situation crashed down on Raven as he collapsed, the strain of the battle finally breaking him. Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, stood defiant, a fierce glint in his eyes. His face, scarred from years of monster hunting, was set in grim determination as he issued a command, "Order the dragon." The command echoed, a ripple of power emanating from him. As dust and debris swirled around him, a majestic figure emerged from the horizon, a magnificent white dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 suns. Its presence filling the very air with an ancient power. Alan, awestruck, gazed up at the creature, a mixture of fear and wonder in his eyes. Alan felt a surge of power, a connection to the dragon that transcended understanding. He was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the being before him. The dragon lowered its massive head, its gaze intense, as if assessing the young man before it. A silent understanding passed between them, a bond forged in the crucible of destiny. Suddenly, a flock of monstrous birds descended from the sky, their sharp talons extended, intent on attacking. The birds swooped down, their shadows engulfing Alan and the dragon. But before they could strike, a wave of energy erupted from the dragon, scattering the creatures. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a precarious situation. 7 years in the past, he had been reborn into the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family. Dust swirled around him as he lay on the ground, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and grim determination. Beside him, Alan's loyal knight stood guard, his expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment. The knight muttered something about the sheer number of enemies they faced. As a colossal white dragon descended from the heavens, its scales shimmering like 1,000 suns. Its presence filled the battlefield, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The dragon's majestic form commanded attention, its eyes gleaming with an ancient wisdom. A breathtaking sight that instilled both awe and a sense of foreboding in the hearts of those who witnessed it. The dragon let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very earth beneath their feet. The dragon's arrival was not without its challenges. A flurry of monstrous avian creatures, their talons sharp and their eyes burning with malice, swooped down from the sky, intent on attacking the magnificent beast. But the white dragon met their assault with effortless grace. With a flick of its powerful tail, it sent the creatures scattering, their attacks proving futile against its overwhelming might. Raven, observing from below, felt a surge of both wonder and apprehension. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Raven's body, causing him to stumble back in surprise. He felt a strange, unfamiliar power coursing through his veins, a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. A wave of confusion washed over him as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. As more of the avian creatures attacked the white dragon, their relentless assault continuing unabated. Raven watched in horror as the creatures tore at the dragon's scales, their sharp beaks and claws inflicting damage. Alan's knight, witnessing Raven's inaction, shouted at him, questioning why he wasn't fighting back. Raven, his mind reeling from the sudden influx of power, could only stare in stunned silence, his body racked with a strange, unfamiliar energy. The knight's face, partially obscured by his helmet, showed a mixture of concern and frustration. He was clearly worried about the situation, and the lack of response from Raven only heightened his anxiety. Raven, his face scarred and grim, stood before Alan, the young lord of House Pendragon. A desperate cry escaped Raven's lips, "Young lord." Alan, clad in shining armor, glared back, his voice sharp with alarm, "What the hell are you doing?" A sudden, violent clash erupted between them, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards as the two figures collided. Rocks shattered and dust billowed around them in the aftermath of their confrontation. Raven staggered back, a look of pained surprise on his face. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible, "Wah dash." From the shadows, a horde of demonic creatures emerged, wolves, goblins, and a monstrous hawk, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They advanced on the pair, their snarls echoing through the air. Raven, despite his injuries, recognized the threat. He muttered to himself, the demons should have been almost dealt with. The demonic beasts lunged, their claws extended, aiming to tear into their prey. Raven braced himself for the attack. But even as the creatures closed in, Alan's expression shifted. He murmured, "But to think that many would be left." Alan, despite being surrounded and injured, stood defiant, a large hawk perched menacingly behind him. The young lord was clearly prepared to fight to the death. Raven, his face scarred and grim, braced himself against a ferocious, glowing beast. He gripped his sword, preparing for the final blow. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. A majestic white dragon, adorned in ornate golden armor, filled the next panel. The narration box declared, "A dragon is truly the strongest being that exists." Another narration box confidently stated, "No matter what demon it is, it won't be a match for a dragon." Raven, observing the battle from a distance, reflected in a thought bubble, "The battle so far has been a breeze thanks to the dragon. Our victory is almost certain. To be this easy, my luck must have been pretty good." He looked at Alan, his companion, and thought, "There are quite a few of them." Alan responded, "Please take care of it, White Dragon." Raven then declared, "As long as our ally is a dragon, we will win." Raven's internal monologue revealed his self-doubt. "It is my fault for believing in such delusion and letting my guard down. What a fool I am." Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, lay dying, his vision blurring. Blood streamed down his face, obscuring his vision as he felt the life drain from his body. The last thing he saw was a magnificent white dragon, its scales gleaming even amidst the carnage. The scene was a chaotic battlefield, bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to the brutal fight that had just concluded. A wave of motion blurred his vision as he felt himself falling, the ground rushing towards him. Then, darkness. He awoke 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon-taming dynasty. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of confusion and despair as he came to grips with his new reality. The scene opens on a chaotic battlefield, the remnants of a fierce struggle scattered across the dusty ground. Fallen soldiers, both human and monstrous, lay amidst the carnage. A lone wolf-like creature whimpers over a fallen comrade, its mournful howl echoing the devastation. Two grotesque, horned goblins, their faces contorted in a mixture of fear and aggression, scramble away from the scene, their guttural cries barely audible above the din of battle. One of the goblins lunges forward, brandishing a crude knife, only to be met with a swift, deadly counterattack. The remaining goblins, realizing the futility of their assault, flee in terror as a figure rises from the dust, his movements obscured by a flurry of motion lines. The figure, revealed to be a young man with dark hair, stands defiantly, his sword dripping with the blood of his enemies. He is clearly wounded, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. He effortlessly deflects another goblin's attack, his movements precise and deadly. The young man, however, is not unscathed. He is thrown back by the force of the blow, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. He collapses, his face bloodied and bruised, his breath ragged. Despite his injuries, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself plummeting into a dark abyss. A searing pain shot through his body as he fell. The impact jarring him to a halt on the unforgiving desert floor. He groaned, his body racked with pain, his head in his hands. His sword lay beside him, a testament to the brutal fight that had just transpired. He lifted his head, revealing a face marred by deep wounds, blood streaming down his cheeks. His eyes, though filled with pain, held a steely determination. Despite his injuries, a grim realization settled upon him. He thought, and I have a pretty deep wound. If I fall down now, I won't be able to get up again. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he struggled to remain conscious. The weight of his situation pressed down on him. A bitter self-reproach washed over him. He muttered, "Both of us are such idiots." Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the horizon, a magnificent white dragon, its scales shimmering in the fading light. Raven, despite his injuries, stared in awe and disbelief. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself gazing upon a sight that defied explanation, the legendary white dragon, a creature of immense power and myth. Its presence filled the desolate landscape with an ethereal glow. A question echoing in his mind, a question born from the impossible, "Are you really dead?" The scene shifted, revealing Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, lying wounded near the colossal beast. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, stood observing the scene with a grim determination. A stark contrast between Alan's vulnerability and the dragon's overwhelming power. A sudden, violent sound broke the silence. Alan sputtered, blood gurgling in his throat as a fatal wound became apparent. His life force ebbed away, leaving Raven to confront the grim reality of his situation, alone beside the fallen heir. Alan, still clinging to life, gasped for air, his breath ragged and shallow. His eyes, though clouded with pain, held a flicker of defiance. A question forming on his lips, a question that held the weight of his fate. "So, you're still alive?" Raven, his own body marred by a fresh wound, stared back, the weight of his predicament heavy upon him. The mystery of his death, and his unexpected resurrection, had only just begun. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, lay dying, his body battered and bruised. Above him, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, also fought for his last breath. Before succumbing to their injuries, Alan demanded an answer from Raven, one final question before death. Alan's dying question hung in the air. Why did the dragon attacking them cease its assault mid-battle? Raven, his vision blurring, struggled to recall the events of that fateful day. A flashback revealed the truth. Raven had secretly ordered the dragon to halt its attack. A powerful, majestic dragon, its scales shimmering, lowered its head before Raven, obeying his unspoken command. The scene was filled with an almost mystical aura. Back in the present, Alan's anger flared as he accused Raven of treachery. If the dragon hadn't stopped, they might have won the fight. His desperate question echoed the weight of their defeat. Why did Raven betray them? Alan's final, desperate plea for an explanation hung heavy in the air as both men succumbed to their wounds. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, battered and bruised, was thrown violently across the ground. A crimson spray erupting from his mouth as he gasped for air. Pain racked his body, a searing agony that threatened to overwhelm him. Arg, he groaned, the sound barely audible above the din of battle. He landed hard, the impact jarring his already broken bones. His vision swam, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of color and motion. Raven lay still, his body unmoving, blood staining the earth beneath him. His life ebbed away, the light fading from his eyes. Despite the grievous wound piercing his heart, a voice echoed, even though your heart was pierced, you didn't die. You really lived up to your name, don't you? The immortal, Ravenbolt. The scene shifted, revealing a powerful figure, his face obscured by shadow. The voice belonged to him. He was a warrior, clad in ornate armor, his presence commanding and imposing. A pair of curved horns adorned his helmet, adding to his intimidating aura. He spoke again, his voice low and gravelly, belt a dash. Raven's lifeless eyes stared blankly upwards, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion. The battle had taken its toll, leaving him broken and defeated, yet somehow, alive. A triumphant grin stretched across the face of a heavily armored commander as he declared, it will finally come to an end. With a roar of army, attack, the commander launched his forces into a brutal assault. The ensuing battle was a whirlwind of steel and fury. A chaotic clash of swords and axes, where the ground ran red with blood. Observing the scene from a distance, a young man with dark hair and a scar across his face watched in disbelief. He questioned, why is Baltine leading the Imperial Army? The commander, seemingly unfazed by the question, simply replied, don't be so surprised. He then revealed a shocking truth, it was all planned from the very start. A blonde woman, impaled by a spear, gasped her last breath as the commander continued. But some idiots refused to give in. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His armor, once pristine, now bore the marks of countless battles. A cruel smile stretched across his assailant's face, a chilling promise of imminent death. A swift, brutal blow ended his life. Blood splattered across the scene. As bodies of Raven and Alan Pendragon, his charge, lay lifeless. 7 years earlier, Raven awoke in Alan's body. He was alive, but the circumstances of his death remained a mystery. Raven, now in Alan's form, fought back against his unseen attacker. A desperate struggle for survival. His attacker, a powerful figure, watched with cold amusement as Raven's life ebbed away. It's a shame, but that boy's death was already determined a long time ago, he mused, his words laced with chilling finality. This panel shows a title card, indicating the start of a new chapter. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, lay wounded on the ground, his body battered and bruised. A deep groan escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. His attacker, a hulking figure in dark armor, loomed over him. It was so close, wasn't it, Raven? Just a little bit more and you would have gotten your freedom, the attacker sneered, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. The attacker's words hung heavy in the air as he leaned closer, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and something akin to disappointment. It was plenty painful, right? He added, his tone almost conversational. Despite his grievous injuries, Raven's eyes flickered with defiance. The attacker continued, his voice low and thoughtful, your physical abilities are extraordinary. And your healing is abnormal. The attacker's words were punctuated by a sharp intake of breath, a hint of surprise in his voice. Raven, despite his pain, felt a surge of grim satisfaction. So you know it, he rasped, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The attacker chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. I only pretended not to know for the sake of this day. However, even with such a strong healing ability, if I cut your neck, perhaps you will die too? The attacker's face twisted into a cruel grin. What a pity that you will die here without achieving your so-called freedom, he said, his voice laced with malicious glee. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter in the Devil's Army, felt a searing pain as a blade pierced his flesh. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his face as he gasped for air. His thoughts drifted to his ultimate goal, to break free from his life of servitude and rebuild his family's household. He had dedicated 10 grueling years to this objective, fighting relentlessly in the Devil's Army, but even so. A chilling realization washed over him, was this the same fate that awaited him once more? His eyes met those of his assailant, a sinister smile playing on the man's lips as he leaned in close. The scene shifted, showing Raven bound by chains, his body battered and bruised. He was trapped, helpless against his fate. A stark reminder of the cruel reality that the weak and powerless are often subjected to such humiliation and death. Even though he was so close to achieving his goals, Raven was defeated, his dreams shattered. As his life ebbed away, a final voice pierced through his fading consciousness, Raven. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, stood amidst a flurry of debris, his expression grim. He was about to reveal a secret. A large, imposing figure emerged from the chaos, a man in ornate armor, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. He began to explain that the decade-long rebellion the Vault family had been forced to endure was not what it seemed. The man revealed that Raven's entry into the Demon Corp and his subsequent death alongside Alan Pendragon were all part of a meticulously planned conspiracy. The armored man loomed over Raven and Alan, both gravely wounded. The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air. Raven's vision blurred as darkness threatened to consume him. But then, a jolt of disorientation ripped through him. He was alive, but something was profoundly wrong. Raven awoke 7 years in the past, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, now that of Alan Pendragon, was battered and bruised, the impact of a powerful blow evident in his strained posture. The unexpected weakness of the dragon, a crucial element in his mission, was only part of a larger, sinister scheme. A cruel, mocking voice echoed above him, the words of finality that sealed his fate. Farewell now, little crow. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, fell to the ground, his lifeblood staining the earth. His eyes, glazed over, reflected the finality of his demise. A final, agonizing gasp escaped his lips as darkness consumed him. 7 years prior, the scene shifted to a fallen white dragon, its majestic form marred by multiple wounds. The once proud creature lay defeated, its power seemingly extinguished. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself staring into the piercing blue eyes of a magnificent creature. Its scales shimmered, a breathtaking blend of white and silver, catching the light as if alive. The creature, a majestic white dragon, was wounded, its powerful body resting on the barren earth. 2 large spears were embedded near its flank, a testament to a recent, brutal struggle. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, lay dead nearby, his body still warm from the recent battle. His lifeless eyes stared blankly at the sky. The dragon's gaze shifted, its blue eyes now fixed on Alan's corpse, a silent sorrow evident in its ancient gaze. A wave of intense heat erupted from the ground, engulfing Alan's body in a fiery embrace. The air crackled with energy. The flames subsided, leaving behind only embers and a lingering warmth. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in the silence. All of the conditions have been fulfilled. Raven awoke, not in his own body, but in Alan's. He was alive, 7 years in the past, the weight of his past life and the mystery of his death heavy upon him. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a strange and unfamiliar energy that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The world around him shimmered and distorted, the landscape shifting and reforming as if reality itself was bending to his will. A colossal battle raged in the sky, the clash of titans shaking the very heavens. A dark, powerful dragon, its scales shimmering with an ominous purple hue, engaged in a desperate struggle. Its mighty wings beating furiously against the wind as it grappled with an unseen foe. The air crackled with energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear apart. Revealing a magnificent white dragon, its scales gleaming like freshly fallen snow. The creature was breathtaking, a symbol of power and grace, its presence commanding awe and respect. The aftermath of the battle was a desolate wasteland. Charter it stretched as far as the eye could see, the remnants of a fierce conflict scattered across the landscape. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the whisper of the wind. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed through the ravaged land, blood of 1,000 humans. Royal blood and royal dragon blood. And the meeting of the sun and the moon. The white dragon, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light, spoke again, its voice resonating with power and determination. I will now fulfill the oath. With a surge of energy, the white dragon unleashed a blinding flash of light, its power radiating outwards in a wave of pure energy. A blinding flash of light erupted from Alan Pendragon's body, the energy coursing through him like a celestial river. The intense radiance momentarily obscuring his features before revealing a monstrous, dragon-like form emerging from within. The transformation complete, Alan collapsed to the ground, his body now radiating a faint, ethereal glow. Particles of light drifted from his form, like falling stars. From the dust and debris, a colossal figure emerged, its scales shimmering under the moonlight. The majestic white dragon, its presence filling the desolate landscape. Its gaze was fixed on the fallen Alan. The dragon lowered its head, its ancient eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. Everything will be on you now, it seemed to whisper, its voice echoing in the silence. A surge of energy pulsed from the dragon, flowing into Alan's still form. As the sun and moon converged, a celestial event of immense power unfolded. A solemn vow was made, a promise to fulfill an ancient oath. Everything now rested on the shoulders of the dragon rider. A magnificent white dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, descended from the heavens. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself plummeting through the void. A question echoing in his mind, had he died? He landed hard, his body battered and bruised, yet a familiar sensation surged within him. No, this feeling of being torn apart from the inside, he remembered it vividly. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar state. A strange sensation washed over him, one he recognized from his past regenerations. A familiar wave of energy coursed through him as he lay on the ground, his body convulsing. He gasped, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. The intense light subsided, leaving behind a lingering warmth. A realization dawned on him, this was not death, but something else entirely. He opened his eyes to a blurry vision of a maid's face, her expression unreadable. He was somewhere unfamiliar, somewhere soft and warm. Disorientation clouded his mind as he struggled to recall where he was. A question forming in his mind, where am I? He felt something on his wrist. The maid, startled by his sudden movement, gasped. Her eyes widened in alarm. He was in a bed, his body weak and aching. The maid rushed to his side, her concern evident. She cried out, young master. A maid, her face etched with worry, cried out for help, her voice laced with panic. Master? This is bad. Someone. The maid's desperate cries continued as she frantically pointed towards a figure on the floor, her words barely audible above the rising chaos. The young master. A young man with blonde hair lay partially obscured by a crimson curtain, his eyes fluttering open. He murmured, young M. His gaze drifted to the opulent surroundings, a lavish room unlike any he'd ever seen. He thought, such an extravagant room. I've never seen this before. Disoriented, the young man sat up, his head swimming. He wondered, where the hell am I? A maid rushed towards him, her relief palpable. Young master, did you finally wake up? The young man flinched, startled by the sudden appearance of the maid. He braced himself for more. The doors burst open, revealing a butler and another maid, their expressions a mixture of concern and relief. The butler rushed forward, his face beaming. Young master, you're up. You finally did. Alan Pendragon, a young man with long blonde hair, sat looking pale and slightly dazed. An elderly butler, his face etched with concern, leaned over him, asking if he was all right. Two maids stood nearby, their expressions mirroring the butler's worry. The butler's concern deepened as he posed a question that seemed to pierce through Alan's confusion. Do you remember me? Alan's eyes flickered, a spark of recognition igniting within them. He murmured, questioning if the person calling him young master was, in fact, him. The butler's affirmation, a relief that's right, confirmed Alan's dawning realization. The butler, Conrad, introduced his current location, the Pendragon household castle. A majestic white castle, gleaming under a bright sun, was shown in all its glory. It was a breathtaking sight, a symbol of the once great Pendragon family. Conrad continued, informing Alan that he was the master of this very castle. Alan, however, looked troubled, his expression a mixture of confusion and unease. He was clearly struggling to reconcile his current situation with his memories. The final revelation came as a shock. Alan's true name was Aaron Pendragon. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, awoke with a gasp. His vision swam, his head throbbing. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to focus. His body felt foreign, weak. A disorientation intensified as he tried to sit up, his mind reeling. A single, panicked thought pierced through the fog. Who am I? Panic clawed at him as he looked down at his hands, his reflection in the polished surface of a nearby basin confirming the horrifying truth. He was Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, but he was Ravenbolt. He was in Alan's body, 7 years in the past. The realization struck him like a lightning bolt. A maid entered the room, her eyes widening in alarm at the sight of the young master's distress. He could only stare at his reflection, a storm of questions brewing within him. What happened? How did he end up here? The maid, clearly concerned, approached cautiously, her words laced with worry. Young master? Perhaps you didn't remember what you look like. Lindy, Alan Pendragon's maid, reassured the young master, explaining that his confusion was natural after 3 years of unconsciousness. She urged him not to force himself. Alan, however, was overwhelmed by a sudden realization. 3 years since that fateful battle. A flashback showed Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, in the midst of a brutal battle. He was gravely wounded. Certain he had been decapitated and killed. Raven, possessing a form of near immortality, questioned why he had been revived instead of simply remaining dead. As a surge of energy coursed through him, a shocking truth dawned on Raven: he had been reborn as Alan Pendragon. A blinding light filled the room. As Alan's mother rushed in, overjoyed to see her son awake, she excitedly asked if he had woken up. A young maid rushed into a room, her voice laced with urgency as she called out for Lady Helene. Lady Helene, a matronly woman with a kind face, looked on with a mixture of surprise and concern as a young man with blonde hair lay in a bed. She wondered who this was and what time it was. The maid, breathless, announced the arrival of someone named Aaron. Aaron, a young man with blonde hair, was greeted with disbelief and joy by Lady Helene and an older gentleman. Lady Helene exclaimed that he had actually woken up. Aaron, however, looked troubled, a single exclamation point escaping his lips as he struggled to process his situation. A vision flashed before Aaron's eyes, a regal woman in a flowing gown, her image superimposed over the older gentleman, who seemed to be fading into the background. He was left wondering who that woman was. Aaron's confusion deepened, his brow furrowed in concentration as he touched his chest, seemingly searching for answers within himself. Lady Helene, with a knowing smile and a pointed finger, seemed to offer a silent reassurance. A woman with blonde hair, her face etched with worry, knelt beside a young man, also blonde, who lay unconscious. She spoke, her voice laced with relief. Thank God, Aaron. Do you remember me? I'm your mother. Aaron, or rather, the man in Aaron's body, stirred slightly. He was confused, his mind a blank slate. I don't remember anything. What the hell happened? Is this a dream? He looked up at the woman, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and suspicion. A thought flickered in his mind, is that old lady perhaps? The woman, seemingly sensing his uncertainty, pointed a finger, a question mark hovering above her head. She gestured emphatically, her gaze intense. The young man's confusion deepened. The woman's words, outside, hung in the air as the young man's eyes widened in alarm. A wave of disorientation washed over him. He turned, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. A single thought pierced through the fog in his mind, is that? A flash of brilliant white light erupted from beyond the window. Something large and powerful was approaching. A majestic wing, scaled and gleaming, filled the frame. It was undeniably a dragon, and a magnificent one at that. A majestic white dragon, its scales shimmering under the sunlight, descended from the heavens. Its horns, crowned with golden accents, radiated an aura of power and majesty. The dragon gracefully landed atop a tall, slender tower, its powerful tail sweeping across the stonework. Its piercing blue eyes, framed by a golden headpiece, held an ancient wisdom and power that commanded respect. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with worry and a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, stared up at the magnificent creature. He was clearly awestruck, yet apprehensive. A single thought bubble emerged from Alan, Soul Rake. The dragon, Soul Rake, turned its head, its gaze intense and unwavering. A low growl rumbled in its chest, a sound that spoke of both power and ancient sorrow. With a sudden, earth-shattering roar, Soul Rake opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A wave of raw power emanated from the beast, shaking the very ground beneath Alan's feet. A blinding flash of light erupted, signaling a powerful magical surge. The force of which sent Alan Pendragon and his protector, Ravenbolt, sprawling across the room. A scream ripped through the air as the two were thrown violently to the ground. Alan, his body racked with pain, felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins. A brilliant, ethereal light enveloped him, revealing a majestic, white dragon before him. Its eyes, glowing with an ancient power, fixed on Alan. The dragon's presence was overwhelming, Alan gasped, his mind reeling from the sheer power emanating from the creature. He could barely utter a word. Soul, Drake, he whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding in his ears. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why did he know this white dragon's name? He realized, with a jolt, that he had died alongside Aaron back then. A flashback revealed a desolate landscape, the fallen form of a massive white dragon lying amidst the ruins, a lone figure standing before it, his back to the viewer. Alan, now in his own mind, wondered if the dragon had revived. He concluded that it was likely still alive in that state. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, awoke with a start. His head throbbed, and a wave of disorientation washed over him. He was confused, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality. He couldn't grasp what was happening. His thoughts were fragmented, a jumbled mess of memories and sensations that didn't quite fit together. I'm not understanding a single thing that's happening, he thought, his confusion growing. Suddenly, a powerful presence filled the room. A surge of energy erupted from Alan's hand, a golden light emanating from his palm. Drake, he exclaimed, recognizing the familiar power. A woman, presumably Alan's mother, rushed to his side, her face etched with worry. I won't allow you to hurt my son anymore, she declared, her voice filled with fierce determination. The golden energy intensified, forming a blinding light that engulfed the room. Fragments of the surrounding area shattered, revealing a glimpse of something immense and powerful. A colossal eye, piercing blue and surrounded by golden scales, opened, filling the panel. It was the legendary white dragon, Drake, finally revealed. Alan, overwhelmed by the dragon's presence, recoiled in fear and awe. His body trembled as he stared at the magnificent creature. His mother, however, remained resolute, her determination unwavering. She stood defiantly before the immense power of the dragon. The scene shifted, showing the woman seemingly controlling the dragon's power, her actions suggesting a deep connection to the mythical creature. The dragon's power surged, a golden wave emanating from the woman's hands. A majestic white dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, lowered its massive head. Golden horns, tipped with sharp points, framed its piercing blue eyes. A young man, Alan Pendragon, stood before it, dwarfed by its immense presence. A sudden crack echoed through the air as a section of the icy ground shattered. A woman in a dark dress stumbled back, her eyes wide with alarm. She shouted a warning, her voice sharp with urgency, "Get back!" Alan, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, pushed the woman away, shielding her from an unseen danger. The woman cried out his name, her voice filled with fear and concern, "Aaron?" The scene shifted to reveal an older woman, her face etched with worry, gently stroking the dragon's snout. The dragon seemed to respond to her touch with a quiet rumble. While back, Alan, now lying on the ground, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Scattered papers lay around him, remnants of a disrupted plan. Alan's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed something terrifying. His face paled, his breath catching in his throat. A wave of panic washed over him as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. The older woman, seemingly oblivious to his distress, continued to interact with the dragon. The older woman approached Alan, her expression concerned. She asked him what was wrong, urging him to sit down, sensing the danger. His thoughts turning to the older woman, a silent question forming in his mind, that old lady. Alan Pendragon, inhabiting the body of Raven Bolt, found himself questioning his unique perception. He wondered, am I really the only one that can see her? A majestic glimpse of the legendary white dragon was revealed, its golden horns and piercing gaze hinted at immense power. The dragon's presence was felt by an elderly woman, her expression a mixture of awe and reverence as she gently touched its scale. The white dragon's immense scale shimmered, its power palpable even through the image. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the dragon, a wave of light and power that sent the elderly woman reeling. The dragon, now fully revealed, descended with a powerful roar, its presence shaking the very ground. Two figures grappled in a fierce struggle, their movements blurred by the intensity of their conflict. The white dragon soared gracefully into the sky, leaving the scene of conflict behind. The elderly woman, seemingly unharmed, stood calmly, a serene smile playing on her lips. Lady Helene, an elderly woman with silver hair, sat serenely under a large, ornate parasol. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded her as shimmering particles drifted around her. Then, she vanished without a trace, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the air. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with concern, stared at the spot where Lady Helene had been moments before. His blue eyes widened slightly, reflecting his surprise and confusion. A low chuckle escaped Alan's lips as he muttered to himself, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. Melbon, a concerned servant, approached Alan, his voice laced with worry as he inquired about Lady Helene's well-being. Lady Helene, appearing unharmed, reassured Melbon that she was all right, but there was something more important she needed to address. A subtle smile played on her lips as she spoke. Alan's expression shifted, a flicker of something akin to anger crossing his features as he listened intently. His thoughts turned to the opulence surrounding him, the extravagant castle, the attentive servants, and the unexpected mention of the white dragon. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an impossible situation. 10 grueling years of battling demonic forces had led him to his final mission, protecting Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon-taming house Pendragon. But a conspiracy had claimed both their lives, and now, 7 years in the past, Raven awoke within Alan's body, a faint golden light emanating from their shared form. A strange sensation washing over him as he looked down at his feet. It was Alan's body, yet it felt like his own. The realization settled upon him, he had truly become Alan Pendragon. A concerned woman, her face etched with worry, gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Aaron, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the hushed murmurs of the surrounding onlookers. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's mind, felt a pang of something akin to longing. Mom, he thought, the word a silent whisper in the recesses of his consciousness. An image of his mother, a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, flashed before his inner eye. A bittersweet ache filled him as he realized the depth of his current predicament. The woman, presumably Alan's mother, spoke to an older man beside her. She explained that there was no point in remaining confused, they needed to gather information to gain a better perspective on the situation. Alan, still processing the enormity of his situation, listened intently to their conversation. He knew he needed to understand what had happened, and why he was back in time. Alone in his room, Alan ran a hand through his hair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was determined to prevent his death, but he needed to be careful not to reveal his true identity. The scene concludes with a simple statement, the next step is to gather information. The page then displays it to be continued. Message, indicating the end of this chapter. The narrative opens with a stark depiction of the Demon Corps, an inferior military force characterized by a brutal lack of human rights, where only the most ruthless survive. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, is introduced. His scarred face and hardened gaze reflect a decade spent battling in this infernal environment. He sits atop a monstrous beast, his sword resting across his lap, a testament to his survival and strength. Despite the horrors he's witnessed, Raven reflects on his resilience, having endured 10 grueling years within the Demon Corps. He honed his combat skills and extraordinary regenerative abilities during this time, transforming himself into an unparalleled warrior. His final mission is revealed, the subjugation of the Lopton Prairie demons. The scene shifts to a dramatic confrontation. Raven stands before a wounded white dragon, its immense size and power palpable despite its injuries. Raven recounts his last battle, where he and Alan Pendragon, the young dragon master, were both killed in a planned attack. But there was more to their deaths than initially met the eye. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an impossible situation. He had been killed, along with Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, as part of a larger conspiracy. Yet, he awoke 7 years in the past, inhabiting Alan's body. A shocking revelation that left him reeling. His reflection showed Alan's youthful features, but the eyes held the hardened gaze of a seasoned warrior. The ghost of his former self, still clad in his dark cloak, seemed to linger behind him, a stark reminder of his past life. Time had been rewound. He was back 7 years before the fateful battle that claimed his life. Now, in Alan's body, Raven found himself in the Pendragon household. A maid, clearly concerned, rushed to his side. Her worried expression evident as she approached the young master, who was clearly disoriented and in need of care. The maid's concern was palpable, she was clearly devoted to Alan. She gently urged him to eat, her voice laced with worry. Raven, still adjusting to his new reality, found himself being fed like a child. A spoon of porridge offered to his lips. He felt a strange mix of discomfort and gratitude. The indignity of being spoon-fed was not lost on Raven, even in his new form. He was a seasoned warrior, not a helpless infant. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family. 7 years in the past, he awoke in Alan's bed, weak and disoriented. A young maid, spoon in hand, offered him food, her expression a mixture of concern and obedience. He muttered that he could at least feed himself, a testament to his hunter's resilience, even in this unfamiliar situation. But the maid insisted, her tone firm yet gentle. She urged him to open his mouth, her concern palpable. The scene was a stark contrast to the brutal battles Raven was accustomed to. A narration box revealed the maid's name, Lindsay. She had been responsible for Alan's daily care before his sudden coma, a detail that added another layer to the mystery surrounding Raven's predicament. Alan, now inhabited by Raven, found Lindsay's attentiveness surprisingly overprotective. He internally noted the bluntness of her care, a stark contrast to his expectations. But he recognized the necessity of cooperating. He had no choice but to play along, despite the mortifying situation. The weight of his mission to uncover the truth behind his death outweighed his embarrassment. Raven, still in Alan's body, struggled to eat the offered food. His discomfort was evident in his strained expression and the slight tremor in his hand as he fumbled with the spoon. He accidentally knocked over his food, a small but telling sign of his inner turmoil. The maid's reaction was one of concern and a hint of exasperation. Lindsay, unfazed by the minor mishap, offered her services. She expressed gratitude for his cooperation and offered to help him get dressed while his medicine was being prepared. The scene shifted to a grand hallway, where Lindsay, slightly flustered, awaited Alan's response to her offer. Her expression was a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, sat up in bed, his blonde hair a mess. He brushed it back with a sigh, muttering that he could manage it himself. A maid, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, stood nearby, observing him. Alan decided to wash his face, requesting that the maid bring his clothes and a headband. He stood up, still in his pajamas, his movements slightly unsteady, causing the maid to gasp in alarm at his unexpected action. The maid cried out in surprise, calling him young master, as he stumbled. Alan took a few steps, his bare feet patting softly on the floor. But the maid stopped him, warning that he shouldn't walk yet as it would disturb his body. Alan, his face etched with frustration, glared at the maid. His eyes, usually calm, now held a fierce intensity. He insisted that she only take care of his clothes and hair, the maid visibly shaken by his outburst. A young maid, her eyes brimming with worry, frantically urged Alan Pendragon, the heir of House Pendragon, to relax. Alan, however, remained visibly distressed, stammering that he needed to calm down. The maid, seeing his agitation, instructed him to wait there. The maid left Alan alone, leaving him sitting on a simple wooden stool. As the maid departed, Alan, his face etched with a grim determination, declared he would handle things himself. He expressed a desire to be alone. Alan, still seated, reflected on his recent arrival. He turned, his back to the viewer, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, revealing a troubled expression. Alan's face was now visible, showing a look of frustration and resentment. He muttered that everyone did everything for him. His inner monologue revealed the source of his distress, a stomachache brought on by stress, and his inability to cope with the pressure of his situation. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, clutched his head in agony. His face contorted in a grimace, his teeth bared in a silent scream. A wave of nausea washed over him, leaving him breathless and weak. A concerned maid approached him, her brow furrowed with worry. "Young master? Did you finish changing?" "What's wrong?" she inquired, her voice laced with apprehension. Alan, struggling to regain his composure, muttered, "No, it's nothing, nothing." The maid's concern deepened. What a relief, then is there anything else you need? Please just say the word, young master." Alan looked at his reflection in a nearby mirror, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He gestured dismissively. "This is enough already. I'll go lay down." A sudden shout echoed through the hallway. "Brother!" A young woman with striking blue eyes and blonde hair rushed into the room, her expression a mixture of worry and urgency. Her features were sharp, her gaze intense as she approached Alan. The scene shifted to reveal the young woman, slightly taller, and a younger girl, who looked remarkably similar, holding a plush rabbit. The older woman's expression softened as she looked at her younger counterpart. The older woman smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with affection. Her expression was one of genuine care and concern. The younger girl, however, looked on with a more serious expression, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze was thoughtful, almost pensive. A young maid, her cap askew, excitedly called out for Lady Erin and Lady Mia. The maid beamed, clasping her hands together in delight. Meanwhile, a young girl, Mia, ran playfully, clutching a stuffed rabbit. A blonde woman, Erin, shouted at her to stop. Erin, startled, looked on in alarm as Mia ran towards her. Mia tripped, falling towards Erin's feet. A relieved smile spreading across her face. Erin asked her brother if he could walk normally now. The maid then asked Lady Erin to sit. Alan Pendragon, a young boy, lay in bed, attended by a maid and a concerned-looking man. A young woman, Lindsay, curtsied, her expression polite yet slightly anxious as she finished her duties. "Thank you, Lindsay," Alan's brother stated, his voice calm. Lindsay and a younger girl approached Alan's brother cautiously. The girl clutched a toy rabbit. Hesitantly, Lindsay asked, "Brother, did we disturb you?" He offered a reassuring smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "No, it's fine." Lindsay's face lit up. "That's great. We were so happy when we heard that brother woke up." Alan's brother, still smiling gently, spoke again. "By the way, the flowers in the courtyard have finally started blooming. Once you're able to leave the room, let's go see them together." His sister continued, her tone bright and cheerful. "The cornflower you planted is about to bloom as well. Do you remember it? It was just before you went into a coma." Alan's brother sighed, a hint of weariness in his expression. "It started again. Ever since I woke up, the fact that I've lost my memories." He thought to himself, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "This sister of mine really talks too much." But, he also mused, a glint in his eye. "Thanks to that, I've got a bunch of information out of her. From her about the kind of mess that Aaron was." Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, preferred the quiet pursuits of reading and painting to the rigors of combat. He found solace in cultivating plants, a stark contrast to the expectations placed upon him. Lost in his artistic endeavors, Alan meticulously applied paint to his canvas, his blonde hair falling over his shoulders as he worked. The scene was peaceful, a world away from the violent destiny that awaited him. But even this quiet life held a certain weight for him, a quiet acceptance of his limitations. However, Alan's aversion to conflict was seen by others as cowardice. His self-imposed isolation only fueled the perception that he was unfit to lead. This avoidance of social interaction not only hindered his swordsmanship but also his overall combat abilities, leaving him ill-prepared for the challenges ahead. News of his shortcomings spread rapidly throughout the other noble houses, casting a shadow of ridicule over the Pendragon family and its heir. It was no wonder the once proud house had fallen from grace. But now, time had rewound, and Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself inhabiting Alan's body. He was a 17-year-old, far younger than his 10 years of experience in the Devil's Army would suggest. According to the castle servants, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, fell into a coma at the age of 14 and awoke 3 years later. The image shows Alan Pendragon, pale and still, lying in bed. His eyes are closed, and his expression is peaceful, almost serene. Beside him, a faint, spectral image of another man mirrors his pose, suggesting a duality or a shared consciousness. Alan's consciousness, now inhabiting the body of the young heir, reflects on the unusual circumstances of his situation. He muses that there must have been a reason for his soul to have taken over Alan's body while he was in a coma. Dismissing the mystery of why for the moment, Alan focuses on the immediate reality: he is alive, and he has been thrust 7 years into the past. A close-up reveals Alan's face, now bearing a determined expression. His eyes, though still bearing a hint of weariness, gleam with a newfound resolve. Alan reflects on a past failure, a mission where he was sent to the Demon Corps and lost his family's honor. This second chance, he resolves, will be different. A flashback shows Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, in a dynamic action pose, his dark clothing and determined expression hinting at his past struggles. He is clearly a formidable warrior. The flashback continues, showing Raven in a more composed pose, his hand resting on the hilt of a large, dark sword. His expression is serious, but there's a hint of steely determination in his eyes. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, resolves to use this second chance to achieve what he could not before. He is ready to begin anew. Alan Pendragon, in the body of Ravenbolt, found himself pondering the cryptic words Raven had spoken years ago. His thoughts drifted to the dishonor his family had suffered a decade earlier, and to his own untimely death that very day. A grim realization washed over him: his family's past, his entry into the Dragon Corps, and his death were all interconnected. Driven by this revelation, Alan resolved to uncover the truth behind Raven's words. As Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, he vowed to fight once more, determined to understand the mystery surrounding his death and the fate of House Pendragon. A flashback showed Aaron Pendragon, Alan's older brother, a striking figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, exuding an air of confidence and power. The scene shifted to Lady Luna, Aaron's younger sister, her bright smile hinting at a playful yet perceptive nature. Lady Luna's cheerful expression turned inquisitive as she addressed her brother, asking if he was listening. Aaron, though seemingly distracted, apologized and urged her to continue. Alan, the heir of House Pendragon, sat quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed lost in thought, perhaps contemplating his future. A young woman, his sister, approached him, a cheerful smile on her face. She announced that Lady Luna was coming to visit. Alan, however, was puzzled. He questioned who Lady Luna was. His sister, apologetic, explained that his memories were still fragmented from a recent trauma. She proceeded to reveal Lady Luna's identity, a member of the Pendragon cavalry and the foster daughter of Count Seord. A flag bearing the Pendragon crest, a crowned wolf, was shown. A brief glimpse of Lady Luna herself was shown, her appearance elegant and refined. Back in the room, Alan's sister excitedly revealed another piece of information: Lady Luna was Alan's fiancée. The word fiancé was emphasized, highlighting the significance of this revelation. The final panel shows Alan looking concerned, holding a young girl who appears to be his younger sister, while a small, blue rabbit-like creature sits nearby. His expression is one of worry and uncertainty. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, awoke with a start. His eyes, wide with a dawning horror, darted around, his mind racing to grasp his surroundings. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to recall the events that led to this disorienting moment. A single, bewildered question formed on his lips: "Ha?" The rhythmic thud of hooves on the ground grew steadily louder, drawing his attention to the approaching carriage. A grand procession of soldiers on horseback escorted a lavish carriage, their banners bearing the emblem of the Conrad Duchy. Alan, still disoriented, found himself inexplicably within this scene. One of the guards, noticing Alan's apparent confusion, offered a reassuring statement: "We'll be reaching the Conrad Castle on the Duchy territory soon. So, please endure for just a little while longer." The carriage continued its journey, the rhythmic beat of the horses' hooves a steady counterpoint to the growing unease in Alan's heart. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Lady Luna sat alone, her expression a mask of quiet contemplation. The name Lady Luna echoed in the silence. Her silver hair, pulled back in a neat bun, framed a face etched with worry. A single, small purple flower adorned her ear, a subtle detail that hinted at a hidden depth of character. A grand procession wound its way down a sun-dappled road. Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon-taming House Pendragon, rode in a horse-drawn carriage, flanked by a contingent of soldiers bearing the Pendragon sigil. News of the impending reunion reached Lady Luna, Alan's fiancée. After 3 long years of separation, she would finally meet her beloved again. Alan, dressed in resplendent armor, sat astride his horse, his gaze fixed on the carriage ahead. Inside, Lady Luna awaited their reunion, her image a radiant vision. Joseph Breeden, the Count Sirod's head knight, approached Alan, a question forming on his lips. Breeden, concerned for Alan's well-being, gently inquired about his emotional state. Alan, outwardly calm, concealed his inner turmoil. He smiled, a mask hiding the truth of his feelings. A close-up revealed the subtle tension around his eyes, betraying his composure. An unseen speaker scoffed, questioning the necessity of revealing certain information to someone of the listener's apparent status. The scene shifted to reveal Luna Sirod, a woman of refined elegance, seated within a lavish carriage. Her silver hair was neatly styled, and her attire spoke of wealth and status. Luna Sirod, her expression calm and composed, instructed the unseen individual to continue their work, dismissing their presence. The camera focused on Luna Sirod's upper body, highlighting the intricate details of her elegant attire. A sudden shift in the scene revealed Alan Pendragon, hidden behind a curtain, his face etched with worry and distress. Alan Pendragon, appearing frail and vulnerable, sat on the floor, surrounded by books and art supplies. His posture reflected his emotional state. Luna's internal monologue revealed her assessment of Aaron, weak, pathetic, and of ambiguous gender. She deemed any attempt at conversation futile. Luna, observing Aaron from a distance, justified her engagement to him as a strategic move to benefit her family. However, that ends today. Alan Pendragon's betrothal to another noble family was announced. His father, Count Sirod, had finally decided to end the engagement. The image shows a handshake between Alan and another person, symbolizing the end of their agreement. A tattered Pendragon family crest lies discarded on the floor, hinting at the decline of their power. A narration box explains that the Duke Pendragon's power has significantly decreased in the past few years. The image depicts a majestic but weary-looking dragon, flanked by 2 Pendragon banners, further emphasizing the family's weakened state. Count Sirod and his betrothed stand together, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. The Count's words confirm that there's no benefit to marrying into a declining house. Count Sirod reveals that he never considered his daughter's betrothed worthy from the start. The Count's daughter, standing before him, expresses relief at the broken engagement. She felt relieved when her father told her to break up with Alan. Despite the relief, she wonders about the young Master Aaron's growth and maturity. The conversation shifts to their next task, informing Aaron of the broken engagement and offering apologies. An elderly woman with silver hair sat pensively, her gaze fixed on a portrait of a young man in shining armor. The portrait depicted Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, his expression confident and bright. The woman, seemingly unfazed by some unseen event, dismissed it as something not worth worrying about. She would handle the ensuing discussions, ensuring the knights remained calm. A close-up of a man's mouth, a smirk playing on his lips as he lets out a short, dismissive laugh. The man in the portrait, Alan, was the subject of the conversation. Regardless of whether he had awakened to his past life or not, the glory of House Pendragon was irretrievably lost. They couldn't heal people like the knights in the Pendragon household. He stood, a radiant light illuminating him, his posture radiating confidence despite the dire circumstances. Because young Master Aaron had failed to form a pact with the dragon. A majestic white dragon soared against a night sky, its presence both awe-inspiring and ominous. The scene was set before a grand temple, 2 dragon statues flanking the entrance, and a sword lay on the steps below. Alan lay on the ground, defeated and injured, his armor stained with blood. The scene implied a recent battle, the outcome far from favorable. Despite the grim situation, a glimmer of hope appeared on Alan's face. He was ready to fight back, to defy the odds. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, stood proudly, his hand gesturing towards himself with a confident flourish. He declared, "If it's me." He continued, his voice brimming with ambition, "I'll be able to bring the Sirod household much more glory than the Pendragons ever could." Alan's declaration was met with a skeptical response. A voice, presumably Sir Breeden's, cut through the air, "A Pendragon that doesn't have a dragon." Alan, undeterred, retorted, "I, alone, am enough to Sir Breeden." A woman with silver hair, elegantly dressed, appeared, her expression one of displeasure. She stated, "It's unpleasant. Please fall back." The woman's disapproval was evident in her posture and tone. Alan, seemingly unfazed by her rebuke, smoothly replied, well, please excuse my rudeness, my lady." The silver-haired woman, observing Alan from the window, mused to herself, "I wonder if there are any respectable men from either the Pendragon or Sirod households." Her expression remained thoughtful, her gaze distant and contemplative. A woman with silver hair, elegant attire, and piercing purple eyes sat regally. Her expression was one of disdain, her lips slightly curled in a sneer. "They're either weak or boastful," she muttered, her voice laced with contempt. The scene shifted to a bright, sunny sky, fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. A voice, calm and resolute, cut through the serenity. "I don't like either." A grand carriage, drawn by 2 horses, approached a majestic castle nestled amidst lush greenery. Guards on horseback flanked the carriage, their presence suggesting the importance of its occupants. The scene transitioned to the entrance hall of Conrad Castle, within the Pendragon Duchy. The opulent hall was bathed in sunlight, highlighting the grandeur of the architecture. The silver-haired woman from earlier stood gracefully, extending a welcoming gesture. "Greetings to everyone from the Pendragon Duchy," she announced, her tone now more formal and welcoming. Her expression softened, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she greeted the arriving guests. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. The woman's smile deepened slightly as she addressed someone unseen. "It's been a long time," she remarked, her voice carrying a hint of warmth. A family portrait emerged, showcasing a man and woman in regal attire, along with their 2 daughters and a young child. The scene radiated warmth and familial love. Luna, the young heiress of House Pendragon, was greeted warmly by her elder sister. The older woman embraced her, showering her with affection and compliments, noting how lovely she looked. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Luna thanked her sister for traveling so far, and the older sister instructed Iron to escort Luna to her room. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, approached Luna, smiling warmly as he prepared to escort her. His mother watched them with a gentle smile. The older sister observed the scene, her thoughts turning to her son's apparent lack of maturity. She found his inability to greet Luna properly without his mother present to be pitiful. A subtle, almost imperceptible frown played on her lips as she watched. Iron escorted Luna, remarking on the length of time since their last meeting. He led her through the halls of the Pendragon estate, his demeanor polite but somewhat stiff. His mother continued to observe them from a distance. As they walked, Luna paused, a question forming on her lips. Her sister, watching from afar, felt a pang of concern as she noticed Luna's expression. A woman, her face partially obscured, inquired about the propriety of the night, presumably Raven and Alan's body, occupying a separate room. Alan, his blonde hair neatly tied back, stood with his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. An older woman with gray hair, styled in a bun, observed him from behind. The older woman, her face now visible, turned to address someone off-panel, her voice sharp with impatience as she asked if they were listening. The older woman, after a moment of consideration, conceded that it was acceptable for the knight to have a separate room, offering a polite apology. Alan's eyes, partially obscured by a mask, widened slightly, a hint of surprise or unease in their depths. The scene shifted to show Alan walking with the older woman, a maid trailing behind them. The older woman's thoughts revealed her assessment of Alan's attitude as cold, considering their 3-year separation. Alan internally mused on their marriage of convenience. A maid, her face visible, politely requested entry, addressing Alan and the older woman as young master and Lady Sirod. Alan and the older woman entered a lavish room, the maid following close behind. A young maid approached Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, offering him some tea. Alan, however, curtly dismissed the offer, leaving the maid to attend to him. Alan then gestured for the maid to find a comfortable spot and sit down, his demeanor suggesting a certain weariness. The older maid, witnessing this exchange, exchanged a worried glance with the younger maid. A sense of unease hung in the air. The older maid's internal monologue reflected her growing concern, just what is going on? The older maid's apprehension intensified, her face etched with worry as a wave of unease washed over her. A narration box described Alan's unusual behavior, he avoided making eye contact with those he spoke to. Alan and the young maid continued their interaction, the maid appearing slightly apprehensive. The maid's thoughts revealed her concern for Alan's well-being, hoping he could communicate easily with her and the other maids. 7 years in the past, Raven Bolt awoke in Alan Pendragon's body. A woman, presumably a member of Alan's household, observed him, noting his changed appearance and apparent amnesia. She questioned him, expressing surprise at his transformation and lack of recognition. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's memories and body, confirmed that he remembered nothing from before waking up. He apologized for his lack of recollection, leaving the woman to ponder the implications of his complete memory loss and altered personality. Alan's thoughts drifted to his current self, reflecting on how different he was from his past self. He considered himself a changed man, almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. The woman's internal monologue revealed her concern for the potential impact of Alan's altered state on the Pendragon household and its neighbors. Close-ups of Alan and the woman's faces emphasized their contrasting emotional states, Alan's stoicism versus the woman's worried expression. Alan, however, remained unconcerned about the potential disruption, focusing instead on the woman's secretive behavior since their initial meeting. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, sat alone, lost in thought. He mused, it can't be helped. Shall I ask her a few leading questions? His thoughts continued, a subtle unease coloring his reflection. He realized, it seems like I'm way different from the previous Alan. A confirmation of his suspicions arrived, adding weight to his internal turmoil. His sister and the maids had also noticed the change. A woman with silver hair, dressed in elegant attire, approached Alan. She began, this may be unfair to you, but since the current me doesn't suit your tastes, maybe we can discuss with the Count. But Alan abruptly interrupted her. No. The woman recoiled slightly, surprised by his outburst. The scene shifted to show Alan's perspective, his gaze fixed on a teapot. Alan quickly apologized for his interruption, attempting to smooth things over. The woman, seemingly understanding, accepted his apology. Alan then explained his actions, revealing that the cancellation decision had already been made by his father. He added, isn't the reason I'm here today to inform them of that decision. Alan's internal monologue continued, a grim determination hardening his expression. He concluded, no matter how much this person has changed, there is no way the current Pendragon can be restored. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, sat alone, a troubled expression clouding his features. He was deep in thought, a silent worry etched onto his face. That's why he felt the need to hurry and tell someone something important. A maid, her face a picture of nervous apprehension, approached Alan hesitantly. She addressed him formally, her voice trembling slightly as she interrupted his thoughts. Alan, seemingly startled by the interruption, apologized for not having tea ready for his visitor. His demeanor suggested a polite but somewhat distracted state of mind. The maid, still visibly anxious, fidgeted as she waited for Alan's response. Her eyes darted around nervously, betraying her unease. Alan, now more composed, confirmed that the message was from the Duchess. His expression remained serious, suggesting the gravity of the situation. The maid relayed the Duchess's request. Alan was to immediately join Lady Sirod in the audience room. The urgency in her tone was palpable. Alan's face tightened slightly as he considered the summons. A hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes. The maid, still flustered, added a further detail, the knight who had accompanied Lady Sirod was. Her voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. The maid's anxiety intensified as she looked towards the older woman, seemingly seeking reassurance or further instructions. Her worried expression was clear. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, sat across from an elderly woman, his expression one of subtle impatience. The woman, his caretaker, seemed oblivious to his demeanor, her attention focused on something else entirely. The caretaker, her gaze distant and troubled, reflected internally on Alan's recent arrival. Even though she had already voiced her concerns, a nagging feeling persisted. She wondered aloud if his visit was part of some hidden scheme, noting the unusual air of secrecy he carried with him upon his arrival. Alan leaned forward, his expression shifting to one of feigned innocence. He attempted to appear harmless. He denied any ulterior motives, claiming he could have simply stated his intentions earlier if he had any. Alan's internal monologue revealed a surprising truth. Despite his outward show of compliance, he harbored a deep-seated dislike for the old woman. This unexpected feeling, however, was at odds with his carefully constructed facade. A close-up on Alan's face showed a conflicted expression, his eyes betraying a hint of his true feelings. His internal struggle was evident, a silent battle between his carefully constructed persona and his true emotions. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat slumped at a table, his blonde hair falling over his eyes. A concerned woman, presumably a servant, knelt beside him, suggesting they stop his night first, promising to listen to whatever he had to say afterward. Meanwhile, a maid watched from a distance as a man in fine clothing walked away. The maid pondered the drastic change in Alan's demeanor. Alan, however, internally justified his actions, stating that he needed to stop Sir Breeden for now. He agreed to the maid's suggestion. Alan and the maid stood, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A look of worry etched itself onto the maid's face as she looked at Alan. The scene opens in a grand hall, the opulent setting hinting at the Pendragon family's former glory. Alan Pendragon, heir to the house, stands before a stern-looking Lord Breeden, a tense silence hanging in the air between them. A regal woman sits on a throne in the background, observing the scene with a worried expression. Lord Breeden's voice cuts through the silence, his words laced with disbelief. He questions whether the item presented is truly what Count Sealer requested. His face contorted in a mixture of anger and frustration, Breeden's outburst underscores the gravity of the situation. Despite the tension, Breeden calmly explains that they are there to deliver crucial information to the young nobleman, Aaron. Alan, seemingly unfazed, listens intently as Breeden continues to speak, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, the queen on the throne watches them with growing unease, her anxiety palpable. A woman, her face etched with fury, opened her mouth to speak, her eyes blazing with righteous anger. Her words hung heavy in the air, a cancellation of an agreement with the Pendragon family was being proposed, and she questioned the willingness of those present to accept responsibility for the ensuing problems. A man in shining armor, his expression smug and self-satisfied, offered a conciliatory gesture. Stating that as an apology, the Count would not only hand over the gold and crystal mines on the territorial boundaries, but also 2 lumber mills and Brynjard Forest to the Pendragon family, granting them full ownership. An older man, his face a mask of barely concealed amusement, observed the proceedings. The woman in the ornate chair, initially shocked, let out a surprised question. The older man, still smiling, offered to take any suggestions. The armored man, seemingly pleased with the turn of events, eagerly awaited further instructions. An elderly man with a prominent mustache and round spectacles glared, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. Dust motes swirled around him, hinting at a recent disturbance. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in elegant attire, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of shock and indignation. Her thoughts echoed her feelings, this man's audacity to insult their family was beyond comprehension. The weight of the Pendragon family's current financial struggles hung heavy in the air. Despite their dire straits, the young woman's internal monologue revealed a fierce determination. Their family pride wouldn't allow them to accept such an insult. She would not accept the suggestion. With a sharp movement, the young woman, now seated on an ornate throne, rejected the proposal, her hand striking the table with force. A man in shining armor, seemingly a knight, questioned her decision with a concerned yet curious expression. He emphasized the gravity of the situation, explaining that this might be their last chance to save the family from ruin. The young woman, conflicted, showed a mixture of determination and apprehension in her expression. She was clearly struggling with the weight of her decision. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, sat upon his throne, a look of dawning horror etched across his face. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the turmoil within as he witnessed something unexpected unfold before him. The royal guards, usually stoic and unwavering, collapsed in a heap, their armor clattering to the floor as a wave of unseen force swept through the throne room. The sudden, violent collapse of the guards left a trail of chaos in its wake. Leaving Alan alone and vulnerable before the throne, the weight of his family's legacy pressing heavily upon him as he braced himself for the unknown. Alan, his face pale with fear and uncertainty, felt a cold dread grip his heart. He was utterly alone, surrounded by fallen guards, the silence amplifying his growing sense of unease. But even in this moment of terror, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He would not yield to fear, he would face whatever came next. With newfound resolve, Alan straightened his posture, his blonde hair falling over his shoulders as he stood tall. He was no longer just Alan Pendragon, he was a survivor, ready to confront the danger that lurked. A woman, her face partially obscured, approached him, her presence radiating an aura of quiet confidence. Her arrival hinted at a possible ally, or perhaps, another threat entirely. The woman addressed Alan, calling him Aaron, a name that seemed to hold a hidden significance. Her tone was gentle, yet her eyes held a depth of understanding that hinted at a shared secret, or perhaps, a shared burden. A man in shining blue and gold armor grinned, his eyes alight with malicious glee. He muttered to himself, pleased at the appearance of someone he clearly despised, referring to them as a brat. He continued his self-satisfied monologue, declaring himself more worthy than the young man he awaited. The scene shifted to reveal a young nobleman, Aaron, seated regally on an ornate throne. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The armored man approached Aaron, a thoughtful expression on his face. He inquired after Aaron's well-being, noting it had been some time since their last meeting. But Aaron, seemingly confused, responded with a simple question, who are you? Aaron sat on his throne, his expression shifting to one of mild alarm. He seemed genuinely perplexed by the man's presence. His gaze was intense, his confusion evident. Aaron explained his confusion, stating that he did not recognize the man before him. A woman, observing from a distance, questioned whether Aaron was suffering from amnesia. Another voice, sharp and dismissive, countered that Aaron's personality change didn't alter the fact that he remained a fool. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, received a visit from a knight of the Sealer family. The knight offered his condolences, stating that their status was now plain. He introduced himself as the chief knight of the Count Sealer family. But Alan, whose mind was still that of Raven Bolt, the monster hunter, immediately dismissed him. Alan, in Raven's body, bluntly told the knight that he wasn't interested and wanted him to leave, deeming him a mere knight. Alan's dismissive attitude was evident in his body language as he sat on his throne, showing clear impatience. The knight, taken aback by such disrespect, reacted with surprise. The knight protested, pointing out the rudeness of Alan's behavior towards a head chief like himself. However, Alan's parents, seated on their thrones, countered that the knight was being rude by coming to their castle. Alan, reiterating his previous statement, demanded that the knight leave his presence. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, awoke with a jolt. His eyes, wide with terror, reflected the stark reality of his situation. He was trapped in a nightmare, his body racked with a visceral fear he couldn't quite grasp. A guttural whisper escaped his lips, a desperate plea to silence the horrors that haunted his mind. He silently begged himself, "Don't make me say it again." The memories threatened to overwhelm him, a torrent of images and sensations that left him gasping for breath. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white with the strain of suppressing the rising panic. A woman, her silver hair neatly styled, entered the room. Her expression was one of concern as she approached Alan, her movements gentle but firm. She seemed to sense his distress. She questioned him softly, her voice laced with worry. "So?" The woman's face reflected a mixture of confusion and concern. Her brow furrowed as she tried to understand the source of his distress. "From the looks of it, it seems like you guys have been arguing about the cancellation." A man with blonde hair sat on a throne, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He seemed amused by the unfolding events. The silver-haired woman addressed the man on the throne, her voice carrying a note of authority. "Come out, Sealer D." A gloved hand reached out, fingers extended as if beckoning someone closer. The accompanying text expressed a desire to speak directly with the person in question. Leaving a woman with silver hair to contemplate her next move, a worried expression etched on her face. She wondered what she should do. A voice, calm yet informative, relayed a summary of a proposed deal, the cancellation of an engagement in exchange for significant material wealth, gold and crystal mines, along with 2 lumber mills. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, sat upon his throne, a look of apprehension and perhaps slight disgust on his face as he considered the offer. Finally giving a curt agreement. He declared it settled. Alan leaned back in his throne, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he declared that they should call it even. His hand rested on the ornate armrest of his throne, a glint of determination in his eyes. The silver-haired woman reacted with shock and disbelief to Alan's decision. Her expression a mixture of horror and outrage. Beside her, an older man with a mustache shared her alarm, his mouth agape in protest. A woman, her face etched with worry, questioned the origin of a peculiar phrase she had just heard. Her companion, a man in military attire, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The man addressed a young nobleman, reminding him of the gravity of the situation. This was a matter concerning House Pendragon. An older man, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, reacted with wide eyes and an open mouth to something he had just witnessed. A narration box explained that much work remained to restore the Pendragon family to its former glory. Alan Pendragon, the heir, stood in regal attire, his posture radiating confidence and power. The image focused on his elegant clothing and shoes. Alan dismissed the concerns of a dark-haired man beside him, stating that now was not the time to be worked up over a mere engagement. The dark-haired man continued, expressing doubt about the possibility of changing the Count's mind, even if they were to intervene. A woman, Luna Sealer, observed Alan and his mother from a distance, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be contemplating the situation. Luna's face registered a sudden shock, her eyes widening in alarm. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, silently regretted his words. He should have simply refused the marriage proposal outright. He didn't want to acknowledge it. But the truth was undeniable, he was in love with someone else. His fiancée, the Duchess, observed his hesitation. "It seems you're having trouble responding," she noted. Alan knew he had to respond, not for himself, but for the sake of his family's standing. "I will accept the cancellation of the engagement with the Sealer family," he declared. The Duchess gasped, clearly surprised by his decisive response. Her companion, a man in formal attire, inquired, "Are you all right with this, Duchess?" The Duchess, though initially shocked, composed herself. A serene smile touched her lips. "You are the head of Pendragon, so I trust you," she stated, her voice unwavering. A regal woman with blonde hair, adorned in an elegant white gown and turquoise jewelry, sat upon a golden throne. A serene smile played on her lips as she clasped her hands together, a picture of composure and grace. Beside her, a young man with similarly blonde hair, styled in a ponytail, watched her with a knowing smirk. His eyes, though, held a hint of weariness beneath the playful expression. He then declared, with a voice filled with authority, that this would be the new head of Pendragon. The young man rose, his hand outstretched in a gesture of command, as he declared his claim to the Pendragon legacy. A dragon emblem was visible on a banner behind him. With a decisive announcement, he declared the engagement between Alan Pendragon and Luna Sealer officially cancelled. Luna Sealer, a woman with short, silvery gray hair, reacted with a look of quiet sadness and disappointment. Meanwhile, a man in military attire watched with a grim expression, his face etched with anger and disapproval. Beside him, an older man with a mustache and glasses observed the scene with a knowing smile. The young man, Aaron, walked away, his footsteps echoing in the grand hall. His head ached, burdened by the weight of his decisions and the many things he had to consider. A maid followed him, seemingly concerned. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, strolled through his opulent manor, a pensive expression on his face. He inwardly grumbled about the tedious social obligations thrust upon him. However, he reflected that inquiring about Eileen's financial situation had been the correct course of action. If they were to gather many resources, there would be no reason to reject the cancellation. Alan continued his musings, his gaze distant and thoughtful. His mind focused on the Pendragon family's crystal mines. Considering their potential to attract high-level magicians, given their magical resources, Alan and his maid paused before a portrait of an elderly woman, the matriarch of House Pendragon. Alan gazed upward, lost in thought. His mind drifted back to the past. To a memory of his ancestor and the legendary White Dragon. The image of the White Dragon filled his mind, a powerful symbol of the Pendragon family's lost glory. Alan's expression hardened with determination. He would restore the Pendragon family's honor. Alan Pendragon, in his current body, stood before a portrait, a question forming in his mind, who is this? His maid, Rin, gasped upon seeing the portrait. It depicted the Duke's father, Klein Pendragon's older sister. Alan and Rin gazed at the portrait, a mixture of curiosity and perhaps a hint of apprehension in their eyes. The name below the portrait was revealed, Aisha Pendragon. The portrait showed a woman of refined elegance, her eyes holding a depth of wisdom and experience. Alan's thoughts drifted to the name Pendragon, a weight settling upon him. A sense of connection, perhaps even destiny, seemed to stir within him. As Aisha Pendragon's voice echoed in his mind, "I see you've called my name, young Pendragon." Alan, startled by the spectral voice, turned sharply, his maid, Rin, visible in the background. The scene opens in a grand hall, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun filtering through tall, ornate windows. Dust motes dance in the golden light. A regal-looking woman, dressed in an elegant gown, stands alone in the center of the hall. She is observed by a younger person, their back to the viewer, who approaches her. The older woman turns, a warm smile on her face, and gestures towards the approaching figure. There's something I'd like to ask you. The older woman's face is shown in close-up, her expression is inviting and friendly. She speaks again, her tone gentle. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, approached a grand, ornate door. He was a young man with blonde hair, dressed in elegant, traditional attire. He entered a room where Lady Aisha Pendragon, his great-aunt, sat on a plush chaise lounge. An elderly woman with a stern expression, she inquired about the reason for his visit. Lady Aisha explained that stating one's name was a necessary prerequisite to speak with her. A sly smile played on her lips as she made this point. Alan, however, was visibly shaken. He muttered in surprise, clearly unnerved by the situation. He reflected on the strangeness of his current circumstances, noting that unusual events had been occurring ever since he'd taken over this body. He decided to push forward, however, choosing to focus on the task at hand. Alan resolved to get straight to the point of his visit. An elderly woman, her eyes sharp despite the wrinkles etched onto her face, stared intently at Alan. A faint, ethereal glow surrounded her, hinting at some hidden power. Who on earth are you? She demanded, her voice laced with suspicion. The woman's gaze narrowed, her suspicion hardening into certainty. You aren't the real Aaron Pendragon, are you? Alan, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and defiance, remained silent, his eyes cast downward. The weight of the accusation hung heavy in the air. A slow, knowing smile spread across the woman's lips, a glint of amusement in her eyes. The woman's hands gestured expansively. I've always wanted to try it, she said, her voice surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier accusation. But this isn't a surprise to me. A shadowy image of a magnificent, golden-scaled dragon filled the panel, its presence both awe-inspiring and ominous. The scene shifted to reveal the woman gently stroking the snout of a majestic white dragon, its scales gleaming softly in the light. A bond of deep understanding seemed to pass between them. The woman turned back to Alan, her expression unreadable. Soldrake told me about it, she stated calmly. That you aren't the real Aaron. Alan, his expression unreadable, simply replied, I see. You can speak to dragons too, huh? Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, sat upon an ornate throne, his expression unreadable. He was being questioned, the weight of unspoken events heavy in the air. A stern, older woman with a knowing gaze stood before him, her words sharp and precise. She pressed him for answers, demanding to know the details of his sudden appearance. Alan remained silent, his gaze distant and troubled. He was, in truth, Ravenbolt, a monster hunter inhabiting Alan's body after a fateful encounter 7 years prior. A realization struck him, the woman before him was a ghost, visible only to him. He found a strange comfort in this, a sense of isolation that felt oddly familiar. His lips parted slightly, a silent question forming on his face. He decided to reveal everything, despite the risk. Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, resolved to tell the woman everything he knew, regardless of her reaction. He would unveil the truth behind his death and his current predicament. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, lay dead alongside Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. Their final mission, a joint assignment, had ended in a bloody ambush on the Lopton Prairie. But Raven awoke 7 years in the past, inhabiting Alan's body. He initially believed he'd simply been revived, but the reality of his time displacement was undeniable. Alan, now possessing Raven's consciousness, explained his predicament to his family. His demeanor, though outwardly calm, betrayed a deep-seated anxiety. His words were met with a mixture of disbelief and concern. A woman, presumably a family elder, listened intently, her expression a blend of skepticism and empathy. Alan pressed for confirmation, his question hanging heavy in the air, did she believe him? The elder's response was measured and pragmatic. Belief or disbelief was irrelevant, the fact remained that Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, was there. Furthermore, she revealed that someone named Soldrake had already discovered that the original Alan was not present. A look of pensive contemplation settled on the elder's face as she considered the implications of this unexpected turn of events. However, a sudden shift in her expression hinted at a new, troubling revelation. The elder revealed a shocking truth, the Alan who died alongside Raven on the Lopton Prairie was an imposter. A powerful, majestic white dragon appeared in the background, a symbol of the Pendragon family's lost glory. The elder concluded that the deceased Alan was a highly convincing fake, leaving Raven to grapple with the implications of this new information. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, awoke with a start. Confusion clouded his features as he uttered a single, bewildered word, what? A voice, echoing in his mind, revealed a startling truth, the Pendragon successors had made pacts with the Soldrake dragons for generations. Before him stood a majestic figure, a woman in a dark dress, her hands outstretched towards a magnificent white dragon. A radiant light pulsed between them. The woman's voice, calm yet firm, cut through the air, have you ever heard of the importance of the opening of the mausoleum? The explanation continued, unveiling the secrets of the Pendragon mausoleum. It wasn't merely a resting place for ancestors, it held the family's fortune, the power of their ancestors' blessings, and the familiar spirits of Soldrake. A majestic white dragon descended from the night sky, its presence commanding and awe-inspiring. It held a glowing orb aloft. The woman explained that within a nearby magic tower lay the family's secret magic, all collected there. The mausoleum, she revealed, was the source of power that brought prosperity to the Pendragons. Its opening was absolutely necessary for their continued success, while its closure would lead to their decline. The gates of the mausoleum, it was explained, could only be opened by a Pendragon successor capable of overcoming the formidable Soldrake and forging a pact with him. A majestic white dragon, its presence radiating power, loomed over a young man with blonde hair, clad in Pendragon attire. The scene was one of intense anticipation. He only had one chance to make a pact with the dragon, failure would leave the burden to future generations, a daunting prospect. Even the renowned and powerful Klein, and his predecessor Gord, had struggled to make such pacts, a testament to the challenge ahead. This explained why Aaron, considered the weakest Pendragon in history, had been utterly defeated by Soldrake. Aaron lay injured and unconscious on a bed, the aftermath of his devastating defeat by Soldrake evident in his wounds. His coma, it was revealed, was a direct consequence of that battle. The chances of a successor defeated by Soul Rake recovering were incredibly slim. The noble white dragon would only submit to someone who had proven their ability to conquer its authority. Therefore, Aaron's path to war with Soul Rake and his subsequent meeting with the dragon was deemed nearly impossible. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stared into the mirror, his expression one of disbelief. The word impossible echoed in his mind. But a sharp retort cut through his stunned silence. An older woman, her face etched with worry and concern, admonished him. She insisted that the current situation was not the main issue. Alan, his brow furrowed in confusion, demanded clarification. What do you mean? The woman, her tone serious, explained that the most pressing matter was the fact that Alan Pendragon was not who he seemed to be. A different soul now inhabited his body. He pressed her for more details, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. What's the point? The woman clarified that while Alan's body remained his own, his soul was that of another Ravenbolt, a monster hunter from the Devil's Army. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, sat pensively, a ghost of his former self visible behind him. The woman continued, explaining that the only way to solve this predicament was an elderly woman, her face etched with wisdom and concern, addressed someone off-panel. She explained that there weren't enough soldiers in the Pendragon army at the moment, but she had a solution. They should head to the Ancona forest, a den of vicious demons. The scene shifted to a moonlit forest, ominous and foreboding, hinting at the dangers that lay ahead. A monstrous demon, its form insectoid and terrifying, emerged from the shadows. The instruction was clear: defeat the demons one by one. Alan Pendragon, clad in shining armor, launched a swift attack against the creature, a blur of motion and energy. He moved with incredible speed and precision. His blade a silver streak against the demon's dark form, finally vanquishing the beast with a decisive blow. The instructions continue until reaching the mausoleum located deep within the forest. A powerful, ethereal dragon, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light, appeared before Alan, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Alan Pendragon, inhabiting the body of Ravenbolt, stood before a swirling vortex of energy. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in his mind, instructing him to prove his worth to the mausoleum's guardian, Soul Rake, and forge a pact with the being. A colossal white dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 suns, descended from the heavens. Its presence filled the air with an overwhelming aura of power and ancient magic. Alan, clad in Pendragon armor, stood defiantly before the magnificent creature. He held his sword aloft, a symbol of his lineage and his resolve. The dragon's massive claw gently lowered, offering a sign of acceptance. As Alan, remembering his mission, requested access to the Pendragon family mausoleum. Back inside the Pendragon manor, Alan sat before his grandmother, Lady Beatrice Pendragon. A single finger pointed towards him, a silent question hanging in the air. His grandmother's expression was unreadable, a mixture of hope and apprehension. Lady Beatrice, however, subtly questioned Alan's readiness for the task ahead. Alan, though outwardly calm, felt a surge of determination. A confident smile played on his lips as he silently affirmed his resolve. He simply replied, "Very well." A subtle shift in his expression hinted at the weight of his decision and the challenges that lay ahead. An elderly woman with blonde hair, wearing a pearl necklace and a turquoise pendant, is shown in close-up. Her expression is one of quiet observation, a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. Alan Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair, listened intently. He was told that opening the mausoleum would benefit everyone. Alan responded that, accustomed to killing demons, he had no reason to refuse. Alan, seated before the elderly woman, explained that he had his own goals and would seize any opportunity presented to him. The woman observed him, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused to herself about his decisive nature and willingness to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Intrigued by his resolve, she admitted to being fascinated by his ambition. The elderly woman stated that she had no complaints if Alan successfully restored the Pendragon family's former glory. She further emphasized that this was her only wish, promising not to hinder his progress. Alan expressed his gratitude for her support. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, sat pensively. His blonde hair fell around his shoulders as he contemplated his next move. He mused that taking command of the family's vassals was his next step. He acknowledged that his reputation was in shambles following the collapse of his predecessor, Aaron, and that his command over military operations was a complete mess. Alan understood that despite the family's decline and the support they'd received after Aaron's downfall, there would be those who would ridicule him, calling him a weak lord with foolish thoughts. He addressed a woman, likely his advisor, instructing her to identify the loyal vassals and ensure they knew he was the true lord of the castle. Alan's advisor responded that reining in the vassals and preparing to open the mausoleum would take about half a month. Alan, however, declared his intention to rule over everything within half a month. A determined expression settled on Alan's face as he clasped his hands together, confident in his ability to achieve his goal. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, found himself in a desperate situation. He moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior, his body a blur of motion as he wielded two swords with deadly precision. A voice echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of his past life: remember the feeling of hunting monsters. He was facing a monstrous beast, its gaping maw threatening to swallow him whole. With a powerful kick, he launched himself into the air. His mind racing to assess the threat, the size of the enemy, how many there were, their habits and movements. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf lunged at him, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Alan reacted instantly, dodging the attack with a swift, acrobatic maneuver, leaving him breathless but unharmed. Sweat beaded on his brow as he glared at his opponent. Another voice, this time his own inner voice, cut through the adrenaline: handle it all by yourself. Don't count on your allies. A monstrous, ice-blue avian creature, its wings spread wide, hurtled through the air, leaving a trail of icy shards in its wake. Alan Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair, stood his ground, twin swords drawn, facing two ferocious, spectral wolves that lunged at him. The scene shifted, revealing a fallen white dragon, its magnificent wings stained crimson, a grim reminder of a past tragedy. A narration box appeared, in order for it not to end up like that time. Determined to avoid repeating the past, Alan braced himself, his blonde hair whipping in the wind as he prepared for another attack. With a burst of speed, Alan deflected the wolf's attack, his sword leaving a trail of shimmering energy. Continuing his assault with a powerful, sweeping strike that sent the creatures reeling. Alan, exhausted but victorious, collapsed onto the ground, his breath ragged. A maid approached, offering him a change of clothes. Wow. It's amazing, young master. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had been tasked with protecting Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, but a conspiracy had claimed both their lives. Now, 7 years in the past, Raven awoke within Alan's body. His new reality was jarring. Weak and vulnerable, Alan's body was far from the peak physical condition Raven was accustomed to. He was too weak to even wield a sword, a thought that filled him with frustration. However, after several days of rigorous training, Alan's body began to respond. Raven's combat skills and healing abilities, honed during his years as a monster hunter, had seamlessly transferred to his new form. He felt a surge of gratitude. Nearly being alive was a miracle. The sheer relief washed over him as he examined his newfound strength. His maid, noticing his sword practice, expressed surprise. Alan, in his previous life, had shown little interest in combat. Meanwhile, a man, presumably a family member or advisor, entered the scene. He seemed pleased to see Alan's newfound dedication to swordsmanship. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's skills and determination, revealed that he had even managed to kill a lion. This was a significant change from his previous self. The man, however, insisted that if Alan was going to continue his training, he would need to prove his improvement. He promised to give Alan the same training regimen as before, but with a renewed focus. The man, confident and jovial, seemed eager to see Alan's progress. His expression hinted at a playful challenge. The scene opens in the Duke Pendragon household, where Knight Mark Killian is addressed by a young man with blonde hair. The young man asks Killian to refrain from acting for now. The blonde young man explains that he will be preparing for an even bigger stage now. Knight Killian, a man with brown hair and a mustache, looks back with a thoughtful expression. The scene shifts to the Conrad Castle main hall. Alan Pendragon, the blonde young man, stands on a balcony overlooking a large assembly of soldiers. Alan addresses the assembled soldiers, announcing that he has an important announcement to make. He declares that he will soon open the mausoleum. Alan's face is shown, his expression one of grim determination. A wave of panic washed over a group of soldiers as they reacted with alarm to an unseen event. Their expressions reflected a mixture of fear and confusion. The chaos was witnessed by two men, an older gentleman with spectacles and a neatly trimmed mustache, and a younger, more formally dressed man with a prominent mustache, who appeared to be a military officer. Both men looked on with expressions of concern and disbelief. The older man addressed the officer, explaining that to accomplish their objective, they would need to secure the Ancona forest beyond the gate. The officer, however, voiced his apprehension, suggesting that the task might prove too challenging for someone with only a few days of training. The officer responded that the situation was dire. Since the beginning of the year, monsters and bandits had been running rampant, and each town had formed its own vigilante group to cope with the escalating threat. He continued, expressing concern that the gate would soon be breached by the combined forces of monsters and bandits. Despite the danger, Alan remained resolute, stating that he could not ignore the situation, regardless of the risks involved. The older man urged caution, warning Alan against rash actions. Two men stood in discussion. One, an older gentleman in formal attire, spoke of the family's recovered fortune, secured through a crystal mine obtained from the Sea Lord family. He pondered whether it would be wise to let the young master, Sir Killian, oversee the mine's operations. A younger man with blonde hair, dressed in fine clothing, listened with a troubled expression. He voiced his concern that there weren't enough workers to both protect and operate the crystal mine, leaving them with no choice but to reopen Rainan. He added that they had to leave for an expedition in only 15 days, emphasizing their limited time. The blonde-haired man's worried expression deepened as he was reminded that the expedition would begin in 15 days. His gaze fell to the staff he held, his worry palpable. Meanwhile, the older man, with a confident smirk, declared that he would not tolerate any objections to his command of the operation. He stood tall and proud, his red cape billowing slightly. The blonde-haired young master stood before the two men, his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. The older man's confidence was evident in his posture. A sharp "what" escaped his lips, revealing his surprise and likely disapproval. A close-up reveals a sharp, predatory grin, showcasing pointed teeth. The individual's blonde hair and ornate golden collar hint at a position of power. Alan, heir to House Pendragon, internally questions the propriety of taking command, only to immediately dismiss his own doubt. He descends a staircase, his boots echoing with each step. He addresses Sir Killian, challenging him to a fight. Sir Killian, seemingly unfazed, calmly explains that he prepared a grand display to accommodate Alan's desire for retraining. The scene shifts to a grand hall where Alan stands before two advisors. One advisor criticizes Alan's preference for reading and painting, deeming it insufficient for leadership during the upcoming expedition. The advisor continues his criticism, prompting Alan to retort that he talks too much. Alan, now clearly agitated, grabs a staff, his blonde hair whipping around him as he prepares for action. He declares that if they are knights, they should fight. He swings the staff with surprising speed and force. The impact sending the advisor flying backward as sparks erupt from the clash of weapons. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent pressed their attack, forcing Alan into a defensive posture. Sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself against the onslaught. The weight of his family's legacy, and the burden of his own mortality, pressed heavily upon him. But within Alan's eyes, a flicker of something else ignited, the steely resolve of Ravenbolt, the monster hunter who now inhabited his body. A voice, sharp and clear, echoed in his mind, "Talk with your sword." With a snort of defiance, Alan met his attacker's blow head-on. He parried the strike with practiced ease. His movements a blur of controlled power as he countered with a swift, precise riposte. The clash of steel echoing through the chamber as sparks flew. He moved with a speed and precision that surprised even himself, leaving his opponent reeling and disoriented as he prepared for the final blow. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, stood poised, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. A fierce determination hardened his usually youthful features, his eyes blazing with an unexpected intensity. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. His movements a whirlwind of practiced skill as he engaged his opponent. His opponent, a seasoned warrior in full plate armor, watched in disbelief as Alan's blade flashed. He scoffed, muttering to himself that there was no way a kid who had never trained and had been in a coma for years could possibly beat him. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two locked blades, a silent testament to their opposing strengths. Alan pressed his attack, his movements fluid and precise. forcing his opponent onto the defensive. The warrior stumbled back, his face contorted in a mixture of surprise and anger. A smirk played on Alan's lips as he watched his opponent struggle. He had clearly underestimated his foe. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, swiftly drew his sword, the familiar click of the scabbard echoing in the tense silence. And with a sudden burst of speed, he launched a powerful attack, the force of the blow sending a shockwave rippling through the air, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The man, clearly in pain, groaned, a pained expression twisting his features as he struggled to catch his breath. Alan, his face a mask of grim determination, stood over his fallen foe. He sheathed his sword, his movements precise and controlled, as he surveyed the scene. The defeated man lay unconscious on the floor, his eyes glazed over. Suddenly, a group of guards, led by an older man with a worried expression, rushed into the room. Alan's discarded sword lay broken on the ground, a testament to the intensity of the recent struggle. He turned, his gaze unwavering, and declared, "I'll say it again." Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat amongst a group of advisors. He announced his plan to make a pact with the White Dragon, opening the mausoleum, and their departure in 15 days. A look of grim determination etched on his face. He was, in truth, Ravenbolt, a monster hunter inhabiting Alan's body, 7 years in the past. Alan, his expression unchanged, invited any objections to his plan. But his advisors quickly voiced their enthusiastic support. A contingent of soldiers, kneeling before Alan, pledged their loyalty, ready to follow him on his quest. Leaving the scene to focus on another character. The scene shifted to Lady Luna in her opulent guest room at Conrad Castle. She sipped tea, seemingly unconcerned with the events unfolding elsewhere. And her expression shifted to one of mild curiosity. A knight, his face etched with frustration, demanded an explanation. Why, he questioned, had the other party agreed to accompany Prince Aaron on the expedition, even within Pendragon territory? He continued, explaining that regardless of recent changes to Duke Aaron, the breach had already been established, rendering any assistance during the expedition pointless. The knight's frustration escalated. He argued that the other should simply return to the territory under his escort, a skilled knight. A quiet resentment simmered beneath the surface. He hated the other's arrogant demeanor, always looking down on others. The other party explained their reasons for remaining in the castle. They didn't understand why they were still there, but they would explain. A woman with silver hair, elegantly dressed, entered the scene. She revealed that House Pendragon was related to her family. Duke Aaron was officially one of the 5 ducal families of the empire, inheriting the blood of the emperor. The woman continued, explaining that despite the breach, understanding the future profits and losses of the Sirot family required exploring the trends of the Pendragons. She concluded that returning to the territory now would be unwise. The knight, seemingly resigned, muttered that he should accompany Duke Aaron on the road. A knight, his face etched with worry, addressed an older woman seated regally. He explained that while he understood her concerns, he could only accompany the expedition to Bellant Gate. She sighed, her expression heavy with unspoken anxieties, before offering a quiet, resigned agreement. A narration box revealed a prophecy: if the Duke, whoever he might be, succeeded in opening the mausoleum, the Pendragon family would regain their former glory. The scene shifted to the older woman, now observing a young man with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. A subtle smile played on her lips as she sipped her tea. Her thoughts turned to the young man. She mused that she needed to see for herself how capable he truly was. A close-up on her face showed a mixture of hope and apprehension. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. Meanwhile, the knight muttered a frustrated curse, his thoughts focused on the young man, that little boy. The knight continued his internal monologue, expressing his annoyance at the young man's actions, noting that he was even driving the older woman crazy. A close-up on the knight's face revealed a look of intense displeasure. A grim-faced man, clad in ornate, silvery armor, clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. He vowed to reveal the horrors of the outside world during their upcoming expedition. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, strode purposefully forward. His boots kicking up dust as he approached a formation of soldiers. He was a striking figure, his blonde hair pulled back, clad in ornate armor, a symbol of his family's legacy. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled troops before him. The weight of his family's expectations rested heavily on his shoulders. Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping Alan from his reverie. His mother rushed towards him, her face etched with worry. "Aaron," she cried, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. She embraced him tightly, her words a mixture of pleas and anxieties. "Please return to us safe and sound." Alan, though outwardly calm, felt a pang of guilt. He knew the mission ahead was perilous. His mother's words, however, spurred him on. "Promise me, just return home safely, okay? That's all that matters," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. He returned her embrace, a determined smile playing on his lips. "Sigh, mother," he murmured, "I'll definitely return after I conquer both the White Dragon and the mausoleum." Ravenbolt, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, wept silently. Tears streamed down his face, reflecting the weight of his past life and the mystery of his current predicament. He watched from behind, his back to the viewer, as a woman in a white dress held a young child. The scene was set in a grand hall, with several maids standing in attendance. The woman, her face etched with worry, held the crying child close. The child's tears mirrored Alan's own grief. Alan, now composed, reassured the woman, "Everything will be all right, I'll be back." A young maid approached Alan, urging him, "Your Grace, it's time." Alan nodded, replying, "Yes, let's set off." Mounting his horse with practiced ease, Alan prepared for departure. A powerful steed that carried him swiftly into the air, leaving behind a waiting army, ready to follow their young lord. The panel focuses on Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. His expression is one of quiet confidence, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He is dressed in fine, ornate armor, befitting his noble lineage. A young woman, her face etched with worry and distress, is shown. Tears well in her eyes, reflecting her emotional turmoil. Another individual, a man in similar armor to Alan, is depicted. His expression is one of grim determination, his jaw clenched tight. A woman of mature age, with silver hair and a worried frown, is shown. Her expression reflects a deep concern. An elderly man, dressed in formal attire, sits before a richly decorated sword, partially concealed by a red cloth. A gloved hand reaches towards the weapon, suggesting a ceremonial presentation. Alan Pendragon's hand, clad in armor, grasps the hilt of the sword. His expression is serious, almost solemn. The focus shifts to Alan, who now holds the sword aloft. A radiant light emanates from the weapon, illuminating his determined face. Close up on Alan's armored chest and the sword, emphasizing the power and significance of the moment. The image shows Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, bound by chains. His posture is one of grim determination, despite his captivity. A close-up on Raven's eyes reveals a fierce glint. His inner voice echoes a vow, "I'll fight for my cause once more." 7 years in the past, Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, sits astride a powerful steed, sword raised high. He is clad in the Pendragon family's armor, a symbol of their legacy of dragon taming. He charges forward, a blur of motion and determination. A battle cry rings out, "We march to battle." Alan's face is contorted in a grimace of fierce resolve, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. The scene shifts to a close-up of Alan, his expression one of unwavering commitment. His voice booms, "For the glory of Pendragon." A Pendragon banner, emblazoned with the image of a majestic white dragon, flutters in the wind, a symbol of the family's power and heritage. Alan, at the head of his troops, charges into battle, his sword a flash of steel against the backdrop of a chaotic battlefield. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a precarious situation. 7 years in the past, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family. Riding at full speed, Alan, now under Raven's control, urged his horse forward, narrowly avoiding a collision with a rocky outcropping. The impact sending a shockwave through the ground. Dust and debris erupted as the force of the near miss shook the very earth beneath them. Having escaped immediate danger, Alan, still under Raven's control, found himself in a forest clearing. A sense of unease washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. A pack of demonic wolves emerged from the trees, their eyes glowing menacingly. Their snarls echoed through the clearing, signaling an imminent attack. Drool dripping from their jaws, a chilling display of predatory intent. A nearby guard, noticing the approaching threat, shouted a warning to Alan, "Your Grace." A pack of demons. Alan, his face grim, responded with steely determination, "We'll crush them all." Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself beset by a pack of ferocious wolves. Their snarls echoed through the air as they lunged at him. But Alan, despite his youthful appearance, moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior. With a blur of motion, he deflected their attacks. His movements precise and deadly. Each swing of his sword sent a wolf flying, its howl swallowed by the wind. A voice, sharp and determined, echoed in his mind, "Do not falter." Alan, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, roared, "Forward." Observing from a distance, a man with a handlebar mustache watched Alan's display with a smirk, while a young woman beside him looked on with a mixture of awe and concern. The woman's expression shifted to one of worry as she glanced at a man in shining armor, who seemed equally concerned by the young dragon master's actions. The scene shifted to Fortress Bellingate, a formidable structure silhouetted against the setting sun. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Halt." Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, rode swiftly through the countryside, his steed thundering beneath him. A red cape billowed behind him, contrasting sharply with his gleaming white armor. He addressed his men, his voice carrying over the sounds of their horses' hooves. He ordered them to rest and await further instructions, explaining that he needed to assess the situation. The soldiers, weary but obedient, responded with respectful affirmations. Their faces, though unseen, conveyed their unquestioning loyalty. Alan dismounted, his movements betraying a hint of exhaustion. A young woman, her face smudged with dirt, approached him, her expression a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. She thanked him for his hard work, her voice trembling slightly. The weight of her words, and the unspoken anxieties behind them, hung heavy in the air. Offering a cup of water, she urged him to rest. Her concern was palpable, her eyes filled with worry. Alan accepted the water, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before he took a sip. The quiet concern in her eyes mirrored his own unspoken weariness. He insisted she also take a break, noting the dirt on her face. He gently suggested she wash up and rest for the remainder of the day. She protested, but he gently insisted, stating that he would be fine on his own. His tone was firm, yet laced with a quiet understanding of her exhaustion. A young woman, her face smudged with dirt and sweat, offered a hesitant affirmation. "Yes." However, she continued, the situation was far more dire than she had anticipated. They lacked the necessary resources, both manpower and materials, to adequately defend the fort. A young man with long blonde hair, clad in ornate armor, walked through the town streets. His back was to the viewer, his expression unreadable. He observed the soldiers' poor equipment, muttering that he would much prefer the demon corps. 2 other soldiers, one with a mustache, listened with varying degrees of concern. The blonde-haired young man continued his assessment, recalling that Bellingate was a strategically important fortress in the region. He frowned, realizing that the knights and their commander were not taking their duties seriously. A grim determination hardened his features. He had to get to the bottom of this. Approaching 2 soldiers, he addressed one as Sir Killian, inquiring about the commander and knight's actions. Sir Killian, visibly uncomfortable, stammered a response, clearly unsure how to answer. The panel focuses on a section of ornate armor, suggesting a moment of reflection or anticipation. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, stared in disbelief. His expression was one of incredulity as he voiced his astonishment at the news. The knights and soldiers had abandoned their posts. A grim-faced officer, his features etched with worry, confirmed the desertion. He explained that the remaining military forces were now nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Alan's inner thoughts revealed his seething anger. He internally cursed the undisciplined soldiers. His fury was palpable as he glared at 2 remaining, nervous-looking guards. The weight of his disappointment and anger was heavy in the air. Alan, however, quickly composed himself, declaring his intention to capture the deserters that very day. He immediately ordered his remaining men to prepare for action. Alan's grim determination hardened further as he vowed to personally punish the deserters. A chilling resolve settled over him as he looked towards the horizon, a storm brewing in his eyes. A flash of fiery orange and gold illuminated a lock of long, blonde hair, partially obscuring the face of the figure. The image focuses on a section of ornate, red armor, hinting at a powerful warrior. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. The text box reveals the location, Pendragon Territory, South Norton Village, an abandoned monastery. A Gothic-style building, partially obscured by a dilapidated fence, stands under a twilight sky. A close-up shows a hand grasping a wooden tankard, overflowing with a frothy liquid. The scene suggests a moment of respite or perhaps anticipation. Two speech bubbles reveal a conversation. One speaker expresses disdain, commenting on the awakening of an incompetent Pendragon heir. The other speaker, weary from years of violence, expresses their discontent with the current situation. Three soldiers in armor are seated on steps before a statue, one casually enjoying a drink. The atmosphere is tense, hinting at a pending confrontation. The camera angle shifts downward, revealing several figures lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious or injured. The scene suggests a recent struggle or attack. A thought bubble reveals the anticipation of one of the soldiers, who is looking forward to confronting the young heir. The scene opens on a moonlit night, showcasing the imposing Bellant Gate. Inside, within the Duke's private chambers, a meeting was underway. Alan Pendragon, the young Duke, sat at his desk, addressing two of his commanders. He proposed bolstering their forces for the upcoming thief subjugation. The commanders stood before him, their expressions serious. One of them voiced a concern: reducing the garrison to support the operation would leave the fortress vulnerable. The other commander reassured the Duke, explaining that they had arranged to borrow soldiers from Count Sirod's castle for a few days. They would offer their assistance as a token of gratitude for the loan. Alan, however, remained unconvinced. He expressed his distrust of relying on another family, even if it was only temporary. He acknowledged the necessity, but a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind, particularly regarding the potential opposition to leaving the fortress's defense in the hands of another family. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat across from Raven Bolt, his newly assigned protector. Raven, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, had been given one final mission before his untimely death: to guard Alan. Now, 7 years in the past, he found himself inhabiting Alan's body, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and determination. Raven, still adjusting to his new reality, dismissed Alan's concerns about appearances. He knew this was no time for such trivialities; a more pressing matter demanded his attention. Raven explained the urgency of the situation. Del Jeffrey, the leader of a band of thieves, had managed to gather more than 20 soldiers who had escaped during a previous conflict. Their numbers were growing rapidly, necessitating a swift response. Alan, now inhabited by Raven's strategic mind, listened intently, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He was intrigued. Alan, his curiosity piqued, requested more information about Del Jeffrey. Raven readily obliged, beginning his report. He described Jeffrey as a highly skilled swordsman. Raven continued his assessment of Del Jeffrey, highlighting his considerable skills in combat while also noting a significant flaw: his arrogance. A character flaw that could prove to be his undoing. Raven, now fully inhabiting Alan's body, began to formulate a plan to exploit this weakness. The image focuses on Raven's sword, a symbol of his past life as a monster hunter and a potential weapon in his new quest for revenge and the solution to the mystery surrounding his death. A narration box revealed a piece of the past: he proudly demanded a title in 3 territories neighboring Bellant after the fall of Your Grace. The Duchess, seated on her throne, refused his request, souring the relationship with House Pendragon. He escaped with some soldiers from the gate. Which leads us to the present, where he, as a bandit, managed to dominate the areas near South Norton's village. The escaped soldier and his men relaxed on the steps, their faces showing smug satisfaction. A narration box explained his strategy: rather than trying to capture the gate, it's much easier to expand your power by dominating the outside villages. Alan Pendragon, the heir, contemplated the situation. He thought, I would have done the same if I were in his position. 2 men in armor reported to Alan: a serious barrier will form if we don't deal with them immediately. Alan agreed, stating, that's true. I'll oversee the whole strategy. A map lay spread out on a table, its details obscured. Above it, a voice declared, and I'll leave it in your command. A hand pointed towards Alan Pendragon, the heir of House Pendragon, a young man in shining armor, a faint, almost comical mustache adorning his upper lip. He looked apprehensive. Alan, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, uttered a single word: "Eh." He considered the implications of his new command. The soldiers, he reasoned, would likely be more receptive to his orders than to those of someone unfamiliar to them. The speaker, whose face was mostly obscured, simply stated, I leave it to you. Alan, a newfound determination in his eyes, responded with a confident, yes, please leave it to me. The scene shifted. A voice announced, well then, Sir Killian will take command. Alan, now radiating confidence, smiled serenely. The voice continued, specifying further arrangements, and Sir Breeden will take part as a liaison cavalry knight. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, smiled serenely. His expression was one of quiet contentment, a stark contrast to the turmoil that lay ahead. A man with blonde hair, seated behind a large desk, addressed 2 knights. He instructed them to rest, as they would be leaving early the following morning. One of the knights, Raven Bolt in Alan's body, silently acknowledged the instructions. The other knight, Sir Killian, responded with a respectful affirmation. Later, Alan, still inhabited by Raven, sought out Sir Killian. He expressed his desire to apologize for a previous incident. The scene shifted abruptly. A sudden, violent clash erupted between the 2 men. Sir Killian was thrown back with immense force. Landing hard on the ground, defeated. Sir Killian, tears welling in his eyes, apologized for his failure. Alan, still in Raven's mind, accepted his apology. The scene opens with a close-up on Alan Pendragon's face, his blonde hair partially obscuring his features. His expression is unreadable, a mixture of apprehension and determination. He is speaking to someone off-panel, his words carrying a weight of responsibility. He states that he is counting on them, and the Pendragon Knights, to succeed. The scene shifts to a tranquil village, South Norton, now marred by violence. Several bodies lie scattered across a field, victims of a brutal attack. Arrows pierce their chests. A man is brutally attacked by a large, shadowy creature. The sounds of violence and struggle fill the air. The man is thrown to the ground, his body contorting in pain as the creature's attack continues. A triumphant laugh echoes across the scene as the attacker reveals himself. He intends to take anything of value. A knight on horseback, sword raised high, surveys the carnage. He orders his men to eliminate any women and children who might impede their escape. A desperate plea for mercy is heard, a desperate attempt to save a child from the slaughter. A scene of chaos unfolds. Bodies lie scattered on the ground, victims of a brutal attack. A distraught woman clutches a terrified young child, both visibly shaken by the violence they've witnessed. A lone knight on horseback observes the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The knight, seemingly unmoved by the suffering before him, speaks with a chilling arrogance. He declares that this land is his territory, and warns those who dare to disobey him. His words are laced with contempt. He deems those who have nothing to offer as worthless, highlighting his cruel disregard for human life. The woman, desperate to protect her child, begs the knight to stop, her plea a fragile whisper against the backdrop of his callous indifference. Ignoring her pleas, the knight raises his sword, preparing to strike. The woman's eyes widen in terror as she braces for the inevitable. A flash of steel, a scream of agony. The knight's blade finds its mark, ending the woman's life in a brutal instant. The child's desperate cry, "Mama," echoes through the scene, a stark contrast to the knight's cold indifference. The knight turns his back on the dying woman and the grieving child, his heart untouched by their suffering. With a final, dismissive remark about noisy children, the knight rides away, leaving behind a scene of devastation and despair. A young child, no older than 7, sat alone on the dusty ground, tears streaming down their face. Their ragged clothes and desperate expression spoke of hardship and despair. A violent explosion rocked the landscape, sending shockwaves through the earth. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. 2 soldiers stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed village. One, a younger man, reported to his superior, a larger, more imposing figure, that there was nothing left to salvage. The older soldier, undeterred, declared it was time to move on to their next target, a nearby fortress. Inside a dimly lit room, 2 figures, a man and a woman, engaged in a hushed conversation. The man, his face partially obscured, spoke of Conrad Castle as their next objective. The woman listened intently as the man revealed his plan, a sinister plot involving the death of a child and the acquisition of Madame Eline's affections. The man, confident in his scheme, expressed his belief that seizing control of House Pendragon was merely a matter of time. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he reveled in the prospect of his impending victory. A tranquil village scene unfolded, a stark contrast to the violence that had recently transpired. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the peaceful landscape. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, rode his black steed, his blonde hair flowing in the wind. Behind him, his knight, Sir Killian, followed closely, his expression grim. Alan surveyed the desolate landscape. His thoughts turned to the plight of his people, the land's in a terrible state. There's no way the people are able to live properly like this. A deep concern etched itself onto Alan's features as he contemplated the devastation. Alan addressed Sir Killian, his voice laced with worry. "Sir Killian, are all the areas outside the fortress all in this state?" Sir Killian's response was heavy with sorrow, unfortunately so, almost 70% of the entire territory. They continued their journey, the weight of their people's suffering pressing upon them. Killian added, "Though there are some villagers that are able to endure. Asking for help from the fortress isn't practical as they'll run into thieves and monsters wandering around, eventually leading to their deaths." Alan pondered their predicament. He mused, "I had thought the opening of the mausoleum would be my first priority, but it seems as though I'll have to deal with developing the territories first." A troubled expression clouded Alan's face as he considered the immense task ahead. He thought, 70% is in a state of ruin. If we can reconstruct the city to a certain extent, by a simple calculation, we can keep the population at 10,000. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous forest, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. A flurry of feathers rained down from the sky, marking the aftermath of a fierce struggle. Leaving Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, and his escort looking up in shock. Alan, clad in ornate armor, sat astride his horse, his expression one of stunned disbelief. Alan's gaze drifted upwards, a silent question hanging in the air. He internally confirmed that all his troops were in position. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the tense silence. As a massive, shadowy creature burst from the trees, its form barely visible in the swirling dust and debris. Revealing a grotesque beast with sharp claws and teeth, lunging towards Alan with terrifying speed. Alan reacted instantly, his body moving with surprising agility as he braced for impact. Drawing his sword in a swift, practiced motion. And met the creature's attack with a fierce counteroffensive, a grim smile playing on his lips as he prepared to fight. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, found himself facing a sudden threat. His eyes widened in surprise as he muttered to himself, recognizing the creatures before him. A grim determination set upon his face as he prepared for battle, his gaze hardening with focus. He was clad in ornate armor, befitting his noble lineage. The harpies attacked with a screech, their claws extended, ready to strike. Alan reacted swiftly, drawing his sword in a blur of motion. He expertly deflected the harpies' initial assault, his movements precise and powerful. He urged his horse forward, a command for his men to follow. Alan's soldiers, armed with crossbows, prepared to support their lord, their eyes fixed on the approaching harpies. Alan's expression was one of cold calculation, he was focused on capturing the creatures alive. The harpies, however, were not easily subdued, letting out a deafening screech as they continued their assault. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, expertly dispatched a large, monstrous bird with a swift, decisive strike. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, watched the scene unfold, offering a calm assessment of Raven's skill. "Well done," he stated, "it's fine to fall back now." The defeated creature lay on the ground, defeated and groaning in pain. Alan and his companion exchanged words. Alan confirmed that, as expected, the demons had retreated to the villages. His companion simply replied, "Yeah." A sudden rustling sound broke the silence, causing Alan to turn around sharply, his companion looking on with concern. As several goblins emerged from the forest, their menacing presence palpable. Their angry shouts filled the air. One goblin lunged forward, knife in hand. Alan's companion, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger, shouted a warning as the goblins attacked. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, stood amidst a flurry of motion. His blonde hair whipped around his face as he effortlessly dispatched several small, demonic creatures with his sword. Their pained cries of jarred echoed as they fell to the ground. The speed and precision of his movements suggesting years of rigorous training. The blue energy emanating from his sword hinted at a magical enhancement. A brief glimpse of a man with a peculiar mustache watching from afar. His expression was one of amused observation. Meanwhile, a grotesque, reptilian creature with dark feathers and red accents emerged from the forest, followed by more of the small demons. It seemed to be their leader. Alan turned to face the new threat, his expression hardening. A knight knelt before him, clearly concerned for his safety. He spoke, assuring Alan that they would deal with the remaining demons, urging him to proceed. The knight's words were respectful, addressing Alan as Your Grace. Alan's gaze remained fixed, a thoughtful expression replacing his previous battle readiness. He seemed to be considering something. A surprising declaration forming on his lips. He stated that they would make the demons their companions. The knight and his fellow soldiers were stunned by this unexpected statement. Their shocked faces reflected their disbelief and confusion. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, pondered the strengths of his potential familiars. He noted the goblin's keen eyesight and the harpy's impressive speed, both assets he could exploit. Alan mused that he needed useful familiars. A companion, startled by the idea of using demons as familiars, voiced his disbelief. Alan, however, remained resolute. Alan explained that he had encountered such pairings on past battlefields, though he later corrected himself, stating he had read about it in a book. He declared his intention to use any useful tool, regardless of its nature. He instructed his companion to simply observe. Alan then questioned the goblin's presence near the village. The goblins, frightened, explained that there were far more dangerous creatures in the forest, including wolves, ghouls, harpies, orcs, and even white dragons. They revealed that their hunting grounds had been usurped by Kazal. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. His expression held a hint of weariness, but his eyes shone with a newfound understanding. He stated, in a calm tone, that he now understood the situation. A harpy, its feathers a striking mix of red and black, stood before Alan, its gaze sharp and intense. A large sword lay on the ground between them. The creature questioned Alan, its voice laced with suspicion, about whether he had ever been fed to a harpy before. The harpy, whose name was Tata, vehemently denied ever eating humans, its large eyes wide with alarm and indignation. It insisted that its diet consisted solely of sheep and snakes. Alan, his expression unreadable, simply uttered a questioning "Oh." A flashback sequence revealed a grim scene. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, lay dead on the ground, his body pierced by a sword. Towering over him was a shadowy figure, their face obscured by darkness, exuding an aura of menace. The shadowy figure's face was partially visible, revealing a man with a scarred face, his expression grim and resolute. Nearby, Tata lay injured, its wing drooping. Despite the harpy's claim of innocence, Alan acknowledged that he had known of other harpies who fed on humans. However, he decided to believe Tata's claim this time. A young man with blonde hair, clad in ornate, silver and red armor, stood before a small, bird-like creature with dark gray feathers. The creature mumbled its thanks. However, before the thanks could be fully expressed, a blinding flash of purple energy erupted from behind the young man, striking the bird-like creature. The young man, Alan Pendragon, drew his sword, its blade shimmering with a faint blue light. He declared that the creatures would obey him from that day forward. He warned them that disobedience or escape would result in being fed to the white dragon. He identified himself as the lord of the land. One of the creatures, Kazal, expressed fear at the mention of the white dragon. Kazal and Tata, the two creatures, pledged their obedience to Alan. Alan then instructed them that it was time for work. Alan, surrounded by his soldiers, ordered them to lead him to the south-northern village by the shortest route. Alan, with Kazal and Tata following close behind, led his troops, instructing them to follow him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family, received praise from a fellow officer. The officer marveled at Alan's quick thinking and innovative strategies, stating that they, too, must learn from him. Alan, a former monster hunter named Ravenbolt inhabiting Alan's body, simply replied, "You're right." Alan mused that the officer's quick thinking and innovative strategies were something the stubborn and troublesome noble should emulate. A determined expression crossed Alan's face as he contemplated this. Alan and his companions, traveling with a griffin and its goblin rider, were nearing the south-northern village. Thanks to a shortcut known only to Kalzal, they arrived earlier than expected. Sir Breeden gave orders to Sir Killian and a small group of soldiers to assault the abolished monastery. He promised to send a runner to join them afterwards. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. He had never been to a battlefield before, the enormity of the situation weighed heavily on him. A knight, his protector, reassured him, offering a calm demeanor and a guiding hand. The knight, his face etched with concern, urged Alan forward, his hand gesturing towards the path ahead. He was clearly determined to ensure Alan's safety amidst the chaos. A command rang out, sharp and decisive, signaling the advance party to take their positions. The air crackled with anticipation as the battle was about to begin. A young woman, Kazal, her face contorted in a fierce grimace, prepared for battle. Her eyes blazed with determination, reflecting a steely resolve. She received her orders, aerial reconnaissance. With a confident nod and a shout of affirmation, she and Tata, her griffin companion, launched into the sky. Alan, astride his powerful steed, charged into the fray. The ground trembled beneath the horse's powerful hooves as he rode towards the enemy lines. The horse's powerful legs propelled them forward with incredible speed, blurring the landscape into a streak of motion. The intensity of the charge was palpable. The scene shifted to a church, where a group of people, including a young boy, were being escorted by guards. A figure watched them from a distance, his expression unreadable. A young boy, Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon taming family, was bound and kneeling on the dusty ground. His face was pale with fear. A woman, her face etched with worry, pleaded with a heavily armored soldier, "I beg you. Please don't be violent with that child." The soldier, unmoved by the woman's pleas, roughly shoved her aside. He then addressed Alan with a harsh, dismissive tone, "Shut up. Be grateful that you're still alive." Alan, overwhelmed by terror, cried out, "You are... Mummy!" Tears streamed down his face as his small body trembled. The soldier's callous disregard only intensified Alan's fear. The soldier, irritated by Alan's cries, raised his hand to silence him once more. "Shut up," he roared. The woman, desperate to protect Alan, screamed, "Stop it." Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Alan, throwing the soldier backward with immense force. The soldier flew through the air, a trail of blood marking his trajectory. Crashing to the ground with a thud. He looked up in shock, muttering, "Ha? 7 years prior to his death, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unexpected predicament, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He sat astride a powerful steed, his gaze resolute, a sword held firmly in his grasp. The image projected an aura of strength and determination, a stark contrast to the events that were about to unfold. A sudden ambush shattered the illusion of peace. Alan, still in Raven's mind, watched in horror as two figures, a man and a woman, were brutally attacked. Terror seized the man as he fell, his eyes wide with fear and his body racked with pain. The woman, though bound, remained defiant, her eyes flashing with anger and determination. Meanwhile, a young boy, Alan's younger brother, Aaron, was bound and crying, his face streaked with tears. The scene was one of chaos and despair. A sudden flash of light momentarily blinded Alan, signaling a shift in the tide of the battle. The light seemed to emanate from Alan himself. As light subsided, Alan's appearance had subtly changed. His eyes held a newfound intensity, reflecting a power he hadn't known he possessed. He was no longer just Alan Pendragon, he was Ravenbolt, reborn. His transformation was evident to the attackers. Fear and disbelief were etched on their faces as they stammered, barely able to articulate their shock at the sudden shift in power dynamics. The attackers' recognition of Alan's transformation was clear. One of them gasped, the name Aaron Pendragon escaping his lips in a mixture of awe and terror. The revelation of Alan's true identity, or rather, Raven's presence within Alan, had begun to unravel the conspiracy. The scene shifted, focusing on the woman's reaction. Her eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding replacing her initial fear. The implications of Alan's transformation were far-reaching, and the stakes were higher than ever before. The final panel showed the woman's desperate plea, addressing Alan as Your Grace, a title reserved for nobility. The weight of his new identity, and the mystery surrounding his death, pressed heavily upon Raven, now fully inhabiting Alan's body. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood proudly, his blonde hair catching the sunlight. Clad in ornate, silver and red armor, he held a gleaming sword aloft, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He declared, I've finally met you. His opponent, a figure whose face remained obscured, stood before him, seemingly unimpressed. The air crackled with tension as Alan's declaration was met with a dismissive, contemptuous reply, trash. A stark black circle filled the page, containing a simple message, we finally meet. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, stood tall and proud, his blonde hair gleaming under the bright sky. He was clad in ornate, gleaming armor, a sword held casually at his side. Before him knelt a dark-haired young man, his face obscured by shadow. Pendragon sneered, a single word escaping his lips, trash. Alan Pendragon's face was shown in close-up, a smug, self-satisfied smirk played on his lips. His eyes, a striking blue, held a hint of something colder, more calculating. The dark-haired young man's face was contorted in a grimace of pain and disgust. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he struggled to breathe. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. A scene of power and authority. Alan Pendragon stood amidst his troops, his sword held high. The dark-haired young man, now on the ground, could only utter a choked, why, you. A group of soldiers surrounded Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family. One soldier, his face contorted in anger, bellowed about Alan's perceived worthlessness. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from Alan's direction, revealing a sharp, gleaming blade slicing through the air. Alan, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, stood amidst the chaos. His expression was one of cold fury. He coldly demanded to know who dared to question him. The soldier who had initially insulted him recoiled in terror, his face streaked with sweat and fear. Alan moved with terrifying speed, leaving the soldier far behind as he fled. Alan, now pursued by the remaining soldiers, shouted at them in defiance. The scene ends with Alan facing a mob of enraged soldiers, ready to attack. The chapter opens with a dramatic close-up of legs clad in ornate, battle-worn armor, sprinting across a dusty battlefield. The intensity of the moment is palpable, the motion lines suggesting a desperate flight or pursuit. And then shifts to reveal Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. He stands tall and proud, his blonde hair flowing in the wind, a long sword resting across his shoulder. His attire is elegant yet practical, befitting his noble lineage and warrior spirit. His gaze is sharp, his expression serious. He is clearly prepared for battle, his stance suggesting both confidence and a hint of underlying tension. The gleaming sword at his side is a testament to his readiness to face whatever challenges lie ahead. But a sudden grimace contorts his features. His eyes widen, a look of pained surprise washing over him as he clutches at his side. Something is clearly wrong. He stumbles, his sword clattering to the ground with a metallic clang. A single word escapes his lips, huh? Alan's confusion is evident as he looks around, his eyes darting from one point to another. A figure emerges from the background, a man in dark clothing, his face partially obscured by shadow. The scene is tense, the air thick with unspoken threat. He parries the blow, his movements fluid and precise, a stark contrast to the clumsy stumble moments before. The ensuing fight is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of blows exchanged between the two combatants. The attacker is relentless, but Alan's skill is undeniable. The panels depict a rapid exchange of strikes, showcasing both fighters' prowess. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was clad in ornate, shining armor, his blonde hair flying behind him as he deflected a vicious blow with his sword. The force of the attack sending him sprawling to the ground. A surge of energy pulsed from his hand, a faint blue glow illuminating the dust and debris around him. A man in plain, less ornate armor watched in shock, his mouth agape. What just? Alan rose swiftly, his sword flashing as he moved with surprising speed and agility. He lunged forward, his blade aimed at his attacker. The impact of their swords created a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that sent debris flying. A powerful clash of steel echoed through the air. Alan stood panting, his face etched with exhaustion and a hint of uncertainty. A single thought echoed in his mind. What is happening to me? His opponent, wounded but still standing, prepared for another attack. He gripped his sword tightly, his face a mask of grim determination. A wave of icy energy washed over Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. His vision blurred as the world around him fractured and reformed. He gasped, disoriented, as a woman in a dark dress and several armored guards stared at him in shock. What? One of them exclaimed. Alan, however, was not as surprised as they were. He moved with unnatural speed, drawing his sword. "Shall I lend you a hand, Mr. Bandit Leader?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips. The bandit leader, taken aback by Alan's sudden shift in demeanor and unexpected skill, could only stammer, "Who the hell are you?" Alan launched into a flurry of attacks, his movements precise and deadly. He effortlessly dispatched the bandits, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. As the dust settled, a man in crimson armor approached Alan. "I'm the head knight of the Crimson Knight Corps of the Count Sirot household. Joseph Breeden." Alan, his expression now cold and calculating, smiled faintly. He was beginning to understand the situation. Joseph continued, "Seeing as you also want to kill this brat, I might as well lend you a hand." Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stared in disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting the confusion and shock that washed over him as he questioned the meaning of the strange events unfolding before him. A worried woman, his attendant, clutched at his arm, her face etched with fear. Alan, his mind still reeling, instinctively reacted, pushing her back with a sharp command to stay back. Meanwhile, a haughty nobleman, surrounded by fallen soldiers, sneered at Alan, dismissing him as a good-for-nothing who didn't even deserve the title of count. Alan's attendant, her voice laced with defiance, retorted that she was the one suitable for him, not that piece of trash. A nearby soldier, observing the escalating tension, questioned if this was leading to a falling out. Alan, his expression hardening, declared that he welcomed the conflict. He drew his sword, readying himself for battle. His movements were swift and decisive. He launched himself into the fray, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the battlefield. The clash of steel echoed as he engaged his opponents, vowing to make them regret ever looking down on him and his attendant. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, stood defiant, his red and gold armor gleaming. He glared at his unseen opponents, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. "I'll make you regret ever looking down on us," he vowed, his voice filled with righteous anger. A woman with silver hair and a worried expression watched Alan from a distance. "Aaron, your grace." She gasped, her eyes wide with alarm as Alan began to cough up blood. Alan, despite his injury, moved with surprising speed and strength. He drew his sword, a flash of light illuminating the scene as he prepared to fight. With a blur of motion, he engaged his attackers, his blade a whirlwind of steel. Two figures, clad in dark armor, clashed with him, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of steel and magic. Alan fought with the skill of a seasoned warrior, his movements precise and deadly. One of his opponents was clearly struggling to keep up. Alan, momentarily gaining the upper hand, shouted a warning to the silver-haired woman. "Don't make me repeat myself. A non-combatant should stay back." The woman, despite Alan's warning, insisted on helping. "But I'll take care of the knight for you immediately." Suddenly, a small, imp-like creature appeared, interrupting the tense standoff. "Kazal. I'll leave Lady Sirot in your care." The creature, Kazal, nodded and turned to the silver-haired woman, urging her to retreat. "Understood. Quick, human princess, we should get back to safety." A worried onlooker observes the unfolding battle, questioning whether Lord Aaron can withstand the combined might of Knight Breeden, renowned for his exceptional strength within the Knight Corps, and the bandit leader. Tata, a woman with striking silver hair and purple eyes, is shown from behind, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a profile view reveals Lord Aaron, his blonde hair tied back, wearing a red cloak and ornate armor. Tata's pensive gaze lingers, her thoughts obscured. Tata issues a concise order: contact Sir Killian, a mission she initiated earlier that morning. The messenger, Tata, confirms the order, indicating they will act immediately. Two opposing figures confront Lord Aaron. One sneers, declaring it too late for reinforcements, while the other prepares for battle. The antagonists taunt Aaron, confident in their victory and eager to test their strength against him. Aaron's opponent, seemingly unfazed, accepts the challenge, declaring their intention to face him in combat. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, was a striking figure. His blonde hair was pulled back, revealing sharp features and piercing blue eyes that held a hint of mischief. A confident smirk played on his lips, hinting at the power he wielded. His hand rested on the hilt of a magnificent sword, its ornate design hinting at its power and history. The jewel embedded in the pommel pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. A gruff voice cut through the air. "Don't think you can keep up that straight face forever. No matter how much your personality has changed, it doesn't change the fact that you have no experience on the battlefield." Alan, however, remained unfazed. "I have more battle experience than you do." With a sudden burst of speed, Alan lunged forward, his sword flashing in a blur of motion as he engaged his opponent. Alan's superior skill was immediately apparent. He effortlessly parried his opponent's attacks with a swift kick, leaving him stunned and disoriented. Ha! Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in a desperate struggle. His sword, once a symbol of his family's legacy, shattered during a fierce clash, leaving him vulnerable. A searing pain shot through his arm as he was sent sprawling by a powerful blow. His vision swam, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of color and motion. He barely registered the grunt of his attacker as he was thrown to the ground, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. His opponent, a figure clad in dark armor, loomed over him, sword raised. But with a surge of adrenaline, Alan rolled away, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He scrambled to his feet, his broken sword discarded, his eyes blazing with defiance. The attacker, surprised by Alan's unexpected resilience, stumbled back. Both combatants lay panting on the ground, the broken sword lying between them, a stark testament to the intensity of their duel. The attacker, sneering, commented on Alan's lack of skill, highlighting the disparity in their combat experience. He clearly underestimated Alan's resolve. Alan, despite his injuries, received a grudging compliment for his assistance at the castle earlier. This unexpected acknowledgement hinted at a deeper connection between them. But before Alan could react, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his foot. He looked down to see a hidden dagger piercing his boot. As his attacker revealed a second, hidden blade, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The attacker's true intentions were now clear: to eliminate Alan completely. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, offered his gratitude to his protector, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army. His words hung heavy with unspoken weight. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, shattering the peaceful moment. A searing pain ripped through Alan, leaving him gasping in agony as he staggered back. A wave of intense pressure washed over him, the world around him blurring into an incomprehensible chaos. As he felt a searing pain in his arm, a sharp, agonizing sensation that stole his breath. He collapsed to the ground, his arm mangled and useless, as a figure loomed over him. My arm, he cried out in despair. Another figure, Lady Sirod, appeared, asking if he was all right, only to be met with the sight of Alan's grievous injury. A powerful woman, her face obscured by shadow, appeared and commanded them to leave, her voice laced with cold fury. Get your ass out of here, she snarled. She revealed herself to be a powerful warrior, her armor gleaming, as she issued a final warning, do not step foot into my territory ever again. Alan, tears streaming down his face, could only watch in terror as she vanished. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stumbled backward, his face contorted in pain. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he desperately tried to evade the onslaught of his attackers. Blood stained his armor, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of his assailants. But his efforts proved futile. A blonde-haired figure in ornate armor, his face a mask of cold determination, approached him with a casual air. Well then, he stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. The blonde-haired figure effortlessly dispatched Alan's remaining guards with swift, precise movements. A chilling declaration followed the brutal display of skill. You're next, trash. Alan, his body battered and bruised, glared at his attacker, defiance flickering in his eyes despite his injuries. The blonde-haired man, seemingly amused by Alan's stubbornness, smirked. One of Alan's fallen comrades groaned, his eyes fixed on the blonde-haired man. Did you make a pact with the devil? He rasped, his voice barely a whisper. The blonde-haired man chuckled, a cruel sound that sent shivers down Alan's spine. You aren't planning on taking them all on by yourself, are you? He asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. A lot of my comrades are still in the estate, he added. The blonde-haired man's expression hardened. Did you forget? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. He paused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. There are many excellent soldiers within Pendragon, he stated, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. The camera focuses on the intricate details of the blonde-haired man's armor, highlighting the crest of House Pendragon emblazoned upon his chest. The scene ends with a sense of impending doom. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, and Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage, found themselves in a desperate flight, their mounts thundering across the snow-covered landscape. The ground trembled beneath their hooves as they spurred their steeds onward, leaving a trail of shimmering, ethereal energy in their wake. The pursuers were gaining on them, but Raven felt a grim satisfaction, his mission was nearing its end. My job here is done, he thought, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. With a final burst of speed, they reached the edge of the battlefield. Alan, his face pale with exertion, stumbled from his horse as Raven dismounted gracefully. The battle raged around them, a chaotic maelstrom of steel and fury. But Raven's attention was elsewhere. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the din. My excellent soldiers will exterminate the remaining pests, it declared, the words hanging heavy in the air. The crimson Pendragon banner, emblazoned with the image of a majestic white dragon, fluttered to the ground, a poignant symbol of the family's impending doom. The wind whipped it away, carrying it towards an uncertain future. As Alan and Raven watched helplessly from the sidelines, the remaining Pendragon knights, their faces grim, prepared for a final, desperate stand against overwhelming odds. Their leader, a young man with fiery blonde hair, stood defiant, his sword raised high. He glared at the approaching soldiers, his voice laced with bitter contempt. Trash who have betrayed Pendragon, do not think for a second that you'll be granted an easy death, he hissed, his eyes burning with righteous fury. One of the knights, his face streaked with grime and fear, recoiled in terror as the young lord's wrath descended upon them. His eyes widened in disbelief and horror. A crimson banner, emblazoned with the image of a majestic white dragon, fluttered in the wind. The symbol of House Pendragon, once a beacon of power and prestige, was now a poignant reminder of a fallen legacy. Alan Pendragon, heir to this noble house, stood proudly at the forefront of a small cavalry unit, his blonde hair catching the sunlight. Two knights flanked him, their expressions resolute. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured, wielding a glowing sword. Their voice, cold and menacing, echoed through the air. Don't think you can die an easy death after betraying the Pendragon. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a surge of dread. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The attack came swiftly and brutally. A blur of motion, a clash of steel. A sickening thud as one of the knights fell to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, braced himself for the inevitable. He knew this was no ordinary ambush. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, lay dying, a single, luminous pearl clutched in his hand. The last vestige of his life force fading as the pearl slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground near his lifeless body, now crucified on a rough-hewn wooden cross. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood before the gruesome spectacle, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He was accompanied by two figures in red robes, their expressions unreadable. Alan's gaze was unwavering, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, his features sharp and aristocratic. Below him, a group of prisoners watched with fear and despair in their eyes, their bodies bruised and their ankles shackled. Their chains clanked softly on the cold stone floor, a grim reminder of their captivity. As Alan turned his attention to a pile of skulls visible through a nearby doorway, a chilling testament to the cruelty of their captors. The scene was one of stark brutality and quiet dread, foreshadowing the dark conspiracy that had claimed Raven's life and now threatened Alan's. A chilling vista of countless skulls littered the ground, a grim testament to a recent massacre. The scene pulsed with a faint, malevolent energy, the air thick with the stench of death. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stared ahead, his usually bright blue eyes clouded with a grim determination. His expression was one of intense focus, a stark contrast to the horror surrounding him. He stood over a bound villager, his sword poised to strike. The villager, eyes wide with terror, let out a strangled cry. Alan, his face impassive, uttered a single word, "Oh well." Alan's gaze fell upon the horrifying scene before him, a vast pile of skulls, a macabre monument to the slaughter. He turned to the bound villager, his voice laced with a chilling calm as he asked, "Did you kill all of them?" The villager, his face contorted in fear and remorse, could only stammer a broken apology, I'm sorry." He pleaded for forgiveness, his voice barely a whisper. Alan, however, remained unmoved, his expression cold and calculating. Alan's response was chillingly dismissive, "Forgive you?" The villager, his eyes wide with terror, could only ask, "Are you going to kill me?" Alan stood before the crucified villager, his back to the viewer, his sword gleaming ominously. The scene was a stark reminder of the brutal power he wielded. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood resolute amidst a group of villagers, his blonde hair catching the dim light. His expression was one of grim determination as he declared that he would not be the one to make the final decision. Bound and bloodied, a villager looked up in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" Alan, however, remained unwavering. He addressed the villagers, his voice carrying a note of finality as he urged them to listen carefully. His gaze hardened as he spoke of the man before them, his life hanging in the balance. Alan then made a fateful decision, stating that he would leave the fate of the captured man to the surviving villagers. The bound villager, his face streaked with blood, watched with a mixture of fear and resignation. The villagers, hardened by their experiences, listened to Alan's words, their expressions grim. Alan gave them free rein, stating that they could cook him, burn him, do whatever you want with him. Alan turned and walked away, leaving the villagers to their grim task. A sense of finality hung in the air. The surviving villagers exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their decision heavy upon them. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's contorted face, his expression a mask of agony. His skin is pale, and his mouth is stretched wide in a silent scream, blood trickling from the corners. He is nailed to a crude wooden cross, his body slumped and lifeless. 3 men, their faces grim and determined, stand around him, one of them holding a large, jagged stone. The man on the cross moaned, "Ah, stop it. Stop it, please." The villagers, fueled by rage and desperation, shout, "Kill him. For our village." They raise their weapons, preparing to strike the helpless figure. A brutal act of violence is about to unfold. Blood splatters across the ground as the villagers carry out their grim task. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, clad in elegant white and red robes, runs down a long corridor. He is Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming family. He reaches a door and places his gloved hand on the cold wood, his expression unreadable. 7 years prior, Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage, stood before a statue, his gaze lifted heavenward. A profound sadness clouded his usually bright eyes, hinting at a burden he carried. The statue of the Virgin Mary, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, seemed to mirror his sorrow, its serene face a stark contrast to the turmoil within him. Alan, clad in the Pendragon family's distinctive attire, stood with his back to the viewer, his posture rigid. He held a sword at his side, a symbol of his family's legacy and the weight of expectation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the statue, a man in simple clothes, his face etched with grim determination. He moved with a hunter's instinct, his hand reaching for a hidden weapon. Alan turned, his eyes widening in surprise as the man lunged, sword flashing. The attack was swift and unexpected. With a practiced movement, Alan deflected the blow, his own sword meeting the attackers with a resounding clang. The clash sending sparks flying. The fight was intense, a whirlwind of steel and desperate maneuvers. Alan, despite his initial surprise, fought back with skill and determination, his movements precise and deadly. He disarmed his opponent, sending the attacker sprawling down the steps. Standing over his fallen foe, Alan's expression hardened, a chilling glint in his eyes. Raven, in Alan's body, lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion as he aimed a deadly blow. The sharp edge of the sword piercing his opponent's chest with brutal efficiency. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, a sinister smile playing on their lips as they watched the scene unfold. Alan, his body now inhabited by Raven, looked up to the heavens, a mixture of grief and determination etched on his face. He addressed Leona, the goddess of light, his voice filled with a quiet intensity. "Will you curse me for drawing blood right in front of you without even batting an eye?" Despite his rebirth, a sense of resolve hardened within him. Even though he had been reborn into this body and had gotten another chance to live, Raven, in Alan's form, made a silent vow. He would not live as an imposter. He would treat people with the respect they deserved. And those who deserved punishment would receive it. This was the type of person he was. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood before a grand altar, his expression unreadable. A heavy, ornate necklace rested against his chest, its central jewel pulsing faintly. With a flick of his wrist, Alan sent a small, glittering object flying towards a hidden compartment within the altar. A fallen figure lay at his feet, his lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. The object, a small, intricately carved coin, disappeared into the darkness of the altar's hidden recess. Alan's gaze hardened. He declared, in a voice filled with quiet resolve, that this was the path he had chosen, and if anyone intended to condemn him, they should wait until he had achieved his goals. A shadowy figure, cloaked and seated upon a throne, watched Alan from afar. A dark stain marred the pristine white of their robes. Alan, however, remained resolute. He would complete his task before facing judgment. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, his movements sharp and precise, leaving behind only the echo of his departure. Alan arrived at the south-northern village, a small settlement nestled amidst rolling hills. A caravan of horses and riders approached. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, was greeted by a cheering crowd. He was surrounded by his people, their faces alight with hope and reverence. A woman held a baby, her eyes reflecting the adoration for their young lord. The scene was one of joyous relief and gratitude, as Alan had just overseen the successful reconstruction of their village. He received heartfelt expressions of gratitude and blessings for his journey ahead. The crowd's cheers intensified, their voices rising in unison, "Long live the Pendragon." Respect for the White Dragon was also voiced, underscoring the significance of the family's legacy and the hope for its restoration. Alan, mounted on his horse, rode through the crowd, his expression unreadable despite the celebratory atmosphere. A sense of weight and responsibility seemed to rest upon his shoulders, a stark contrast to the jubilant scene around him. He was not merely a symbol, he carried the burden of his family's legacy and the fate of his people. Later, away from the celebratory crowd, Alan received a report from Kazal, one of his subordinates. Kazal excitedly announced the successful completion of his mission, eagerly seeking a reward. Tada, another subordinate, also claimed credit for their hard work, adding to the celebratory atmosphere. Alan acknowledged their contributions, instructing them to wait at the campsite. The image then shifted to Tada and another small creature, celebrating their success with unrestrained joy. A conversation between Alan and another man ensued. The man reported that the southern village was safe for now, prompting Alan to be asked about their next move, invading the Ancona forest. Alan, however, responded with a single, resolute word, "No." He revealed that there was still one more thing he needed to do before proceeding with the invasion of the Ancona forest. The panel then transitions to credits. Conrad Castle stood majestically atop a verdant hill, its spires gleaming under the soft light of a crescent moon. A tranquil scene, seemingly untouched by the turmoil that would soon engulf it. A few days prior, within the castle's opulent office, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, leaned forward, his blonde hair catching the light. He was in discussion with a woman, her face partially obscured by a veil. He inquired about the possibility of using the Ancona orcs to their advantage. The woman confirmed this was possible, explaining that the orcs, bound by a pledge to their territory, couldn't leave the Ancona forest. Their combat abilities, she added, far surpassed those of ordinary orcs. If they could be subdued, they would prove invaluable allies. Alan, however, remained skeptical, noting that orcs cared only for fighting and slaughter. Doubt clouded Alan's features as he questioned the likelihood of the orcs assisting them in their objectives. The woman responded that their success hinged on Alan's ability to subdue them, reminding him that orcs only follow stronger beings. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, found himself in a dire predicament. His advisor explained that securing the aid of the powerful soul drakes would be impossible. They considered the Pendragon family unworthy. His only option, it seemed, was to fight his way to victory against the encroaching Orcish hordes. A daunting task, even for someone with Alan's supposed lineage. He reflected on the grim reality of his situation, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. Later, Alan, now in his family's manor, sat with his grandmother, Lady Alara. He seemed calm, almost nonchalant, despite the gravity of the situation. His grandmother observed him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. She casually inquired about his prior experience with orcs, a question that seemed oddly out of place given the circumstances. Alan paused, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features before he answered, his eyes betraying a hint of the brutal experiences he had endured in his past life. His grandmother watched him intently, her expression unreadable. He simply replied that he had, indeed, fought orcs before. The image abruptly shifted to a terrifying vision of a monstrous orc, its features contorted in a savage snarl, its eyes burning with a fierce hatred. The scene was filled with a palpable sense of impending violence. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, fought with desperate intensity against a monstrous foe. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The Orcish brute staggered back, its massive form momentarily thrown off balance by the ferocity of the attack. Two spears, embedded deep in its back, were testament to the battle's intensity. Raven, despite his advantage, found himself facing a formidable opponent. The orc, wounded but far from defeated, prepared for another assault. Raven, his face grim, cursed under his breath. He'd inflicted serious wounds, yet the orc refused to fall. He's seriously wounded, so why won't he just die? The orc, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire, let out a guttural roar, its wounds seemingly fueling its rage. With a terrifying speed, the orc lunged forward, its massive weapon aimed at Raven's heart. Raven barely managed to dodge the blow, the orc's weapon narrowly missing its mark and embedding itself in the earth. The orc, enraged by its near miss, roared again, its bloodlust intensified. It charged again, its movements a whirlwind of brutal force, leaving Raven with little room to react. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a hulking orc. The creature's savage strength was immense, but Raven's years of experience as a monster hunter shone through as he parried the orc's brutal blows with practiced ease. Each strike of his blade a testament to his skill. Despite his prowess, a grim determination etched itself onto Raven's face, sweat beading on his brow as he realized the orc's resilience was far beyond anything he'd encountered before. The orc roared, its attack relentless. Raven, however, was not one to back down. He braced himself, preparing for another onslaught. Dodging a devastating blow with a swift, precise movement. His blade flashed, a blur of motion as he countered with a fierce strike aimed at the orc's exposed flank. Raven found himself momentarily winded, his breath ragged. He knew he couldn't sustain this pace indefinitely. If this becomes a long fight, I'll be at a disadvantage, he thought, his eyes narrowing in grim assessment. Despite the orc's resilience, Raven had managed to pierce its heart. Yet, the creature refused to fall. Since I pierced his heart but he still won't die, let's go for his neck. Raven decided, his resolve hardening. With renewed ferocity, Raven launched another attack, aiming for the orc's neck. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A desperate struggle for survival. Sparks flew as their blades met, the orc's strength still formidable despite its grievous injury. Raven gathered his remaining strength, preparing for a final, decisive blow. His eyes burned with determination as he channeled his energy into his blade, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, gripped his blade. 7 years prior to his death, he found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. His final mission, to protect Alan, had ended in a conspiracy that claimed both their lives. Now, he was determined to unravel the mystery surrounding his demise. He faced a hulking, grotesque orc, its scarred face a testament to countless battles. The orc lunged, its crude weapon aimed at Raven's heart. But Raven reacted instantly, his movements a blur of practiced skill. Years of experience in the Devil's Army honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. With a swift, precise strike, Raven's blade sliced through the orc's attack, sending a shockwave of energy rippling through the air. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending the orc reeling backward. The orc, momentarily stunned, roared in fury, its eyes burning with rage. Raven, however, was already anticipating its next move. Dodging a wild swing with practiced ease, he used the orc's momentum against it, launching himself into a devastating counterattack. Raven's blade flashed, a blur of motion as he sliced through the orc's defenses, sending the creature crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and dust. The battle was over, but Raven knew this was only the beginning of his quest to uncover the truth behind his death and restore the Pendragon family's lost glory. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. The remnants of a brutal battle still clung to his new form, a grim reminder of his violent end. He recalled a past battle, a difficult fight against a formidable foe encountered early in his career with the Demon Corps. Alan's mother, a woman of considerable poise and strength, listened intently as he recounted the details of his past encounter. He had managed to defeat the monster, but it had been a challenging fight. However, he reflected that his current self, inhabiting Alan's body, possessed the strength to overcome such a threat with greater ease. His confidence was evident in his tone. His mother expressed her approval, emphasizing his potential to succeed in his upcoming challenges. She outlined the next step in his plan, defeating the Ancona orcs. This victory, she explained, would allow for the swift opening of a mausoleum, a crucial step in his quest. Alan, still processing the weight of his new reality and the expectations placed upon him, listened to his mother's words. A mixture of determination and apprehension clouded his expression. He found himself silently questioning the ease with which his mother described the upcoming battles. The rhythmic thud of horseshoes on the parched earth echoed through the desolate landscape. A small cavalcade of riders making their way across a vast plain, snow-capped mountains looming in the distance. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, and his retinue rode onward. A suggestion was made, to forge an alliance with the fearsome Ancona orcs. One of Alan's companions voiced his apprehension. He was reluctant to trust such a volatile group. Alan explained the necessity of their plan. Raiding the Ancona forest alone would be suicidal. They needed strong warriors to bolster their numbers and reduce casualties. However, he acknowledged the inherent risk. If they fought the orcs directly, they would likely be annihilated. His companion, accepting the reality of their situation, simply agreed. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, a grotesque avian monstrosity, swooped down from the sky. Its claws outstretched, its rider desperately clinging on for dear life as it screeched in terror. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, sat astride his demonic steed. His blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his expression grim. He voiced his frustration, rejecting a defeatist attitude and vowing to find a way to win, otherwise threatening to feed his companion to the dragon. Suddenly, a terrified cry pierced the air. "Master," a creature shrieked, its voice filled with panic. Alan, his face hardening, snapped back, "Get away from me." The scene shifted to show Alan, along with a second rider and a grotesque, winged creature, observing something in the distance. One of the riders questioned Alan's companion's absence, expressing concern. Alan, his brow furrowed, asked what the problem was. His demonic companion responded urgently, "Master. It looks really bad." The next panel showed a glimpse of a violent struggle, suggesting a brutal attack. The demonic companion, eyes wide with terror, identified the attackers, the Ancona orcs. Alan's face reflected a mixture of shock and grim determination. The other rider, his expression mirroring Alan's concern, looked on in apprehension. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, rode swiftly through the countryside on his black steed. A lone huntsman followed at a distance, his gaze fixed on Alan. Suddenly, a glint of steel flashed through the air. A blade aimed directly at Alan. His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively reacted, his own sword appearing in his hand. A woman, her face etched with worry and despair, watched from afar as the attack unfolded. Alan, now clearly in distress, shouted for the attackers to stop, his voice filled with a desperate plea. He found himself surrounded by monstrous figures, orcs and a dark mage, their menacing presence closing in. The worried woman, her expression grim, lamented that nothing good ever came from associating with Alan. She then confronted Alan, demanding he understand the gravity of his actions. The scene shifts to show a man collapsing to the ground, his back to the viewer, as a horse stands over him. A stern-faced woman on horseback addressed Alan Pendragon, her words sharp and cutting. She pointed out that his loyalty, symbolized by the direction of his blade, lay with Duke Aaron, not the Empire, and challenged him to leave their household if he truly wished to rebel. Alan, his face etched with fear and desperation, pleaded with her, begging her not to cast him out. But the woman remained resolute. She reminded him of his duty, to escort her to Sirad territory, and insisted he fulfill his obligation. Alan, resigned to his fate, simply agreed. His only task was to protect her, after all. The woman, however, made it clear that this was not the end. It was time for Alan to understand his place within the established order. She informed him that his punishment would be decided by his father upon their return. Alan, defeated and silent, could only accept this grim pronouncement. Their journey was over. As they rode away, the woman expressed her desire to rest, leaving Alan to contemplate his uncertain future. The chapter opens with a close-up of a menacing orc, his sharp teeth bared in a snarl, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He and 3 other orcs stood before Alan, their leader accusingly pointing out that Alan was pointing his sword at them. Alan, seemingly caught off guard, found himself on the defensive, his sword raised against the orc's attack. One of the orcs challenged him, sneering, "Do you want to die?" Alan, clearly overwhelmed, gasped for air, his face contorted in pain and confusion. From a distance, a woman on horseback watched the scene unfold, her voice echoing across the battlefield, "What are you doing?" The woman, seemingly a noblewoman, arrived on horseback, observing the conflict between Alan and the orcs from a distance. One of the orcs turned to look at the approaching noblewoman, his expression unreadable. Alan, still reeling from the attack, looked on with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. A young man with silver hair and purple eyes, dressed in a dark, ornate uniform, stared with wide, fearful eyes. His mouth parted slightly, forming a silent "do," as if he were about to speak but couldn't. The next panel showed a striking contrast, a blond young man with a confident expression, clad in shining, ornate armor, sat astride a horse. He was the picture of a noble knight. The words Duke Aaron floated above him, a clear indication of his identity. The close-up focused on the intricate details of his armor, highlighting the craftsmanship and the weight of his position. The silver-haired man from the previous panel reached out desperately towards the Duke, who was now riding away on his horse, his expression one of alarm. The speed of the horse was emphasized by motion lines. The silver-haired man's disbelief was palpable. He muttered to himself, questioning how someone like Duke Aaron could possibly become a knight. The silver-haired man pleaded with the Duke to wait, warning him that it was too dangerous to go alone. His concern was evident in his posture and desperate plea. Despite the warning, Duke Aaron remained resolute, his expression unwavering. A large predatory bird of prey was visible in the background, adding to the sense of danger. A banner depicting a white dragon was shown, a symbol of House Pendragon, further emphasizing the Duke's lineage and the stakes involved. The final panel showed a large, menacing orc, his expression one of barely contained rage, suggesting an imminent threat. A group of orcs stood before a young man, their expressions grim. The thought bubble above them revealed their internal assessment, the Pendragon crest, then this boy is The young man, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stood with his back to the orcs, a dark horse at his side. He seemed unaware of the danger closing in. As one of the orcs stepped forward, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He declared, "Just when I wanted to meet you." Alan's face was etched with worry, his eyes wide with apprehension. He braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the orc, a blinding flash of light engulfing him. The transformation was swift and brutal, revealing a monstrous, hulking figure radiating an aura of immense power. Behind him, a shadowy figure appeared, seemingly protecting Alan. A wave of intense energy washed over the scene, obscuring the details in a brilliant white light. The transformation continued, leaving behind only a ghostly image of the shadowy figure, its features barely visible. The figure seemed to be Raven, Alan's protector, but something was different. Raven, now seemingly trapped within the ethereal form, struggled to regain control. His internal monologue revealed his distress. "I can neither move nor breathe properly." Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, found himself in a precarious situation. Surrounded by his guards, a palpable tension filled the air as one of them stammered, expressing their fear and suggesting a retreat. The situation was clearly too dangerous to continue. The guards, their faces etched with worry, urged a hasty retreat. A sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air as they prepared to flee. Alan, however, remained calm amidst the chaos. He dismounted his horse with surprising grace, his movements fluid and controlled, despite the urgency of the situation. The guards watched in stunned silence as Alan moved. One of them voiced their astonishment, questioning how he could move so calmly and unarmed. Their confusion deepened as they struggled to comprehend Alan's actions. His calm demeanor in the face of danger was unsettling. Alan stood alone, a figure of quiet strength against the backdrop of his retreating guards. He exuded an aura of command, despite the lack of weapons. From a distance, he calmly instructed his remaining guards to stay put and not draw their weapons. The scene shifted to reveal a group of orcs emerging from the shadows, their menacing presence a stark contrast to Alan's unwavering composure. The orcs advanced, their weapons raised, but Alan remained steadfast, seemingly unafraid. The tension reached a fever pitch as the two sides faced off. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, stood defiantly before a towering orc. The young man, clad in ornate armor, gripped his sword, his expression resolute despite the imposing figure looming over him. A smirk playing on his lips as he silently declared his readiness to face this formidable opponent. He relished the challenge, eager to prove his worth. The detail on Alan's armor was exquisite, a testament to the legacy of House Pendragon. A striking turquoise jewel was prominently displayed at the center of his chestplate. As he braced himself for the impending confrontation, 3 more orcs stood behind the first, their expressions grim and menacing. The lead orc's eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam intensifying in their depths. His fists clenched, knuckles cracking under the strain of barely contained rage. A powerful orc, his green skin scarred and weathered, loomed over Alan Pendragon. Alan, heir to the Pendragon family, stood defiantly, his blonde hair catching the light. The orc's words echoed with a chilling confidence. He was enough to face whatever came next. Alan's thoughts, however, revealed a different story. He considered the orc a mere opponent, a challenge to overcome. Alan's confident smirk betrayed a hidden determination. He was ready. The orc, in response, bared his fangs, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He was eager for the fight. Alan, surveying the scene, calmly identified his opponents. His words were a statement of fact, not a question. He stood before a group of Ancona orcs, their menacing presence underscored by 2 figures on horseback watching from a distance. The stage was set. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, stood before a towering orc, his youthful face betraying a hint of apprehension. The orc, a hulking brute with tusks and scarred skin, loomed over him, a menacing grin splitting his face. But despite his fear, a flicker of determination shone in Alan's eyes. He was, after all, no ordinary young man. In reality, he was Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, inhabiting Alan's body after a fateful encounter 7 years prior. With surprising speed and strength for someone seemingly so young, Alan reacted instantly to the orc's attack. He moved with the precision and lethal efficiency of a seasoned warrior. A blur of motion, a flash of light, and the orc found himself sent sprawling backwards. The force of the blow sending tremors through the earth. Raven's combat instincts, honed over years of brutal battles, took over. Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, stood victorious over the fallen orc, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. In the distance, a contingent of Pendragon knights watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. They had witnessed the impossible, their young master, seemingly effortlessly, defeating a formidable orc. Alan, still catching his breath, straightened his posture, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He knew he had to maintain the facade of the young master, but the thrill of battle, the familiar rush of adrenaline, was a welcome sensation. Meanwhile, 2 more orcs observed the scene from afar, one a hulking warrior, the other a wizened shaman with a bone staff. Their expressions were grim, their plans clearly disrupted by Alan's unexpected prowess. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, found himself in a precarious situation. Atop a monstrous, winged beast, he was surrounded by members of the Devil's Army, his face etched with worry. He muttered to himself, recognizing the gravity of the situation, initiating an attack would be disastrous. Meanwhile, a pair of hulking orcs, their faces contorted in malicious glee, cackled menacingly. Their laughter echoed through the scene, foreshadowing the impending conflict. Their laughter abruptly ceased as one of them noticed something alarming. Carta, one of their own, had suffered a nosebleed. The implication was clear, something unexpected had just happened. The source of Carta's injury became apparent. Alan, seemingly effortlessly, had struck one of the orcs, causing the unexpected nosebleed. The orcs were stunned by the power of a single blow from a seemingly ordinary human. Alan, still astride his beast, looked on with a grim expression, his concern deepening. The unexpected turn of events only heightened the tension. One of the orcs, enraged by the unexpected attack, roared at Alan, accusing him of violating their agreement. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing, Pendragon?" Alan, however, remained unfazed. He calmly retorted, "I should be the one asking you that question." Alan explained that, according to their pact, the orcs were forbidden from entering the forest. Their presence was a clear violation of the agreement. Yet, here they were, trespassing. The tension escalated further, the conflict poised to erupt. The scene opens with a heated exchange between Alan Pendragon and an Orcish warrior. The orc accuses Alan of being abandoned by the guardian deity of the forest, a claim that Alan is clearly not pleased with. Alan, clad in ornate Pendragon armor, stands defiantly before the towering orc, who brandishes a crude, spiked club. The orc's words hang heavy in the air. The implication is that Alan's perceived weakness has led to the orc's rebellion. A close-up reveals a glimpse of a magnificent, ethereal white dragon, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. This majestic creature is clearly significant to the lore of House Pendragon. Alan, his expression hardening, retorts that the orcs will not obey him simply because he has lost the status of guardian deity, a pact that he failed to form. Alan's thoughts turn inward. He wonders if the orc is referring to Soul Rake, the guardian deity of the forest. The orc explains their departure from the forest, stating that they left to freely battle and conquer new territories. 3 more orcs appear, their menacing presence underscoring the gravity of the situation. The rebellion is clearly well organized and powerful. Alan, his back turned to the reader, seems to contemplate the situation, his expression unreadable. Alan finally understands the situation, a quiet acceptance settling over him as he acknowledges the reality of the orc's rebellion and his own failure. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, stood before a hulking orc. His expression was one of disdain as he addressed the creature, stating that they were merely bloodthirsty. Despite his dismissive words, Alan's true intentions were different. He admitted to the orc that he desired their strength. He knew, however, that the orc wouldn't simply obey his commands. This is why Alan had gone to such lengths to confront the orc personally. Alan's confident smirk hinted at a hidden motive, a reason the orc would understand. The orc, seemingly surprised by Alan's unarmed approach, questioned his lack of weaponry. It was a question that highlighted the unusual nature of their encounter. The orc noted Alan's surprising knowledge of Orcish customs, despite being human. Alan casually confirmed his familiarity with their ways, tossing aside his weapon. The scene opens with a low-angle shot, focusing on a massive spiked club lying on the ground. 2 enormous, green-skinned feet loom over it, their owner unseen but clearly imposing. Meanwhile, a voice, calm yet authoritative, lays down the rules of engagement. As long as your opponent does not hold a weapon, you yourself must not hold a weapon. You must accept when challenged to a solo duel. The camera then focuses on the face of a hulking orc, his features sharp and menacing, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He is clearly the one who dropped the club. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stands defiantly before the orc. His blonde hair is pulled back, his expression confident, almost cocky. He speaks, a challenge in his voice. Shall we have a go at each other following your rules? The orc roars his acceptance. Very well, Pendragon. With surprising speed, Alan lunges forward, a blur of motion. His attack a whirlwind of precise strikes that sends the orc sprawling. The force of the blow creating a small crater in the earth as the orc crashes down. Alan stands over his defeated opponent, slightly breathless but otherwise unharmed. The orc, impressed despite his defeat, observes, it seems that this one has a higher combat prowess when compared to other orcs. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in a precarious situation. He had just narrowly avoided a devastating blow, the force of which would have shattered the bones of any ordinary person. He braced himself, his body coiled like a spring, ready to counterattack. His opponent, a hulking brute of a creature, advanced menacingly. With a burst of speed, Alan launched himself forward, landing a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling. But the beast retaliated swiftly, its massive fist hurtling towards Alan. Alan, however, anticipated the attack. He sidestepped with practiced ease, sending the creature crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The force of the blow caused a fissure to spread across the earth, a testament to Alan's raw power. Alan stood victorious, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with determination. A knight in shining armor, his face etched with determination, rode at the head of a small procession. Beside him, perched on his shoulder, was a small, horned imp, its expression one of anxious concern. Behind them trailed a strange, bird-like creature with large, expressive eyes. The procession was suddenly interrupted. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, scattering dust and debris. A woman in dark robes, her face pale with worry, watched in horror as the knight and his companions were thrown from their mounts, sending them tumbling through the air. The knight, Alan Pendragon, landed hard, his armor groaning under the impact. He lay stunned for a moment, the wind knocked out of him. Before pushing himself up, his eyes narrowed in determination. Alan, however, was not his usual self. He was Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, inhabiting Alan's body after a fateful encounter 7 years prior. He surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He muttered to himself, noting the power he now wielded was not as refined or as swift as he was used to. The attack had been surprisingly powerful, far exceeding his expectations for this time period. The imp, still perched on his shoulder, commented that the attacker hadn't used their full strength, a fact that was obvious to Raven. A powerful gust of wind, far stronger than the previous one, suddenly erupted around Alan, signaling a shift in the situation. A hulking orc, muscles bulging, glared with barely contained fury. His words were a low growl, barely audible yet carrying a chilling weight. Humans would die instantly if I were to use my full power. That's why. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stood defiantly, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. His gaze was unwavering as he declared, I decided to only use my full power against opponents who can stop my fist. The orc tilted his head, a hint of surprise in his expression. Oh? Then it's time you face me with your full power. Alan, a smirk playing on his lips, replied, yeah, I know. I didn't think you'd heat me up this much. The orc lunged, a blur of motion and raw power. His attack was ferocious, a whirlwind of blows aimed at Alan's heart. But Alan met the onslaught with a speed that surprised even the orc. The orc roared, Pendragon, you're an interesting human. A blinding flash of light erupted as Alan countered, his movements too fast to follow. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. Alan's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he deflected another blow. A thin scratch appeared on his cheek. The orc, momentarily stunned, could only watch as Alan moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion across the battlefield. He muttered, he's fast. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, unleashed a ferocious blow, his fist a blur of motion as it connected with his opponent. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. His adversary staggered back, gasping for breath. I want to battle more against you. Don't you go dying on me now, he roared, his voice filled with a desperate need for continued combat. But Raven's attack was relentless. He pressed his advantage, delivering a brutal uppercut that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. Alan, weakened but defiant, braced himself, a surge of power coursing through his veins. He was not ready to yield. With a guttural cry of Pendragon, Alan channeled his ancestral strength, preparing for a final, desperate counterattack. A blinding light erupted from him, a surge of raw power that threatened to consume everything in its path. The force of the blast sent his opponent reeling, momentarily stunned by the sheer power unleashed. Alan groaned, his body racked with pain, but he stood firm, his eyes burning with determination. Ugh, he gasped, pushing himself to his limits. Meanwhile, a young woman and a man watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and grim amusement. The woman gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. 7 years prior to his death, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A small, demonic creature clotted Alan's, or rather Raven's, armor, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Fear etched itself onto Raven's face, a stark contrast to his usual stoic demeanor as he braced himself against the unexpected attack. The demonic creature lunged, its claws extended. But before it could land a blow, a blinding flash of light erupted from below, sending the creature flying. A powerful, feathered creature, possibly a griffin, soared into view, its silhouette momentarily obscuring the sky. A monstrous orc, its green skin glistening with sweat, stood defiantly before a company of soldiers. A massive wave of what appeared to be condensed snow or ice had just crashed behind him, the force of it visible in the cracked earth. Alan Pendragon, his face partially obscured, registered a moment of confusion. He had clearly struck the orc, yet the orc remained standing, seemingly unfazed by the blow. A question mark floated above his head, indicating his own surprise. Alan cursed under his breath, a frustrated goddammit, escaping his lips. He took a step back, his ornate golden boot crunching on the ground. A surge of energy coursing through his body. His blonde hair whipped around him as he braced himself. The ground trembled as Alan prepared for another attack, a powerful aura emanating from him. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dukedom, stood defiant, a grim expression etched onto his face. His body bore the marks of countless battles, a testament to his grueling life. He muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, "My body's gotten a bit rusty." A consequence of facing only minor threats lately. His words revealed a truth, his skills, honed over years of intense combat, were growing dull from lack of worthy challenges. Nearby, a concerned woman and a man watched Alan, their faces reflecting worry. In the background, a group of orcs loomed, their menacing presence a stark contrast to the serene landscape. The scene shifted to show Alan facing a small, grotesque creature, seemingly a goblin, clinging to a larger, monstrous beast. A powerful warrior, clad in ornate armor, stood behind them, his expression unreadable. The warrior's astonishment was palpable. He exclaimed, "I can't believe he's still standing after receiving a blow from an orc." His concern quickly turned to a protective resolve. He thought, "His grace is a precious heir to our dukedom," underscoring the importance of Alan's safety. The weight of his responsibility was evident in his grim determination. And with a sharp command, he rallied his men. "Men! Protect his grace." His orders were met with immediate obedience. The soldiers responded with a resounding understood, as they prepared to defend Alan. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood amidst a flurry of dust and debris, his face marred by a bloody wound that stretched across his forehead. His blonde hair, usually neatly tied back, was disheveled, adding to his disoriented appearance. A stark contrast to the regal bearing he usually exuded in his ornate, crimson and gold armor. His eyes, though, held a flicker of defiance as he declared, "I don't need your protection." Ravenbolt, Alan's protector, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, watched him with a mixture of concern and grim determination. His face, partially obscured by shadow, was set in a hard line, his expression unreadable. But a single word escaped his lips, "Understood." In the background, a group of orcs observed the scene, their expressions ranging from surprise to grim amusement. One of them, a hulking brute, chuckled, "Kohi, splendid, splendid." Another orc, his face partially hidden by a dark hood, commented, "To think he's still alive after facing Karta, the strongest orc within Ancona Forest, as his opponent." A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, stroked their chin thoughtfully. Their gaze fixed on Alan. "Pendragon, what an interesting human," they mused. Suddenly, the ground beneath Alan cracked, a fissure splitting the earth as a powerful force erupted from below, sending him hurtling backward. Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming family, stood amidst a battlefield, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. A grim smile touched his lips as he mused, "This will serve as excellent rehabilitation to recover my former senses. Time to go all out, I guess." His opponent, a hulking orc, regarded him with a mixture of surprise and grudging respect. "You're the first human to survive after eating my fist head on," the orc growled, "but it's just a matter of time before you succumb to your wounds." Alan, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "Is that so? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" The orc paused, considering Alan's resilience. "Something of this degree. With the regeneration ability that I possess, it's just a flesh wound," Alan declared, a confident smirk spreading across his face. As if to prove his point, Alan's wounds began to rapidly heal, the visible gashes closing before the orc's very eyes. A soft hissing sound emanated from Alan's body as the regeneration process accelerated. The orc watched, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed Alan's miraculous recovery. His wounds disappeared? The orc, clearly unsettled by this unexpected turn of events, muttered to himself, "Interesting." A hulking orc, its features grotesque and menacing, lunged at Alan Pendragon. The young Pendragonair, clad in ornate armor, stood his ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he effortlessly sidestepped the creature's clumsy attack. With a swift, precise movement, Alan countered, his attack a blur of motion that sent the orc sprawling. The force of the blow cracked the earth, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. Alan, though victorious in this exchange, knew this was far from over. He realized that to truly defeat this opponent, he would need to unleash his full power, targeting the orc's vital points. He considered his options, his expression grim but determined. The orc, recovering from its fall, roared its challenge anew. Alan, however, remained calm, a plan forming in his mind. He mused that an orc's thought process was simplistic, and with his superior regeneration abilities, this fight would be child's play. He would first restrict the orc's movements before delivering the final blow. The orc, impatient with Alan's evasiveness, pressed its attack once more, frustrated by its inability to land a decisive hit. Alan, anticipating the move, deftly dodged the attack, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to counter. Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming legacy, sneered down at an Orcish warrior. He scoffed, questioning if the orcs of Ancona were only capable of brute force. Alan's blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his icy blue eyes gleaming with arrogance as he stood defiantly. The orc, enraged by Alan's condescending words, roared, "Did you just make fun of us?" He lunged forward, a blur of green muscle and rage, aiming a devastating blow at Alan, who barely managed to sidestep the attack. The orc's attack missed, leaving him momentarily off balance. Alan saw his opportunity. And with a swift, decisive movement, he prepared to counterattack, promising to make the orc eat his words. Alan unleashed a powerful blow, connecting with the orc's jaw with a resounding crack. The force of the impact sent the orc sprawling, his body crashing to the ground. Alan smirked, realizing the orc had fallen for his feigned arrogance. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in a desperate struggle against a pair of monstrous orcs. His movements were swift and precise, a testament to his rigorous training. But the orc's brute strength proved a formidable challenge. A searing green energy pulsed from his blade as he fought to maintain his advantage. A desperate parry barely deflecting a blow that would have shattered his bones. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. A concerned onlooker, his face etched with worry, cried out, "Your Grace! Your arms!" The orc, however, remained unfazed. "Your arms are useless now, aren't they? This is the end, Pendragon." A cruel smile stretched across the orc's face as he prepared to deliver the final blow. But Alan, despite the pain, showed a flicker of determination in his eyes. A subtle shift in his expression hinting at a hidden plan. A single word escaped his lips, "Gotcha." The orc's triumphant moment was cut short as Alan's hidden counterattack began to take effect. An orc of Ancona, his eyes wide with surprise, braced for impact. Alan Pendragon, clad in shining armor, met the orc's charge with a swift, powerful kick, sending the hulking brute sprawling across the ground. "However, this is the end for you, orc of Ancona," Alan declared, a grim determination etched on his face. Alan's gaze fell upon the ornate jewel embedded in his chestplate, a faint glow emanated from it. Despite the brutal blow, the orc, surprisingly, continued to move. "I'm certain I broke his bones, so why can he still move?" Alan wondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. A sudden realization struck Alan. No, this was his aim from the start. The orc lunged again, his movements surprisingly swift despite his broken bones. But Alan, anticipating the attack, sidestepped with practiced ease, landing a powerful kick that sent the orc flying. "This is bad. I can't dodge," Alan thought, his expression grim. 7 years in the past, Raven Bolt awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. His icy blue eyes, a stark contrast to Alan's usual warm brown, reflected a grim determination. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured his vision. As the remnants of a powerful explosion rained down around him, he found himself facing a hulking orc, its crude features contorted in a snarl. With surprising speed and agility for someone inhabiting a body unfamiliar to him, Raven reacted instinctively, delivering a swift, powerful kick that sent the orc sprawling, the force of the blow shattering the ground beneath the creature's feet. Despite the unexpected strength coursing through Alan's body, Raven felt a sharp pain in his arm, a fresh wound adding to the existing injuries. He braced himself, his mind racing as he prepared for the orc's counterattack. With a final, decisive blow, Raven sent the orc flying, ending the immediate threat. A knight, his face etched with worry, urged his small, monstrous companion onward. Behind them, a diminutive devil-like creature clung to the knight's back, its expression mirroring the knight's apprehension. Meanwhile, a woman with silver hair, dressed in dark robes, watched the scene unfold with a look of intense anxiety. Beside her, a man in a purple tunic shared her distress. The scene shifted to a hulking figure, his face partially obscured by a dark hood. A sinister smile played on his lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. 2 more of these imposing figures emerged, their expressions fierce and determined. They moved with a predatory grace, their eyes fixed on a common target. The 3 figures charged, their attacks swift and brutal. They were met by a figure in shining white armor, who effortlessly deflected their blows. A shout of "incredible" echoed across the battlefield. One by one, the attackers fell, their strength no match for the armored figure's skill. The words "Carta is defeated" rang out, confirming the victor's triumph. The defeated Carta lay prostrate on the ground, his body still trembling from the encounter. A voice, filled with awe, whispered, "Pendragon. What a powerful human." Chapter 19 begins with Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, standing amidst a scene of chaos. Several monstrous figures lay defeated around him, their forms suggesting a recent struggle. A concerned man in military attire approaches him from behind. Alan's armored foot rests on the ground, a subtle spark emanating from his boot as he subtly shifts his weight. A clear indication of his latent power. The man urges him to allow treatment for his injured arm. Alan dismisses the injury, claiming it doesn't hurt much. The man looks at him with a mixture of concern and disbelief. The man's astonishment is palpable as he questions Alan's nonchalant attitude towards the injury. A close-up on Alan's face shows a subtle grimace, a hint of pain barely concealed beneath his stoic exterior. He spits out a small piece of something white. Alan reveals that the pain of his body regenerating is far greater than the initial injury itself, a testament to the unusual power coursing through him. He reflects on the fact that he should be grateful for this ability. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood amidst the wreckage of battle. His gaze was distant, his expression thoughtful as he examined his damaged gauntlet. A faint tremor ran through his hand as he flexed his fingers, a silent testament to the recent conflict. The metallic structure of the gauntlet crumbled further, revealing the raw power within Alan's hand. A surge of energy that pulsed with an otherworldly light. He clenched his fist, the glow intensifying as he felt the raw power coursing through his veins. Alan, now radiating confidence, stood before a group of defeated Ancona orcs. A lone warrior remained, his body bruised and broken, kneeling before the young lord. The orc, barely conscious, mumbled something about Carta. Alan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Alan addressed the defeated orc, his voice low but commanding. He ordered the creature to submit. The orc, despite his injuries, seemed to accept this command without question, a grim smile spreading across his face. It was an order, he knew, that he could not refuse. The orc groaned, acknowledging the simple truth of the situation: the loser must always follow the winner. Alan, his expression unreadable, asked the orc what he wanted them to do next. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood bathed in a golden light. A confident smirk played on his lips as he addressed an unseen companion. He insisted that they must deal with a pressing matter first. A hulking, green-skinned orc, his tusks prominent, appeared, questioning Alan's intentions. He pointed out Alan's status as the forest's guardian deity. Alan maintained his composure, a serene expression on his face. The light behind him intensified. 3 orcs, including the one from the previous panel, stood in a forest clearing, their attention focused on Alan. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. One of the orcs gasped, a question forming on his lips: was the guardian deity planning to make a pact with them? Alan approached the orcs, his hand resting on the shoulder of the largest one. He confirmed their suspicions. He explained that by the time they reached Soul Rake, they would be facing a massive horde of evil monsters, so many that they would be overwhelmed. Alan declared that from that moment on, the orcs would be able to fight every day, implying a new alliance and a change in their circumstances. The orc, his eyes wide, seemed to ponder the implications of this new arrangement, a mixture of awe and apprehension on his face. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, and Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, rode towards their destination. Confident in their imminent arrival, Raven assured Alan that they would reach the mausoleum swiftly. Alan, seemingly relaxed, replied that if that were the case, they could proceed without haste. Alan, now in possession of a magnificent sword, stood before Raven. A subtle glow emanated from the blade as Alan presented it to Raven, a gesture of trust and partnership. Suddenly, a swift and decisive strike. Raven, wielding the newly presented sword, lunged forward. The blade flashing through the air with deadly precision, cleaving an orc in two. The remaining orcs, stunned by the unexpected attack, watched in disbelief as their comrade fell. Their leader, a hulking figure with a sinister grin, knelt before them. Another orc, cloaked and mysterious, also knelt, his gaze fixed on the fallen warrior. The 2 orc leaders exchanged a brief, tense glance before the larger orc spoke, his words carrying a weight of unexpected submission. The large orc addressed his fellow Ancona orcs, commanding their allegiance to House Pendragon. With a decisive gesture, Alan Pendragon, now clearly in command, accepted the unexpected surrender of the Ancona orcs, solidifying his power and influence. A stern-faced commander, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, addressed his troops. His expression was one of grim determination as he issued his final orders. Everyone was to give their all. Amongst them stood a hulking Orcish warrior, his gaze fixed on the ground, his massive sword resting across his shoulders. He seemed ready to obey without question. Nearby, a woman with short, silver hair and a purple bow tie watched the scene unfold. A hint of worry clouded her usually serene features. Another man, with short blonde hair and a serious expression, stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the ground. He seemed troubled by the commander's words. The scene shifted to a breathtaking vista, a majestic mountain range, a tranquil river winding through a lush valley, and a wooden bridge connecting the 2 sides. The setting sun cast a warm, golden glow over the landscape. The commander, having completed his preparations, announced his intention to return to his territory, promising to send soldiers to escort the others back to Sirod's lands. The group gathered on the bridge, preparing for their departure. Soldiers mounted their horses, while the woman with silver hair and the blonde man stood waiting. The woman with silver hair bowed her head, accepting the situation with quiet resignation. She had no excuses. As the commander prepared to leave, he called out to the blonde-haired man, who seemed startled by the sudden address. A menacing threat hung in the air. The words echoed with the weight of unspoken violence: the next time you point your sword at me, it won't end with just an arm. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood alone, his face etched with worry. The recent confrontation left him shaken. He watched as Karda, his bodyguard, and a hulking orc approached, their presence adding to his unease. Karda, sensing Alan's apprehension, gave a curt nod. Karda, let's go, she commanded, her voice firm. Alan and Karda rode towards a large gathering of soldiers, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Alan's lips as he felt a sharp pain. He stumbled, his body reacting to an unseen force. A mysterious woman, her face partially obscured, appeared, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and something else, something darker. Beside her stood a large orc, his gaze fixed on Alan. Alan, still reeling from the attack, found himself facing Karda, who stood tall and resolute in his armor. The mysterious woman's gaze lingered on Alan, a silent prayer forming on her lips: surely, he will. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, rode at the head of a procession, his blonde hair catching the light. Behind him marched a contingent of the Devil's Army, a motley crew of human soldiers and monstrous allies, their faces grim and determined. Among them, Ravenbolt, his former protector, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a familiar unease. 7 years had passed since his death, yet the weight of his past mission remained. A chilling reminder of the conspiracy that had claimed both their lives. The Orcish warrior beside him seemed oblivious to Raven's inner turmoil. Further back, a harpy-like creature struggled under the weight of an unseen burden, its sharp gaze betraying its exhaustion. The scene was a tableau of uneasy alliances. A fragile piece held together by the weight of their shared purpose. A cloaked figure, his face obscured, observed the procession from the shadows, a sinister glint in his unseen eyes. Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, felt a surge of power as he stood before the mausoleum. The wind whipped around him, carrying whispers of forgotten magic. A weight of expectation pressing down on him. He was close to uncovering the truth behind his death, but the path ahead remained shrouded in mystery. The name Alan Pendragon echoed in the air, a chilling reminder of the family legacy he now bore. A woman, her face etched with worry, watched from afar. The scene opens with a glimpse of a dark, ornate coat, a purple ribbon tied in a bow at the collar. The fabric is partially obscured by swirling dust and debris, suggesting a chaotic environment. A sweeping vista of a mountainous landscape unfolds under a crescent moon. Falling leaves drift gently through the night air, hinting at the passage of time and a sense of quietude. The focus shifts to a young man with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes. He wears a richly detailed, crimson military-style coat, adorned with gold accents. His expression is one of grim determination. The caption "The Ancona Forest" appears against the backdrop of the same moonlit mountain range, establishing the location. A small party travels through a forest. The group consists of the silver-haired young man, a dark-haired man in a red cloak, a large, muscular figure, and a creature with avian features. They are seen from behind, their journey shrouded in a mystical light. The silver-haired young man's face is shown in close-up. His expression is pensive, his gaze distant and troubled. A scene unfolds showing a man with a mustache, his face partially obscured, looking down at something. Below him, a small, demonic-looking creature rides on the back of a larger, wolf-like beast. The final panel shows a large, green-skinned orc-like creature, his expression one of quiet observation. He seems to be watching the events unfolding from a distance. 7 years in the past, Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon-taming lineage. He had been tasked with guarding Alan, but both had been killed in a conspiracy. Now, Raven, in Alan's form, resolved to uncover the truth behind his death, starting with this moment. Alan, now possessing Raven's memories and determination, felt a surge of resolve. The battle he was destined to fight could finally begin. He would use this second chance to unravel the mystery surrounding his death and restore the Pendragon family's honor. A blinding light pierced the heavens, a celestial beacon against the deep blue expanse, signaling the presence of a magnificent creature. A colossal white dragon, adorned with ornate golden accents, gazed upward, its piercing blue eyes reflecting the ethereal glow. Below, a surreal landscape unfolded, floating islands dotted the horizon, waterfalls cascaded from unseen heights, and shooting stars streaked across a vibrant purple sky. A mystical domain where a majestic purple tree stood sentinel, awaiting the arrival of a visitor. The white dragon, its gaze unwavering, spoke, its voice echoing through the ethereal realm, "So you've come." A voice, filled with quiet determination, responded, "I'm here." The dragon, its head lowering slightly, offered further instruction, "Try and find the entrance to this domain." The scene opens on a breathtaking vista of the Ancona Forest, nestled within a deep valley. A river snakes its way through the heart of the landscape, carving a path between towering, snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, a monstrous serpent, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, bursts forth from the riverbank, its roar echoing through the valley. A massive axe, gleaming with an ethereal glow, cleaves the air. Wielded by a powerfully built orc, his muscles bulging as he brings the weapon down with brutal force. The axe connects with the serpent's body, sending it flying back with a resounding thud. The orc stands defiantly, his gaze fixed on the fallen beast. More serpents emerge from the forest, but the orc merely scoffs, his words echoing with confidence, "Killing snakes can't even serve as my warm-up." He effortlessly dispatches the remaining serpents with a series of swift, precise strikes, his frustration evident as he complains, "I'm already sick of constantly facing these small fries." Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, and Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage, stood vigilant on a rocky outcrop. The crystal-clear water lapped at the shore below, while grotesque, goblin-like creatures lurked in the shadows of the surrounding cliffs. Several winged serpents, their scales shimmering menacingly, circled overhead. 2 of the winged serpents descended, their movements swift and deadly, launching a surprise attack on Alan. His companion, Raven, reacted instantly, his crossbow already aimed. Alan, however, reacted with surprising speed, drawing his sword in a blur of motion. A look of grim determination hardened his features as he braced himself for the inevitable. With a powerful, almost supernatural grace, Alan spun, his sword a silver flash against the vibrant sky. He deflected the serpent's strike with effortless precision, sending one of the creatures sprawling. A look of surprise, quickly replaced by fierce concentration, crossed his face. Alan stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. Raven approached, offering assistance. Alan, humbled by the near miss, thanked Raven for his help. Raven, in turn, assured him it was no problem and delegated the care of the injured goblins to his comrade, Kratul. As the scene concluded, Raven and Alan surveyed the aftermath of the battle, their attention drawn to the remaining goblins retreating towards a hidden cave. A hulking, orcish figure, cloaked and wielding a staff, chuckled, "Kei. Got it." He addressed someone unseen, assuring them, "Don't worry, I have some very effective medicine, so leave it to me." Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood slightly wounded, his breath ragged. A concerned soldier rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Your Grace. Are you injured anywhere?" Alan waved a dismissive hand. "I'm fine. What's the situation like with the remaining soldiers?" A soldier reported, "There aren't as many Quetzalcoatlus up the stream, so there aren't as many injured. We can continue our march, but we may be lacking in physical strength if we are to get into another battle against the demons." Alan turned to Karta, the Orcish monster hunter, and asked, "Karta, about how much longer before we reach Soldrake's domain?" Karta stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I can't say for certain. But we'll see signs of the quarry if we march on a little further. The only thing I know for sure is the fact that there is a cave that connects to the guardian deity's domain in that area." Alan inquired, "Is there anything I should be mindful of on my way to the quarry?" Karta replied, "Nothing. The area here is still the orcs' territory. Those snake bastards were only here looking for water." Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, and Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, stood on a windswept shore, accompanied by a hulking orc. They were on a mission of vital importance, their destination shrouded in mystery, and the weight of their task was palpable. Alan, his blonde hair catching the light, offered a reassuring smile. He felt a quiet confidence in his ability to handle any challenges that might arise. The weight of his family's legacy rested on his shoulders, but he was determined to succeed. The orc, whose name was Grug, announced their imminent departure. Raven, his face partially obscured by shadow, remained stoic, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of calm determination. Grug's grim features were a stark contrast to the more refined appearance of the other two. His loyalty, however, was unquestionable. With a shared nod of acknowledgement, the trio began their journey. Grug, ever vigilant, took the lead, his massive frame moving with surprising agility across the rocky terrain. As night fell, they continued their trek, the imposing silhouette of a mountain range looming before them. Their journey was far from over. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, looked up, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. 7 years ago, he was Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter in the Devil's Army, but now, he was Alan, reliving his past. He stood before a dark, imposing cliff face, his loyal steed beside him. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. A stark contrast to the bright, ethereal light emanating from the sky above. Awaiting him were soldiers, mounted and ready. The scene shifted. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache, clad in armor, stood amidst the ruins of what appeared to be an old quarry. His expression was one of concern. Next to him, a hulking orc, his face etched with worry, observed the scene. The orc's presence suggested a shared burden of responsibility. A smaller, more grotesque creature, perched atop a larger, feathered beast, added to the unsettling atmosphere. Fear was evident in their eyes. Alan, his gaze drifting upwards, mused to himself about the unsettling nature of the place. It's a rather creepy place for just a quarry, he thought. Turning to the orc, Alan questioned the quarry's sealed state, his voice laced with curiosity and a hint of suspicion. Carta, why is this quarry sealed? He asked. Carta, the orc, responded with uncertainty, his words revealing a lack of complete knowledge. I'm not quite sure of the details, but according to my elder, he began, leaving the sentence unfinished. An orc elder, his face etched with the weariness of ages, recounted the history of the area. He explained that goblins had once mined minerals there. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood before the orc elder and his entourage, which included a small, winged creature. The orc elder seemed to be making a point, his expression serious. The winged creature, whose name was Kazal, seemed to be communicating something to Alan, causing him to frown slightly. Kazal, it turned out, didn't live in the forest and therefore had no knowledge of the goblins' mining activities. Furthermore, Kazal had never heard of goblins mining minerals themselves, they were far more adept at stealing. Alan considered Kazal's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. He agreed with the assessment. A concerned soldier approached Alan, noticing his pensive demeanor. He inquired if something was amiss. The soldier suggested it would be best to remain in the area until sunset. He then instructed the orc soldiers to keep watch in pairs and set up camp for the night. Alan acknowledged the soldier's orders, accepting the plan. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, stood tall in his ornate armor, flanked by two soldiers. One of them assured him, got it. I'll tell the others. The other bid him farewell, good night, Pendragon. Night had fallen. A lone torch flickered in the distance, casting long shadows against the starlit sky. Two orcish figures slumped against a tree, exhausted and wounded, their breaths ragged in the cold night air. Elsewhere, a small, winged creature nestled contentedly against a larger, red-scaled dragon-like beast, both fast asleep. Alan's camp was set up in a desolate, rocky landscape under a vast, star-filled sky. Several tents, marked with the Pendragon sigil, were pitched amongst the crags. Alan sat alone outside one of the tents, his sword resting beside him. He appeared lost in thought, gazing out at the desolate landscape. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the barren landscape, a question mark forming in his mind. A sudden noise startled Alan. He drew his sword, his thoughts echoing, what was that noise? Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood vigilant, his crimson cloak billowing slightly in the chilling wind. Clad in his armor, he held his spear aloft, his gaze fixed on the approaching darkness. A sense of unease settled over him, a premonition of the impending danger. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the gloom, its face obscured by darkness and marred by gruesome wounds. A dark, purplish aura emanated from the figure, hinting at a malevolent power. Raven, caught off guard, was struck by a powerful blow, sending him tumbling through the air. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips before he plummeted towards the ground, crashing onto the rocky terrain below. His body lay still, the silence broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. A final, pained utterance escaped his lips, Your Grace. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, a stark contrast to the previous moment's intensity. In the distance, a camp of tents could be seen, a silent testament to the events that had transpired. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, awoke within the confines of his tent. He sat up, his expression a mixture of confusion and unease. His eyes darted around, taking in his surroundings. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he realized something was amiss. He muttered to himself, shit, something's not right. His thoughts raced, trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. He questioned the strange disappearance of the goblins, a puzzle that deepened his unease. Why did the goblins disappear simultaneously? The question lingered, unanswered, as the panel shifted to reveal a cloaked figure standing atop a distant cliff, a sinister aura surrounding them. The mystery deepened, leaving the reader to wonder, but by whom? A purplish haze filled the air, swirling amidst the jagged peaks of a desolate mountain range. As skeletal hands clawed from the mist, reaching towards a cloaked figure wielding a staff topped with a glowing purple orb. The figure, a deathly pale skull beneath the hood, seemed to command the spectral limbs. The skeletal hands continued their advance, now descending upon a sprawling encampment of red tents, emblazoned with the Pendragon family crest, a proud, winged lion rampant, a scene of chaos and impending doom. Chapter 21 begins with Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, reflecting on a recent event. He muses that those who disappeared weren't simply gone, but were made to disappear, implying foul play. Alan's thoughts are interrupted by a view of a dark figure wielding a staff, seemingly responsible for the disappearances. He wonders what kind of power could have orchestrated such an event. A close-up reveals the staff's intricate design and a glowing purple gem at its tip, hinting at potent magical abilities. The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield where skeletal hands erupt from the ground near a Pendragon encampment, suggesting a dark magical attack. More skeletal creatures emerge from the earth, indicating a widespread and powerful assault. Among them are grotesque, skeletal beings with glowing red eyes, adding to the scene's horror. Culminating in the appearance of monstrous, two-headed hellhounds, signifying a significant threat to the Pendragon forces. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. 7 years in the past, he awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to comprehend the impossible reality. His own death, a carefully orchestrated conspiracy, now a mystery he was determined to solve. He clutched the familiar hilt of Alan's sword, a cold steel comfort in this strange new past. A sword that felt strangely familiar in his hand. The weight, the balance, the subtle hum of power within the blade, it was as if an extension of his own being. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And those challenges arrived swiftly. A monstrous, two-headed wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. But Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, met the attack with practiced grace. Years of experience as a monster hunter served him well, his movements fluid and precise as he deflected the beast's savage assault. A blur of motion as steel clashed against fang and claw. The battle was fierce, a whirlwind of flashing steel and snarling fury. But Raven's skill and experience were undeniable. He parried, riposted, and countered with deadly efficiency, his every move calculated and precise. He saw the beast's attack coming, a terrifying glimpse of its jaws reflected in his own eye. And with a powerful leap, he vaulted onto the creature's back, his sword flashing as he aimed a decisive blow. The fight was far from over, but Raven was gaining the upper hand. Only to be surprised by a sudden swarm of skeletal figures emerging from the ground. Where did they come from, he wondered, his focus shifting as he faced this new, unexpected threat. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, found himself in a precarious situation. He lay on the ground, his blonde hair splayed around his head, a sword clutched in his hand. The goblins, he mused, had vanished without a trace. He had just finished dispatching a wave of goblins when a monstrous, shadowy wolf-like creature lunged from the darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. Surprise registered on Alan's face as the beast's jaws snapped shut. The creature's roar echoed through the battlefield as it was joined by another, equally monstrous wolf. Their combined assault threatened to overwhelm Alan. The scene shifted. Ravenbolt, Alan's protector, lay asleep in a tent, his brow furrowed in his sleep. Beside him, another man slept soundly. Suddenly, a strange, bird-like creature stirred in the background. Below, two goblins watched the sleeping men, their expressions a mixture of malice and anticipation. Raven awoke with a start, his eyes snapping open. He was disoriented, confused. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He looked around wildly, his eyes landing on a group of goblins rushing towards a tent. What the hell is happening, he exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself in a predicament. His face, usually stoic, was contorted in a grimace of disbelief, a faint, almost comical, mustache adorning his lips. He was clearly not in his own body. 7 years in the past, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. Alan, clad in shining white and red armor, stood atop a monstrous, shadowy beast, his blonde hair catching the light as he wielded a long, gleaming sword. A dark, shadowy creature loomed behind him, its skeletal form hinting at immense power. 3 figures watched from afar, their faces obscured by shadow, their expressions unreadable. Alan, despite his new body, felt a surge of familiar skill. He braced himself, a sword slicing across his face, narrowly missing his eye. Grace, he thought, a mixture of surprise and recognition in his eyes. With a swift, precise movement, Alan countered, his blade piercing the creature's heart. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The beast roared, its shadowy form shifting and growing larger. Alan, however, remained undeterred. He was ready for the challenge. He leaped back, dodging a vicious swipe from the beast's claws, preparing for a counterattack. He focused his energy. Alan unleashed a powerful wave of energy, a brilliant arc of light slicing through the darkness. The beast fell, defeated. As the dust settled, 2 figures approached Alan. One called out, "Your Grace," while another, a gruff-looking man, asked, "How's the situation?" A man with a mustache, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern, is shown in close-up. His eyes are wide, and his brows are furrowed. The scene shifts to reveal a vast army of skeletons, their glowing red eyes menacing. 2 figures stand before them, a young man with blonde hair and a red coat, and a large, green-skinned orc. The blonde-haired man asks if these are the goblins from the mines. The blonde-haired man, Alan, questions who killed the skeletons. The orc and the mustached man look on, equally perplexed. The mustached man explains that only certain beings can control the dead as servants, implying a powerful enemy is at play. He surmises that this enemy likely killed all the skeletons. A terrifying horde of small skeletons emerges from the shadows, led by a larger, more imposing skeletal figure. The scene is dark and ominous. Alan deduces that their enemy is trying to prevent them from taking the oath with the dragon and opening the mausoleum. The orc and the mustached man exchange a look of grim determination. The scene widens to reveal a large encampment surrounded by monstrous, serpentine creatures. The mustached man states that they are surrounded and have no choice but to fight. 2 monstrous, 3-headed serpents loom menacingly. The mustached man explains that these creatures will not disappear until they find the conjurer. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood amidst his loyal guards, a stark contrast to the monstrous orcs surrounding them. One of the guards, his face partially obscured by shadow, declared his intention to find Ravenbolt's true body while the others bought him time. Suddenly, a wave of enemies, including monstrous serpentine creatures, attacked. The desperate cry of "Come" echoed across the battlefield as the battle commenced. 2 hulking orcs charged forward, their brutal strength evident in their every movement, readying themselves to unleash their fury upon the outnumbered defenders. Meanwhile, another guard, his face etched with grim determination, observed the overwhelming numbers of their foes. He reflected on the sheer scale of the opposition, noting that they were actively trying to prevent the restoration of House Pendragon's former glory. Despite the seemingly insurmountable odds, the guard's resolve remained unshaken. He vowed to not let them succeed. An observer, likely a member of the Pendragon household, noted the significant change in Alan's demeanor and fighting style, suggesting that he might be capable of achieving what his predecessors could not. The same guard from earlier, watching Alan fight, expressed his belief that the current young master was significantly improved compared to his predecessors. Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon-taming dynasty, stood amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal energy. His expression was one of quiet determination, his blonde hair catching the light. Clad in an ornate, open white shirt and dark trousers, he held a golden dragon-shaped artifact, its intricate details gleaming. The narration box above him declared, if it's him, he can surely control the white dragon and open up the mausoleum. The focus shifted to a majestic, partially visible creature, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The creature's head, crowned with golden horns, was the only part fully shown, its piercing blue eye fixed on something unseen. The narration box below read, restoring the glory of the past and making it thrive just like then. The scene changed abruptly. Ravenbolt, now inhabiting Alan's body, faced a monstrous, shadowy beast, a hellhound with glowing red eyes. He stood his ground, sword drawn, his expression grim. The narration box proclaimed, the Pendragons will definitely rise again. Their downfall is no more. Raven, his face etched with determination, muttered to himself, that's right, we are. He unleashed a blinding flash of light, a powerful energy wave emanating from his body. The narration box above him read, White Dragon Cavalry. The Hellhound lunged, but Raven was ready. The energy wave struck the Hellhound, sending it flying backward. Its body impacting a nearby stone wall with a resounding crash. The impact shattered the stone, revealing a hidden passage behind it. Raven, panting slightly, watched as the Hellhound struggled to rise. 3 skeletal figures emerged from the newly revealed passage, armed with spears, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow. They advanced on the wounded beast. The skeletal figures hurled their spears, the projectile streaking towards the Hellhound with deadly precision. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, found himself in a desperate battle against a monstrous serpent. 4 spectral spears, summoned with unseen power, flew towards the beast. But his focus remained unwavering. He realized the true danger, just as I thought, they are aiming for Aaron's life. I don't have any time to find the lich because of this. Alan's grip tightened on his sword, the ornate jewel embedded in its hilt gleaming. The blade, however, showed signs of strain, its edge beginning to crack under the pressure of the ongoing battle. He channeled his remaining strength, thrusting his sword into the serpent's eye with a fierce cry. The impact sent a shockwave of energy through the creature. And with a mighty roar, Alan Pendragon found himself riding atop the stunned beast, using its momentum to launch himself away from the incoming spears. The serpent, weakened but not defeated, lunged again, its jaws snapping shut just inches from Alan. He narrowly avoided its bite, his sword held ready. And as he stood there, catching his breath, a chilling realization washed over him. I don't know who the hell plotted all of this, but the Pendragon fall and the Vault Amnesty are connected. He continued his internal monologue, piecing together the fragments of his understanding. They must want something from us, as they're standing in our way. The serpent, seemingly sensing a shift in the balance of power, coiled defensively before Alan. A voice echoed in his mind, fine, I will help you then. A declaration of intent filled the air. The speaker, unseen, vowed to restore the authority of the house, against all opposition. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stood defiantly, a regal air about him despite the challenge. He dared anyone to try and stop him. Suddenly, 2 hands clamped down on Alan's chest, their grip firm and menacing. And then, a monstrous serpent emerged from the shadows, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. Alan reacted instantly, drawing his swords with practiced ease. He prepared to face the threat. With a powerful flourish, he met the serpent's attack head-on. A fierce clash of steel and scales ensued, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Alan's determination burned bright as he fought with unmatched skill and ferocity. The battle concluded with Alan standing victorious over the defeated serpent, his resolve unwavering. Ravenbolt, a veteran of 10 years in the Devil's Army, surveyed the chaotic battlefield. His gaze swept across the scene, a sprawling conflict between a large force of soldiers and a seemingly endless horde of goblin skeletons. He mused to himself about the sheer number of such battles he had already endured. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood amidst the carnage. Despite their numbers, the soldiers were struggling against the sheer volume of the enemy. Alan's thoughts turned to the true threat looming over them. A terrifying presence emerged from the shadows, a powerful lich, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. Its arrival signaled a drastic shift in the battle's momentum. Alan, despite the fear that gripped him, braced himself. He drew his sword, its blade glowing with a faint purple aura, ready to face the overwhelming odds. Chapter 22 of White Dragon Duke, Pendragon begins with a definition. A lich is a sorcerer who has sealed their own soul to become immortal. Even the Empire, though tolerant towards magic and sorcery, punishes those who violate the laws of nature harshly. This is because they are willing to do anything to achieve their goals. The crest of a lion within a golden crown on a red shield is shown, flanked by large white wings. For that reason, the Empire usually orders the Demon Corps to deal with liches, as it does not matter to them whether the liches live or die. The main reason for that. A hooded figure is shown, seemingly surprised, as a dark energy erupts from behind them. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, sat upon a throne-like seat, his dark attire and intense gaze hinting at the countless battles he had endured. 2 of his subordinates stood guard behind him, their faces etched with worry. A blinding purple light erupted from the center of the room, engulfing Raven and his men in its ethereal glow, leaving behind only a lingering purple haze and the faint scent of ozone. Raven, now bearing visible wounds, gasped, his blue eyes wide with shock and confusion. He was alive, but something was profoundly wrong. He found himself in a grand hall, the opulent architecture a stark contrast to the scene of his apparent demise. What? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of his guards, scattered across the floor. Killed him just now, he thought, a wave of disbelief washing over him. The weight of the situation settled upon him, a cold dread creeping into his heart. He was alive, but in a situation he couldn't comprehend. He saw a cloaked figure seated on a throne in the distance, seemingly untouched by the recent chaos. What did he do? Magic? Raven wondered, his mind racing to make sense of the impossible. The figure turned, revealing a terrifying skull-like face. A single word escaped the figure's lips, wraiths. One of Raven's surviving guards screamed, wraiths. They really exist, as he fled in terror. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter in the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. A skeletal figure, wielding a wickedly curved blade, loomed over him, its power radiating a chilling purple aura. Terror gripped Raven as he desperately cried out, shit. I don't want to die. The lich's servant lunged, its attack a blur of bone and purple energy. Raven, despite his fear, braced himself against the inevitable. The blow connecting with brutal force. Raven's body was thrown back, the impact sending him sprawling across the cold stone floor of what appeared to be a grand, Gothic hall. As the dust settled, Raven, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, caught his breath. He felt a lingering chill, a supernatural coldness that sent shivers down his spine. I thought they only existed in legends, but those chills. He knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that this was no ordinary encounter. The narration box confirmed his suspicion, it's definitely here. The narration box revealed the true nature of his attacker, the lich's strongest servant who can remain unseen. Wraith. Alan, now fully aware of the wraith's presence, turned to face the unseen threat. His senses, heightened by the supernatural encounter, were straining to perceive the ethereal being. The narration box explained the wraith's unique ability, it cannot be seen by people since it's a spirit. A bead of sweat trickled down Alan's temple as he braced himself for the next attack, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His dark cloak billowed around him as he wielded a glowing purple blade, the magical energy crackling around its edge. A terrifying, clawed monstrosity lunged at him, its shadowy form barely visible in the gloom. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood before him, his face etched with grim determination. The words, "If that sickle reaches you, you die," echoed in the air. Alan's eyes, usually bright and cheerful, now burned with a fierce intensity. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for the inevitable. With a roar, Alan met the oncoming attack, his own sword a blur of motion as he deflected the monstrous claws. The clash of steel echoing through the cavern. Sparks flew as the two blades met in a shower of light. Alan's blade, imbued with an unknown power, sliced through the creature's defenses with terrifying ease, sending a wave of icy energy ripping through its body. Alan stood victorious, his sword dripping with the creature's ichor. He sheathed his weapon, his breath ragged but his eyes alight with a newfound power. But the monster's demise was far from over. A chilling presence lingered in the air, a sense of foreboding that hinted at a larger, more sinister threat. The creature's head, severed from its body, twitched one last time before falling into the darkness. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, anticipating what would come next. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, knelt on the desolate ground, a faint mist swirling around him. Confusion clouded his features, a silent question hanging in the air. A single thought echoing in his mind, what? His eyes, wide with disbelief, scanned his surroundings, searching for answers in the empty landscape. The question hung heavy in the air as Alan's gaze fell upon a gleaming object, a sword, pulsing with ethereal light. What just happened? He wondered, a sense of dread beginning to creep into his heart. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through his confusion. Sword, oi. Get it together, the voice commanded, filled with a desperate plea. Alan's eyes widened as he took in the scene before him, a chaotic battlefield littered with fallen soldiers. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the remnants of a fierce conflict. A soldier, his face etched with terror, approached Alan. Your Grace. Our soldiers are suddenly collapsing, he gasped, his voice trembling with fear. Alan's own heart pounded in his chest. What the hell, he muttered, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding catastrophe. A dark, malevolent energy pulsed from the fallen soldiers, a sinister force that seemed to drain the life from them. Alan felt a surge of power within him, a strange, unfamiliar strength. A power that manifested as a glowing, ethereal hand, reaching out to combat the encroaching darkness. His instincts took over, guiding his actions with an uncanny precision. He lashed out, a wave of energy erupting from his hand, striking the source of the dark energy. The soldier, caught in the crossfire, cried out, what is it?" as he was thrown back by the force of the blast. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, stood amidst the chaos, his face etched with grim determination. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he glared at something unseen, his usually composed demeanor shattered. He muttered a single word, barely audible above the din of battle, shit. A narration box explained the nature of the enemy, wraiths, beings with an unusual presence, undetectable to those without experience fighting them. Their ethereal nature made them incredibly dangerous, capable of striking before their victims even realized they were there. Only by defeating the lich controlling them could they be dispelled. Alan turned, his back to the viewer, revealing the full extent of the spectral threat. The narration box confirmed his grim assessment, there was more than one wraith. He gripped his sword, a wave of dread washing over him. He realized that fleeing would leave his soldiers vulnerable and defenseless. However, confronting the lich directly would risk being overwhelmed by the sheer number of wraiths. He was caught in a desperate predicament. His companions, Tada and Kazal, possessed excellent night vision but were ineffective against the lich's spectral minions. Their abilities were useless in this situation. Alan, however, was resolute. These weren't soldiers from the Demon Corps, he couldn't abandon them to their fate. He had to find a way. A close-up revealed a glowing green orb embedded in a gnarled, bone-like staff. This object seemed to hold the key to his survival. A cloaked figure, staff in hand, stood amidst a swirling vortex of green energy. The energy pulsed outwards, radiating from the point where the staff touched the ground. Expanding to encompass a military encampment, tents and soldiers alike caught within its ethereal grasp. As a maniacal laugh echoed across the desolate landscape. The figure, revealed to be a monstrous humanoid, reveled in the impending chaos. Alan Pendragon, clad in ornate armor, stood defiantly before the monstrous figure. The creature's hand rested on Alan's shoulder, a chilling display of power. Alan's gaze was fixed upward, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. He braced himself for what was to come. The monstrous figure spoke, his words laced with menace, "Now it's my turn, Pendragon boy." Despite the threat, a subtle shift in the scene suggested a hidden power. The monstrous figure offered to lend his strength to Alan, should he need it. The monstrous figure gestured dramatically, drawing attention to a magical energy emanating from the earth. He instructed Alan to watch closely. A sudden burst of green energy erupted from the ground, sending Alan sprawling. The energy continued to surge, reshaping the landscape around them. A monstrous, serpentine creature, scales shimmering obsidian in the dim light, emerged from the earth, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent energy. Green, ethereal tendrils snaked out from its body, engulfing a battlefield strewn with the skeletal remains of fallen soldiers. Alan Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair, stood amidst the chaos, his expression grim as he braced himself against the creature's onslaught. The creature's tendrils pulsed with an unnatural light, their movements sinuous and predatory. They lashed out, seeking to ensnare their prey. Their reach extending far beyond what seemed physically possible. Alan, however, remained unyielding, his eyes fixed on the creature's heart. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a gaunt, cloaked individual wielding a staff that crackled with dark energy. With a guttural cry of "Hoo," he unleashed a wave of dark magic, striking the creature with a force that sent tremors through the very ground. The creature recoiled, its form momentarily disrupted by the attack. The magical assault left behind a towering, pulsating green tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Around it, the skeletal remains of the soldiers lay scattered, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Two figures watched from afar, their expressions unreadable. One of the observers, the cloaked figure, addressed Alan. He remarked that if Alan could use magic, he should have done so sooner. Alan countered that a spell of that magnitude required significant preparation. The cloaked figure conceded that this was not the end, unfortunately, and offered to tell Alan something. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, watched as a dark, viscous substance oozed from his hand. He knew this was his last chance. The spell he was about to cast could only be used once. Alan's face was etched with grim determination. He braced himself for the upcoming ordeal. A group of figures stood before a pulsating, green, tree-like structure, their faces illuminated by its eerie glow. They were told they had to find the lich while it was active. Alan's eyes widened in alarm, a wave of fear washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, marked by ancient, weathered stone structures and towering trees. A distant, snow-capped mountain loomed in the background. The camera panned to reveal a rugged cliff face, the scene hinting at the perilous journey ahead. Alan, atop a high cliff, finally spotted the lich, a dark, ominous figure emanating a powerful aura. A group of soldiers stood before a pulsating, green energy emanating from a large, gnarled tree. The air crackled with arcane energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air. One soldier, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, felt a sharp pain in his neck as a dark figure approached. He heard a whispered confirmation, found it. A hulking figure, clad in dark robes, addressed another, stating that he would deal with the remaining skeletons. The robed figure urged Alan, I'm counting on you, boy. Alan, his face grim, prepared himself for battle. A surge of determination filled him as he braced for the coming fight. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur as he effortlessly dispatched several skeletons with a swift, powerful strike, leaving one large, menacing orc-like creature as the last opponent standing. Amidst a desolate battlefield strewn with the corpses of grotesque, monstrous creatures, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood defiant. His blonde hair flowed behind him as he brandished his twin swords, his gaze fixed on a hulking orcish figure. Alan's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he shouted a warning to his unseen companion. The lich was above them. The orc, wielding a crude club, bellowed a challenge, urging his unseen master to join the fray. The orc charged, a terrifying figure of brute strength against the backdrop of countless skeletal remains. Alan met the orc's charge head-on, his movements a blur of steel and grace as he deflected the brute's clumsy attack. With a swift counterattack that sent the orc reeling backward. Alan then launched himself into the air, soaring towards the unseen lich. The impact of his attack sent a shockwave through the orc, momentarily stunning the beast. Alan, having momentarily disoriented the orc, prepared for a final, decisive strike. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was clad in ornate, yet battle-worn, armor, his blonde hair askew as he grappled with an unseen force. Below him, a skeletal figure emerged from the shadows, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A surge of energy erupted around him, a blinding flash of light and color that momentarily obscured the scene, revealing Alan, now seemingly empowered, deflecting a blow from the skeletal figure with a swift, precise movement. The skeletal figure stumbled back, its dark cloak billowing around it. Alan, his face grim, stood poised on a cliff edge, his sword gleaming. Below, the skeletal figure lay defeated, its form dissolving into dust. But the battle was far from over. The skeletal figure, seemingly undeterred, reformed itself, its eyes burning with renewed intensity. It raised a staff, dark energy crackling around it. The skeletal figure taunted Alan, its voice echoing across the desolate landscape. Don't you want my life? Alan responded, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. Here, it's right in front of you. Alan stood defiant, his expression hardening. He had faced death before, but this time, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before. A thought crossed his mind, it seems like the wraiths also came up here. Meanwhile, a distant scene showed a battle unfolding, with skeletal soldiers clashing against human troops. A man with short brown hair watched the scene with grim determination, noting that while the main force of the enemy was engaged, only skeletons remained on the ground, but reinforcements were on their way. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, the heir to a dragon-taming legacy, stared intently ahead. His expression was grim, a stark contrast to the usually jovial demeanor of Alan. A grim determination hardened his features as he silently resolved to act quickly. He needed to finish this quickly. His opponent materialized before him, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes, a sinister grin splitting its skull-like face. The air crackled with dark energy. The cloaked figure raised a staff, unleashing a surge of purple energy that crackled and writhed like living lightning. The energy coalesced into skeletal hands that shot towards Alan, grasping at him with unnatural speed. Alan, however, reacted swiftly, his movements a blur as he deflected the attack with his sword. A brilliant arc of light flashing from his blade as he countered with a powerful strike, sending the skeletal hands shattering into dust. He pressed his advantage, charging towards his foe. Alan, despite his new body, fought with the skill and precision of a seasoned hunter, his movements fluid and deadly. The battle was far from over. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming lineage, he faced a powerful, hooded figure wielding spectral scythes. The air crackled with dark energy. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, felt a surge of dread. His face, etched with worry, reflected the gravity of the situation. The purple energy swirled around him, a tangible manifestation of his fear. The hooded figure attacked with brutal efficiency. Alan was sent sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. His sword flew from his grasp. He landed hard, his breath catching in his throat. A single word escaped his lips, a testament to the pain and shock. Shit. The narration boxes revealed the nature of the threat. The wraiths are protecting the lich. It's dangerous. I won't be able to get close carelessly. Raven, despite his predicament, formulated a plan. He rose to his feet, his sword still out of reach, and prepared to engage the enemy once more. His thoughts raced. I need to split the wraiths from the lich. Raven focused his energy, drawing upon his experience as a monster hunter. He prepared to unleash a powerful attack. The resulting blast of energy tore through the battlefield, a wave of destruction aimed at separating the wraiths from their master. Alan Pendragon, clad in ornate armor, found himself plummeting through the air, a fiery explosion erupting behind him. Panic flared in his eyes as he desperately tried to regain control. A desperate curse escaping his lips as he realized his escape route was blocked by a wall of fire. He cursed his predicament. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. He thought grimly about the approaching wraiths and the need to survive this encounter. With a powerful surge of adrenaline, Alan braced himself, drawing his twin swords. He prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The blade shimmering with an ethereal glow as he prepared to face whatever came next. His expression was one of grim resolve. He felt a surge of power, a familiar energy coursing through his veins. It was a power he hadn't felt in years. A power that resonated with the very essence of his being. He grasped one of his swords, a surge of energy flowing into the weapon, transforming it into a conduit of raw, untamed energy. The sword blazed with an intense, icy light. He stood defiant, a master of ice and steel. A skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding a staff that crackled with dark energy, loomed over Alan Pendragon. A question mark bubbled from Alan's perspective, reflecting his confusion and surprise. As a surge of intense blue light engulfed him, Alan's body was bathed in the ethereal glow, his blonde hair whipping around his face as he looked upward. A voice, seemingly emanating from the light, demanded to know his identity. You. I want to know what you are. The voice continued, you have a different soul. However, I will be waiting for you here. The entity urged Alan to prove his presence, stating, so show me you can arrive here. Alan, still enveloped in the light, felt a strange power coursing through him. As the voice addressed him again, oh, unknown soul. From within the depths of his being, a single word emerged, soul rake. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, watched from the periphery as Alan Pendragon, heir to the Pendragon house, stood bathed in an ethereal, cerulean light. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension hanging between the two. The light intensifying, revealing Alan's features with startling clarity. His blonde hair seemed to glow, his eyes blazing with an inner fire. He was no longer just Alan, a power, ancient and immense, pulsed within him. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure revealed himself to be a skeletal being, a wraith, his eyes burning with malevolent red light. Two more wraiths materialized behind him, their forms shimmering into existence. Alan, sensing the shift in the air, recognized the creatures before him. So those are wraiths, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, a hint of grim determination in his tone. Two monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their forms grotesque and terrifying. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent purple light, their teeth bared in a silent snarl. Alan, facing the terrifying creatures, felt a surge of adrenaline. That's my first time seeing one, he thought, his eyes narrowing in concentration as he prepared for battle. A monstrous, two-headed dragon-like creature lunged at him, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. Alan reacted instantly, summoning a surge of energy from within. A brilliant blue light erupted from his hand, forming a blade of pure energy. He stood defiant, the light of his newfound power illuminating his face. He was ready. The battle had begun. Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon taming house, found himself facing a monstrous foe. The creature, a skeletal horror, lunged, its bony claws outstretched. But Alan met its attack with a burst of blinding blue energy. The force of the blast sent the creature reeling. The raw power of the attack visibly tearing through the monster's skeletal frame. The air crackled with energy, leaving behind only a smoking ruin. In the distance, a cloaked figure watched the scene unfold, a glint of malice in their eyes. Alan felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, a strange energy unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. His hand glowed with the same brilliant blue light. A tangible manifestation of the latent power within him. He stood, bathed in the ethereal glow, a newfound strength evident in his posture. From his vantage point, the cloaked figure observed Alan's transformation with a mixture of surprise and calculation. He raised his staff, preparing for a confrontation. Launching a dark projectile towards the young dragon master. Alan reacted instantly, deflecting the attack with a wave of his hand. Alan, empowered by his newfound abilities, unleashed a devastating counterattack, striking the cloaked figure with a blast of pure energy. It's over for you, Lich, he declared, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, stood poised, a sword crackling with blue energy in his hand. Readying himself to face a cloaked figure, its skeletal face barely visible beneath the dark fabric. The young Pendragon unleashed a wave of energy, his eyes blazing with determination as he identified the enemy as a lich. The force of his attack engulfed the lich, flames consuming the dark figure, leaving behind only a blinding flash of light. And Alan stood victorious, his power evident in the lingering energy. He surveyed the battlefield, the remains of the lich reduced to ash. His gaze falling upon a shattered staff, a dark purple orb embedded within its broken remains. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself amidst a chaotic battlefield. Skeletal warriors, countless in number, swarmed around him, their bony hands reaching for him. He stood his ground, a grim determination etched on his masked face. But then, as suddenly as they began, the skeletal horde ceased their advance. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield as the monstrous figures around Raven paused, their eyes wide with confusion. From the edge of the battlefield, two imposing figures observed the sudden halt. One, a hulking orc, spoke, his words a low chuckle. It seems like the Lord dealt with the lich. The skeletal warriors, their animating magic severed, crumbled into dust. One by one, they collapsed, leaving behind only piles of bones. Their sudden demise explained by the orc's words, because they had lost their leader. The orc, his gaze fixed on a distant peak, seemed to sense something more. A powerful presence, unseen but felt, permeated the air. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming house Pendragon, stood atop that distant peak, his blonde hair catching the ethereal light. He looked up, a serene expression on his face. As he ascended, becoming one with the mist and the heavens. Alan's figure, now a distant silhouette against the twilight sky, left Raven to ponder the events that had just transpired. The battle was over, but the mystery of Alan's ascension, and Raven's own presence in this past, remained. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. Several bodies littered the ground, their lifeless forms a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Among them, a young man with dark hair knelt, his face buried in his hands, overcome with grief. A barely audible aha escaped his lips, a sound of profound sorrow. His anguished cries intensified, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his head. Nearby, a blonde-haired man in regal attire watched with a stoic expression, his face a mask of controlled emotion. The scene shifted to a stark, desolate landscape. A vast expanse of jagged, icy rock formations dominated the view, the cold, harsh environment mirroring the emotional state of the mourners. A group of men knelt before a row of simple wooden crosses, heads bowed in silent prayer. Their somber posture spoke volumes of their shared loss and grief. Night had fallen. Under a crescent moon, a lone figure sat amidst a small encampment of tents, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows. The camera focused on a pair of hands carefully cleaning a sword, the metallic gleam reflecting the dim light. The sword's hilt was ornately decorated, hinting at its significance. The blonde-haired man from earlier, his face etched with worry, stared intently at something off-panel. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, sat on a makeshift chair, his gaze fixed on the ornate sword resting across his lap. A worn cloth lay beside it, hinting at recent cleaning or maintenance. The setting was desolate, the sky a bruised purple. Suddenly, the cloth fluttered downwards, disturbed by an unseen force, revealing a sealed letter that landed with a soft thud. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stared at the letter in his hands, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clouding his features. He was in his family's grand manor, the opulent surroundings a stark contrast to the letter's plain appearance. A taller figure, clad in dark attire, approached Alan. His expression was unreadable, but his hand gently rested on Alan's shoulder. Alan's eyes widened as a wave of recognition washed over him, the man's touch triggered a flood of suppressed memories. These are, he thought, his voice barely a whisper. The letter lay on a table, its wax seal still intact. As the taller figure reacted with a mix of shock and disbelief. That's wrong, it wasn't me, he exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. Alan's face contorted in a grimace of distress. It's a misunderstanding, he insisted, his voice strained. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, found himself in a desperate situation. Handcuffed and visibly distressed, he vehemently proclaimed his innocence. I was framed. His desperate plea was cut short as he muttered, stop. The scene shifted to a dimly lit prison cell. Surrounded by various tools hanging on the wall, Alan, now in a tattered shirt, wept silently. His words, barely audible, spoke of profound remorse. I am sorry, father. Mother. His body was bruised and bloodied, a testament to the brutal treatment he had endured. A single, broken word escaped his lips, brother. Outside the prison walls, a torrential downpour mirrored the turmoil within. A large crowd had gathered, their faces grim and silent, as a desperate plea echoed through the rain, please stop it. The rain continued to fall as Alan sat alone, a small figure dwarfed by the imposing silhouettes of the onlookers. Their presence felt ominous, like dark birds of prey circling their victim. Tears streamed down Alan's face as he looked up at the sky, the heavy chain around his neck a constant reminder of his captivity. Below him, a woman with long blonde hair wept silently, mirroring his own despair. The woman's grief was palpable, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. A single question mark filled the panel, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. The scene shifted to a bedroom where a man lay in bed, seemingly unconscious. Two young women knelt beside him, their faces etched with worry and fear. Their desperate cries pierced the silence. Father! Father! Don't die, please. The younger woman's face was a mask of grief as she watched her father's lifeless form. A final caption appeared, these memories. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, wept openly. His face was streaked with tears, his blonde hair a mess around his distraught features. He declared his unwavering resolve, his voice thick with emotion, he would become a dragon rider. And he would become a Pendragon worthy of the name, he pleaded silently, his grief palpable in the way his hands trembled as he clutched a ring. 7 years prior, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting Alan's body. He awoke with a gasp, his mind reeling from the sudden, jarring shift in reality. His vision swam, his head throbbed, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving. Gasping for air, he struggled to comprehend his situation, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. Raven, now in Alan's body, sat up, his hand instinctively reaching for the swords at his side. He was disoriented, but the instincts of a hunter remained. He rose, his movements stiff and uncertain at first, but then he moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior, his eyes scanning the room with a hunter's keen gaze. He was alone, in a dimly lit room, with 2 swords lying beside a simple chair. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, stood poised with his sword, a stark contrast to the Orcish figure seated nearby. The orc, Kratul, observed him with a knowing gaze, his expression unreadable. Kratul's voice cut through the night, a low rumble that belied his imposing size. He questioned Alan's late-night activity, noting the lateness of the hour. Alan, his face etched with weariness, simply responded with Kratul's name, acknowledging his presence. Kratul continued, commenting on Alan's vigilance after the recent events. Kratul's words revealed a chilling indifference to human life, suggesting that the recent conflict would have been less troublesome if only the human sacrifices had been sufficient. The panel shows a desolate landscape, marked by numerous crosses, hinting at the scale of the recent battle. Alan, exhausted but alive, commented on the intensity of the recent battle. He then revealed that a particular sword had been instrumental in his survival. Kratul, resting comfortably, simply yawned in response. Alan continued, drawing attention to the sword's significance as the Pendragon family's treasured weapon. As Alan held the sword, its name, Widow's Grief, appeared, along with a surge of light, revealing its power. Alan explained that the sword had granted him the protection he needed against the wraith's deadly sides, showcasing the weapon's protective capabilities. A monstrous figure with dark, sharp features and glowing eyes, his expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, pondered aloud. It was Soldrake's Flames, the guardian deity of the forest? Alan Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair and intense blue eyes, held a sword aloft. He was the heir to a dragon-taming family, and this sword possessed Soldrake's power. Alan continued to examine the sword, his grip tightening. And Soldrake has. A mysterious woman with striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes appeared, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be connected to the monstrous figures. A close-up revealed a majestic eye, the scale and color suggesting a powerful, ancient being. It was the eye of a dragon, immense and powerful. The image showed a portion of a dragon's head, its scales gleaming with an ethereal light. The creature's presence filled the panel. A thought bubble appeared, revealing Alan's internal monologue, "O unknown soul." Alan's internal monologue continued, "The white dragon knows that I'm not Aaron." Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood with Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. Their backs were to the viewer, highlighting the stark contrast between Raven's hardened, battle-worn armor and Alan's more delicate, noble attire. A speech bubble revealed Raven's inner voice, "I am Raven." But Alan's face, shown in close-up, betrayed a deep unease. His eyes, wide and filled with unshed tears, hinted at a hidden turmoil. The single word, "but," hung heavy in the air, foreshadowing the events to come. The scene shifted to a distraught Alan, kneeling beside his dying father's bed. His cries of "Father! Father! Don't die, please," echoed the desperation in his heart, as his mother and another woman looked on, equally heartbroken. Alan, amidst his grief, made a solemn vow. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, "I will become a dragon rider. And I will become a fine pen dragon, so please." The scene abruptly changed. Alan awoke with a start, his hand clutching a ring. A sense of disorientation washed over him as he wondered, why did I dream? About Aaron? He frantically covered his face, overwhelmed by the vividness of the dream and the name that echoed within it. A shadowy figure, seemingly a grotesque orc, appeared before Alan, prompting a confused question, what happened? Alan's sudden outburst startled the orc. The orc, surprised by Alan's anger, questioned him, "Why'd you get angry? Did I do something?" Alan, embarrassed and flustered, quickly apologized, attributing his outburst to lack of sleep. "It's nothing, my bad. I just didn't sleep enough." Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, stirred slightly. His dark eyes, still bearing the weariness of a decade spent hunting monsters, flickered open. He was being tended to by a large, orc-like figure, whose concern was evident in his posture. "Is that so? Why not rest now, then?" the orc gently urged. Alan, his mind still clouded by the lingering effects of a nightmare, sat up abruptly. His hand flying to his head as a wave of nausea washed over him. He mumbled, "I had a nightmare." The orc, whose name was Kale, observed Alan with a mixture of concern and curiosity. His gaze was sharp, his expression unreadable. Kale's hand moved slightly, a subtle gesture that hinted at a deeper understanding of Alan's distress. Gazing up at the night sky, Alan murmured, "I see." The next morning, as the sun rose over the distant mountains, a sense of unease settled over Alan and Kale. Alan's face was etched with worry. "I have a bad feeling," he stated, his voice laced with apprehension. Kale nodded grimly. I agree. Our chances of going back safely just got a whole lot worse." A swirling vortex of icy blue energy crackled in the air, a tempestuous maelstrom that hinted at the raw power contained within. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, stood with his companions before the ominous energy. A hulking orc, a bird-like creature with feathered wings, and a cloaked figure flanked him, their expressions grim. Alan, his senses heightened from his past life, sensed something powerful nearby. A demon's senses, he mused, were far superior to a human's. The presence was undeniable, something was here, and it was significant. Alan's companion, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, his voice low and grave. It was the mausoleum. The image shifted, showing Alan, now alone, kneeling in the rain before a large, somber crowd. His face was pale, his expression one of profound despair. Three shadowy figures, their faces hidden, watched him from the darkness. Their presence was menacing, their silence heavy with unspoken threats. He knew what he had to do. Sold Rake, the white dragon, awaited him. The scene shifted to a majestic gate, bathed in moonlight, leading to a mystical realm. Beyond it, a vision of the white dragon, magnificent and powerful, appeared. Alan, his gaze fixed on the dragon, knew he needed its strength to avenge his family and restore the Pendragon household. He had to make the dragon listen. A close-up on a hand gripping a sword, its hilt adorned with intricate golden details and a striking blue gemstone. The scene is bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The image shifts to reveal a fallen white dragon, its once majestic wings now tattered and stained with blood. A young man with dark hair stands before it, his expression unreadable. Something happened to it on that battlefield. A chaotic battlefield unfolds, bodies strewn across the ground amidst the remnants of a fierce battle. The scene is blurred and chaotic, suggesting the intensity of the conflict. The focus returns to the sword, its gleaming surface reflecting the light. And then, a man with long, light blonde hair and intense blue eyes is shown, his expression a mixture of weariness and determination. He is dressed in simple, gray clothing. His thoughts reveal a startling truth, somehow, he was reborn as Aaron. The man, now revealed to be Alan Pendragon, holds the sword aloft, his blonde hair catching the light. His expression is serious and resolute. The sword's point is shown in close-up, its intricate details highlighted. Dust motes dance in the air around it. Alan's thoughts are filled with determination, the white dragon must know something about it. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, stood defiant. Clad in shining armor, a valiant expression illuminated his face as he gripped his sword, a symbol of his family's legacy. His blonde hair flowed behind him, a stark contrast to the crimson of his cape, which billowed dramatically in an unseen wind. A desperate cry for his troops echoed through the air. The urgency in the shout spoke of imminent danger, a threat that demanded immediate action. He barked a sharp order, urging his men to prepare for battle. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on his shoulders, the fate of his house hanging precariously in the balance. A gloved hand, calloused and strong, gripped a torch, its flickering flame casting dancing shadows against the encroaching darkness. Illuminating a path through a cavern of glittering crystals, their facets catching the light and scattering it in a dazzling display. A procession of figures moved forward, their armor gleaming faintly in the ethereal glow. Leading the group was Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, his blonde hair catching the light as he walked with quiet determination. Flanking him were soldiers of the Devil's Army, their faces grim and set, and a hulking orc carrying a massive weapon. One of the orcs, his face partially obscured by shadow, sharpened his weapon with a practiced hand. The orc inhaled deeply, his senses heightened. A hidden spring, perhaps, or a subterranean lake. The orc pointed towards a dark passage. Alan, sensing the orc's discovery, nodded in confirmation. It's here. It sure is. The orc senses can detect the flow of the atmosphere and locate water sources. This ability is a must in this situation. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family. His bare foot touched the cold, rough ground. A stark, icy cavern. Before him stood three figures, a hulking orc, a cloaked figure who appeared to be a mage, and Alan himself, or rather, Alan's body as it was 7 years prior. The scene pulsed with an ethereal, magical energy. Alan, noticing something amiss, turned to the mage, Kratul. What happened, Kratul? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Kratul, sensing the shift, replied, I felt something. The orc, his face a grotesque mask of sharp teeth and green skin, smirked, a chilling premonition settling over the scene. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling light. Alan, his expression hardening, exchanged a worried glance with the man beside him. A sense of unease hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from the ground. It swirled and coalesced, taking shape, revealing two ethereal beings, their forms shimmering with crystalline light. A spirit. Alan breathed, his eyes wide with wonder and a touch of fear. The spirits descended, their arrival causing a ripple of energy that spread through the cavern. Spirits! Alan exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and apprehension as the magical beings approached. A crystalline, ethereal being descended from the heavens, its form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Four figures in the attire of soldiers watched in awe and apprehension as it landed before them. A powerful surge of energy erupted from a hidden cave, a brilliant blue light illuminating the surrounding area. A group of orcs and a blonde-haired man in ornate armor stood before the spectacle, their faces a mixture of wonder and apprehension. One of the orcs, holding a torch aloft, pointed towards the source of the light. He exclaimed that water spirits were nearby. The blonde-haired man, intrigued, questioned the nature of these water spirits, specifically whether they posed a threat. An orc shaman, his face partially obscured by a dark hood, responded that the spirits themselves were not dangerous. However, he noted that the cave possessed an unusually low life force, explaining that it was a special place protected by the great god of earth, a place where such spirits shouldn't exist. The blonde-haired man, Alan Pendragon, pondered this revelation, a thoughtful expression on his face. A group of adventurers, including a blonde woman in shining armor, stood before a massive waterfall, their faces etched with determination. They discussed their options, noting the stairs behind the waterfall and a wind coming from the other side. One of them suggested that the stairs might be the exit, while another wondered if the others could even escape. Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming family, his blonde hair catching the light, gazed intently at the waterfall, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be considering the possibilities, his mind already strategizing. A sudden, bright flash erupted from the waterfall, momentarily blinding the adventurers. The intense light subsided, revealing something glowing in the heart of the waterfall. It resembled a plate, radiating an ethereal light. Alan, his face a mixture of surprise and apprehension, pointed towards the glowing object. A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow, stood beside him, equally astonished. The glowing object pulsed, then began to shift and change, taking on a more fluid form. The glowing mass morphed into a swirling vortex of blue energy, expanding rapidly. The powerful surge threatening to engulf them all. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, stared in disbelief as a hulking Orcish warrior appeared before him. His mouth gaped open, a silent the hell escaping his mind. A look of sheer terror washed over Alan's face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the orc, taking the shape of a swirling, ethereal being. The light intensified, growing brighter and more defined, revealing a creature of immense power and ancient wisdom. The orc, eyes wide with awe, whispered, "It's here." The ethereal being solidified, taking the form of a majestic water spirit, its power palpable. Alan, despite his fear, found himself drawn to the water spirit's power. He stood his ground, sword raised, facing the orc. But as the water spirit manifested fully, Alan's surprise turned to confusion. It was a turtle? A swirling vortex of water materialized before them, its ethereal glow illuminating the night sky. The words, "made of water," echoed in the air, a testament to the creature's unusual nature. The watery form taking shape, a colossal appendage emerging from the swirling mass, glistening with an otherworldly luminescence. The water spirit unleashed a torrent of energy, a wave of pure power crashing down upon its unsuspecting foes. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with alarm, cried out, "It's attacking us." Amidst the chaos, a grizzled warrior, his features obscured by a dark hood, observed the scene. He muttered to himself, "It must be protecting a treasure." Alan, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, echoed the warrior's words, "A treasure?" The warrior's face, partially visible, revealed sharp features and unsettling fangs, hinting at a non-human origin. The warrior explained, "I've said it before, but there's no such thing as a peaceful guardian of the great god of earth here." Alan, pondering the situation, concluded, "There must be something here that made the water spirits oppose us." Alan Pendragon and his Orcish companion stood their ground before a glowing orb, facing an unseen threat. The orb pulsed with an ethereal light, while Alan's companion noted that some force was trying to crush them for the sake of the treasure within the orb. A bead of sweat trickled down Alan's brow as he braced himself for the impending attack. Suddenly, the orb began to shift and change, its form becoming more defined, revealing a colossal, aquatic creature emerging from its depths. Alan stood ready, sword in hand, facing the immense being. The creature's emergence caused a surge of water to splash around Alan's feet, as his Orcish companion shouted in alarm, questioning Alan's actions. Alan remained calm amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on the massive water creature. A powerful aura emanating from him as he stood defiant. He commanded the orc to calm down, a hint of something new and powerful in his demeanor. A surge of raw, untamed power erupted from within Alan Pendragon's body, a blinding blue energy that pulsed with an almost ethereal light. A wave of overwhelming force that threatened to consume him. His eyes widened, reflecting the chaotic energy within. But amidst the chaos, a voice, calm and resolute, cut through the storm. He gripped a sword, its hilt glowing with the same blue energy as his body. With a determined exhale, Alan focused his will, channeling the untamed power. The blue energy coalescing around his sword, transforming into a dazzling, star-shaped burst of light. He unleashed a wave of pure energy, a blinding flash that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Two Orcish figures watched from afar, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. The storm subsided, leaving Alan drenched in sweat and rain, his breath ragged. He stood alone, the silence heavy with the weight of his newfound power. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood before a shimmering, ethereal pool. Rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil within him. He was unaware that he was actually Raven Bolt, a seasoned monster hunter inhabiting Alan's body after a fateful assassination. From the depths of the pool, a radiant shield emerged, its surface depicting a majestic white dragon, the symbol of House Pendragon. The image pulsed with an otherworldly light. The intricate details of the shield, its golden trim and the vibrant red background, were breathtaking. It was clearly an object of immense power and significance. A closer look revealed a second, smaller emblem beneath the dragon, a stylized griffin, hinting at a deeper history and perhaps a hidden meaning. Alan, still processing the events, realized the significance of the shield. That means that this shield is the treasure, he exclaimed, a mixture of awe and understanding dawning on his face. A nearby soldier added, "What a wonderful shield. It heals the wounds of the one holding it, and it even heals the wounds of the soldiers." Alan, now confident in his newfound power, descended the steps. A hulking, cloaked figure watched him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "Is that so?" the figure muttered. The figure's companion, another large, imposing orc, spoke, "What a great thing, boy. You've managed to push back the water spirits." Alan, still grappling with his new reality, questioned, "Was that what you told me about last night? The widow's grief's power?" Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, stood pensively, his blonde hair falling loosely around his shoulders. He held a gleaming sword, its hilt adorned with intricate carvings. A sigh escaped his lips, a mixture of weariness and uncertainty. He confessed his bewilderment, admitting that he didn't understand why it happened. A sense of unease clouded his features as he recalled a strange sensation preceding the event. Meanwhile, two figures observed Alan from a distance. One was a hulking orc, his green skin and prominent tusks hinting at his formidable strength. Beside him stood a cloaked individual, their face partially obscured, adding an air of mystery to their presence. The orc, his gaze fixed on Alan, commented on his pallid complexion. His tone was one of concern, perhaps even apprehension. Suddenly, a man in regal attire appeared, interrupting their observation. He vehemently declared that the power Alan possessed belonged to the Pendragons, causing a stir among those present. Another man, dressed in similar armor, reacted with shock and disbelief. Alan, seemingly understanding the implications of the man's words, affirmed the statement with a resolute nod. The narration box revealed a crucial piece of information. The source of the Pendragon's strength was tied to the legendary Soul Rake. Alan's face reflected a mixture of determination and apprehension as he contemplated this revelation. The weight of his heritage and the mystery surrounding his situation pressed heavily upon him. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, his greatsword sheathed. A single, chilling thought echoed in his mind: this victory wasn't his own. The body of a slain beast lay at his feet, a testament to the power that had just surged through him. Meanwhile, in the Pendragon household, young Alan Pendragon knelt beside his dying father, his pleas for his father to live echoing in the somber room. Alan, grief-stricken, vowed to become a true Pendragon, a worthy heir to his family's legacy of dragon taming. His tears flowed freely as he clutched his father's hand, a silent promise etched on his face. But a flicker of something else, something cold and calculating, burned in Alan's eyes. A stark contrast to the overwhelming sorrow. A hidden truth began to surface within him. The name, a whisper from the depths of his being, shattered the illusion: Ravenbolt. The revelation was complete. Ravenbolt, the monster hunter, had been reborn within Alan Pendragon's body. The scene opens with a majestic view of the Pendragon Mausoleum, a breathtaking structure of white stone and classical design, nestled amidst a serene landscape of rolling hills and ancient ruins. Sunlight filters through the towering columns, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. Approaching the mausoleum are three figures: Alan Pendragon, his face etched with determination, a stern-looking man in dark robes, presumably a guardian, and a warrior clad in red armor, his expression grim. They ascend a long staircase, their steps measured and purposeful. Their destination, the heart of the ancient Pendragon legacy, shrouded in mystery. The man in dark robes, a seasoned veteran, lets out a low hum of contemplation, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As they draw closer, the mausoleum reveals its full grandeur. The central structure, crowned with a dome, is flanked by imposing stone dragons, their forms weathered by time but still exuding an aura of power. A sense of awe washes over the trio as they recognize the significance of the place. That is, one of them murmurs, a mixture of wonder and apprehension in their voice. Suddenly, a powerful presence fills the air. A magnificent white dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal light, emerges from within the mausoleum. Its presence is both awe-inspiring and slightly menacing. "The mausoleum," exclaims one of the figures, their voice filled with a mixture of reverence and fear. The imposing mausoleum of House Pendragon loomed before them, its white stone gleaming under a twilight sky. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming legacy, stood before the entrance, flanked by two figures from the Devil's Army, Ravenbolt, his grim protector, and another soldier. Raven's hand, now inhabiting Alan's body, gripped the hilt of the Widow's Scream, a legendary blade pulsing with ethereal energy. A weapon of immense power, its very presence hinting at the secrets it held. Alan, his mind still adjusting to his new reality, recognized the sword. A whisper of its name, Widow's Scream, escaped his lips as he recalled its legendary status. And then, a realization struck him: they were at the mausoleum. Alan, with a newfound confidence born from Raven's memories and skills, drew the Widow's Scream, its light intensifying. Preparing to face whatever mysteries lay ahead. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the battlefield, momentarily obscuring the scene. As a strange fog began to seep out, leaving Alan Pendragon and his two companions coughing amidst the dissipating magical energy. Alan, heir to the Pendragon family, looked concerned. Alan's eyes widened as a wave of disorientation washed over him. Something felt profoundly wrong. A surge of memories flooded his mind, causing him to cry out in shock. He saw a knight, a figure he didn't recognize, but one that felt intimately connected to him. The ground beneath him shimmered with an ethereal light, as if the very earth was rejecting him. And a powerful magical energy erupted from him, pushing back the two Orcish warriors who had been attacking him. The orcs watched in stunned silence. The orcs, mouths agape, could only stare in disbelief as the power emanating from Alan overwhelmed them. His companions, equally shocked, could only whisper in awe as the true nature of Alan's power was revealed. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, stood poised, his expression grim. A sword, gleaming with an ethereal light, was held firmly in his grip. 7 years prior, he was Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter in the Devil's Army. Now, inhabiting Alan's body, he was determined to unravel the mystery surrounding his death. A surge of power enveloped Alan, his form shimmering as he was enveloped in a brilliant, ethereal light. He was mounted on a spectral steed, the very image of a legendary warrior. The light intensified, swirling around him and his mount like a tempest of pure energy, leaving behind only a trail of incandescent blue fire. The name, a whisper of the past, sent a shiver down Raven's spine, even within Alan's body. He knew this was more than a simple transformation, it was a key to unlocking the secrets of his own death. Alan, still radiating faint energy, stood amidst a group of orcs, his gaze unwavering. Beside him stood another figure, cloaked in shadow, their identity obscured. The orcs, their faces grim, spoke of the predecessor, their words hinting at a larger conspiracy surrounding Alan and his family's legacy. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. 7 years prior to his death, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. His companion, visibly distressed, exclaimed in disbelief. Alan, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality, struggled to comprehend his new circumstances. He muttered to himself about a translucent body, a spirit, and a fire. A wave of confusion washed over him as he grappled with an inexplicable familiarity. He wondered, in disbelief, why he knew this person's name. The scene shifted dramatically. Alan found himself in a dimly lit bedroom, witnessing a heartbreaking scene. His father lay in bed, gravely ill. Despair filled the room as Alan cried out for his father, begging him not to die. Surrounded by distraught family members, Alan's grief was palpable. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, intensifying his confusion and fear. Alone, Alan stared into the distance, tears streaming down his face. The emotional turmoil was evident in his anguished expression. A sudden flash of memory pierced through the haze. He realized that these emotions, this pain, were not his own, but rather the lingering memories of Ravenbolt. The vision of a knight on horseback, engulfed in flames, solidified this revelation. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source of which was too intense to discern. A wave of energy expanding outward, distorting the very fabric of space and time. And then, as quickly as it began, the light subsided, revealing Alan Pendragon, heir to the House Pendragon, standing before a hulking orc. Alan, despite his noble attire, was clearly outmatched. He stumbled back, his sword barely deflecting a brutal blow from the orc. Another orc lunged, forcing Alan to his knees, a groan escaping his lips as he braced for the inevitable. Despair threatened to consume him, but a flicker of defiance ignited within his eyes. A vision of a majestic, shadowy dragon, silhouetted against a purple moon, filled his mind. A scene of a desolate, rocky landscape, hinting at a place of power and mystery. And then, he saw them, two figures approaching from behind, their intentions unclear. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, his armor battered and torn, he braced himself against an unseen force. A powerful, ethereal energy emanating from a source beyond his immediate vision. The intense light and swirling energy hinted at something extraordinary. Meanwhile, two figures watched from afar, a gaunt, hooded creature and a hulking orc, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. The raw power of the energy surge causing visible tremors in the very fabric of reality. The source of the energy became clearer, a colossal, skeletal form, radiating an otherworldly aura, emerged from the heart of the chaos. A small, winged creature and a young goblin-like being cowered in fear, their cries echoing the terror of the moment. Ah-wah! From the skeletal form, a single, piercing blue eye opened, its gaze intense and ancient, promising both power and destruction. The eye belonged to a dragon. A magnificent, terrifying creature of immense power. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, watched with a grim determination as the white dragon, a legendary creature of immense power, finally revealed itself. He was ready. A colossal, ethereal white dragon descended from the heavens, its majestic form eclipsing the grand architecture of a castle below. Its shadow falling upon Alan Pendragon, the young heir, who stood with his back to the viewer, clad in ornate armor, seemingly awestruck by the divine spectacle. A gasp escaped Alan's lips, he whispered, barely audible, Soldrake. A name that resonated with ancient power and a forgotten legacy. The white dragon, Soldrake, landed gracefully in the castle courtyard, its immense wings stirring up a gentle breeze. Among them, a figure on horseback, seemingly engulfed in ethereal light, approached the magnificent beast. A spectral image that seemed to shimmer and fade in and out of existence. Its presence commanded respect and fear in equal measure. Alan, along with several other figures, including a green-skinned orc, stood before the magnificent creature, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of the men, awestruck, simply breathed, "It's beautiful." Two imposing figures, orcs of immense size and bearing, loomed into view. Their presence filled the space, their expressions a mixture of grim determination and something akin to awe. One muttered, barely audible, about a guardian deity. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, lay on the ground, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the pale purple light surrounding him. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of confusion and disorientation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to recall the events that led to this moment. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent gasp of disbelief escaping his lips. Before him, a majestic creature emerged from the ethereal glow, the legendary white dragon, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. Its presence commanded respect and power. Its eyes, pools of brilliant azure, fixed on Alan with an intensity that seemed to pierce his very soul. Alan, still disoriented, could only manage a shaky whisper, a question hanging heavy in the air, who are you? A sudden gust of wind swept through the area, carrying with it the faint scent of ozone and something ancient. Alan's eyes widened as he felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, an unfamiliar energy that both thrilled and terrified him. His expression shifted from confusion to dawning comprehension. A spectral image of a warrior materialized before him, a ghostly echo of a past life. He gasped, recognizing the figure as himself, but somehow, different. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood engulfed in ethereal flames. His expression was stoic, his eyes fixed on some unseen point beyond the viewer. The spectral light illuminated his form, highlighting the intricate details of his armor and the sword at his side. A group of soldiers, including a blonde-haired man in red armor, stared in shock and disbelief. Their faces reflected a mixture of fear and awe. The blonde man, Alan Pendragon, gasped, Duke, Gordon, spoke. Alan, still reeling from the shock, muttered to himself, no. It's a ghost? Right? That can't. Alan's face hardened as a grim realization washed over him. It's the same as that time, he thought, a chilling memory surfacing in his mind. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, walked towards a large tent emblazoned with the Pendragon family crest, a fearsome dragon. Snow fell softly around him, blanketing the desolate landscape. The cloaked figure paused, his voice a low murmur. In the Lob Team plane, the first time I met Aaron Pendragon. Who is it? The figure's face, partially obscured by shadow, showed a hint of weariness and deep-seated pain. A single, pained groan escaped his lips. The voice just now was the same as that voice. That means the one that spoke at that time, and the one that's speaking now. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stared blankly ahead, a single tear tracing a path down his pale cheek. He was not himself, a profound sense of wrongness permeated his being. This wasn't the body of Raven Bolt, the monster hunter he once was, nor was it Gordon's. But it was undeniably Soul Rake, the legendary white dragon, that filled his vision. Its presence was overwhelming, majestic, and terrifying all at once. A wave of disbelief washed over him as the impossible truth settled in. This dragon was talking to him. Alan, now fully aware of the dragon's presence, stood before Soul Rake, his sword held loosely at his side. The immense scale of the creature dwarfed him, its ethereal glow illuminating the night sky. A deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind, a question that pierced through his confusion. Who are you? Three figures watched from a distance, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. An orc, a man with dark hair, and a blonde woman in armor observed the unfolding scene. Alan, his voice trembling slightly, responded, I'm Aaron Pendragon. His head thrown back, Alan let out a desperate cry, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The revelation of his true identity, or rather, the identity he now inhabited, was both terrifying and strangely liberating. A colossal eye, piercing blue against a backdrop of pearly white scales, dominates the panel. The eye, belonging to a creature of immense size, is filled with an ancient wisdom, hinting at power beyond human comprehension. The rest of the magnificent white dragon's head slowly emerges into view, its presence filling the frame. A sense of awe and wonder emanates from the majestic creature, its sheer scale breathtaking. Below, Alan Pendragon, clad in ornate armor, stands before the dragon, a look of stunned reverence on his face. Several figures, including what appears to be his retainers, watch in awe as the dragon's massive claw rests gently on the ground before them. One of them exclaims, Young Lord. The dragon's head fills the panel once more, its gaze intense. A voice, seemingly emanating from the dragon itself, booms, You are not Aaron Pendragon. The dragon's words hang heavy in the air. Alan, his face a mask of confusion and slight fear, looks up at the magnificent beast. The dragon continues, You can't fool my eyes. The dragon's gaze remains unwavering. Its voice, though softer, carries an undeniable authority. I'll ask once more, it says, its immense eye filling the lower half of the panel. Then, with a final, powerful emphasis, the dragon demands, Who are you? Alan's eyes widen, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his face. A sudden burst of energy erupts from Alan, a powerful aura radiating from him. The panel is filled with dynamic lines suggesting a powerful release of energy. The scene shifts dramatically. A young man, seemingly ordinary, sits alone in the rain, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The atmosphere is somber and heavy with unspoken tension. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, battered and bleeding, was thrown violently through the air, crashing to the ground before a hulking figure in samurai armor. The weight of the impact stole his breath, leaving him vulnerable. As the armored warrior loomed over him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Death felt imminent. 7 years earlier, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, screamed in agony as he was attacked. The force of the blow sent him sprawling. A monstrous figure looming over him. A desperate cry escaped his lips. Alan's head throbbed, a searing pain splitting his skull. He felt his mind unraveling. Alan clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. What the hell? He gasped, a terrifying realization dawning on him. Am I? Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, lay collapsed, his body racked with pain as a colossal white dragon loomed over him. A strangled cry escaped his lips. The image a stark reminder of the power he was so desperately trying to master. The scene faded to black, leaving the reader suspended in anticipation. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, found himself in dire straits. A searing pain shot through him as he collapsed, a guttural cry escaping his lips. His vision blurring as he landed hard on the ground. The world swam before his eyes, the last thing he saw being the monstrous head of a dragon looming above him. A concerned voice pierced through the haze of his pain. One of his guards, his face etched with worry, knelt beside him. Another guard, a hulking orc, let out a desperate shout as he looked upon his fallen lord. Alan's eyes flickered open, but the world remained a distorted blur. A single, piercing blue eye stared back at him from the darkness, a silent question hanging in the air. A voice, cold and ancient, echoing in his mind, Who are you? Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, awoke with a start. His vision swam, his head throbbed, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He was in Alan Pendragon's body, the heir to a once great dragon-taming family, 7 years before his own death. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, as fragmented memories of his death flooded back, leaving him sprawled on the rain-slicked ground, surrounded by shadowy figures. He was alone, vulnerable, and utterly exposed to the elements. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of pain and confusion. The image of a burning manor house flashed before his eyes. A scene of chaos and destruction that mirrored his last moments. His memories, once a jumbled mess, began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. He realized that his death was no accident, it was a calculated assassination. Alan's memories of his family and friends flooded back, a bittersweet ache in his chest. He desperately wanted to see them again, to protect them from the fate he knew awaited them. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a hulking, monstrous orc. Its clawed hand lashed out, aiming to crush him. But even as the orc's attack neared, a blinding flash of light erupted, obscuring the scene in a brilliant, ethereal glow, revealing a majestic white dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 suns. Before it stood Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, seemingly unharmed. Raven, however, found himself in Alan's body, 7 years in the past. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's consciousness, felt a surge of confusion. He was alive, but the memories of his death, and the conspiracy surrounding it, remained painfully vivid. Just because the dragon is showing them to me. He thought, a chilling realization dawning on him. The dragon's intervention was no mere coincidence, it was a message, a clue to unravel the mystery of his death. The rain continued to fall as Alan, still reeling from the events, found himself face to face with a smirking figure, a man in ornate samurai armor. The man's presence spoke of malice and betrayal. The man's gaze fell upon Alan's wounded face, a cruel satisfaction in his eyes. The image of the white dragon's eye filled the next panel, a symbol of power and mystery. The dragon's voice boomed, a command echoing in Alan's mind, say it. Alan, overwhelmed by the weight of his past life and the dragon's demand, could only whisper a desperate plea, who are you? Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, lay dying. His final mission, protecting Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, had ended in failure. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for air, his vision blurring. A wave of disorientation washing over him as he felt himself slipping away. Then, unexpectedly, Raven awoke. But something was profoundly wrong. He was no longer himself. He was Alan. Fragments of Alan's life flooded his mind, a kaleidoscope of memories both joyous and heartbreaking. He saw himself as a child, surrounded by his family. He wondered, with a growing sense of unease, what these memories meant. Images of a loving spouse and a close friend named Gordon flashed before his eyes. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He was living Alan's life, 7 years in the past. He saw Alan's face, a mixture of joy and confusion, as he contemplated these memories. The question hung heavy in the air, what had happened to him? Then, a chilling image appeared, a baby, his baby. The weight of this revelation settled upon him, this child was him, in Alan's life. The infant's face was a mirror to his own, a reflection of his past self. He was Alan, but he was also Raven. The duality of his existence was a heavy burden. Suddenly, a man appeared, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and denial. He frantically denied the reality of the situation, his words a desperate attempt to cling to normalcy. The man's actions were erratic, his fear palpable. He reacted violently to the child, his panic escalating as he tried to flee the scene with the baby. A young boy, cradled in his mother's arms, stirred slightly. His eyes fluttered open, and he looked around the room, his gaze settling on his father, who sat nearby, engrossed in a large, ornate book. The mother exclaimed, "It's Aaron." The scene shifted to a dimly lit bedroom. A man lay in bed, his face pale and drawn. 2 young girls knelt beside him, their faces etched with worry. One of them cried out, "Father! Father! Please don't die." The man's eyes flickered open, revealing a look of profound sadness and resignation. His gaze drifted to the ceiling, his expression unreadable. A sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air. The girls continued to weep, their pleas unheard. Then, a single word escaped the man's lips, "That's right." The perspective shifted to a woman, her face partially obscured, her expression somber. She seemed to be lost in thought, a deep sadness evident in her posture. The next panel showed a hand holding a paintbrush, working on a large canvas depicting a knight in shining armor. The scene was dark and moody. The full scene revealed a man, his back to the viewer, painting the portrait of the knight. He was alone in a large room, surrounded by bookshelves. The man paused, his hand still holding the brush, lost in contemplation. His long hair cascaded down his back. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, lay on the ground, his blonde hair fanned around his head. A voice, filled with grim recognition, echoed above him, it was Aaron. He gasped, his face contorted in agony as a blade pierced his chest, a crimson stain blooming across his clothes. Alan's body crumpled, falling lifelessly into the water below. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their expressions a mixture of shock and alarm. One cried out, "Your Grace," while another shouted, "Lord Pendragon." The scene shifted to reveal a colossal white dragon descending from the heavens, its presence casting a powerful aura over the fallen Alan and the 3 onlookers. A deep, resonant voice boomed from the dragon, "Say your name." Alan's lifeless eyes flickered open, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A whisper escaped his lips, barely audible, "Raven. Bolt." The perspective shifted to reveal Alan's back, his blonde hair tied in a ponytail, as if a new consciousness had taken hold. From the darkness below, a shadowy figure emerged, their eyes fixed on Alan. Alan Pendragon awoke with a gasp, his mind swimming in confusion. He mumbled a disoriented question, "What?" A young maid, her face etched with alarm, rushed to his side, her voice laced with panic. "Your Grace?" Alan's mind struggled to grasp the situation. He could only manage a weak, questioning whisper, "Lindsay." A woman with long blonde hair and a serene expression appeared in the doorway, followed by a younger girl. The older woman's gaze held a mixture of concern and something else, something unreadable. The older woman spoke, her voice soft yet firm. "Aaron and Mia." A wave of emotion washed over Alan as he saw the 2 girls. He felt a profound sense of loss and longing. And there is also. A figure emerged from the shadows, embracing the older woman. Tears streamed down their faces as they clung to each other. "Aaron's." The blonde woman, her face hardened with determination, looked down at the maid, her expression stern. The maid flinched under her gaze. A small, bird-like creature with large eyes appeared, its expression filled with fear. The blonde woman uttered a single word, "No." 2 grotesque imp-like creatures, one clinging to the other, were visible in the gloom. A sense of dread filled the air as a voice, barely a whisper, echoed in the darkness. A chilling realization dawning on the observer, they were facing a monstrous orc, its massive form looming over them. Alan Pendragon, clad in his armor, plummeted from the sky, the orc's massive hand reaching for him. Alan's fall was swift and brutal, the ground rushing out to meet him with unforgiving speed. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope appeared. A banner, emblazoned with the Pendragon sigil, a proud white dragon, was visible, carried by 2 knights on horseback, riding towards the scene. A figure emerged from the rain, a man in ornate armor, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. He stood tall and confident, a sword at his hip, radiating an aura of power. His thoughts, however, were far from calm. "My memories," he mused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. A violet energy erupted from the ground, a swirling vortex of green light consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast throwing the armored figure back, leaving him dazed and disoriented. As remnants of the blast settled, revealing a chilling sight, a vast, icy landscape, hinting at the presence of something powerful and ancient. A procession wound its way through a desolate, icy landscape. Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon-taming House Pendragon, walked at its center, flanked by his loyal guards. Among them, Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, maintained his vigilant watch, his gaze sharp and ever alert. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air, "Your Grace!" Alan stumbled, a crimson stain blooming across his chest. Raven, his face etched with grim determination, shouted, "Get a hold, Pendragon!" Two of Alan's guards, their faces contorted with fear and resolve, rushed to his side. "Let's protect our lord," one of them cried, "even if we have to put our lives on the line." Meanwhile, a tense exchange unfolded between two hulking figures cloaked in shadow. One of them, a grotesque orc, hissed, "Wait. Karta. Are you planning on going against the guardian deity?" His companion, equally menacing, replied curtly, "Shit. There's no choice now." The orc, Karta, revealed a surprising sentiment. "I fought with him one-on-one. He is my comrade. If things keep going like this, he will die." Alan, his lifeblood staining the ground, let out a weak chuckle. "That's right." His voice strained, barely a whisper, he uttered two words that sent a shiver down Raven's spine, "I am." A majestic, ethereal head emerged from the shadows, its piercing blue eyes fixed on Alan. It was the legendary White Dragon. A sword, gleaming with an ethereal light, pierced the earth, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The narration box declared this to be the rightful heir of the Pendragon Duchy. A young man in shining armor, blood staining his lips, was locked in a desperate struggle against a monstrous dragon-like creature. The creature roared, its voice echoing the name Aron Pendragon. Aron, his face contorted in agony, struggled against the beast's might. The dragon's eye, a piercing blue, stared down at its prey. Aron, bleeding profusely, gasped for air, his expression one of sheer terror. Suddenly, a figure emerged, wreathed in ethereal flames, a mysterious aura surrounding him. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes, as the flames intensified. A wave of ethereal, blue flames erupted from the massive, armored form of a colossal white dragon, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The intense heat radiating outwards as Alan Pendragon, clad in ornate armor and a crimson cape, cautiously approached the magnificent beast. He held a sword aloft, his face a mask of both awe and apprehension. Blood trickled down Alan's face, staining his attire. His eyes widened as he whispered a name, barely audible, Gordon Pendragon. Disappeared, he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. The majestic white dragon, its presence commanding and awe-inspiring, revealed itself in its full glory, its scales gleaming like polished ivory under the mystical light. With a mighty roar, the dragon unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of light and power that engulfed the surrounding area. The sheer force of the attack sending shockwaves through the very ground itself. As dragon's immense power obliterating anything in its path. A squadron of soldiers, caught in the blast, were instantly vaporized. The aftermath of the attack left a trail of destruction, a stark reminder of the dragon's awesome might. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. He braced himself against a brutal Orcish attack, his movements a blur of calculated defense against the overwhelming force. But the orc's strength proved too much. A look of disbelief washed over Raven's face as he was sent sprawling, his body crashing to the ground. What? He lay there, vulnerable, as the orcs closed in for the kill. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, watched helplessly from a distance, his own fight seemingly lost. Suddenly, a colossal white dragon descended from the heavens, its presence shaking the very earth. Hope flickered in Alan's eyes as he witnessed the legendary creature. The white dragon, its power immense, surveyed the scene. Its gaze fell upon Alan, and a low rumble echoed from its throat. "Our pledge is complete," it declared, its words carrying the weight of ancient power. The dragon's words were addressed to Alan, but also to someone else, Ravenbolt. Raven, his body battered and bruised, lay bleeding. A grim determination hardened his gaze as he looked up at the dragon, a silent acknowledgement of the pact. The dragon's words continued, a prophecy whispered on the wind, and Ravenbolt, as someone who will succeed the Pendragons. The scene ended with a close-up on Raven's bloodied face, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and resolve. His fate, and the fate of House Pendragon, hung precariously in the balance. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, found himself in dire straits. Surrounded by monstrous creatures from the Devil's Army, he collapsed, his body weakened, a desperate cry of "Your Grace" escaping his lips. As a shadowy figure loomed over him. The scene shifted, revealing a moonlit landscape and a whispered observation, "You really did it." A colossal white dragon descended upon the courtyard, its presence filling the scene with an aura of power and majesty. Its scales shimmered, reflecting the ambient light as it addressed someone kneeling before it. The dragon's voice boomed, addressing the kneeling figure as Pendragon Boy. Surrounding the pair were soldiers, a mix of humans and monstrous creatures, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Alan Pendragon, the young heir, lay wounded on the ground, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He murmured that he was fine, attempting to reassure a concerned Ravenbolt, who knelt beside him. But Raven's expression revealed his disbelief. The scene shifted, showing Alan's face, now bearing a deep wound and a look of grim determination. A voice, seemingly disembodied, declared the pledge complete. Alan, his face pale, revealed a startling truth: he had been chosen by Soul Rake, the name sending a shiver down Raven's spine. A revelation that was met with a mixture of shock and disbelief by those around him. Raven, in particular, stared in stunned silence at Alan, his mind racing to understand the implications of this unexpected turn of events. The scene shifted again, showing Raven's reaction to Alan's announcement. His initial shock gave way to a look of dawning understanding, a flicker of hope in his eyes. As others around him erupted in joyous celebration, shouting that Aron, a name synonymous with Alan, had been chosen. The white dragon's hand, now visible, reached towards the sky, a powerful energy emanating from it. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an impossible situation. 10 grueling years of battling demonic creatures had led him to this moment, guarding Alan Pendragon, the heir to a once great dragon-taming family. But death, in the form of a cruel conspiracy, had claimed them both. Now, 7 years in the past, Raven awoke within Alan's body, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and determination. A triumphant declaration echoed through the air: the Pendragon's future is secure. Two Orcish figures observed the scene from the shadows, their words laced with a chilling undertone. One commented, "That's a big achievement, for now, he will be together with the guardian deity." The other added, "He's the only one who can beat us." The majestic white dragon, a creature of legend, soared above, its presence a beacon of hope and power. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, looked down, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination etched on his face. A tense moment unfolded as a soldier approached, questioning, "Soldier? A guest has come." Raven, still in Alan's form, bore the marks of a recent struggle, his face streaked with blood. A flock of dark shapes descended from the night sky. Were they birds? Alan, his face now marked with dark, ritualistic symbols, vehemently denied it. "No. It's not." Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a dire situation. He was currently inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. Three figures loomed before him, two monstrous-looking orcs and a human, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. "What? No way," they exclaimed, their words reflecting their astonishment at the unfolding events. The source of their shock became immediately apparent. A breathtaking sight filled the sky, several magnificent dragons, their scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, descended from the heavens. Among them, a majestic white dragon stood out, its presence commanding awe and reverence. Three more dragons joined the descent, their powerful forms eclipsing the others. Their arrival was heralded by a shout, "Dragons!" The sheer scale of the event was overwhelming. "Dragons are here," the cry echoed, confirming the unbelievable spectacle. Alan, still processing the unbelievable sight of multiple dragons, stood in awe as the majestic white dragon landed gracefully before him. Other dragons circled overhead, their presence filling the sky. The white dragon's immense size dwarfed Alan, its presence both awe-inspiring and slightly intimidating. The dragon lowered its massive head, its movements surprisingly gentle despite its power. He could barely articulate his thoughts. "I can't believe it, there are." The close-up revealed the faces of three of the dragons, their expressions inscrutable, their eyes gleaming with an ancient wisdom. The sheer power emanating from them was palpable. The image shows two dragons facing each other. One is a dark purple, the other a fiery red. Their eyes meet, a silent tension filling the air. A scene of power unfolds before a large gathering. A majestic white dragon stands at the center, surrounded by a circle of other dragons and a group of human figures. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation. Meanwhile, a small, frightened creature clutches another, whimpering in fear as a large green dragon looms menacingly overhead. The contrast between the two scenes is stark. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with worry and bearing visible wounds, gazes upwards. His expression is one of apprehension and uncertainty. A thought bubble reveals his internal question: is this the Queen's new contractor? His suspicion is clear. Alan, now clad in regal attire, stands proudly before the white dragon, a confident air about him. A dark-skinned man stands beside him, seemingly a companion or advisor. The white dragon seems to acknowledge Alan's presence. Alan speaks, addressing someone named Amelhart. "That's right, Amelhart." The tone suggests a confirmation or agreement. The white dragon speaks, its words echoing with authority. "I have not called you. Why are you here? My pledge with the Pendragons has nothing to do with you guys." A green dragon approaches, its expression one of defiance. The white dragon responds curtly, "Not this time." The tension between the dragons is palpable. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His vision blurred, focusing on a single, piercing blue eye. The eye belonged to Gurion, a massive, fearsome green dragon. The sheer scale of the creature filled Raven's vision. Two figures approached the dragon, their words echoing in the air. "We've come because we're supposed to do so. Don't you know why?" Before them stood a majestic being, the legendary white dragon. Its presence commanded awe and respect. "Do you have the right to question me?" it boomed. Gurion, the green dragon, stood beside a second, dark-scaled dragon. Tension crackled between them. The dark dragon spoke, addressing the white dragon as Queen. "However, Queen, I felt something else on this human besides your aura." The focus shifted to Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming family. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. A voice, seemingly disembodied, declared, "The auras of both the demon god and the dragon god are on this human." The white dragon reacted violently, a powerful force emanating from it as it launched itself into the air. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, found himself in a desperate struggle. Surrounded by fallen soldiers, he stood defiantly against a monstrous, shadowy dragon, its clawed hand reaching for him. A powerful blow sending him reeling. His breath hitched in his throat as he staggered back, the impact echoing in his ears. "Whoa," he gasped, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he surveyed the carnage around him. Three other dragons, a dark purple one, a black one, and a golden one, descended from the sky, their presence adding to the chaos. Suddenly, a magnificent white dragon, radiating an aura of immense power, swept into the scene. It landed gracefully amidst the fallen soldiers, its gaze fixed on the remaining combatants. "Unwelcome guests," it boomed, its voice echoing with authority. The white dragon's eyes narrowed, its power palpable. "Leave my territory now," it commanded, its voice laced with an undeniable authority. "I order you, as the Dragon King." Alan, despite his injuries, felt a strange calm wash over him as he looked at the majestic creature. A subtle smile played on his lips. His eyes, however, betrayed a flicker of something else, a sharp, intense focus, as if a hidden power was awakening within him. A question forming in his mind: Dragon King. The three other dragons, sensing the Dragon King's power, cowered before the majestic white dragon, their earlier aggression replaced by fear and submission. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of a magnificent dragon's wing, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, revealing two majestic dragons facing each other. One is a radiant white dragon, its scales gleaming like freshly fallen snow. The other is a dark, imposing creature, its scales a deep purple, almost black. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The dark dragon opens its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Its eyes burning with an ominous purple light. The intensity of its gaze is palpable. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with weariness, looks up at the dragons. A thought crosses his mind: if he returns to his own time, everything will become clear. A wide shot reveals a devastating scene. Numerous bodies litter the ground, the aftermath of a fierce battle. The white dragon stands tall amidst the carnage, a stark contrast to the fallen soldiers. The dark dragon plummets from the sky, its wings beating furiously as it descends, leaving behind a trail of purple energy. The scene shifts to a tranquil night sky, a lone moon hanging above a vast, mountainous landscape. A large, light blue dragon soars gracefully through the starry expanse. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay scattered before them. A large, green-skinned orc lay groaning on the ground, his massive frame partially obscured by another fallen figure. A cloaked individual stood nearby, their face partially hidden by shadow, as they muttered, "What just happened?" The voice of a dragon, they realized, could only be heard by those to whom it spoke. It somehow seemed as if they were talking among themselves. They had heard the dragon's voice through Gordon before the pledge was made, but now they could hear nothing at all. One of them wondered aloud if he was the only one who could hear the dragon's conversation before. Another chimed in, noting that Soldrake's voice had stopped after the pledge was made. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, pushed a stray strand of blonde hair from his face. Leaving that aside, he muttered, a grim expression settling on his features. Shit. There are still a lot of things I don't know about. 6 dragons. Dragon god? Demon god? His eyes narrowed, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his brow. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Perhaps she knows everything? A majestic white dragon soared into view, its scales shimmering under the moonlight. The sheer power emanating from the creature was palpable. Soldrake, who's called the Dragon King. The mystery of his death and his reincarnation began to unravel. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes flickered open, the memory of his death still fresh in his mind. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips. Soldrake? The name echoed in his mind, a connection to the legendary White Dragon, the key to restoring the Pendragon family's power and unraveling the mystery surrounding his death. Before him loomed the magnificent creature, its presence both awe-inspiring and slightly terrifying. Alan, his body now a vessel for Raven's consciousness, felt a surge of determination. He had a question to ask the dragon, a question that could change everything. He braced himself, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Can you lower your head, please? You see, my neck is getting tired. The immense size of the dragon made even simple conversation a physical strain. The dragon, seemingly understanding the request, lowered its massive head slightly. A thought crossed Raven's mind. If that's it, there's a better way. He knew he needed a more efficient method to communicate with the powerful creature. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy erupted from the ground, revealing 3 figures, 2 shadowy figures and Alan, who was still standing before the dragon. The scene shifted dramatically. As Soldrake unleashed a torrent of ethereal flames, its power overwhelming. The sheer might of the dragon's attack was breathtaking. Alan and a knight watched in shock as the dragon's power vanished. Soldrake, disappeared red? The knight exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and alarm. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing Alan Pendragon in its radiant intensity, leaving him disoriented and clutching his head in pain. A groan escaped his lips as he struggled to regain his bearings. Under the watchful gaze of a crescent moon, Alan stood with 2 figures, their identities obscured by shadow. A palpable tension hung in the air. Alan, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and desperation, stammered a name, Soldrake. His eyes, wide with a primal terror, darted around wildly. A voice, sharp with concern, questioned him, where are you looking at? A surge of blue energy emanated from Alan's cloak. As the mystical power coursed through him, rippling outwards in waves. From the swirling energy, a woman materialized, her elegant blue robe shimmering with an ethereal glow. Revealing herself to be a powerful sorceress, her presence commanding and majestic. Large, white wings sprouted from her back, completing her otherworldly appearance. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar position. He stood before a regal figure, his back to the viewer, his posture conveying a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The imposing figure of Soldrake, a being of ethereal beauty and power, her presence radiating an otherworldly aura. Her eyes, a piercing blue, held a knowing gaze. Soldrake's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. I am right here, she stated, her words echoing in Alan Pendragon's mind, the young heir now inhabited by Raven's soul. Alan, surrounded by his concerned retainers and a menacing-looking monster hunter, was visibly shaken. A name that sent a jolt of recognition through Raven's consciousness. Soldrake, he stammered, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. A close-up reveals a person with long, silver hair, adorned with a striking array of blue gems embedded in their forehead. Their eyes, though partially obscured, hint at an intense gaze. The image shifts to showcase a portion of their elaborate attire, a rich blue and gold garment, intricately designed, with a prominent emblem on the chest. Suddenly, the perspective changes, revealing a figure with silver hair and large, feathered wings, floating against a bright, ethereal backdrop. Their expression is one of serene contemplation. The lower half of the winged figure is visible, showing the same elegant, blue and gold garments seen before, flowing gracefully around them. The scene shifts again. The winged figure, now closer, speaks. You said that you had something to say. They continue, let's continue our conversation. The setting changes dramatically. Alan Pendragon, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, is shown in close-up. 2 other figures, one with a startled expression and another shadowy and menacing, loom behind him. Alan's internal monologue is revealed, as Soldrake. The chapter opens with a close-up of a horse's hooves, cloaked in a purplish-gray mist, suggesting a journey is about to begin. And indeed, a young man with blonde hair, clad in ornate, red-trimmed armor, rides a powerful black steed, accompanied by a woman with silver hair and striking blue eyes, who walks beside them. They are surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, their presence hinting at a mission of some importance. Their journey is suddenly interrupted. A gruff voice calls out to the armored young man, hey. Hey, human. The young man, Alan Pendragon, is clearly taken aback. He wonders what the orcs want. What are they talking about, he thinks to himself. The orc gestures towards the other orcs, leaving Alan increasingly confused. One of the orcs explains, us Ancona orcs can't approach the forest guardian deity so easily. Continuing, even if you did, you wouldn't be able to hear what they're saying. The silver-haired woman, looking concerned, adds, we can't hear Soldrake's voice. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, looked troubled. His blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his expression grim. He and his companions were unable to hear the Lord's voice, a troubling development. A fact that weighed heavily on them. Amongst his entourage were several orcs, their faces etched with concern. One orc, in particular, voiced his bewilderment at the situation, noting the unprecedented nature of a dragon transforming into a human. The group continued their journey through a dark forest. Alan, mounted on a horse, rode alongside a striking woman with large, white-feathered wings. She appeared ethereal, her blue and gold dress flowing behind her. The orcs watched them go, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. The orcs, observing the winged woman from afar, commented on her striking beauty, a fact they found difficult to comprehend given their limited aesthetic sensibilities. Their words were laced with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, a close-up of the winged woman's eyes revealed their intense power. A narration box warned that those who met her gaze would be frozen with fear. Alan, now alone, walked through the forest, his thoughts troubled. The scene shifted to show the winged woman and Alan once more. As they continued their journey, the woman's wings shimmered, her presence radiating an almost otherworldly grace. Alan pondered the recent events, his expression one of deep concern. He wondered what the orcs were so dissatisfied about, questioning the nature of their oath. The winged woman, observing Alan, offered a cryptic comment, suggesting that only time would reveal the truth behind their current predicament. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood before Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. 7 years prior, Raven had been tasked with guarding Alan, a mission that ended tragically for them both. Now, inexplicably, Raven found himself inhabiting Alan's body. A revelation that sent a jolt of icy dread through him. Alan, now bearing Raven's consciousness, was acutely aware of their shared past and the circumstances of their deaths. He knew he had to uncover the truth behind their demise. His companion, a mysterious figure with striking dark hair, pressed him for answers. The weight of their shared fate hung heavy in the air. Alan, in Raven's mind, felt the urgency of the situation. He had to explain his impossible return, his resurrection in Alan's body. The mystery of their deaths was inextricably linked to his current predicament. The enigmatic companion, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary circumstances, offered a cryptic response. Time, it seemed, held the key to unlocking the truth. Alan, struggling to reconcile his new reality, felt a surge of frustration. The weight of unanswered questions pressed down on him. Alan, impatient for answers, demanded a straightforward explanation. He needed to know everything, to understand the events that led to his death and his improbable return. The companion, however, seemed reluctant to divulge more information, noting Alan's unusual eagerness to engage in conversation. Their relationship, it seemed, was not one of easy familiarity. Alan, now fully inhabiting Raven's memories and personality, contemplated his next move. The mystery of his death, and his unlikely resurrection, fueled his determination to find the answers he craved. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood beside Ravenbolt, his stoic protector, a former monster hunter from the Devil's Army. Raven, however, was troubled. He observed Alan with a concerned frown, questioning what was wrong with him. He had hoped that by making an oath with Alan, he would finally understand something. Alan's expression was one of deep distress, his brow furrowed in worry. A sense of unease hung in the air. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the silence. A colossal dragon, its scales shimmering with an unnatural blue light, emerged from the shadows. Its massive form dwarfing both Alan and Raven. The dragon lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. Raven, eyes wide with alarm, watched as the dragon's immense size became apparent. A nearby soldier shouted in disbelief, exclaiming that it was huge. Alan, despite the danger, remained resolute, gripping his sword with a steely gaze. He was ready to face whatever came next. The dragon unleashed a powerful blast of energy. But Raven, anticipating the attack, reacted swiftly. He channeled his own power, creating a dark, swirling vortex to deflect the attack. A blur of motion erupted as Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, moved with impossible speed, leaving only a trail of swirling energy in his wake. His companions, a diverse group of soldiers including a gruff-looking orc, watched in stunned silence as Alan's incredible speed left them speechless. A gasp escaped one of the soldiers' lips. "WWH," he stammered, unable to articulate his astonishment. The sheer velocity of Alan's movement was breathtaking. One of the soldiers could only manage a breathless whisper, so fast. Alan's incredible speed allowed him to effortlessly evade a massive, serpentine creature's attack. He moved with such precision that he seemed to dance around the beast's snapping jaws, leaving a spray of blood in his wake as he narrowly avoided its fangs. With a swift motion, he plucked a dark red stone, pulsating with an ominous energy, from the creature's lifeless body. Alan, his face etched with a mixture of grim determination and curiosity, carefully examined the stone. He held it aloft, the dark red glow illuminating his features. His gaze was intense, focused on the stone's strange energy. He seemed to be sensing something profound, something that resonated deep within him. The stone's power was immense. A low, guttural sound echoed from within it, causing Alan to visibly flinch. His companions, witnessing this strange display, reacted with a mix of fear and awe. One of them, a small, bird-like creature, let out a surprised yelp, chomp chomp. Another soldier, observing Alan's reaction to the stone, muttered, as expected of a dragon. His words hinted at a deeper understanding of the stone's origins and power. Meanwhile, a third soldier, his expression thoughtful, observed, even in that form, she doesn't look like a human. His comment suggested that the stone might hold a secret, a hidden truth about its nature. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, observed a striking woman from afar. He mused that she was undeniably beautiful, yet her demeanor didn't quite match her appearance. A vision of ethereal grace, with large, white wings extending from her back, she stood atop a rocky outcrop, silhouetted against the twilight sky. Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's form, watched her from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The wind whipped through his blonde hair as he contemplated the scene before him. Meanwhile, in a snowy forest, a lone figure sat by a campfire, cloaked in shadows, observing the Pendragon encampment from afar. The woman with the wings, her identity now revealed as the White Dragon, touched the ancient tree, drawing power from its mystical energy. She looked up, her expression serene yet powerful, as if sensing something in the distance. Raven, still in Alan's body, stood over a slain beast, his sword gleaming faintly in the dim light. He had successfully hunted a monster. The blade, stained crimson, was withdrawn from the creature's body, a grim testament to Raven's skill as a hunter. Several pieces of raw meat, still glistening with blood, lay neatly arranged on a rough-hewn surface. A hand reached in, carefully selecting one of the cuts, and brought it to a crackling campfire. Seated nearby, a striking woman with white hair and large, feathered wings watched Alan Pendragon, the heir to the Pendragon family, as he tended to the meat. The flames danced around the meat, searing its surface to a rich, dark brown. Alan, having finished cooking the meat, presented it to the winged woman. He offered it with a slight bow. Here, he offered, extending the cooked meat towards her. She accepted it with a curious expression. The woman, intrigued, took the offered meat and examined it closely. Her eyes widened slightly as she took a bite. Alan watched her, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. You have to eat it like this, he instructed, demonstrating the proper way to consume the meat. The woman, following Alan's instructions, took another bite. Her expression shifted subtly. A look of surprise and perhaps even wonder crossing her features as she savored the taste. She then spoke, her voice soft yet carrying a hint of awe. You really are one interesting Pendragon. Seated by a crackling campfire under a starlit sky, Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming lineage, listened intently as a winged woman addressed him. Her words, though not fully audible, conveyed a sense of both authority and concern. She was clearly someone of importance, her attire and demeanor suggesting a position of power within the Pendragon family. Alan, however, revealed a startling truth. I am also Raven. The winged woman's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding replacing her initial composure. Her gaze held a depth of emotion, hinting at the weight of the secret Alan had just revealed. The scene returned to the campfire, the night sky now slightly brighter. A raven flew overhead, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. The winged woman and Alan remained seated, a silent tension hanging between them. Alan, seemingly weary of the conversation, declared that he would cease discussing his past self, as the woman wouldn't understand anyway. He then produced a small, dark object, a trinket of some kind, claiming it was something he frequently made in the past. He questioned if it was not that bad, suggesting a degree of self-doubt or perhaps a desire for validation. The winged woman's expression remained unreadable, her silence adding to the already palpable tension. The scene ended with her gaze fixed on Alan, leaving the reader to ponder the implications of his words and actions. Seated by a crackling campfire, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, listened intently as a mysterious woman with striking white hair and large, iridescent wings addressed him. She held an ancient-looking book, her expression unreadable. She paused, then stated that she had something to ask him. Sol, the woman revealed herself to be, a name that caused Alan to visibly question her identity. Sol smiled serenely, her eyes twinkling with an enigmatic light. She announced that from that moment on, he could call her Sol. Alan, his expression unreadable, stared at Sol. His internal thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and suspicion. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from Sol, a sound that surprised Alan. She laughed, a sound that echoed through the night. Alan, taken aback, muttered to himself that dragons truly do laugh. He then whispered the name Sol again, a hint of wonder in his voice. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, sat lost in thought. His expression was pensive, his gaze distant as he contemplated the dragon god and the demon god. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow and possessing large, blue-feathered wings, sat across from him by a crackling campfire. Time will also tell you that, the figure stated, their voice calm yet cryptic. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the night. Hey, someone shouted, the sound echoing through the silent forest. News of Alan Pendragon's return spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. The joyous cry, the Lord is back, echoed through the castle gates. A wave of excitement followed, amplified by the additional detail, he had returned with a dragon. Inside the castle, several women, maids and noble women alike watched from a balcony, their anticipation palpable as they eagerly awaited his arrival. Their excitement was evident in their expressions. One of the women, a maid, expressed her relief that he was safe, while another, seemingly a sister, exclaimed, You finally did it, brother. You are my pride, son. The maid's quiet relief was a stark contrast to the boisterous joy of the others. She silently reflected on the ordeal, thankful for his safe return. The news of his arrival spread further, a shout of he's here echoing through the halls. Alan Pendragon, resplendent in his armor, made a grand entrance, riding a horse amidst a flurry of excited greetings. The crowd chanted his name, Lord Aaron. Duke. From a distance, a grand procession could be seen approaching, a testament to the power and influence of House Pendragon. 3 young women, dressed in maid uniforms, stared in wide-eyed shock at something unseen. Their expressions were a mixture of fear and disbelief. A bizarre creature, perched atop a strange bird, introduced itself as Kazal. The creature seemed oblivious to the tension, remarking on the large crowd. 2 hulking orcs observed the scene from a distance, one of them chuckling at the commotion. High above, a regal woman with large, feathered wings descended gracefully, accompanied by a blonde-haired man in ornate armor riding a horse, and another man on horseback behind him. The blonde man, Alan, and his companion, visibly startled by the unusual gathering, questioned the presence of goblins, a harpy, and an orc, expressing concern about the demons present. Alan's companion, an older man, shared his astonishment, specifically questioning the identity of the winged woman. Alan, his eyes wide with alarm, stared at the winged woman, a palpable sense of unease washing over him. A sudden, urgent shout cut through the air, everyone! Alan, his expression hardening into determination, prepared himself for whatever was to come. News of victory spread through the land, the Pendragons had won. A young man with silver hair, dressed in the colors of House Pendragon, soared through the air, a triumphant expression on his face. He declared that the dragons would once again be with them. Below, a group of women watched the scene unfold. A worried mother held her young daughter close, while a maid and another woman looked on with apprehension. Suddenly, the silver-haired young man's appearance shifted. Crystals appeared on his forehead, and a surge of blue energy erupted from him. He was enveloped in a blinding light, transforming into a majestic being with large, radiant wings. As he descended towards the watching women, a powerful wave of energy washed over them, causing them to shield their eyes. The energy subsided, revealing a glimpse of a colossal, ethereal white dragon. A colossal white dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal light, unleashed a torrent of icy energy. The raw power of the creature was breathtaking, the very air crackling with its might. The blast engulfing 3 figures who stood in awe before it. They were clearly members of a noble house, their elegant clothing and composed posture betraying their high status. Fear, however, was evident in their eyes as they braced for the dragon's might. One of them, a young man with blonde hair, managed to utter a single word, a name whispered on the wind, Soldrake. The majestic white dragon, souled rake, soared gracefully through the sky, its immense wings eclipsing the sun. Below, a grand castle stood proudly, a testament to the power and prestige of House Pendragon. A vast army of soldiers stood at attention in the courtyard, their disciplined ranks a stark contrast to the untamed power of the dragon above. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. A voice boomed across the courtyard, cutting through the silence, "Let's have a feast." Inside, a lavish feast was underway. Two men, dressed in fine attire, sat at a table laden with food and drink, engaged in lively conversation. The atmosphere was one of merriment and celebration. A lively festival filled the great hall. A man played a lute, his music charming the noble women gathered around him. Their laughter and hushed conversations created a warm, festive atmosphere. Inside, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, sat with his maid. It was his first time experiencing such a grand celebration. He explained that the festival commemorated the pact between the White Dragon and his brother. The event drew lords from neighboring counties and influential merchants, making it a truly significant gathering. Alan's maid, overwhelmed by the opulence, expressed her awe. Outside, the vastness of the Pendragon estate was visible, hinting at the family's power and influence. Alan, accompanied by a mysterious figure with silver hair and striking features, stood on a balcony overlooking the snowy landscape. The figure questioned Alan's reluctance to attend the banquet. The silver-haired figure let out a soft chuckle. The figure then addressed Alan, regardless of whether he was Alan or Raven, stating that he hadn't spoken to them enough. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long lineage of dragon tamers, found himself in conversation with a mysterious individual. The individual, whose appearance suggested a supernatural origin, expressed confusion, stating that they didn't understand anything that was happening. They then questioned Alan's absence from the banquet, reminding him of his duties as the Pendragon heir. Alan, however, seemed unfazed. He subtly noted that guarding the heir was a troublesome task, and that the individual seemed surprisingly knowledgeable about human society. The conversation continued. The individual, seemingly a longtime servant of House Pendragon, revealed their extensive experience within the household. However, they confessed to never having witnessed a dragon attending a feast before, prompting Alan to question why, despite their ability to assume a human form, the dragons would choose not to attend. The individual, taken aback by the question, simply responded with a confused "huh?" The individual's expression shifted, revealing a thoughtful contemplation. They concluded that Alan was truly unlike any previous Pendragon heir. As they suddenly took flight, their wings unfolding with surprising speed, they soared through the air, leaving Alan behind. Alan watched them go, a single word escaping his lips, "Hey." Left alone, Alan pondered the events that had just transpired, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, stood in a grand hall, his expression unreadable. A faint tension emanated from him, barely perceptible beneath his composed exterior. A group of young women, their faces alight with excitement, surrounded him. Their enthusiastic cries of, "So this is where you were, Duke Aaron," broke the silence. Their attention was focused on him, their words a chorus of eager anticipation. "We want to hear about how you made the pact with the dragon." Alan's face tightened. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as a wave of discomfort washed over him. He was clearly not enjoying the attention. A scene shifted to a more intimate setting, a dinner table where a maid boldly complimented Alan, "You have a nice body. Won't you be my mistress?" The maid's laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha. How amazing." The maid watched, captivated, as Alan was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Whispers of awe filled the air. One woman gasped, "So cool. I've never heard of someone defeating an orc in hand-to-hand combat." Alan, visibly uncomfortable, responded with a strained chuckle, "Ha. I am Crescentia from the Papal Suko household. I've inherited the purest blood of the..." Maybelle, a woman affiliated with the Joveninson Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Goldman household, introduced herself as someone of significant standing within the empire. Another woman, scornful of Maybelle's claims, scoffed at her, highlighting Maybelle's merchant background and lack of noble lineage. Maybelle, unfazed, countered by emphasizing the Goldman household's crucial role in supporting the empire's economy. The other woman, dismissing Maybelle's argument, insulted her as a nouveau riche. Maybelle, amused by the other woman's outdated pride, retorted with a cutting remark, calling her grandma. A young man with blonde hair, witnessing the scene, clenched his jaw, his expression hardening with displeasure. The young man walked into a ballroom, where numerous women in elegant gowns were gathered, their attention seemingly focused on him. He sighed, expressing his annoyance at the numerous women vying for his attention. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, labeling him a weak human. A boisterous scene unfolded in a dimly lit tavern. An orc, already quite drunk, slumped over the table, a half-empty tankard beside him. A smaller, dark-haired man sat opposite, protesting, "You can't compare me with an orc hick." The orc's companion, unseen, scoffed, "You've only drunk 10, yet you're already knocked out?" Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room, a young girl, Alan Pendragon, watched in wonder as a small, green rabbit toy moved on its own. A cloaked figure, presumably a mage, smiled, explaining, "This is called magic, little Pendragon." The scene shifted back to the tavern. A large, green-skinned orc approached Alan, who was now noticeably more composed. The orc boisterously invited him, "Yo, Pendragon. Let's have a drink. Show me your human stubbornness." Alan, however, remained calm and collected, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Another voice interjected, "Hey idiot. The lord is busy." Back at the table, Alan, the orc, and the dark-haired man were joined by others, including a young girl. Someone asked, "Is it fine?" Another replied, "We can't have you lose at drinking, too." The dark-haired man chuckled, "Huh. He's in." A maid, seemingly flustered, stood in a grand hallway, a single word escaping her lips, "Start." The scene then showed a lavish feast in progress, with Alan seated among a diverse group of orcs, humans, and other fantastical creatures. A small, imp-like creature rode a glowing green rabbit toy. Later, Alan clutched his head, clearly suffering from a hangover. The maid rushed to his side, concerned, "Hey, are you okay, lord?" Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, apologized to his maid, Lindsay, for troubling her. Lindsay reassured Alan, stating that it was fine. Her expression, however, hinted at something more. Lindsay then commented on Alan's newfound happiness, noting that he had been having fun ever since his father's death, and expressed her own happiness at seeing this. Alan, slightly taken aback, questioned her statement. He then inquired about his mother's whereabouts, noting the lateness of the hour. As Alan pondered his mother's absence, a voice announced someone's arrival, revealing a group of elegantly dressed women entering the room. Alan stood before them, his expression unreadable. Close-ups showed the women's curious and expectant expressions as they observed Alan. Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon taming family, stared blankly, a question mark forming on his face. His maid, visibly concerned, stood beside him. He was clearly bewildered by something. The scene shifted to a lavish palace room. 3 women, elegantly dressed, stood before Alan. One of them, his mother, asked if the arrangements were to his liking. His mother continued, explaining that, due to his pact with a dragon, he was obligated to produce an heir. Alan's mother smiled serenely, emphasizing his duty as a Pendragon and leaving him with a stark choice. She gestured towards a group of women, each a potential mother for his child. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the air. Alan's face contorted in shock and distress as the question of which woman he would choose to bear his child sunk in. His maid watched him with growing alarm. Alan could only utter a stunned, "What?" as the enormity of the situation crashed down upon him. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, stood rigidly, a sheen of sweat on his brow. His usually bright blue eyes were wide with apprehension, reflecting the anxiety churning within him. Beside him, a young maid, her face etched with worry, watched him with concern. He was surrounded by a bevy of noble women, their elegant gowns a stark contrast to the turmoil in Alan's heart. He felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized the weight of the upcoming decision. Alan bowed his head, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. He felt the pressure of tradition, the burden of his family's legacy. A cold dread settled in his stomach as he contemplated the choice before him. 2 women stood out among the others, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and subtle rivalry. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the tense silence. "Choose one of them." The voice commanded, emphasizing the gravity of Alan's decision. "That's your duty as a Pendragon," the woman stated, her tone unwavering. The scene shifted to reveal a larger gathering of nobles. An older woman, her face etched with wisdom and weariness, explained the ancient tradition to Alan. "That is an old tradition, Aaron," she said, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. A young woman with silver hair and elaborate headwear is shown. She reflects on a past event, remembering that it was originally Luna, from the Sirod's family, who was supposed to attend. Her expression shifts to one of contemplation as she continues her internal monologue, noting that the engagement was broken off. A blonde woman, seemingly distraught, cries out to her sister, Luna, expressing her distress. The blonde woman continues her lament, questioning how Luna could have ended the engagement in such a pitiful manner. A man and another woman look on, seemingly shocked. The blonde woman, addressing a man, urges him to remain calm, explaining that the situation is about to change. A large group of women, elegantly dressed, are gathered. The blonde woman explains that they all come from families of high standing, equal to or greater than the Sirod family. A woman with reddish-brown hair proudly declares her lineage, stating that she is from the Papal Suko household, a family whose bloodline is even more noble than the royal family. She boasts about her family's influence, highlighting their control over the imperial army and their ability to mobilize troops at any time. The woman emphasizes that violence is the ultimate power, solidifying her family's position of strength and influence. 2 women, elegantly dressed in opulent gowns, stood amidst a lavish ballroom. One, in a vibrant yellow dress, expressed her disdain for those who lacked economic acumen, declaring that the future belonged to those who understood the economy and that money was everything. Their conversation was interrupted by a young man with blonde hair, who appeared in a light blue suit. He scornfully dismissed the women as merchants, declaring that they had no place there. Alan Pendragon, the young man, was shown alone, his expression a mixture of weariness and contemplation. A sense of unease settled over him. He turned to speak with a woman, her blonde hair styled elegantly. He began to explain something serious to her, referring to her as Aaron. Alan continued his conversation with Aaron, his maid standing nearby. He revealed that he had a difficult choice to make, one that involved the people in the room. He confirmed that the choice was indeed among those present in the room. His maid looked on with concern. Aaron listened intently as Alan spoke of the Pendragon family's traditions, a solemn expression on her face. The weight of history seemed to press down on them. He declared his choice, selecting Lindsay to be his concubine. Alan chose Lindsay, his maid, to be his concubine. Lindsay looked shocked and uncertain. 2 young women stood together, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and concern. The woman in the foreground, dressed in a more elaborate gown, appeared to be the elder sister, her gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel. A group of women, their faces contorted in anger, surrounded a blonde woman in a yellow dress. They appeared to be accosting her, their hands reaching for her. A young maid, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, observed the scene unfolding before her. The maid's internal monologue, a single word, "huh," reflected her confusion and disbelief at the unfolding events. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a group of women in elegant gowns stood huddled together, their expressions tense. A man and a maid stood nearby, observing the group. The maid's eyes widened further as she witnessed the scene, a gasp escaping her lips. Her internal monologue, "huh?" Expressing her shock and confusion. The man approached the maid, his hand covering her mouth to silence her. He spoke, his words a low murmur. He explained that she had always taken care of him, even during her expedition, and that he was charmed by her bravery, but had made a mistake in Barento. The maid's face was flushed, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and embarrassment as she struggled to speak. She stated that she had to take responsibility for what happened. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, stood amidst a throng of noble women at a lavish gathering. His expression was one of polite distance as he apologized for his silence, a subtle tension hanging in the air. One of the women, her face a mixture of concern and curiosity, reassured Alan, emphasizing that he was a man after all. Her words, however, seemed to only increase his discomfort. The woman continued, explaining that while the current situation might seem fine on the surface, the true meaning behind the custom was far more complex. It was a strategic move to ensure the continuation and stability of the Pendragon household through alliances with other noble houses. Alan, though outwardly calm, listened intently. He understood the political machinations, yet a thoughtful frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Alan reflected on the situation, noting that many of the noble women present had only come to the celebration because of the oath he had made with the dragon, a testament to the power and prestige associated with the Pendragon name during better times. But now, during these difficult times, their motivation seemed far less genuine. His gaze hardened. Alan questioned whether these nobles truly wanted to join hands with House Pendragon, or if their intentions were more self-serving. In contrast to their opportunistic advances, he remembered the unwavering loyalty of his maid, who had stood by him for 3 years without any ulterior motives. A sense of quiet determination settled over him. Alan Pendragon, the heir to a once great dragon-taming house, felt a blush creep up his neck as he stared at the maid. His eyes widened, reflecting his inner turmoil. But he quickly dismissed the fleeting thought. 3 noble women gossiped nearby, their words carrying a sense of disdain. Alan silently declared that their opinions meant nothing to him. Alan turned away from the gossiping women, a look of disdain on his face. He scoffed inwardly, considering those who relied on their family's prestige to be nothing more than fools. Alan, still with the maid by his side, addressed someone off-panel. He stated that he already had companions. He added that he had additional companions. Alan continued, specifying that Killian and his soldiers had been supporting him all alone. Along with the Ancona orcs, the Goblin Khazal, and the Harpy Tata. Alan Pendragon, heir to the once great dragon-taming House Pendragon, stood in a grand mausoleum. His composure remained unshaken as he surveyed the opulent surroundings. A quiet confidence in his eyes. He reflected on his companions, his comrades, who had accompanied him without hesitation into this hallowed place. He trusted them implicitly. Alan turned, his gaze falling upon his mother. A subtle tension hung in the air as he spoke, his words hinting at the fragility of House Pendragon's current state, a weakness born from their reliance on alliances rather than their own strength. 2 women, sisters, stood nearby, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and excitement. Their presence added to the complexity of the scene. Lindsay, a young maid, watched from a distance, her face alight with a mixture of awe and nervous anticipation. Alan approached Lindsay, his attention focused solely on her. He addressed her directly, his words surprising and unexpected. His proposal, to make her his concubine, hung heavy in the air, leaving Lindsay speechless and overwhelmed. Her response, a whispered acceptance, was a testament to her devotion and the power of his position. Alan took Lindsay's hand, his action sealing her fate as the Pendragon's new bride. The scene concluded with a declaration of her new status. A voice, filled with awe, echoed through the chamber. What a magnificent spectacle. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, sat in a regal chair, his blonde hair neatly styled. Beside him stood an older woman, her expression unreadable, dressed in an elegant gown. The woman's gaze fell upon Alan, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She began to speak, her words laced with a hint of surprise. I only thought of you as an unrefined soldier, but... Her eyes narrowed slightly as a question formed on her lips. She continued, her voice laced with suspicion. Perhaps, were those your true intentions? Alan remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. A low hum escaped his lips. The woman pressed further, her voice sharp. You are here even though the mausoleum has been opened? Alan sat calmly, his gaze unwavering. He responded, his voice calm but firm. I wanted to see the face of my descendant once more before I left. The woman observed him closely, a thoughtful expression on her face. She noted a change in him, commenting, You've changed from the first time I saw you. In the Pendragon family's opulent chambers, a tense conversation unfolded between Alan's mother and father. The matriarch, her expression grave, observed that forging alliances was not an easy path, especially in these turbulent times. While the patriarch, seated regally, simply stated that he had a plan. The matriarch's skepticism was palpable. She was informed that the Pendragons had regained their ancestral strength, attracting numerous investors. And Alan, now inhabiting Raven's mind and going by the alias Raven, had his own ambitions. His gaze hardened. He intended to cultivate those who would become future heroes. His mother reacted with a sharp intake of breath, her eyes widening in surprise. Raven explained that by gathering his loyal subordinates while they were still unknown, he could build a powerful army, both domestically and internationally. The image of 3 shadowy figures behind him emphasized the scope of his plan. His mother, intrigued by the potential, questioned him further. An older woman, her face painted in a theatrical mask, approached Alan Pendragon. Her grip tightened on his arm as she leveled an accusatory gaze at him, her words sharp and pointed. You. Are you aiming for the throne? Alan recoiled slightly from her touch, a flicker of unease crossing his features. He muttered, barely audible, Don't touch me, ghost. The woman's smile widened, unfazed by his rejection. Can I hug you then? She asked, her tone playful yet unsettling. Alan responded curtly, Stop. The woman chuckled, her eyes twinkling mischievously. I don't have any regrets now. I am just messing with you. Alan, still visibly tense, turned away from her, his expression unreadable. The woman watched him go, a knowing glint in her eyes. Alan's thoughts drifted back to a past event. 6 dragons had appeared while he was making a pact with Soul. He recalled the details, a slight smile playing on his lips. The other dragons had come. And the woman gasped, her eyes widening in shock. The other dragons came? From what Alan understood of their conversation, there seemed to be a reason behind his rebirth as Aaron. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a predicament. 10 grueling years of battling monstrous creatures had led him to his final mission, protecting Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon-taming House Pendragon. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stared at his hands, a sense of disorientation washing over him. A chilling reminder of his recent demise. The scene before him was a blur of violence, the dying breaths of Bolt still echoing in his ears. A gruff voice, barely audible, spoke of a connection, a conspiracy that had claimed both his and Alan's lives. Everything, it seemed, was intertwined. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, found himself grappling with the revelation. He was hearing about dragon and demon gods for the first time, a concept entirely foreign to his previous life. His mind raced, searching for answers. Wondering if Soul Drake, a mysterious figure from his past, had any knowledge of these entities. His inquiries, however, were met with a cryptic response from Soul Drake, time will tell you. The ambiguity only deepened the mystery. A woman, her face obscured by a mask, observed Alan with a knowing smile. She commented on his surprisingly good relationship with Soul Drake. A subtle hint of something more. Alan, startled, questioned the woman's observation, pointing out that he had just referred to Soul Drake by her name. A seemingly insignificant detail that held a deeper significance. The woman revealed a startling truth: Alan and Soul Drake were the only ones who knew about the dragon and demon gods. A weight settled on Alan's shoulders, leaving him contemplating to whom he could confide this burden. The weight of the secret, and the mystery surrounding his death, pressed heavily upon him. The scene shifts to Alan and Soul Drake standing before a mannequin dressed in an elaborate gown. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, awoke with a start. His blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his blue eyes wide with a dawning confusion. A soft light illuminating his features as he struggled to recall the events that led to this moment. He heard a voice, barely a whisper, calling his name. An elderly woman, her face etched with worry and sorrow, stood before him. "I have to go now," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. Tears fell, glistening like tiny jewels in the soft light, as the woman disappeared. The scene was left bathed in an ethereal glow. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long-fallen dragon-taming dynasty, stood before a mysterious figure in a dark robe. A strange, almost ethereal glow surrounded the figure, hinting at something otherworldly. Alan's posture was one of nervous anticipation, his hands clasped together. The light intensified, casting dancing sparkles around them. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. The robed figure spoke, his voice a low murmur, barely audible above the shimmering light. He announced his imminent departure. Alan, startled by the sudden announcement, called out to the departing figure, his voice laced with urgency. Another figure, an older woman with a kind face, appeared, seemingly out of thin air. She addressed Alan with a reassuring tone, expressing her unwavering belief in his abilities. Her words were laced with a motherly affection, a comforting presence in the face of the mysterious departure. Alan, however, remained pensive, his gaze distant and troubled. The weight of his family legacy and the task ahead clearly weighed heavily on his mind. The woman addressed him with a tender term of endearment. His expression hardened, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he contemplated the name Pendragon. A young man, his face etched with grief, cried out, "Grandma!" He embraced an elderly woman, her frail form trembling slightly within his arms. Tears welled in her eyes as she returned his hug. The elderly woman's face was a mask of sorrow. The scene shifted, showing the young man alone, a faint glow emanating from his chest. A voice, seemingly from within, instructed him, "Please continue from now on." Raven stood, his back to the viewer, a regal air about him despite the simple clothing. He turned, his face partially obscured by a mask, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. A portrait of the elderly woman hung on the wall, and a determined voice echoed in his mind, "I will definitely do it." The chapter opens with a glimpse of an ornate portrait, hinting at the rich history and legacy of House Pendragon. Aaron Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stands at the altar, a look of apprehension on his face, beside his bride, Lindsay Conrad. The scene is one of opulent grandeur, yet a palpable tension hangs in the air. A narration box reveals the date, Imperial Calendar Year 314, the day Aaron Pendragon and Lindsay Conrad were wed. Aaron sits alone in his opulent bedroom, a troubled expression etched on his face. He appears lost in thought, his posture reflecting his inner turmoil. A voice cuts through his reverie, commenting on his choice of bride, referring to her as that girl. Aaron's internal monologue reveals the speaker to be his contractor. The scene shifts to a meeting between Aaron and his contractor. The contractor's words hang heavy in the air. Suddenly, a powerful presence fills the room. A woman with striking silver hair and large, feathered wings appears, her name, Soul, is whispered. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, sat with a knowing smirk. He already understood the reason behind the recent lavish feast. A woman with large, feathered wings and a regal bearing entered the room, confirming his suspicions. "That's right," she stated. She questioned his choice of the servant girl for the marriage, to which Alan responded that he had too many obligations to be burdened by an arranged marriage. Alan continued, explaining that as far as the heir was concerned, the person he married didn't matter, he just wanted to get it over with. The winged woman observed, noting his lack of interest in the servant girl. Alan revealed his trust in the servant girl, emphasizing her dedication to his dying brother for 3 years. The winged woman then inquired about Alan's sudden departure. She questioned his sudden flight, to which he simply replied, "Ray." The winged woman then revealed a crucial piece of information, a dragonstone statue located on a cliff behind the castle. A majestic white dragon statue, carved from what seems to be stone or marble, dominates the panel. Its imposing presence fills the frame, perched atop a stone pedestal. A voiceover explains, "That's where I lived after I made the oath with the Pendragons." Alan Pendragon, a young man with shoulder-length blonde hair and striking blue eyes, is shown in close-up. A questioning look crosses his face as he asks, "Being there?" A scene unfolds showing a woman with silver hair and blue eyes, adorned in regal attire, sitting on a chair. She speaks, explaining, "It would be the same anywhere. After all, no one can hear my voice, the Pendragon Lord can." The silver-haired woman continues her explanation, her expression thoughtful. She reveals, "I never really spoke with the Pendragons until now." She adds a further detail, her gaze distant and reflective. Neither to Gordon nor to his ancestor, Klein. Alan's face shows a mixture of concern and apprehension. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The silver-haired woman explains, "They never wanted me to take this form, so out of respect for their wills, I always stayed at Ray." Alan is shown again, his expression pensive. He thinks to himself, "You really get along well with her." The final panel shows Alan's face, a subtle hint of unease in his eyes. A winged figure, adorned in flowing white robes and a diadem of sparkling gems, regarded Alan Pendragon with an amused expression. "You sure talk a lot," she commented, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. Alan, his blonde hair catching the light, looked up at the winged woman. She continued, "It's quite rare for a Pendragon to wish to speak with me." The winged woman's words hung in the air as Alan's gaze shifted to another figure in the background. Someone asked, "Won't you go to the feast?" Alan responded with a quiet, almost defeated tone, "No one would hear my voice anyway." The winged woman sighed, a melancholic expression settling on her face. A narration box appeared, stating, "She was like this for centuries." A beat of silence followed, before the winged woman's expression shifted again. A single word, but, appeared in a speech bubble. She addressed Alan directly, her voice firm despite the sadness in her eyes. "No matter if you're Aaron or Raven, you are my contractor." Alan watched her intently as she sat, her wings slightly drooping. A question mark floated above her head as she seemed lost in thought. The winged woman then uttered a single, cryptic word, soul. Alan, a determined glint in his eyes, declared, I'll do anything you want, except that. The winged woman's expression shifted to one of concern as she looked at Alan, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. 7 years in the past, Raven Bolt awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. A woman with large, white wings appeared before him, her ethereal form radiating an otherworldly grace. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's memories and instincts, felt a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The winged woman spoke, her voice soft yet commanding. She declared that she would call him Ray. Alan, still processing his sudden and inexplicable transformation, stared back with a mixture of confusion and unease. His mind raced, trying to reconcile his new reality. In a separate scene, a shadowy figure addressed another man, using the same name, Ray. This man, with dark hair and a sinister smile, seemed to be in control of the situation. A stark contrast to the ethereal grace of the winged woman. The scene shifted, showing a blonde woman looking down, her expression unreadable. The blonde woman's whispered word, brother, hung heavy in the air, hinting at a complex relationship and a potential conflict. Back with Alan and the winged woman, she questioned him, asking if he liked the name Ray. Alan, despite the strangeness of his situation, responded that he did, indeed, like the name. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming lineage, looked down, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He had just been given a new name, a new identity. Before him stood a striking figure, a person with long, silvery hair, adorned with ornate, jewel-encrusted headwear, and possessing a pair of elegant, almost ethereal wings. This was no ordinary individual. Their lips curved into a knowing smirk. A silent acknowledgement of something only they understood. The winged figure spoke, their voice soft yet carrying an undercurrent of intrigue. You sure are different, Ray. The winged figure continued, from all the other Pendragons till now. Alan, now going by the name Ray, met the other's gaze, a hint of curiosity and perhaps a touch of apprehension in his eyes. Whispering almost inaudibly, they uttered a single word, Alex. The winged figure leaned out from a window, their wings partially obscuring the view. As they spoke again, it seems like a celestial promise was made, its fulfillment drawing near. A majestic eagle, wings outstretched, soared through the heavens, carrying a bundle of documents marked with the Pendragon crest. The documents announced a momentous event. The Pendragons had renewed their pact with the dragons. The eagle, a symbol of the Pendragon family, continued its flight, delivering the news across the land. News of the pact spread rapidly throughout the empire. Someone reacted to the news with quiet satisfaction. 2 men on horseback discussed the implications of the renewed pact. They anticipated gaining land and titles if their actions proved successful. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he had been reborn into the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family. His face was partially obscured by a dark mask, his violet eyes betraying a hint of his true identity. The ornate, feathered adornment on his cloak hinted at his new, noble status, a stark contrast to his former life of brutal combat. A sense of unease clouded his thoughts. He was not merely Alan Pendragon, but a vessel carrying the memories and burdens of a fallen soldier. The bustling port city of Pendragon was a sight to behold, with merchant ships sailing into the harbor. This was the world he now inhabited, a world he was determined to understand. Inside a study, a man reviewed documents, his expression grim. He muttered to himself about the dangers surrounding Alan Pendragon, noting that not only dragons, but also demons and orcs, were after him. The man, seemingly a spy or informant, leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was intensely interested in Alan Pendragon, the name Alan now bore. A sudden realization struck him. Alan had made a pact with a dragon, explaining the intense interest from various factions. The imposing Pendragon castle loomed in the distance, a symbol of power and legacy. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's mind, felt a sense of foreboding. Inside the castle, a tense meeting was underway. An older man, likely a family elder, addressed a younger man and a woman, his words laced with concern. He questioned if they were merely pawns in a larger game. Alan, burdened by his new reality and the weight of the Pendragon legacy, felt a surge of frustration. Even in his new life, he found no respite from the dangers that surrounded him. A woman with silver hair, dressed in elegant dark attire, stood with a worried expression. Beside her, a man in silver armor looked on with a grim countenance. Father. She whispered, her gaze distant and troubled. The thought, Aaron, drifted through her mind. The woman's face, framed by her silver hair, held a mixture of sorrow and determination. Her expression was unreadable, yet resolute. An ancient document, bearing the word Pendragon, was shown. The script was old and faded, hinting at a long-lost history. A man with a beard and intense gaze spoke, his words filled with ambition. For the world we want to create. He declared, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Another figure, cloaked and mysterious, held the same Pendragon document. The document pulsed with purple energy as the cloaked figure manipulated it with a flourish. The scene was charged with dark magic. A surge of purple flames erupted, consuming everything in its path. The source of the destructive power was unseen, yet its intensity was undeniable. A monstrous grin spread across a man's face as he savored the destruction. His eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a calm voice cut through the tension. Let me take care of it, the speaker offered, their tone suggesting both confidence and authority. 2 figures sat in quiet contemplation, a small orb of purple energy floating between them. The scene was observed from below, from behind a large, ornate helmet, hinting at a hidden observer. The hooded figure addressed the seated man, a sly smile playing on their lips. I was waiting for you, the Empire's mad dog. The identity of the hooded figure was revealed, the Demon Corp commander. Their words carried a chilling threat. And then, a powerful figure emerged from the shadows, a formidable warrior with horns and a fierce expression. To Van Baltai, the name echoed with a sense of dread. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood regally in his opulent chambers, attended by 2 maids. A serene smile played on his lips as he addressed Lindsay, his maid, who awaited his instructions. Lindsay curtsied deeply, her expression respectful as she announced, Lord Aaron. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, acknowledged her with a simple, thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay, concerned by his seemingly low energy, inquired, "Where are you going today?" Raven, still adapting to his new reality, explained his plans. "I'm going to the Barinto Gateway to recruit some soldiers, you see." The Barinto Gateway, a formidable fortress, stood as a testament to the Pendragon family's former glory. It was here that Raven intended to begin his quest to uncover the truth behind his death and restore the family's power. A concerned voice interrupted Raven's thoughts. It was one of his retainers, expressing surprise at his apparent lack of energy so early in the day. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, and Ravenbolt, his assigned protector from the Devil's Army, found themselves in a desperate struggle. Gripping the wooden training poles with white knuckles, sweat beaded on their brows as they strained against an unseen force. A powerful blow sent Alan sprawling. Killian, a stern-faced instructor, stood over them, his voice ringing with disapproval. He warned Alan that his current performance was unacceptable for a Pendragon knight. Alan's pained cry echoed as Killian's staff connected with his body, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. Killian, having demonstrated his point, turned to address Alan's lord. He reported on his actions, his tone suggesting a certain satisfaction in his harsh training methods. Alan's lord, observing the scene, inquired about the new recruit's fundamentals. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. Killian responded, explaining that while the new recruits expressed a desire to become knights, their determination seemed lacking. He further elaborated that this was the first time they had recruited so many at once, leading to concerns about the overall quality of the candidates. And Alan's lord, seemingly unfazed, commented on the inevitable bias towards quality in such a situation. A subtle smile played on his lips as he addressed Killian, his words laced with a hint of amusement. "Dear cavalry leader?" A stern-faced instructor addressed a group of recruits, his words sharp and commanding. He declared that the lord had high expectations for them. He continued, emphasizing that if they followed his instructions, they would earn their place in the Pendragon's cavalry, even if it meant enduring intense training today. Alan Pendragon, observing the scene, muttered to himself, expressing his bewilderment at the intensity of the instructor's outburst. He wondered aloud how the instructor, despite being the lead knight, could be so easily bested by the lord. The instructor, a man with a prominent mustache, explained to a blonde-haired man that the new recruits were always eager to join the prestigious cavalry. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed a grim scene. Two figures lay wounded, their bodies radiating the auras of demon and dragon gods. A voiceover stated that everything was connected. The blonde-haired man from the previous scene pondered the significance of the six dragons' words and the auras of the demon and dragon gods. He then reflected on the unpredictable nature of his enemies and the need to strengthen his cavalry. The blonde-haired man's thoughts concluded with a firm resolve to bolster his forces. A large, imposing Orcish figure sat beneath a tree, a young child nestled asleep in his lap. He carefully read from a thick tome, surrounded by several other books, preparing the child for the battles to come. Meanwhile, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming family, stood on the castle ramparts, observing several griffins soaring through the sky. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The griffins' majestic wings caught the light, their powerful flight a breathtaking spectacle. One of the griffins landed gracefully before Alan, its powerful talons gently touching the ground. Two more griffins approached, their movements precise and controlled. Alan watched as the griffins approached, a thought crossing his mind. Sol, a powerful figure, had left her lair and was now acting alongside him. He recognized the griffins as Sol's underlings, their loyalty to her unquestionable. Alan mused on the changes in Sol's behavior, noting that she seemed to be enjoying herself more lately. A pensive expression settled on his face as he considered this shift in her demeanor. Alan's gaze drifted upwards, lost in thought, a subtle concern etched onto his features. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he had been reborn into the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon taming family. From atop the Pendragon castle walls, he heard voices calling out to him, a jarring reminder of his new reality. A group of knights approached the castle along a forest path. Their arrival seemed significant, hinting at events unfolding around Alan's unexpected return. And a sense of foreboding washed over Raven as he realized the knights had arrived. Raven, still adjusting to his new identity, stood before the knights. Their presence was imposing, their armor gleaming under the sun. He observed them carefully, his mind racing to understand their purpose. 3 distinct figures stood out among the group, a knight in green armor, a cloaked figure, and a muscular man with a bare chest. Each exuded a different aura of power and mystery. A voice, calm yet authoritative, identified the knights as unaffiliated, independent warriors. Alan's companion, another young man, reacted with surprise to the news of unaffiliated knights, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The companion explained that these unaffiliated knights had heard of the Pendragon family's revival and had come seeking to join their ranks. His friends seemed excited by the prospect. But then a new character was introduced, Mark Killian, the Pendragon household's white dragon cavalry captain. His arrival added another layer of complexity to the situation. A lone figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, approached. He inquired, "Where are you coming from?" The figure introduced himself. "I am Reed Pollock, an unaffiliated knight from Evandel. I've been wandering the world in search of a worthy master to serve." Another man, his face bearing a small scar, joined the conversation. He stated, "This is a place where there are worthy opponents, no matter if they are practice ones or real ones." He then turned his attention to a third individual, a cloaked figure whose face was hidden by a mask. He asked, "And what about you, sir?" The masked figure remained silent for a moment, before responding curtly, "Not. Tell you my name." A fourth man, with a prominent mustache, chuckled. "Ah, don't mind him, he's always been like this." He continued, explaining, "Even we don't know his name. We just met him, and since our destination was the same, we decided to come together, that's all." The man with the mustache addressed the group, concluding, "So, I assume you want to serve the Pendragons?" 2 men stood before a castle, their conversation hinting at the Pendragon family's weakness. One, a muscular warrior, declared that the Pendragons lacked a head knight. The warrior continued, explaining their plan to fill that void and gain fame and riches in the process. They would become the Pendragon's sword, strengthening their cavalry and eliminating the need for further training. A close-up on a man with a mustache and intense gaze, flanked by 2 other men, revealed a sinister plan brewing. Alan Pendragon, the heir, appeared, seemingly aware of the plot against him. He stood defiantly, staff in hand, facing the group of conspirators. Alan, now revealed to be the heir, stood alone, his posture radiating confidence. He was unafraid, relying only on his own strength. His attitude, the narration box stated, was not wrong, provided he possessed the strength to back it up. A sentiment echoed by one of the conspirators, emphasizing the importance of strength in their scheme. Alan's determined expression confirmed his resolve. He was ready to face whatever came next. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, stood before a formation of soldiers, his gaze fixed on a man wielding a staff. The name Killian hung in the air, a clear identification of the man. A close-up revealed a man with a prominent mustache, his expression one of gleeful anticipation. The mustachioed man chuckled, a sound that spoke of amusement and a hint of malice. He declared that he understood. Suddenly, a muscular, scarred man lunged at Raven, drawing two swords in a swift, brutal attack. Raven reacted instantly, parrying the blows. Two onlookers watched the fight unfold, one expressing concern about the size and strength of Raven's opponent. The scarred man grinned, relishing the challenge, his powerful muscles tensed as he prepared for another attack. The mustachioed man watched, his expression shifting to one of grim determination as the fight intensified. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the scarred man, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the attack sent Raven reeling backward, his body strained from the impact. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, engaged in a fierce sword fight. His movements were precise and deadly, honed by years of experience as a monster hunter. He parried a blow with practiced ease. The impact sending a jolt through Alan's body, a stark reminder of his current limitations. A grunt escaped his lips as he felt the strain. His opponent, a burly man with a scarred face, watched in surprise as Alan, seemingly weaker, managed to hold his own. What? He stammered, clearly taken aback. Then, with a sneer, he added, what about you? The other swordsman, a man with dark hair tied back, cursed under his breath, shit. Raven, however, pressed his advantage. He unleashed a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of steel that overwhelmed his opponent. Each strike precise and powerful, leaving the man reeling and gasping for air. The two continued their desperate struggle, blades clashing in a shower of sparks. The fight was brutal and relentless. He disarmed his opponent, sending the man's sword flying. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, engaged in a fierce sword fight against a knight. His movements were precise and deadly, a testament to his years of experience as a monster hunter. The clash of steel echoing through the training yard as he effortlessly disarmed his opponent, sending the knight's sword flying. A group of onlookers watched in stunned silence, their jaws agape at the display of raw power. Two of the onlookers whispered amongst themselves, they're all palpable. Meanwhile, a lord addressed his subordinates, his expression grim. He noted their lack of strength and ordered them to recruit Alan. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by a mask, stood silently observing the scene from afar. He carried twin daggers at his hip. The cloaked figure approached Alan, suggesting he try his hand at combat. The lord's subordinates reacted with shock and disbelief to Alan's earlier display of strength, questioning his rudeness. The lord, however, seemed amused by the situation, his expression hinting at a hidden agenda. Someone asked Raven, in Alan's body, his name, but he showed no interest in answering. He made it clear he had no intention of revealing his identity. Suddenly, Alan's eyes glowed menacingly, his expression twisting into a snarl. A furious shout escaped him, bastard. Another person, witnessing the scene, reacted with outrage. How dare he treat the lord like this? He demanded an explanation for Alan's sudden outburst. Raven, still in Alan's body, swiftly kicked his assailant, following up with a precise strike that sent him sprawling. The attacker groaned in pain as he crashed to the ground. Raven, in Alan's body, lay sprawled on the ground, the impact of a brutal attack evident. Several figures in white uniforms surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of shock and triumph. Meanwhile, a man with a mustache, his face etched with concern, clutched a piece of dark blue fabric. His eyes widened in disbelief, a question mark forming in his mind. Alan's companions stared in astonishment as they witnessed the scene unfolding before them. One of them gasped, his words a mixture of shock and disbelief, he sent the captain flying? From a distance, Raven, still in Alan's body, observed the scene, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. His internal monologue confirmed his suspicions, just like I thought, that man is strong. A new figure emerged, a man with dark hair and a determined expression. He stood silently, his gaze fixed on Raven, a single thought dominating his mind, I want him in my cavalry. The man's face, sharp and intense, filled the panel. His expression was one of cold calculation and ambition. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, was the subject of intense scrutiny. His blonde hair and striking blue eyes were framed by a determined expression, hinting at a strength that belied his youthful appearance. A silent assessment that spoke volumes. He was undeniably strong. Meanwhile, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, observed Alan from a distance. His gaze was intense, his desire palpable. He wanted Alan. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield. A fallen soldier lay wounded, his sword discarded nearby. Raven, his dark eyes narrowed, stood over him, a grim determination etched on his face. As he surveyed the scene. In my cavalry, he thought, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and concern. Raven's attention was drawn to another figure, a man with dark hair and a feather earring. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. A silent observer amidst the carnage. Another soldier, his face contorted in pain, weakly called out, bastard. Stop it. The dark-haired man's eyes flickered, a hint of recognition in their depths. He uttered a single word, Killian. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood amidst a flurry of snow. His scarred hands gripped the hilt of his katana, his gaze distant and haunted. He was a man marked by a decade of brutal battles, his body a testament to the horrors he had faced. Across from him, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, exuded an air of confident arrogance. A smirk played on his lips as he casually held his own sword, his blonde hair catching the sunlight. The scene shifted to a courtyard, where Alan lay wounded on the ground, surrounded by his family's retainers. Raven stood over him, his katana sheathed, a grim determination etched on his face. The air crackled with tension. Alan, despite his injury, challenged Raven. He questioned Raven's intentions, his voice laced with suspicion and defiance. You want to fight with me? Alan's challenge was met with a mixture of surprise and disdain from Raven. He looked down at Alan, his expression unreadable. You? Alan continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He questioned Raven's discomfort with being his sparring partner. Raven's expression hardened. A flicker of something akin to weariness crossed his features. He remained silent, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The final panel showed Raven's katana, gleaming in the sunlight, poised for action. The tension between the two men hung heavy in the air. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, stood poised and ready. His blonde hair flowed behind him as he gripped the hilt of his sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood opposite him, his scarred arm a testament to his years of brutal combat. His expression was grim, his eyes sharp and calculating. Alan, however, noticed something peculiar about the way Raven held his blade. Pointing your blade towards the opponent's head isn't that, he mused, a hint of suspicion clouding his features. Alan continued his internal assessment, questioning the unusual dual signaling method. What the Knights of Valvas do to signal a duel, he wondered, his gaze fixed on Raven's sword. Raven's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the unique style of swordsmanship. The Valvas Cavalier, he thought, a surge of alarm coursing through him. His companions, equally surprised, exclaimed, Who are they, Captain? Their confusion mirrored Raven's growing unease. A narration box explained the context. Various countries were right next to each other, a land where the fighting never stopped, a land of carnage. The scene shifted to a brutal battle. A fierce clash between Raven and the Valvas Cavalier. The narration box continued, the cavalry of that place is called the Valvas Cavalier. The Valvas Cavalier, a formidable force, possessed warriors of incredible strength. They possess the warriors who possess the strength of 1,000 knights. They don't even use magic, and they are sharp swords for their master, but, the narration box revealed, hinting at a hidden weakness. 3 men stood within the castle walls, their conversation focusing on rumors of individuals only spoken of in hushed whispers. One of the men, observing a figure in the distance, expressed surprise at seeing someone like this in person for the first time. The scene shifted to a forest clearing where 2 of the men faced off against a third, swords drawn. One of the observers inquired about the Lord's situation. The blond man, seemingly unfazed, simply smiled, having understood the situation with a single glance. Meanwhile, another man observed the newcomer, noting his appearance and southern accent. He also noticed the long and short swords the man carried. This triggered a memory for the observer. He had fought someone just like him when he was with the Demon Corp. The observer recognized the man as a Valvas knight. The final panel showed the knight's horse, equipped with a mace, shield, and crossbow, highlighting his versatility in combat. The narration box describes the Valvas Cavaliers, elite knights renowned for their unwavering loyalty and strength, never bowing to anyone but their masters. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, is shown. His expression is one of quiet confidence and determination. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, is introduced. He explains that even the Emperor cannot make the Valvas knights bow down, highlighting their pride and strength. Raven continues, suggesting that the Pendragons are seeking a master to serve, a master worthy of their loyalty. Alan stands before Raven, his sword held high, a challenge presented. A close-up on Raven's distinctive earring, a detail that sets him apart. Raven rejects the notion of seeking a master, stating that he was led to the Pendragons by the stars, implying a higher purpose or destiny. 2 Valvas Cavaliers express their confusion and skepticism at Raven's claim of being guided by the stars. Raven clarifies his statement, explaining that he only allied with them because they offered him water, a simple act of kindness amidst a larger, more mysterious journey. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, listened intently as a Valvas knight explained the importance of celestial navigation and potable water to his people, the seafarers. Suddenly, a dark-haired man in simple, dark clothing appeared before Alan. The knight confirmed that Alan's astrological predictions had been correct, leading them to this very spot. Alan, however, revealed a sinister smile, a glint of something cold in his eyes. He revealed that the dark-haired man had been led there, to him. With a swift movement, Alan produced a knife, his expression hardening. He addressed the man as Aaron Pendragon. The dark-haired man, Aaron, was revealed to be Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, now inhabiting Alan's body. A close-up on their eyes showed the intensity of their shared gaze. Alan, in Aaron's mind, knew exactly who he was dealing with. And Alan confirmed that Aaron knew it too. The conversation turned to the superficial aspects of a Valvas knight's life. Raven, in Alan's body, showed his disdain for status, money, and bloodlines, things that were meaningless to him. Deeming them all useless things. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood poised and ready. His dark attire and the twin swords he held spoke volumes of his deadly expertise. He was prepared for whatever lay ahead. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, was his target. A serious expression settled on Alan's face, the weight of the challenge, and perhaps the knowledge of his impending death, was evident in his eyes. The air crackled with tension as Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, faced his opponent. He knew the stakes, life or death. A silent acknowledgement passed between them. Alan, despite his noble upbringing, was about to receive a brutal lesson in the realities of combat against Valvas knights. The clash began. Raven, utilizing his years of experience as a monster hunter, moved with lethal precision and speed, his swords a blur of motion against Alan's more refined, but less brutal, fighting style. A crowd of onlookers watched with bated breath. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their observations revealing their surprise at Raven's unexpected fighting prowess. While Alan's movements, though technically sound, lacked the raw, instinctive power of Raven's combat style. The contrast was striking. Raven's footwork was a whirlwind of motion, a testament to his years spent battling monstrous foes. He moved with an almost supernatural grace and speed. With a blur of motion, he countered Alan's attack, his sword arcing in a deadly sweep. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, found himself in a desperate struggle. His movements were sluggish, his body betraying him. A stark contrast to his opponent, a figure cloaked in shadows, who moved with lethal precision. With a blur of motion, the shadowy figure lunged, his blade flashing. The steel singing as it sliced through the air, aimed at Alan's heart. Alan barely managed to deflect the blow, the impact sending tremors through his arms. A desperate clash of steel followed, sparks flying as the 2 blades met in a furious exchange. The shadowy figure, clearly more skilled, pressed his advantage, forcing Alan into a defensive posture. A frustrated grunt escaped Alan's lips as he parried another attack. His movements growing increasingly desperate. He knew he couldn't keep this up. Alan's eyes widened as a sudden realization dawned on him. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a fight for his very existence. He had to find a way to turn the tide. And with a surge of adrenaline, he unleashed a counterattack, his movements now imbued with a newfound ferocity. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior, his movements a blur of motion. Dodging a deadly blow with barely enough time to spare. Blood spurted from a fresh wound on his arm, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. His opponent, Alan's older brother, lunged forward, his eyes blazing with fury. A sharp cry escaped his lips as he pressed his attack. A swift counterattack from Raven barely missing its mark. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two combatants traded blows. The fight was a whirlwind of motion, a deadly dance between two skilled swordsmen. Raven, despite his injuries, fought with a desperate determination. His movements precise and deadly. He parried, riposted, and countered with brutal efficiency. The battle concluded as quickly as it began. Raven stood victorious, his breath ragged, but his eyes sharp and alert. A group of onlookers watched in stunned silence. Their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of them stammered, asking what had just happened. Raven, catching his breath, admitted that his opponent had almost defeated him. He explained that the attack was usually effective against dual wielders, but he had managed to overcome it. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, engaged his opponent in a fierce sword fight. He expertly used his left hand and shorter sword to disrupt his opponent's balance. Then, with a swift counterattack while dodging, he nearly decapitated his opponent. Alan, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, realized the danger he had just faced. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he touched the graze on his cheek. His opponent, impressed by Alan's skill, conceded that he was strong. Raven, still in Alan's body, stood defiantly, his scarred arms a testament to his past as a monster hunter. He questioned Alan's seemingly privileged upbringing, wondering if he was truly a spoiled noble. Alan, however, countered that he was just like Raven, a fighter who had faced hardship. The two stood facing each other, their shared experiences as fighters against demons becoming clear. Alan's thoughts drifted to the nature of their shared enemy, demons. A gravelly voice, laced with weariness, echoed through the desolate landscape. It was a voice that spoke of years spent battling horrors beyond comprehension, a voice that had witnessed too much. The words, though seemingly calm, hinted at a desperate struggle for survival. Two figures stood facing each other, their silhouettes stark against the muted sky. One, clad in dark, practical attire, bore the marks of a seasoned warrior. The other, in finer clothes, exuded an air of aristocratic refinement. The warrior, his expression grim, questioned the other with a single, incredulous word, "You?" Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and defiance, stared back. His usually bright eyes held a flicker of something dark, something that hinted at the burdens he carried. Raven Bolt, the monster hunter, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a surge of bitter irony. The words, "coming from you," hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation of betrayal and impending doom. A predatory grin stretched across Raven's face, a chilling contrast to the boyish features of Alan's body. His eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating light, revealing the ruthless hunter beneath the surface. The clash of steel echoed as Raven effortlessly drew two swords, his movements fluid and precise, a testament to years of brutal training. He was ready. Three guards, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, watched in stunned silence as Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, moved with unnatural speed and skill. Their initial surprise quickly morphed into fear. Their astonishment grew as they witnessed Alan wielding two swords simultaneously, a feat of skill they had never seen before. The sheer unexpectedness of the display left them speechless. Raven's smirk deepened. The question, "So does it mean that you are finally taking it seriously?" hung in the air, a challenge and a threat. The name Nameless Valvas appeared, a cryptic clue to the unfolding conspiracy. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood poised, his scarred face grim. 7 years in the past, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon-taming lineage. Two swords, gleaming faintly, were held with practiced ease, reflecting the years of brutal combat etched onto his features. A testament to his deadly skills. Dust swirled around his feet as he prepared for whatever threat lay ahead. The words Berserker Cavalier echoed in the air, a title whispered with both fear and respect. A monstrous, green-skinned creature yawned widely, its sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Annoying Alan Pendragon, who was trying to take a nap. "It's too noisy," he grumbled. "I can't get my nap like this." Alan observed a group of orcs arguing amongst themselves. "Looks like there's some quarreling going on," he muttered, before stepping into the fray. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" One of the orcs, carrying a small girl on his shoulders, looked up in surprise. "Ha!" Raven, in Alan's body, found himself in a desperate duel. His opponent, a blonde-haired swordsman, was fast and skilled, their blades clashing in a flurry of motion. The air crackled with energy as steel met steel, each parry and thrust a testament to their skill. Raven, despite his new form, fought with the instincts of a seasoned monster hunter. A grim smile played on his lips as he anticipated his next move. His eyes, however, held a cold calculation, betraying the years spent battling monstrous foes. His opponent, equally focused, mirrored his intensity. The blonde's expression was one of grim determination, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Observing the fight from a distance were several orcs, one carrying a small, fair-skinned child. "Who the hell is that swordsman?" one of them questioned, voicing the thoughts of the others. The orc carrying the child responded, "That's what I want to ask." The intensity of the battle continued unabated. The blonde's attack was swift and precise, forcing Raven to parry with a desperate lunge. But Raven, using his superior strength and experience, countered with a powerful blow, sending his opponent reeling. Raven pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of deadly precision as he disarmed the blonde swordsman, ending the duel. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, observed the approaching assassins. He feigned weakness, a calculated move to lull them into a false sense of security. A deceptive strategy that allowed him to unleash a swift counterattack. The clash of steel echoed through the air as their blades met. A flurry of swordplay leaving the onlookers stunned. Raven, despite his new body, moved with the precision and lethality of a seasoned monster hunter. His opponent, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in momentum, found himself on the defensive. Raven's observers noted the damage to his opponent's secondary weapon. A clear indication of Raven's superior skill. With a chilling grin, Raven declared the end was near. He launched a devastating blow, sending his opponent reeling. The impact echoing the ferocity of his attack. Raven's opponent, disoriented and off balance, was left vulnerable. A perfect opening for Raven to exploit. He capitalized on the advantage, his movements a blur of deadly precision. A whirlwind of steel in motion as he pressed his attack. Raven's opponent, now clearly outmatched, struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, moved with lethal grace, his twin blades a blur as he effortlessly evaded his opponent's attacks. The heir-to-house Pendragon, Alan, countered with a swift, precise strike, his movements betraying a surprising level of skill for someone seemingly unprepared for combat. Alan's blade found its mark, sending Raven sprawling to the ground, his body momentarily still before he vanished in a flash of light. Alan stood over his fallen opponent, a grim determination etched on his face. He muttered, "Right." But Raven, seemingly recovered, launched another attack, the two swords clashing in a flurry of sparks. Observing from a distance, Raven's allies watched with growing concern as the fight intensified. One of them exclaimed, "Another feint?" But their concerns were quickly proven correct as Raven, having anticipated their reaction, launched a surprise attack from the left. Alan reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a practiced ease. But the force of the attack sent a shockwave through his arm. A nearby Orcish warrior roared, "No!" Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He parried a blow, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he shouted a warning about an incoming attack from the right. A swift, brutal strike aimed at Alan. The force of the blow sent him reeling. But Raven reacted instantly, his years of experience as a monster hunter kicking in. He grabbed the attacker's wrist, his grip like a vice. Twisting and disarming his opponent with surprising speed and strength. The attacker, clearly taken aback, stumbled back. Impressed by Raven's unexpected skill. A grudging compliment escaped his lips, "You're good." Raven, panting slightly, returned the compliment with a grim smile, "You too." The two locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them before the fight resumed. Raven, despite being in Alan's body, fought with the instincts and skill of a seasoned warrior. A fierce clash of steel followed, each blow carrying the weight of years of training and combat experience. Ending with Raven disarming his opponent and sending him sprawling to the ground. The attacker's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, winced in pain, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he clutched at his groin. He muttered a pained, "My crotch." The attack came without warning. A dark figure, cloaked and swift, launched a brutal blow, sending Alan sprawling across the ground. The attacker's weapon, a wickedly sharp blade, flashed in the sunlight. Raven Bolt, the monster hunter inhabiting Alan's body, reacted instantly. Despite the pain, he rolled, narrowly avoiding a second strike. And countered with a swift foot sweep, sending his attacker tumbling. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, "Nice." Raven pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of deadly efficiency. He moved with the honed instincts of a seasoned hunter. His blade a silver streak against the azure sky as he disarmed his opponent. And followed up with a brutal kick to the chest, sending the attacker flying backwards. The attacker crashed to the ground, defeated. Raven stood over him, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp and alert. Raven, in Alan's body, faced his opponent. He moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned monster hunter, his twin daggers glinting dangerously. Alan, his true form, met Raven's attack with a scoff, his own sword held ready. A tense standoff filled the air. The clash of steel echoing as their blades met in a flurry of motion. Alan's superior strength was evident, but Raven's agility allowed him to evade the most powerful blows, forcing Alan to react defensively. Raven pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of deadly precision. Their blades locked in a desperate struggle. Both combatants were visibly strained, sweat beading on their brows as they fought with grim determination. The fight continued, a whirlwind of flashing steel and desperate maneuvers. From a distance, onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. The intensity of the duel palpable even from afar. The onlookers, a diverse group of onlookers, were clearly impressed by the skill on display. Two of the onlookers, a scarred man and a mustachioed man, exchanged worried glances. What a fight! One of them muttered, clearly impressed but also concerned. A young man nearby, visibly shaken, thought to himself, "Try to fight against that guy." Thank God. A bead of sweat trickled down the instructor's brow as he addressed his student, his voice laced with a hint of exasperation. "I didn't, shall I teach you?" Alan Pendragon, the heir to the Pendragon house, stood before him, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, his blue eyes narrowed in concentration. He gripped two swords, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The instructor's question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication, the weakness of dual wielding. A smirk played on Raven's lips, his own reflection in the polished steel of the blades before him. Sweat beaded on his forehead, mirroring the instructor's earlier anxiety. He, too, knew the risks of dual wielding. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, clenched his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. The challenge was accepted. With a sudden burst of speed, Alan lunged forward, his swords a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds as Raven, in Alan's body, met his opponent's attack with a flurry of his own. Dust and sparks flew as the blades collided. A look of surprise flashed across Raven's face as he felt the impact of the blow, dust coating his features. He had underestimated his opponent's strength. An Orcish mercenary, observing from a distance, pointed out a detail that had been overlooked. That's it. He picked something up when he fell. Raven gritted his teeth, a low tsk escaping his lips. He had been careless. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, landed heavily, his boots kicking up dust as he braced himself for the coming fight. He clashed swords with his opponent, a blur of motion and steel under the bright sky. Alan, despite his new body, moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior. Parrying a blow with a swift kick, his movements precise and deadly. The fight was fierce and unrelenting. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, a testament to the strain of the battle. A thin cut marred his skin. Raven, pushed to his limits, unleashed a powerful counterattack, a blue energy surging around his blade. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling. The unexpected power surprised even Raven himself. Raven's opponent, momentarily stunned, watched in disbelief as his weapon slipped from his grasp. He dropped it? What is with that timing? A nearby onlooker explained he dropped his weapon because he was exhausted. This is bad. Raven sensed a new threat approaching from his right, his senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through him. It's coming from the right. Alan Pendragon, his body now a vessel for the seasoned monster hunter Ravenbolt, found himself in a desperate struggle. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face. A fierce grin splitting his lips as he prepared to counter his opponent's attack. With a blur of motion, he deflected the incoming blows with practiced ease, sending his attacker's weapons flying. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. His blade flashing as he countered, the clash of steel echoing through the air. He moved with lethal precision, his movements a deadly dance. A swift kick sending one of his assailants sprawling to the ground. Three figures watched in stunned silence as Alan, with surprising skill, dispatched his attackers. Fear was evident on their faces. Alan, his breath ragged, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, the weight of his past life and his current predicament heavy upon him. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood panting, sweat dripping from his brow. His opponent, a knight from the formidable Valva's order, had proven to be a worthy adversary. But Alan had emerged victorious. He reflected on the battle, a grim satisfaction settling on his features. He mused that without his sword, he might not have one. Alan's gaze fell upon his sword, its blade still gleaming faintly with residual energy. He ran a hand along its length, a wave of gratitude washing over him. Remembering how many times it had saved his life. A subtle smile played on his lips as he considered the bond between them. Perhaps, he thought, it was a bond born of love. Suddenly, Alan's expression shifted. Tears welled in his eyes, a stark contrast to his previous calm. His face was etched with pain and sorrow. As he watched his beloved sword break, the blade snapping in two. The once mighty weapon lay shattered on the ground, its magical aura dissipating. The Valva's knight approached Alan, who knelt defeated, his body trembling with exhaustion and grief. The knight's expression was one of respect and understanding. As he addressed Alan, praising his strength and valor. Aaron Pendragon, he declared, you are a true warrior. The knight continued, acknowledging his own status as a Valva's cavalier. The scene ended with the two figures silhouetted against the vast, open sky. The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's head and shoulders. His dark hair is slightly tousled, and his expression is unreadable. He introduces himself, my name is Elkin. The camera angle shifts slightly, revealing more of his face. His eyes are downcast, and a hint of sadness plays on his lips. He finishes his introduction, Elkin Isla. The focus shifts to a blonde-haired man with striking blue eyes. His expression is serious and determined. He declares, and from now on, I will become your sword. The blonde man continues, his voice resolute, to defeat and crush our enemies. That is what I pledge to do. The scene widens to show Elkin Isla kneeling before the blonde man, who stands tall and imposing. A crowd of onlookers cheers enthusiastically behind them, their faces filled with excitement and hope. The scene shifts abruptly to a dark, shadowy area. A voice, filled with surprise and disbelief, echoes, so he was Elkin Isla? Elkin Isla, a knight of Valva's, stood before a castle, his declaration hanging in the air. Before him knelt a dark-haired man, his sword at his side, pledging his allegiance. He vowed to become Isla's sword, to defeat and crush their enemies. Isla accepted the pledge, a powerful aura emanating from him. As the onlookers cheered, their excitement palpable. Isla's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He murmured Elkin Isla's name, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. He turned, leaving the kneeling man behind, his thoughts heavy with unspoken questions. One of the onlookers questioned the name, recognizing it as belonging to a famous knight. Another admitted to never having heard it before. Several others echoed the sentiment, their confusion evident. The scene opens with a close-up on a pair of hands, calloused and strong, belonging to a figure whose identity remains hidden. A young man with blonde hair, styled in a high ponytail, his face etched with shock and disbelief, whispers the name Elkin Isla in a hushed tone. He continues, his thoughts revealing that Elkin Isla was known as the Stormbringer, the strongest knight of Valva's. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing that in the speaker's previous life, a few years from now, Elkin Isla would be known as the Sea Dragon King of the Far South. A powerful warrior clad in dark armor, wielding twin swords, a testament to his prowess in the battles he fought in the Oranges Duchy, his name spreading throughout the empire. Despite his past glory, the blonde-haired man reflects that even now, Elkin Isla is a nobody. Yet, a glimmer of hope remains, he will become one of the heroes of the future. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, the sound of footsteps echoing in the silence. Revealing two figures, the blonde-haired man and another, dark-haired and intense, facing each other in a tense standoff. Three men stood before a castle, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. One, a muscular man with dark skin and a scar, appeared to be a soldier. Another, clad in chainmail, sported a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee. The third, dressed in more formal attire, had a similar mustache but a more refined appearance. A young man with dark hair and striking blue eyes, Isla, was addressed by a blonde-haired individual. The blonde figure, whose face was partially obscured, commanded Isla to raise his head. The blonde individual revealed more of their face, their expressions serious yet strangely comforting. They declared to Isla that he was their sword, and they were his lord, emphasizing that their positions were not so different. The blonde continued, stating that the only difference between them was their roles. Their gaze held a certain intensity. The blonde's eyes softened slightly as they expressed a desire for Isla to be their companion. Just like the others shown in the following panel, a diverse group of individuals, including a young girl, accompanied by what appeared to be orcs and a bird-like creature. Isla's face was shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of contemplation and uncertainty. Dark, swirling particles surrounded him. His gaze dropped, his expression shifting to one of quiet resignation. A voice, seemingly disembodied, declared that Isla, or rather, Pendragon, was interesting. Three men, their faces etched with determination, stood before a breathtaking vista. One, with a muscular build and a stern expression, spoke of the young heir, Aaron Pendragon, and the possibility of his ruling the world. Another man, his features sharp and intense, declared his unwavering loyalty to Aaron, a decision met with a skeptical response from a third man who pointed out that such loyalty didn't necessarily imply companionship. 7 years prior, a young man with blonde hair, his expression filled with uncertainty, questioned if it was all over. He was called Ray. Below, a dark-haired man watched as 3 large white birds carried a woman away from a castle. The dark-haired man knelt on a log, his gaze fixed on the departing woman, while Ray, still above, looked down at him with a mixture of concern and confusion. Meanwhile, the 2 men from the earlier scene watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. The dark-haired man, Raven, looked up, his expression a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, was a young man of striking appearance, blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, a strong jawline, and a hint of arrogance in his light blue eyes. He smirked, a single word escaping his lips. Soul. Before him stood a regal woman with silver hair, dressed in a flowing blue robe, her presence radiating power. A magnificent white griffin stood beside her, its wings partially unfurled, a silent testament to her authority. The griffin's piercing blue eyes, sharp and intelligent, fixed on Alan, assessing him with an unnerving intensity. The scene shifted. Alan, now kneeling, found himself surrounded by 3 men, their faces etched with apprehension. 2 imposing white griffins flanked the powerful woman, their presence creating a palpable tension in the air. The woman, Soul, remained calm and composed amidst the growing unease. Soul's face, framed by her silver hair, held an expression of serene power. Her eyes, a striking blue, held a depth that hinted at ancient wisdom and untold strength. The 3 men, visibly shaken, exchanged worried glances. A wave of discomfort washed over them, sweat beaded on their brows as they struggled to maintain their composure. One of them muttered, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Soul. The others echoed his sentiment, their voices laced with awe and fear. The weight of her presence was undeniable. Their whispered questions hung in the air. Who was this woman? What was this overwhelming power? The revelation hit them like a thunderbolt. This was the white dragon, Souldrake. The men's shock was palpable. One of them voiced their disbelief, while another, more composed, acknowledged the situation, recognizing the significance of their discovery. He understood the implications of encountering the legendary white dragon. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache and dark hair observed a woman from afar, commenting on her otherworldly beauty and divinity. He continued, however, that despite her beauty, she exuded an aura of such intense fear that it froze those around her. The scene shifted to reveal the woman in question, a striking figure with silver hair, elven-like features, and large, elegant wings, seated atop a majestic white dragon. A man with dark hair and a leather vest knelt before her, seemingly awestruck by her presence. As another fair-haired man, standing beside her, introduced her as Souldrake, the white dragon, contractor of House Pendragon. The kneeling man, Raven, stared, speechless, at the white dragon. He then stood up, his expression unreadable. Raven, the fair-haired man, and Souldrake stood facing each other in a tense standoff. Raven's thoughts trailed off as he stared at the white dragon, the word white dragon echoing in his mind. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, stood before a figure of authority. The words, the one who rules over the griffins, you are, hung in the air, a question and an accusation. The imposing figure, Soul, observed Raven with a mixture of concern and curiosity. His expression was one of deep contemplation. From a distance, other figures watched the interaction between Raven and Soul. One of them remarked, hey, that Isla guy, he's so calm in front of the dragon. Their assessment was cautious, however. Another voice added, that's as far as he will go. Raven, however, internally disagreed. He thought, no. You're wrong. A flashback sequence began, showing Raven's previous encounter with Soul. The narration box stated, when I first met Soul in my previous life, the immense power of the white dragon was revealed. The narration box continued, I was pressured just like this. Soul explained, it's not something you can get over by just being strong. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, stood with his back to the viewer, a thoughtful expression etched onto his face. The name Elkin Isla appeared in a speech bubble below him. Alan turned, revealing a blonde young man with a ponytail. A voice, unseen, commented, you are interesting until the end. Alan, arms crossed, stood confidently. His posture suggested a plan was forming. From a narration box, Alan's thoughts were revealed, from now on, I will expand beyond the territory's borders, and search for those who were famous in my previous life. The narration continued, for example, the one who possesses riches that could rival those of the Empire. A man in a top hat sat amidst a mountain of gold coins. The narration identified him as Iden Dorian, the young entrepreneur of the Freedom City. The scene shifted to a mystical tower, described as the residence of Jean Obelin, an extraordinary sorceress. The narration introduced Ivan Jeter, a 20-year-old who, with a few hundred soldiers, grasped all of the North Knights. Ivan Jeter, a young man with a sword, stood atop a hill overlooking his army. The narration referred to him as the Genius General. Alan Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair, sat calmly amidst a group of monstrous figures. His expression was serene, almost smug. He mused that having the memories of his past life, that of Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, was a valuable asset, allowing him to slowly recruit those who had once threatened the world. A short, dark-haired man presented a glowing green crystal to Alan. Alan's gaze remained fixed on the object, his thoughts undisturbed. The man explained that the crystal was from the eldest of their kind. The crystal pulsed with an inner light, radiating a mystical energy. Its facets shimmered, hinting at the power it contained. Alan, intrigued, questioned the crystal's purpose. The dark-haired man, with a mischievous grin, explained that it was a magical communication device, allowing them to easily converse with the eldest. The man continued, explaining that with this crystal, they could easily communicate with the eldest using magic. Another monstrous figure, observing the exchange, commented on the convenience of magic. The eldest of the group, a large, imposing figure with dark hair and pointed ears, appeared, his eyes closed in concentration. The eldest spoke, his voice echoing with power, mentioning that some humans had ventured into the Ancona forest, armed and ready for conflict. He estimated their number to be a few dozen soldiers. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, stood alongside Ravenbolt, his stoic protector, a former monster hunter from the Devil's Army. A mysterious woman with elven features observed them both, a palpable tension hanging in the air as they contemplated a collection of glowing green crystals. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Alan and Raven found themselves facing a formidable army, led by a hulking figure wielding a glowing green crystal. A wave of surprise washed over Alan. He muttered, "What?" Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, focused on the leader of the opposing force. He observed the imposing figure, noting, the one who is leading them seems to be wearing an ogre helmet. Alan's face contorted in shock and disbelief. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he reacted to this unexpected sight. An ogre helmet? The thought echoed in his mind, a question forming in his thoughts. He wondered aloud, is that something a human can do? A nearby companion, observing the leader's helmet, responded, if that's the case, he is a very strong and fearsome opponent. Raven, still in Alan's body, narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He was deep in thought, considering the implications of what he had just seen. A sudden realization struck him. He clenched his fists, muttering, a man who wears an ogre helmet, only one person like that exists in this world. The image shifted to reveal a powerful, horned figure in imposing armor, his face grim and determined. This was the man Raven had recognized. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, lay dying, his body slumped against that of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. Rain lashed down, mirroring the despair of the scene. A hulking figure loomed over them, its features obscured by shadow and a horned helmet, the perpetrator of this brutal attack. As Alan's lifeblood sprayed across the rain-slicked ground. Death had claimed them both. 7 years earlier, Alan awoke with a gasp, a searing pain splitting his head. He was alive, but something felt profoundly wrong. His vision swam, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of colors and sensations. A guttural scream tore from his throat. As a voice, filled with shock and recognition, pierced the din, Bolt. 3 figures stood before him, their faces a mixture of surprise and apprehension. One held several glowing crystals. A surge of power that threatened to consume him. His eyes blazed with an unnatural light, his fangs extended in a snarl. Ravenbolt, inhabiting Alan's body, was struggling for control. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, stood amidst 2 imposing figures, a hulking orc and a sinister-looking elf. Their expressions were grim, their eyes fixed on the glowing crystals Alan held. Alan, his face contorted in a mixture of anxiety and determination, clutched the crystals tighter. The orc, impatient, demanded to know the whereabouts of someone, while the elf muttered something unintelligible. The elf finally explained that a message had been sent. To the orc village. The scene shifted to a breathtaking vista of snow-capped mountains as the sun rose over the horizon. The implication was clear, they were on their way to confront whatever threat awaited them there. The next panel showed a fallen orc, a grim testament to the dangers of their journey. Alan, his face grim, stood over the body, his weapon still stained with blood. He muttered to himself, satisfied that he had dealt with the pursuers. Despite his success, Alan acknowledged the orc's strength as formidable opponents. However, a close-up of a sinister smile revealed a hidden threat lurking nearby. The smile belonged to another warrior, who confidently declared that the orcs were not as tough as they seemed. A scarred, worn helmet, seemingly made of ogre hide, filled the frame. The narrator's voice, a detached observation, echoed the material's origin as the ogre this helmet is made of. An ancient document, bearing the Pendragon name, is shown. The text hints at the family's history and their connection to dragon taming. The image shifts to a wolf-like creature's intense gaze, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The narration box reveals that the Pendragons have recovered the strength of the white dragon. Meanwhile, a narration box explains that an unnamed enemy force is recruiting new soldiers and steadily increasing their military might. A large, imposing man with a beard and a helmet, his face a mask of smug satisfaction, declares the growing power of the Pendragons to be an eyesore. The man sits upon a large wolf, surrounded by his soldiers. He exudes an aura of power and menace. The scene shifts to a mysterious figure with long dark hair, their back to the viewer, observing the man and his forces from a distance. A piece of paper with the Pendragon name is visible near them. A close-up on the mysterious figure's face is shown, revealing a determined expression. The man from earlier is shown again, this time holding a glowing, ornate mirror, suggesting magical abilities. A mystical, ornate mirror shimmered with an ethereal purple light, its surface swirling with arcane energy. The reflection within slowly coalescing into the image of a man, his face obscured by a dark hood, yet a sinister smile playing on his lips. Before a stern-faced, armored commander and 2 attentive figures, the mirror displayed the hooded man's image. The commander declared that as long as they possessed this artifact, they would remain the Empire's shield, spear, and bulwark. The mirror's reflection intensified, revealing the hooded figure in stark detail, his eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. A voice, seemingly emanating from the mirror itself, declared that with this artifact, he would become something more. 2 imposing figures, their bodies rippling with arcane energy, emerged from the swirling purple vortex behind the mirror. They were powerful, their forms hinting at otherworldly strength. The voice boomed, proclaiming that this man would command the world's strongest cavalry. A wide shot revealed a secluded clearing, where a group of soldiers stood in formation before a cave entrance. The scene was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A group of small, green-skinned goblin children giggled and played amongst themselves, their innocent laughter echoing through the scene. Their father, a large, imposing orc with green skin and a dark hooded cloak, appeared, his voice booming as he commanded them to stop their boisterous play. The children, however, continued to playfully tug at his hair, their cries of daddy, echoing his frustration as he tried to maintain his composure. The scene shifted to reveal a broader view of the area, showing a group of soldiers standing guard near a collection of small huts, the orc and his children now part of a larger gathering. More goblin children ran around the feet of the soldiers and the orc, their playful energy filling the space. Alan Pendragon, a young man in shining armor, observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and surprise. He commented on the unexpected nature of the orcs having such small children, noting that even tiger cubs look more like cats. He agreed that it was true, but his expression hinted at a deeper, unspoken thought. One of the goblin children laughed, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. Suddenly, a towering figure in ornate armor appeared, his presence instantly commanding attention and silencing the playful chaos. His imposing stature and stern expression cast a shadow over the scene. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, was the picture of regal bearing. His blonde hair was neatly pulled back, his icy blue eyes sharp and intense, betraying a hidden power. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from Alan, causing a nearby goblin child to flee in terror. Ravenbolt, Alan's protector, watched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. His apprehension growing as he recalled the elder's warning about a threatening aura surrounding Alan. The aura had been present for some time. Raven questioned if the aura was merely a figment of his imagination, but then he noticed something else, the Lord's back. A faint, ethereal glow emanating from Alan's body. It resembled a dragon's aura. Raven, concerned about the unsettling display and its effect on the nearby children, called out to Alan, urging him to stop. Alan, however, seemed oblivious to Raven's pleas, his expression remaining unchanged. A guttural sound escaped his throat. The scene shifts to show a young goblin child running away in fear, pursued by a larger, more menacing goblin. Raven and another goblin watch from a distance, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, stared pensively into the distance. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency he was known for in his past life as a monster hunter. He encountered a small, grotesque creature, seemingly cowering in the dirt. Alan cautiously extended a hand. But the creature flinched away, its fear palpable. Alan hesitated, his gaze softening slightly. He turned away, a thoughtful expression on his face. The encounter left him pondering. A larger, more imposing figure emerged, observing Alan from a distance. Alan's internal monologue questioned the creature's behavior. Perhaps it had a preference for smaller, more endearing beings? Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted his thoughts. "You've arrived early," it boomed. A powerful figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a staff. The words "New Pendragon Lord" hung heavy in the air. The figure's imposing presence filled the panel, his identity still shrouded in mystery. Alan, recognizing the figure, exclaimed, "Elder. That person is my father." Ha ha ha. A grizzled orc, adorned with a jeweled headdress and dark robes, stared intently ahead, his expression a mixture of apprehension and weariness. In contrast to the orc, a striking figure emerged, a woman with long, silver hair and large, elegant wings, dressed in a regal blue and gold gown. She possessed an ethereal beauty that seemed to command attention. The orc, his voice booming, addressed a group of onlookers. He bellowed a command for everyone's attention. A startled orc stumbled out of a hut, his eyes wide with fear. She commanded the orcs to pay their respects to the forest guardian deity. The orcs bowed before the winged woman, their fear palpable. Two figures, a blonde man in ornate armor and the winged woman, stood together. The woman stated that if she remained, the conversation would not continue, so she would rest. The blonde man simply replied, "Okay." The blonde man's face showed a grim determination. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming lineage, he was facing an unseen assailant. A powerful magical blast erupted near him, sending shockwaves through the forest, leaving him momentarily stunned and disoriented. He stood, his breath catching in his throat, as he tried to assess the situation. Alan's body, now his own, felt strangely unfamiliar, yet powerful. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's form, lowered his head, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He was still recovering from the initial shock. He addressed the cloaked figure before him, his voice strained but resolute. "I am called Alan Pendragon, Elder." The cloaked figure, an elder of some kind, responded, his voice a low rumble, "Gordon's son, right?" The elder gestured towards a nearby structure, his invitation clear, "Please come inside." Raven followed the elder into a rustic dwelling, where he found himself seated at a table with two other figures. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken concerns. The elder, his gaze fixed on his cup, spoke again, his voice laced with a grim urgency. "A few dozen armed soldiers have trespassed into the forest. And they are also managing to evade my surveillance magic." He finished, his expression grim. "I only managed to detect them the moment they entered the forest." A tense discussion unfolds around a table. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, sits opposite a hulking, green-skinned orc, his expression grim. The orc, seemingly a powerful mage, questions the effectiveness of their magic against a mysterious enemy, wondering if they might have a magician among their ranks. The orc continues, clarifying that the enemy force consists only of soldiers and a massive wolf, yet he remains convinced of a magician's involvement, suggesting a hidden hand guiding their actions. Alan, his face etched with worry, acknowledges the inherent danger of the situation. The orc reveals that they had previously sent warriors to engage the enemy, but none returned, highlighting the severity of the threat. The news clearly shocks Alan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Alan pieces together the clues, a massive wolf capable of defeating an orc, and the presence of an ogre helmet. These details point to a specific individual. He deduces that Raven Baltai, a powerful monster hunter, is leading the Devil's Army into the forest. The orc adds another piece to the puzzle. The enemy force has sought an alliance with the Centaur tribe. This unexpected alliance leaves Alan stunned and questioning the motives behind this unlikely partnership. The chapter opens with Alan Pendragon, heir to a long lineage of dragon tamers, reflecting on the complex relationship between his family, the orcs, and the centaurs. A flashback reveals that long ago, the centaurs resided in the Ancona forest. The narrative continues, explaining that when the Pendragons arrived, they allowed the orcs to settle in the area. This decision, however, may have had unforeseen consequences, as a map shows the tense proximity of the centaurs and the orcs, with the Pendragon crest prominently displayed in the center. The narration explains that centaurs, known for their hatred of humans, attacked the orcs who served as a protective force for the Pendragons. This conflict was exacerbated by the warring nature of both tribes. Alan contemplates his role in the conflict, recognizing his position as an outsider and his inability to interfere directly. He reflects on his previous inaction, choosing not to intervene when the situation seemed calm, but now realizing the potential consequences of his inaction. The scene shifts to Alan addressing a group of orcs, who greet him with the respectful title of Lord. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stared wide-eyed, his face etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The words, "the centaurs," echoed in his mind, a chilling premonition of the chaos to come. A guttural roar ripped through the air as a centaur warrior, muscles bulging, charged into the fray. The battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The centaurs, with their brutal strength and savage axes, carved a path of destruction through the ranks of soldiers. Soldiers fell before the centaurs' onslaught, their desperate struggles swallowed by the chaos. Two knights, their faces grim, watched the carnage unfold. One, Alan's companion, muttered, "What in the hell? Why now?" The other knight, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, gripped his bow, his eyes narrowed in concern. He questioned, "The centaurs haven't caused a conflict for so long, so why now?" He nocked an arrow, aiming with deadly precision, releasing the arrow with a swift, powerful shot. The crest was that of the royal family. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon house, stood in disbelief as he questioned a fellow soldier about the crest on their armor. He voiced his confusion, demanding to know why the centaurs possessed such a symbol. Alan's expression hardened as a grim realization washed over him. He silently pondered the implications of what he had just seen. The truth hit him with the force of a physical blow. The centaurs had formed an alliance. His eyes, blazing with a newfound intensity, reflected the shocking revelation. A surge of power coursed through him as he recalled his past life as Ravenbolt, the monster hunter. The memory of his partnership with Bolt flooded back. And the realization of their betrayal hit him like a tidal wave. A brilliant blue energy erupted around him, transforming his appearance. Alan's transformation was complete. He stood, radiating power, a stark contrast to the frightened soldier beside him, who could only utter a gasp of Lord. Alan, now imbued with Raven's strength and memories, declared his intention to destroy the centaurs and their allies. He had held back for too long. His face contorted in a ferocious grimace, Alan vowed to wipe them from existence. The raw power emanating from him was palpable, a terrifying promise of annihilation. A bloody scene unfolded, the aftermath of a brutal conflict. Crimson streaks marred the landscape, hinting at the ferocity of the battle that had just concluded. From above, a figure with large, feathered wings watched the retreating army. The soldiers, clad in dark armor, fled in disarray, leaving behind a trail of destruction. This was Alan Pendragon, though he didn't yet know it. The perspective shifted, revealing a glimpse of a woman's elegant blue dress as she observed the scene from a high vantage point. Her face, finally visible, showed a serene yet watchful expression. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, was now fully aware of his surroundings. He was alive, but in a past he didn't recognize. The narration box revealed a crucial piece of information. The centaurs, longtime enemies of the orcs, had formed an unlikely alliance. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with grim determination, processed this unsettling news. His eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, reflected the gravity of the situation. The following panels depicted a chaotic battlefield, a whirlwind of motion and violence. Centaurs and orcs fought side by side, their combined forces overwhelming their opponents. Amidst the chaos, a centaur, wielding a massive axe, engaged in brutal combat with an enemy soldier. The scene shifting to show the soldier falling, defeated. The speech bubble revealed that Ravenbolt was involved in this conflict. A sudden, intense burst of blue energy erupted from Alan, pushing back the surrounding combatants. He stood defiant, radiating power. The energy continued to surge around him, a breathtaking display of raw power. A nearby soldier, his eyes wide with shock and awe, observed Alan's transformation, noting the familiar aura surrounding him. Alan Pendragon, his face contorted in a grimace of fury, unleashed a torrent of raw power. Blue energy crackled around him, a visual manifestation of his inner rage as he roared a battle cry, "Annihilate them!" The energy intensified, swirling around him like a tempest. His voice, amplified by the magical surge, echoed across the battlefield, "Spare no one! Wipe them out of this world!" Alan, now radiating an almost unbearable power, charged into the fray. He moved with impossible speed, his blade ablur as he cut down his opponents with ruthless efficiency. One foe, a burly warrior, managed to parry a blow, momentarily halting Alan's advance. He stared in disbelief, his voice laced with shock, "Lord?" Meanwhile, Raven, observing from a distance, watched the unfolding chaos with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The name, whispered on the wind, sent a chill down his spine, Pendragon. Suddenly, three figures emerged from the shadows, their demonic features illuminated by the flickering flames of their strange weapons. They opened fire, unleashing a volley of energy blasts aimed directly at Alan. Alan barely had time to react as the blast struck. But even as the searing energy washed over him, a determined expression settled on his face. His eyes, blazing with an inner light, reflected the intensity of the magical power coursing through his veins. A wave of energy, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, erupted from Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. He stood poised, ready for battle. The energy coalesced into a brilliant blade of light in his hand. With a swift, precise movement, he deflected a volley of arrows aimed at him, leaving two startled onlookers speechless. He parried their arrows, one of them exclaimed in disbelief. A centaur-like warrior, wielding a crossbow, lunged at Alan, his expression a mixture of surprise and anger. Alan met the attack head-on. His movements a blur of speed and grace as he effortlessly parried the centaur's attack. A nearby observer watched, his eyes wide with shock. The centaur, clearly impressed by Alan's skill, attacked again with renewed ferocity. "He's fast," the observer muttered, his voice filled with awe. Alan, however, was more than a match for him. With a burst of speed, he countered the centaur's attack. His movements so swift they were almost invisible to the naked eye. The impact sent the centaur reeling back. The two onlookers watched in stunned silence. "Wow! He did it," one of them finally managed to gasp, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, engaged in a fierce duel. His movements were swift and precise, a testament to his years of experience as a monster hunter. He deflected a blow with practiced ease. The clash of steel echoing through the forest as he countered with a powerful thrust. Alan, surprised by his own strength and skill, found himself momentarily stunned. He noted with a flicker of concern that his opponents showed no fear, their eyes burned with a fierce determination. They aren't frightened at all, he thought, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. His enemies pressed their attack, their movements brutal and unrelenting. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, their fangs bared in a snarl. One of the creatures roared, his voice filled with rage. "You bastards invaded our forest," he bellowed, his words laced with venom. "And now, finally, we will utterly destroy you," he continued, his fury escalating. The creature's face contorted in a mask of hatred. Just for this moment, he hissed, his eyes blazing with an intense, almost supernatural fire. Alan, caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack, could only manage a surprised what? More creatures emerged from the shadows, their battle cry echoing through the trees, "Protect our forest." A desperate battle raged in the forest. A muscular man, his face contorted in a fierce yell, fought valiantly against several monstrous figures wielding crude weapons. His cry, "Protect our forest," echoed through the trees as he desperately defended his home. He swung his axe with brutal force, cleaving through the air. But the creature's strength was unnatural. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light as they continued their relentless assault. He wondered, what is wrong with them? The man watched in growing horror as the creatures continued their attack, their movements strangely uniform. He noted, every single one of them is acting the same way. His eyes widened as he realized the terrifying truth. Were the centaurs always this strong? A chilling realization dawned on him as he watched a creature fall, revealing a strange, glowing symbol on its forehead. That's magic. They are being hypnotized. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He explained, their fear and anger were taken advantage of. To put them under mind-controlling magic. The man roared in fury, his eyes blazing. He understood the horrifying implications. They're being forced to surpass their body's limits and being turned into mindless killing machines. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle against a hulking, demonic figure. The demon's raw strength was evident as it overpowered Raven's initial defense, forcing a pain squeak from the young heir. But Alan, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate will to survive, managed to counterattack with a powerful swing of his sword. He roared a defiant challenge as the blade connected with the demon's flank. The force of the blow sent the demon reeling, momentarily stunned. The impact was so great that Alan's own mount was thrown from under him, collapsing to the ground in a heap, giving the demon a chance to recover and unleash a brutal counterattack. The blow sent Alan sprawling, the impact echoing through his borrowed body. Alan tumbled across the ground, the earth jarring his bones. He rolled to a stop, his breath ragged and his body screaming in protest. The pain a stark reminder of his physical limitations in this new form. A guttural groan escaped his lips as he struggled to regain his bearings. Two figures, one a muscular man without armor and the other a soldier in green, rushed to Alan's side, their faces etched with concern. The demon, however, was already advancing, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Despite his injuries, Alan's mind raced, assessing the situation. He knew he couldn't fight the demon head-on again, he needed a new strategy. The demon lunged, its claws extended, aiming for a killing blow. Alan braced himself, the impact of the attack sending a searing pain through his ribs. He gasped, his vision blurring as he felt the full force of the demon's strength. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, moved with the honed reflexes of a seasoned monster hunter. He effortlessly weaved through a chaotic melee, his movements a blur of calculated precision as he dispatched several of the attacking creatures. Each strike a deadly dance of blade against monstrous flesh. The air crackled with the energy of his movements as he faced a larger, more formidable opponent. A swift, decisive blow ending the creature's threat with a final, resounding thud. Alan, still recovering from the previous fight, found himself facing a new foe, a hulking, monstrous centaur. The creature lunged, its weapon aimed at Alan's heart, but Alan reacted instantly, parrying the attack with a flash of steel and countering with a powerful blow that sent the centaur reeling back, only for the creature to retaliate with a swift bolt from its crossbow. The projectile found its mark, striking Alan in the shoulder. A grimace crossed Alan's face, but he remained defiant. He muttered under his breath, a low tsk of annoyance. His eyes narrowed, a surge of anger coursing through him. He shouted, his voice laced with fury, a condemnation of the centaur's impudence. In the distance, a desperate plea for help echoed through the trees. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood amidst the chaos of battle, his blonde hair catching the fading light. He surveyed the scene, his expression grim. He muttered a battle command to his troops, a barely audible growl of deal with those horse bastards. But a moment later, a voice cut through the din. It was a woman, her silver hair shimmering, her eyes filled with a weary sadness. She sighed, her words laced with regret, both the orcs and the centaurs are like my children. I can't meddle in this fight. Alan watched, horror dawning on his face as the battle raged around him. His eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips, what? The scene shifted to show the brutal reality of the conflict. Orcs and centaurs clashed, their weapons meeting in a flurry of steel. Fallen soldiers lay scattered across the blood-soaked ground, a testament to the ferocity of the fighting. Alan, in the midst of it all, looked on in disbelief. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration. A single word escaped his lips, a raw expression of his despair, shit. The next panel showed Alan, grievously wounded, facing a triumphant enemy warrior. Rain lashed down, washing away the blood from his face, but not the despair in his eyes. The enemy warrior grinned cruelly. Alan, in his final moments, let out a furious, silent scream of rage and betrayal. The words "those bastards" echoed in his mind. His eyes blazed with a furious blue light, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins as he died. This was the last image of Alan Pendragon before his death. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, felt a cold dread wash over him as a surge of icy energy coursed through his veins. A strangled cry escaped his lips, he was in mortal danger. The source of his terror was clear, a monstrous centaur, wielding a lightning-charged spear, charged towards a terrified young goblin. The creature's shield bore the crest of a noble house, a symbol of authority twisted into a weapon of violence. The goblin, eyes wide with fear, could only watch as the centaur's spear descended, tears streaming down his face as he braced for the inevitable. But before the blow could land, a blur of motion intervened. A blade, swift and deadly, sliced through the air. Alan, his blonde hair a fiery halo against the dust and chaos, had moved with impossible speed, deflecting the centaur's attack and sending the creature sprawling. He shielded the terrified goblin with his body, his own life hanging precariously in the balance. The goblin whimpered, clinging to Alan's armor as the battle raged around them. Alan's face was grim, his focus unwavering as he fought to protect the innocent. With a final, desperate lunge, Alan managed to subdue the centaur, collapsing to the ground, exhausted but victorious. The goblin, trembling but safe, looked up at his savior. A barely audible whisper of gratitude escaped the goblin's lips, thank you. Alan, surveying the aftermath of the battle, a field littered with fallen soldiers and defeated monsters, felt a profound sense of weariness. He had saved the goblin, but at a great cost. The war was far from over. The battlefield was a scene of carnage. Fallen soldiers littered the ground, a grim testament to the brutal conflict. Among the chaos, a centaur warrior fought desperately against overwhelming odds. The devil's army was losing ground, their ranks thinned by the relentless assault. The nearby orc village lay in ruins, a smoldering testament to the battle's ferocity. Amidst the devastation, Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, stood resolute. His expression was a mask of grim determination. He pondered a critical question, what would Alan Pendragon do? With a surge of adrenaline, Alan mounted his steed, a powerful black warhorse adorned with the Pendragon crest. He prepared for a desperate counterattack. The emblem of a white dragon, a symbol of the Pendragon family's lost power, emblazoned on his shield. He charged into the fray, confronting a group of centaurs. Their eyes burned with malevolent intent. Alan roared a defiant challenge, "You half-horse, half-human bastards!" Alan, astride his warhorse, cut a swathe through the enemy ranks. His movements were swift and precise, each strike finding its mark. Several centaurs fell before his relentless assault, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Observing the battle from a distance, a figure smirked. Their words were laced with disdain. "I heard that the centaurs were prideful warriors, but to rely on the weapons of humans who you beat is strong, and to target children indiscriminately. I guess you guys are weak." High atop a hill, a blonde-haired warrior in shining armor sneered down at a fallen foe. His words, laced with contempt, echoed across the battlefield. He considered the defeated tribe nothing more than half-breed centaurs, and declared himself more than capable of handling them. He mocked the fallen warriors' failure to even kill their leader, highlighting their incompetence despite their advance. The warrior's cruel laughter was cut short by a brutal blow to the head. His vision blurred as he felt the world tilt violently. His final thought was of his dead warriors, their cries echoing in hell. Two monstrous figures, their eyes burning with furious red light, loomed over him, their expressions filled with savage triumph. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield where a lone blonde warrior, mounted on a black steed, fought valiantly against a horde of centaurs. Their spears rained down, but he deftly dodged each attack. He spurred his horse onward, a blur of motion as he cut through the enemy ranks with deadly precision. The battle concluded with the blonde warrior escaping the scene, leaving behind a trail of fallen centaurs. A large, imposing figure stood amidst the carnage, wielding a massive axe. He pondered the blonde warrior's actions, questioning the motives behind his brutal assault on the centaur village. Two hulking figures, their faces grim, discussed the impossibility of the blonde warrior facing so many centaurs simultaneously. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. Though his memories were fragmented, a sense of unease settled upon him as he gazed into the distance, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Suddenly, a vision flashed before his eyes, a woman of ethereal beauty, adorned in a regal blue robe, her silver hair cascading down her back. Majestic wings, reminiscent of a dragon, sprouted from her back. She was a figure of immense power and grace. The vision intensified, focusing on her outstretched hand, a surge of energy emanating from it. A wave of power that seemed to ripple through time itself. A piercing cry echoed in his mind, a sound of both pain and terror. He was jolted back to reality by the sight of a monstrous creature, a griffin-like beast with piercing eyes and powerful wings, swooping down from the sky. Below, three figures stood their ground, facing the approaching threat. Two were clearly human, their stances suggesting readiness for battle, while the third was a hulking brute, his back to the viewer, radiating an aura of immense strength. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, reacted instinctively, drawing two swords with surprising speed and skill. He moved with the grace and precision of a seasoned warrior, ready to confront whatever danger lay ahead. The griffin swooped down, its talons extended, aiming for a deadly strike. But Raven met its attack with a flurry of precise sword strikes, forcing the creature to retreat. He recognized the creature as a griffin, a powerful magical beast. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood beneath the ancient boughs of a colossal tree, his gaze fixed on a small, winged figure perched high above. A sense of unease settled over him, a premonition of something both familiar and deeply unsettling. He silently questioned the creature, a whisper of doubt forming in his mind, "Was it you?" The implication hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the winged figure, a powerful energy radiating outwards. A sharp cry pierced the air. As a large, white griffin descended, its eyes blazing with an intense light. It landed before Alan, its powerful talons digging into the earth. The griffin let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very ground beneath Alan's feet. The air crackled with raw power. And Alan's eyes glowed with an unnatural, vibrant blue. A transformation was underway. The hooves of a powerful steed thundered across the desolate landscape, kicking up dust and debris in their wake. The rhythmic beat a stark counterpoint to the tension hanging in the air. The rider urged the horse onward, a grim determination etched on their face. Suddenly, the rider and their mount crested a hill, revealing a horrifying sight. A vast army of centaurs, their leader a hulking figure with glowing red eyes, stood poised for battle. The rider, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, gripped his sword, his heart pounding in his chest. Alan spurred his horse, beginning a desperate retreat. The centaur army pursued relentlessly. The leader, a powerful warrior, watched Alan's escape with a calculating gaze. He questioned Alan's actions, wondering if this was a strategic maneuver to save his army. The centaur leader mused on the potential consequences of Alan's actions, noting that if Alan were to die there, the orc village would also be destroyed. He deemed it a foolish decision. Alan, meanwhile, scoffed at the centaurs, calling them idiots for not understanding his plan. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood defiantly before his attackers. His eyes, though filled with apprehension, held a steely resolve. He declared, with quiet confidence, that he was more than capable of handling them. Alan's gaze narrowed as he assessed the situation. He realized the centaurs attacking him were empowered by some form of strengthening magic, a significant advantage for his enemies. A wave of doubt washed over him. Could he possibly overcome such a powerful force? Meanwhile, one of the centaurs, his eyes glowing menacingly, snarled a threat. He promised to tear Alan apart. The centaur's words were met with swift action. Alan, astride his warhorse, charged into the fray, his sword gleaming. He roared a challenge, vowing to wipe the sneer from the centaur's face. The battle raged. Alan fought with the ferocity of a seasoned warrior, his movements precise and deadly. But the sheer number of his opponents proved overwhelming. A volley of arrows rained down upon him, piercing his armor. Despite the onslaught, Alan refused to yield. He fought back with renewed determination, his eyes blazing with defiance. With a mighty swing of his sword, Alan cleaved through several of his attackers, creating an opening. But the battle was far from over. He looked up, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. A lone woman on horseback surveys the aftermath of a battle, several fallen figures lying lifeless around her. A large, majestic griffin circles overhead against the backdrop of a full moon and snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes appears, astride a griffin of his own. He holds a crossbow, his gaze sharp and determined. The griffin's powerful wings spread wide, a breathtaking display of might. The young man's face is brought into sharp focus, his expression a mixture of intensity and wariness. A single blue feather adorns his ear. Below, the woman from the previous panel shouts, Isla? The young man, his grip tightening on his crossbow, replies, Pendragon, I told you that I would become your sword. His face is once again highlighted, his blue eyes burning with resolve. He cocks the crossbow, preparing to fire. And adds, and strike down your enemies. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter in the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate battle. Surrounded by a legion of centaur-like warriors, he and Alan Pendragon, the heir to a dragon-taming family, fought valiantly, but the odds were stacked against them. Suddenly, a colossal, winged creature descended from the heavens, its powerful wings creating a gust of wind that swept away the fallen centaurs. Raven, seizing the opportunity, leaped onto the creature's back. A look of disbelief washed over one of the surviving centaurs as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. A griffin. Another centaur, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, recognized the creature. It's the griffin from the guardian deity. The griffin let out a deafening roar, its piercing gaze fixed on the remaining enemies. The sheer power emanating from the creature sent shivers down their spines. A terrifying display of raw power that promised swift and brutal retribution. Raven, astride the griffin, surveyed the battlefield from above. He prepared to unleash a devastating attack. While the remaining centaurs below braced themselves for the inevitable onslaught. A volley of bolts from Raven's crossbow rained down upon them, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself soaring through the air atop a magnificent griffin. His grip was firm, his gaze sharp, as he surveyed the landscape below. His mission, to protect Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. But danger lurked, unseen, and Raven's instincts screamed a warning. With practiced ease, Raven knocked a bolt into his crossbow, his movements betraying years of honed skill. Releasing the deadly projectile with lethal accuracy. The bolt found its mark, piercing the heart of a monstrous assailant. Another demon, enraged by its comrade's demise, lunged forward, but Raven was ready. The griffin, a creature of immense power and speed, weaved through the chaotic melee, its rider expertly maneuvering to avoid the onslaught of the Devil's Army soldiers. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with worry, watched from his horse as the battle raged. He was clearly concerned for his protector. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of lore: griffins are divine beasts that serve under dragons. Despite their immense size, the griffins appeared to dance across the sky, a breathtaking spectacle for those watching from below. Their strength made them invaluable assets for hunting and military operations, proving extremely difficult to handle. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, expertly maneuvered his griffin, his movements honed by years of experience and ancient knowledge. He faced a formidable opponent, a hulking figure with demonic features, wielding a shield. Years of rigorous training had prepared him for this moment. And the griffin's powerful talons, a testament to the culmination of that training, were revealed. The griffin's powerful strike sent the opponent sprawling. After countless battles alongside their chosen knight, the griffins demonstrated their unwavering loyalty and strength. Raven, with a determined expression, prepared for the next challenge, his movements precise and swift as he wielded his weapon. The chapter opens with a close-up of a powerful griffin, its piercing blue eyes fixed on something unseen, a crossbow aimed and ready. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, sits astride his black steed, a regal figure in shining armor, his blonde hair flowing in the wind. He rides towards a dark, imposing mountain range. Suddenly, a monstrous figure crashes to the ground before him, its dark form a stark contrast to the snow-covered landscape. Alan, startled, barely manages to rein in his horse as the creature lets out a guttural roar. The name Elkin Isla echoes in his mind. Alan's face is etched with concern and confusion. He is clearly unsettled by the encounter. He recalls a name from his past life, a nickname. The Stormbringer. A monstrous, avian creature with piercing blue eyes swooped down, its sharp talons sinking into Raven's back. He, inhabiting Alan's body, felt the searing pain as the creature's grip tightened. But even as agony consumed him, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. This was the moment of his death, 7 years prior. He was reliving his final moments. Above, a figure with blonde hair and piercing eyes watched the scene unfold. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he uttered, I see. The blonde man's words hung in the air as Raven, still pinned beneath the creature, felt a surge of power within him. He roared in pain and defiance, a fitting name. With a surge of adrenaline, Raven fought back, his strength exceeding what he remembered. He felt the creature's grip loosen. As he unleashed a raw power that sent the creature reeling. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he realized the extent of his newfound abilities. Another monstrous figure, a centaur-like being, appeared, its eyes glowing menacingly as it prepared to flee. The centaur vanished in a blur of motion, leaving only a trail of purple energy in its wake. Leaving Raven to observe the retreating figures. He realized their destination, they are heading to the middle of the forest. A grim-faced, horned man with glowing red eyes glared, his expression one of grim determination. He muttered to himself, strategizing, if they ventured deeper into the forest, their pursuers would lose them. This would give them the opportunity to regroup and recover from their injuries. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A sharp weapon sliced through the air, sending a centaur-like creature sprawling to the ground, defeated. In the distance, a rider on horseback appeared, silhouetted against the setting sun. The fallen centaur lay still. The rider, a young man with long blonde hair, clad in ornate armor, drew his crossbow, his expression calm but watchful. He approached cautiously, his gaze fixed on the fallen creature. The young man examined the crossbow, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He commented on the quality of the weapon, noting that the crossbows from the Empire were superior to anything else. He scoffed, making a dismissive remark about the worth of the defeated centaurs compared to the Empire's weaponry. A voice, sharp and confident, cuts through the air. Isn't that right, Centaur Chief? The Centaur Chief lies on the ground, his body contorted in pain, his eyes burn with a furious red light. A knight on horseback observes him from a distance, his expression grim. The scene is set in a dark, foreboding forest. The knight, Alan Pendragon, speaks, his voice laced with a cold certainty. He observes the injured centaur, noting that even if the pain subsides, movement will be impossible with a crushed leg. The Centaur Chief groans in agony, his face contorted in pain. A surge of dark energy pulses from his head. Close up on Alan's shield, it bears the emblem of House Pendragon, a majestic white dragon. The image focuses on the intricate details of the dragon emblem, emphasizing its significance. Alan, astride his horse, stands over the defeated centaur chief, his shield glowing with a faint light. The centaur chief looks up at him, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and dawning realization. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar state. A golden light emanated from his body, his wounds slowly fading. As he stared in disbelief at his healing hand. My wounds, he thought, a mixture of shock and confusion washing over him. The light intensified, bathing him in a warm glow as his body continued to heal. The transformation was complete. Leaving Raven in a state of stunned silence, his gaze fixed on his hands, now completely healed. He was alive, but something felt profoundly different. Suddenly, Alan Pendragon, the young heir he was tasked with protecting, appeared before him, clutching a damaged shield. Alan looked up at Raven, his face etched with worry and confusion. Raven, still processing his own miraculous recovery, watched Alan. Why? Raven began, his voice laced with a mixture of concern and bewilderment. He questioned, his eyes searching Alan's for answers. Did you help me? Alan, seemingly unfazed by Raven's near-death experience, responded calmly, I just made you return to normal. Alan's expression turned cold, his eyes unwavering. Now, tell me. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, stared out at the snow-covered landscape. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of a grim smile playing on his lips. A dark-haired, elven man, his body taut with tension, leveled a crossbow at Alan. He accused Alan of being the one who supplied him with weapons. The elven man demanded to know the whereabouts of Raven Belta, his voice laced with urgency and desperation. A crossbow, emblazoned with a crest, lay on a dark surface. A voice demanded to know the identity of the man who supplied the weapons. The response was curt, the Empire's mad dog. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming family, clutched the crossbow, his expression grim. He was lying on the ground next to a fallen, muscular figure. A question echoed in the air, where is Baltai, the commander of the Demon Corps? Mounted on a black horse, Alan, now in full armor, rode through a forest. He carried the crossbow. The fallen figure, his back turned, questioned how Alan knew the name Baltai. Alan, his face hardened, asked what happened between the centaurs and Baltai. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a state of disorientation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he looked up at the sky, his expression one of profound confusion and unease. His mind raced, piecing together fragmented memories. A powerful, unknown entity had suddenly appeared in the forest, disrupting the fragile peace and offering a tempting, yet unsettling deal. The document detailed the Pendragon family's resurgence, their power fueled by the legendary White Dragon. They were actively recruiting soldiers and bolstering their defenses. A clear sign that they were preparing for a major conflict, likely against their age-old enemies, the centaurs. Anticipating the impending war, a seasoned commander offered his assistance, promising to provide weapons to those who would fight against the encroaching threat. A call to arms against the Orsish village, a strategic move to reclaim the Ancona forest and weaken the centaur's position. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming legacy, questioned the motives behind the alliance, suspecting that the seemingly benevolent offer was based on false pretenses. His suspicions centered on the possibility of magical manipulation, a dark influence that had swayed the minds of many. The source of this unsettling magic seemed to originate from a mysterious mirror, a chilling revelation that deepened the mystery surrounding the events. A large, imposing figure, clad in ornate armor, sat upon a throne. His expression was one of grim satisfaction as he held a mystical, ornate mirror, its surface shimmering with an ethereal purple light. The mirror revealed a hooded figure, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke to those observing the reflection. The sight of the hooded figure caused a wave of rage and anger to wash over those present, shattering their previous calm. A muscular man knelt before a blonde knight on horseback, his face etched with confusion. He couldn't recall the events that had just transpired. The knight, Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon taming family, looked down at the man with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Alan Pendragon and the kneeling man rode through a forest, the ground littered with the bodies of the fallen. A dark figure watched them from afar. The dark figure, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, rode a large, winged beast, his gaze fixed on the pair. A question formed in Raven's mind, Duke Pendragon. Raven's face was a mask of uncertainty and apprehension as he pondered the implications of what he had witnessed. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, rode through the forest, his expression grim. A cold wind whipped through the trees, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. He spurred his horse onward, his shield gleaming as he cut down several monstrous figures. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen foes, a testament to the battle's ferocity. But Alan himself was not unscathed. One of the creatures, a hulking brute, lay nearby, its gaze fixed on Alan as it slowly succumbed to its wounds. Ravenbolt, the monster hunter inhabiting Alan's body, felt a sharp pain in his side. He looked down, surprised by the extent of his injuries. His internal monologue filled with disbelief. My wounds, he thought, his mind racing to understand the impossible. Alan, his face etched with exhaustion, muttered to himself, I can only heal this much when using my vitality. Suddenly, Raven's former comrade appeared, riding a large white wolf. He confronted Alan, his voice laced with accusation. Why did you do this, Pendragon? The comrade explained, our enemy was the one who incited them, and besides, the one who created those sentiments was none other than the Pendragons themselves, therefore, they were also responsible. A centaur, his features sharp and his gaze distant, stood amidst a hazy, golden light. His expression was one of profound sorrow, a weight settling heavily on his shoulders. Alan Pendragon, the young heir, sat atop his steed, a regal figure in shining armor. He addressed the assembled centaurs, his voice heavy with regret. He confessed his inability to resurrect those who had fallen in battle. The centaur listened intently, his grief palpable. He explained that the fallen were warriors of their tribe. His powerful physique, rippling with muscle, spoke of a life dedicated to combat. He stated that death in battle was not something they would regret. Alan Pendragon, his expression unreadable, listened to the centaur's words. A thought bubble above him contained only ellipses, suggesting contemplation. The centaur observed Alan, noting his stark difference from his ancestors. He questioned whether Alan was truly fit to lead. The centaur, his gaze intense, questioned Alan's competence. He then praised Alan as a truly competent and wise ruler, reminding him of his previous words. The centaur, his hand on his chest, announced the centaur tribe's decision to ally with House Pendragon. Two other centaurs, their faces partially obscured, looked on as their leader made the momentous announcement. The decision to ally with House Pendragon was made. Raven, his face etched with a haunted look, stood beside Alan, the heir of House Pendragon. A question mark floated above their heads, reflecting their shared uncertainty. A centaur elder, his features sharp and his gaze unwavering, declared his tribe's unwavering support for House Pendragon. He then asked for confirmation from the other centaurs, his voice carrying an air of quiet authority. Hesitantly, the other centaurs murmured their agreement, their loyalty to the elder evident. Alan, his back turned, seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. Alan turned, his gaze sharp and determined. He expressed his reliance on the centaurs as his strongest cavalry in protecting the forest. Alan and the centaur elder shook hands, a symbol of their newfound alliance. From that moment on, they were comrades. With the conflict resolved, a sense of peace settled over the Ancona forest. A banquet was held for peace. The soldiers, healed by the water spirits, feasted heartily. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, sat among the orcs, observing them with a thoughtful expression. He ate his meal slowly, his mind elsewhere. Later, alone, Alan as Raven sat pensively, lost in thought. His gaze was distant, his mind preoccupied. A sudden memory, a fleeting image, caused his eyes to widen slightly. He seemed startled by the unexpected recollection. He was approached by three young orcs, their expressions curious and admiring. One of them shyly complimented him, their words filled with childlike wonder, mentioning his impressive feat of slaying the griffin. Alan as Raven smiled faintly, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He gently cradled the young orcs. His eyes flickered, a sudden intense light illuminating them. A vision, a memory, flashed before him. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, carried two small goblin children on his shoulders. A faint smile played on his lips as he gently patted their heads, a stark contrast to the grim determination usually etched on his face. In the background, a group of figures sat at a table, their faces obscured by shadow. The scene shifted to a group of individuals seated around a circular table. Among them were a blond man, a muscular, horned man, and a cloaked figure whose face remained hidden. They appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion, their expressions grave. The cloaked figure, his face partially visible, spoke of magic emanating from a mirror. A thoughtful expression crossed his features as he pondered the implications. The blond man questioned the possibility of such magic, his skepticism evident. The cloaked figure admitted his knowledge was insufficient to provide a definitive answer. However, he clarified that it was a potent and intricate form of magic. The horned man elaborated, describing the magic's capabilities, mind control and enhancement of strength, extending even to influencing the emotions of multiple centaurs simultaneously. This power, he emphasized, was not limited to mere influence, it was a form of complete control. The blond man, upon hearing this description, concluded that the source of this magic was a formidable and terrifying magician. The final panel showed a large, ancient tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, under a full moon. A small dwelling was nestled within its massive trunk. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood pensively atop a giant tree, his gaze fixed on the distant, snow-capped mountains. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the landscape in hues of purple and gold. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. As Sol, a young woman with striking silver hair and elven features, appeared before him, seemingly floating down from the sky. "Why the long face, Ray?" she asked, her tone light but observant. Alan, still in thought, simply responded, "Sol. Was it you who lent the griffin to Isla?" Sol tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. They just felt the aura of a griffin rider from him. Perhaps he rode one before. Sol continued, but for some reason, he doesn't want to talk about it. Humans are very complex beings. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she added, "That raging dragon aura." Alan's expression shifted as he heard the words, "raging dragon aura?" A sudden flash of light engulfed Alan, revealing a vision of himself clad in shining white armor, wielding two swords. A ghostly figure of a man in darker armor stood behind him, seemingly bound to his will. A surge of power, unexpected and overwhelming, coursed through Alan Pendragon's body. He stood, arms crossed, a look of controlled fury on his face, as a woman with silver hair and golden wings watched him with concern. The woman explained that Alan's body, as Raven's vessel, possessed the potential to wield the power of a dragon, although the level of control varied depending on the user. Alan, however, remained pensive. He knew that unchecked rage could cloud his judgment and hinder his ability to see the bigger picture. He acknowledged the information, but a troubled expression crossed his face. There were still things he didn't understand. His anger had initially obscured a crucial detail from his memory. A detail that became clear as he recalled his past life. In his previous existence, he would have already been a member of the Demon Corps by now. He remembered the Demon Corps fighting in the far southern lands, the Sea of Trees, against the Troll King, a brutal and formidable creature. The image of the Troll King, a monstrous figure, filled his mind as he gripped his weapon, preparing for battle. The image depicts the aftermath of a brutal battle. A monstrous creature, its face contorted in agony, lies defeated. Blood stains its gaping maw, and its eyes are wide with death. Half of the Demon Corps were annihilated in this horrific conflict. But even amidst this carnage, Raven Baltai was present. The scene shifts to a conversation. One speaker notes the unusual circumstance of Baltai's presence, specifically his contact with the centaurs, finding it quite strange. The conversation continues, questioning Baltai's involvement in other significant events, the battle in the Sea of Trees and the confrontation with the Troll King. And finally, the mystery of Raven's past life. Alan Pendragon, now inhabiting Raven's body, is shown in a moment of intense contemplation. He wonders about Raven's whereabouts, his mind filled with a desperate need to find him. He is shown speaking with a winged woman, her expression one of quiet understanding. The scene suggests a shared history and a possible clue to Raven's location. The winged woman reveals that Raven had spoken to her before his death, hinting at a message or a plan that could be crucial to solving the mystery. A cryptic message, etched against a backdrop of swirling crimson energy, declared a profound truth: everything is connected. The narration boxes revealed a grim history, the fall of House Pendragon and the extermination of the Balt household. A shadowy figure, seemingly in the throes of death, was shown in a violent struggle. And now, the perpetrators of these heinous acts were revealed, the ones responsible for the Pendragon's destruction. Amidst the chaos, a plan formed, a suggestion to return to his hometown. The young man's thoughts turned to his hometown, a place where his family had lost its honor. Alan Pendragon, heir to a disgraced dragon-taming family, stood before a winged woman. He announced his intention to return to his hometown, a place of past humiliation. A place his family had once dishonored. Alan's face was grim as he gazed upon a desolate landscape, a land of humiliation, and declared that they were going to Sisek. The journey led them to the ruins of Sisek, where a tattered, purple banner lay amongst the rubble, revealing a crest depicting a black bird with two swords crossed beneath it. Alan, his true identity as Ravenbolt concealed, savagely devoured a piece of meat, his fangs glinting. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, sat at the head of a long table, a slight smile playing on his lips as he delicately lifted a forkful of food. Below him, a large assembly of people knelt in respectful obeisance, their heads bowed low. The scene was one of opulent formality, a lavish feast laid out before him. Two figures, distinguished by their attire, knelt closest, their posture suggesting a higher rank among the assembled courtiers. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over Alan's face. His eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips as he whispered, "Why?" His internal monologue raced, a sense of unease settled upon him as he grappled with a disorienting question: why had the Imperial forces arrived so unexpectedly? A large banner, emblazoned with the Imperial crest, a winged lion rampant beneath a crown, was visible in the background, a stark symbol of the uninvited guest's identity. The Imperial Prince, Ian, a man of imposing presence and sharp features, sat regally at the table, his expression unreadable. Beside him sat his sister, the Imperial Princess Ingrid, her youthful face betraying a hint of amusement as she sipped tea. Their unexpected arrival cast a shadow over the Pendragon household, the weight of their presence heavy in the air. The Pendragon family, led by Alan's parents, approached the Imperial siblings, their steps measured and their expressions strained. The tension in the room was palpable. 7 years ago, Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself on his final mission, protecting Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon-taming house Pendragon. A grim determination hardened his gaze as he contemplated the weight of his responsibility. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A violent crash shattered the tranquility. As Alan, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful kick, sending tableware flying across the room. His face was contorted in fury. Two onlookers, a woman and an older man, watched in horrified shock, their faces etched with fear and disbelief at the young heir's outburst. Alan, now seated on his throne, remained outwardly calm, but a simmering anger still burned within him. He was not himself. The scene shifted to reveal a small table being overturned, two figures kneeling in apology before Alan and his sister. "I am so sorry, my prince," one of them cried. Alan's sister, her eyes filled with concern, pleaded with him, "Stop it, brother." Ignoring his sister's plea, Alan calmly sipped his tea, his expression unchanged. "You are ruining my mood," he stated. He continued, "There is no need for you to finish eating everything. I was just waiting for you to finish, sister. Aren't I a good elder brother?" His words were laced with a chilling calmness that belied the turmoil within. A woman with silver hair and a concerned expression voiced her displeasure, stating that a certain action did not bring her happiness. Beside her, an older man with similar hair shared her worry. Meanwhile, a blonde man, his identity yet unknown, reflected on the singular reason that would bring the crown prince to the countryside. The blonde man revealed a startling truth: their neighbor was none other than the Pendragon dukedom, along with its duke, Alan Pendragon. The revelation hung heavy in the air as the silver-haired woman and the older man reacted with shock to this unexpected news. The blonde man, seemingly the crown prince, continued, expressing his disbelief that Alan Pendragon, whom he considered frail, had made a pact with the white dragon after waking from a coma. He then turned to the older man and the silver-haired woman, questioning their knowledge of what had happened to Aaron. The older man, addressed as Luna, hesitantly responded, prompting a follow-up question about Aaron's condition. Luna's response was met with a look of concern from the silver-haired woman, who inquired about Aaron's state. The silver-haired woman, Luna, offered a somber description of Aaron's transformation, noting that he had become a completely different person. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. 7 years in the past, he awoke to a reality he didn't recognize, his own death a mystery yet to be solved. A man with blonde hair and piercing red eyes sneered down at Raven, his words dripping with disdain. He questioned whether Raven could ever be a better man than himself. The blonde man's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his unspoken challenge hanging heavy in the air. Raven, still adjusting to his new reality and body, could only manage a shaky, almost inaudible response. A sinister chuckle escaped the blonde man's lips. As a surge of golden energy erupted from him, a powerful aura that filled the room. He threw his head back, laughing maniacally as the energy intensified. The sudden display of power left Raven and the onlookers speechless, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. The word aura escaped one of their lips, a testament to the overwhelming force they had just witnessed. A surge of golden energy enveloped the scene as Conqueror's aura filled the room. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, a cruel smile stretching across his lips. Conqueror's gaze hardened as a thought struck him: had that white worm been seducing girls? The revelation caused him to exclaim in astonishment to Ingrid, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Conqueror, radiating power, approached Sirod Lady, two kneeling figures at his feet. He commanded her to come with him, stating that it was an order she could not refuse. Sirod Lady, visibly shaken, listened as Conqueror explained that the white worm had crossed a line. Conqueror's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he confirmed his statement, his expression turning menacing. Overwhelmed by the weight of the situation and the identity of the individual involved, Sirod Lady conceded, unable to refuse the second Imperial Prince. The tyrant, Ian Aragon. The imposing Pendragon castle stood majestically against the clear blue sky, its white stone walls gleaming under the sun. A symbol of a once glorious dragon-taming family, it now held a secret within its walls. A secret that Alan Pendragon, heir to the legacy, was about to uncover. His brow furrowed in confusion, a question forming on his lips: were the Imperial Prince and Princess truly visiting? A servant confirmed the unsettling news: it was Prince Ian and his sister, Ingrid, who were arriving. The revelation hung heavy in the air, leaving Alan, in the body of Ravenbolt, to wonder about their intentions. His thoughts turned dark, a simmering anger rising within him. What were those bastards thinking? Alan's inner turmoil intensified. He muttered the word bastards under his breath, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. This was More than just a visit. The servant's next words sent a shockwave through Alan. What? The servant revealed a shocking truth. Princess Ingrid was Alan's ex-fiancée, and the one who had called off the engagement was Ian himself. Alan's mind reeled. He was stunned, his thoughts spiraling into a vortex of disbelief. He had another fiancée before the Sirods? The servant's response confirmed his suspicions. Alan had indeed been unaware of this past relationship. The revelation left him speechless. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, sat beside a distraught woman. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented the fact that the other person involved in a recent incident was a royal princess. Alan, though outwardly calm, felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. He had heard whispers about this princess before. He ran a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips. The situation was far more complicated than he had initially anticipated. A month after the centaur incident, Alan surveyed his newly bolstered forces. Many new knights had joined their ranks. Anisla, a key figure in his command, had begun organizing the Griffin Rider Squadron, significantly strengthening their military capabilities. Alan, astride a majestic griffin, surveyed the landscape from above. The sight of his strengthened forces filled him with a sense of cautious optimism. This was a significant step towards restoring the Pendragon family's power and influence. Furthermore, Alan had managed to control the White Dragon's aura to a noticeable degree, a feat that surprised even himself. The Pendragons traditionally took a summer break, providing Alan with the perfect opportunity to visit the villa near Sisek, a location crucial to his investigation. A flashback revealed a harrowing scene. Alan, bound and helpless, faced his captor, the man responsible for the destruction of the Vault household. The man's expression was one of cold satisfaction. Three figures loomed, their faces obscured by shadow and darkness. One, a hulking brute with horns, grinned menacingly. Another, cloaked and hooded, remained impassive. Their words hung heavy in the air. The search for those involved in the conspiracy was underway. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, sat at his desk, surrounded by documents. His brow furrowed in thought. The reason for the schemer's attempts to meet him was directly related to his upcoming engagement. An older man, his face etched with worry, offered a word of caution. I don't know, but please be careful. The revelation hit Alan hard. The second prince had been appointed the next emperor. And within the empire, he was known as the tyrant. The older man's warning continued, his voice laced with apprehension. So if you somehow mess with his humor. Alan, however, was more concerned with the circumstances of the succession. Wait, why did the second prince get appointed as the next emperor? He questioned. The answer was grim. The first prince's condition had worsened. Alan leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured, considering the implications. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, reclined languidly in his ornate chair. His expression was one of bored complacency, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. A word forming on his lips, a question hanging in the air. Ian? The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't supposed to be Ian. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, studied an old document. His face, etched with the scars of countless battles, held a grim determination. The document detailed the coronation of the next emperor. A chilling realization dawned on Raven. The man who would ascend the throne was Gufli Aragon. The name sent a shockwave through Raven, a name he knew from his past life. Alan, now fully inhabiting the body of his former enemy, felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the absurdity of the name. A hand reached out, startling Alan from his thoughts. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, questioned Alan about the first prince's name. Alan, still reeling from his revelation, stammered, is it Gufli? Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, found himself in a state of confusion. He wasn't sure where he was or how he'd gotten there, only that it was before something significant. A realization struck him. The name wasn't that of the first or second prince, but an unknown one. His confusion deepened, and he blurted out, who the hell is Gufli? A monstrous figure, a grotesque demon with horns and glowing red eyes, loomed before him. Alan realized the present was drastically different from his past life. And he wondered if the demon and another man, perhaps connected somehow, held the key to understanding this altered reality. A surge of blue energy erupted from Alan's fingertip, expanding into a swirling vortex of magical fire. A display of power that caught the attention of a nearby butler and left Alan himself surprised. This newfound ability gave Alan a reason to meet with the prince. The name Ian Aragon echoed in his mind, a crucial piece of the puzzle. The arrival of the royal family was announced. A herald's voice boomed across the courtyard, urging everyone to pay their respects. A grand carriage, drawn by powerful horses and escorted by a troop of mounted guards, approached the imposing Pendragon castle. The royal procession moved slowly, majestically. The procession halted before the castle gates. A sea of bowing heads greeted the royal family. The sheer number of people paying their respects was overwhelming. As the royal figure emerged, a wave of intense, golden energy radiated from him, almost blinding in its intensity. This was no ordinary man. The energy intensified, forming a majestic lion's head behind the royal figure, a symbol of power and authority. He strode forward, the golden light illuminating his path as he entered the castle. The air crackled with anticipation. Two men, overwhelmed by the royal presence, struggled to rise. The sheer weight of the royal aura pressed down on them. A thought bubble revealed the identity of the imposing figure, Ian Aragon, the tyrant. Ian Aragon, the tyrant, surveyed his surroundings with a cold, calculating gaze. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, held a hint of something dangerous. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, stood amidst a radiant golden light, his presence commanding attention. He was clad in a military-style uniform, a crimson cape billowing behind him, his blonde hair catching the light. The golden light intensified, obscuring Alan's features as he moved forward. The radiant energy seemingly emanating from within him. He emerged from the light, his expression resolute, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. A low chuckle escaped Alan's lips, a sound of quiet confidence bordering on smugness. He surveyed the scene before him, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Alan began to walk again, the golden light trailing behind him like a celestial wake. He paused, tilting his head slightly as if listening to something unseen. Then, a voice cut through the air, questioning his ambition. The voice, sharp and accusatory, belonged to an unseen figure. Don't you think your head is too high, Pendragon brat? His voice held a quiet confidence, a hint of defiance. He continued, "But I will be the emperor." A sinister smile stretched across the face of a man with striking features, sharp, angular jawline, piercing red eyes, and a shock of light blonde hair. His expression was one of cruel amusement, a predatory glint in his gaze. His counterpart, equally striking but with a far more somber expression, stared back with a steely gaze. His blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his face etched with a grim determination. The first man spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "No, the person who will become the emperor is not you." The second man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His jaw clenched, his expression shifting from grim determination to furious outrage. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from the second man, a brilliant blue energy swirling around him. The image of a majestic white dragon materialized behind him, its wings unfurling in a breathtaking display of power. The first man, momentarily stunned, watched in horror as the power intensified. The blue energy crackled and surged, a force of nature unleashed. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, stood bathed in a golden light. He declared, with conviction, that he carried the blood of the first emperor within him, as well as the conqueror Kaor's aura. However, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. He sensed something was amiss. A surge of immense power threatened to overwhelm him. He felt himself being pushed back by a force of immense power. Before him stood a figure cloaked in darkness, a stark contrast to Alan's radiant aura. The scene crackled with raw energy. Alan's eyes widened in shock. He wondered aloud if this was the work of the White Worm. Then, a wave of intense blue light engulfed him. He realized. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood amidst a flurry of golden light, his face contorted in a furious grimace. His voice, raw with barely contained rage, echoed through the scene. "Bastard! How dare you!" He unleashed a torrent of raw power, sending several men sprawling to the ground. A young woman with twin pigtails watched from behind, her expression unreadable. Another man, impeccably dressed in a military uniform, stood calmly observing the scene. The young woman, her back to the viewer, stood firm amidst the chaos. Alan, still seething, turned to address a regal woman in a flowing blue gown who had just arrived in a carriage. He muttered, "Ingrid." The pigtailed girl, however, warned him sharply, "Don't cause trouble, brother." Alan's expression shifted as he processed her words. He realized the significance of her address. His thoughts confirmed his suspicion. She called him brother, so she must be the royal princess. The princess, Ingrid, looked concerned as she observed the scene unfolding before her. Her internal monologue revealed her surprise. "Why is?" Alan, still recovering from the previous events, responded curtly, "My name is Ingrid." "It's my pleasure." Aaron Pendragon, the story's protagonist, introduced himself to a young woman. He explained that they were engaged before birth, hence their unfamiliarity. He observed her from a distance, his expression unreadable as she twirled on a red carpet. He simply responded with a non-committal, I see." Aaron chuckled lightly as the young woman, seemingly pleased with herself, continued to speak. However, he reflected on Luna Sirod's words, that he was strong and handsome. The mention of his name, Aaron Pendragon, caused a visible reaction. His eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He frantically called out to Ingrid, his voice laced with urgency and a hint of panic, wondering if she had perhaps. Aaron, still visibly agitated, reached out to take the young woman's hand. She asked him to guide her around the castle. A woman with silver hair watched them from afar, her expression one of concern. She silently observed the unfolding scene. The silver-haired woman sighed, muttering to herself that things had become troublesome once again. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood proudly beside his sister, Princess Ingrid, as they processed down a grand hallway. A retinue of courtiers and guards flanked them, their faces a mixture of awe and deference. A shout of Aaron cut through the hushed atmosphere. The siblings continued their procession, their backs to the viewer, their elegant attire shimmering under the palace lights. Behind them, two figures watched, their expressions unreadable. Their progress was halted by the appearance of Prince Ian and a young girl, presumably his daughter. "It has been a long time, Prince Ian, Princess Ingrid," a woman's voice announced, the tone suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. The young girl, her face alight with excitement, chirped, "Nice to meet you." Alan, however, remained impassive, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he observed the scene. A thoughtful escaped his lips, betraying a hint of calculation in his eyes. Turning to the young girl, Alan asked if she remembered him from the White Castle. The girl replied enthusiastically, "Of course." He then politely requested her name. "My name is Aaron," she declared, her voice brimming with pride. Alan responded, "Aaron, a beautiful name, just like a flower." He then introduced himself as Ian Aragon, the second prince of the empire. Continuing his self-introduction, he boasted, "I am a fierce warrior who is second to none in the imperial capital, as I've been blessed by the gods." Aaron, clearly impressed, gasped, "Be brother." In a lavish palace hall, a young boy, Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, stood proudly beside a woman. A stern-looking man watched them, his eyes narrowed as he muttered, I can feel your aura." Alan, despite his young age, displayed an air of regal composure. However, a wave of unease washed over him as he internally questioned his own abilities, thinking, "Even though I am a prince." The man's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he continued to observe the scene, his internal monologue revealing his frustration, "I am being ignored." His irritation grew, and he stepped forward, his anger evident. Alan, startled by the sudden shift in the man's demeanor, flinched slightly, clutching a small, white rabbit plushie. Alan, feeling threatened, instinctively sought refuge, grabbing onto the leg of a nearby adult. The man's anger intensified. Tears welled up in Alan's eyes as he clung to the man's leg, his fear palpable. The man, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, remained impassive, his expression unreadable as he stood protectively over Alan. Alan's fear morphed into defiance as he glared at Raven. The prince, despite his youth, was not easily intimidated. Raven, however, remained calm, his eyes fixed on Alan. "Hey, you bastard, who are you?" Raven responded with a cool indifference, "I have no obligation to tell you my name." Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, awoke with a start. His eyes, blazing with an unfamiliar intensity, snapped open. A surge of rage flooding his consciousness. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a raw expression of fury. He roared, "You bastard! How dare the likes of a knight disrespect me?" A young woman, visibly distressed, attempted to intervene. Your Highness. He is a knight of Valvas, so please forgive. Alan, still seething, cut her off. His gaze fell upon the knight, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. A knight of Valvas? I see. The ones who are famous for being eccentric. The knight, unfazed by Alan's outburst, smirked. Hey, let's have a bout. I will make you understand which one of us is superior. Alan scoffed, that's impossible for you. A sinister grin spread across Alan's face, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. If you cause any trouble again, you won't be able to open your mouth for a year. A group of soldiers stood rigidly before a royal family, a stern-faced man in military attire, a woman in a rich red gown, and a young girl in a pale blue dress. A man in dark robes knelt before them, his posture suggesting subservience. While the soldiers whispered amongst themselves, their apprehension evident. One, a woman with silver hair, voiced their shared concern. In the imperial city, he was known as the tyrant, a figure none dared to oppose. Yet, since his arrival, he had been surprisingly easy to manipulate. One soldier, his face alight with excitement, expressed his awe. The Pendragons, he declared, were truly awesome. Alan Pendragon, the heir, stood with a troubled expression, his gaze fixed on the ground. Another man, seemingly a close associate, approached him, a playful tone in his voice, calling out to him. And Alan responded curtly, referring to himself by a cryptic nickname, White Worm. He then requested a private conversation, stating he had something important to say. The associate, his eyes narrowed, asked Alan if he was scared. Alan's response was a calm denial, he was merely surprised by the nickname. And he also wanted to have a private conversation. The associate mused on Alan's other nickname, Eternal Prince. The two sat down at a table in a grand dining hall, ready for their private conversation. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, sat regally in his chair, a glass of water in hand. He appeared calm, yet a certain intensity shone in his eyes. He responded curtly, a lot. His visitor, a man with similar blonde hair but a more severe expression, continued, recounting a past encounter. He stated that the last time he saw Alan, he was weak and frail, a mere pale, weak, and frail little worm. This observation led him to cancel Alan's sister's engagement. Alan, seemingly unfazed, responded with a dismissive whatever. His visitor pressed further, questioning his presence. Alan retorted, do you want to talk about the engagement again? The visitor's anger flared. He vehemently declared, there's no way I am giving my sister to you, you bastard. Alan remained calm, countering that he hadn't felt any loyalty towards the Pendragon family since his arrival. He pointedly added, not even from that night. He challenged his visitor, who was related to the imperial family, questioning his intentions. Alan then stated that the Pendragons do not bow to anyone. Alan, with a steely gaze, declared his intention to do as he pleased. He stated simply, and I will just do what I want to do. That was all there was to it, as he prepared for action. Suddenly, the visitor lunged at Alan, a burst of energy surrounding his fist as he aimed a blow. The scene is filled with intense energy. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, sat rigidly, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. A look of grim determination etched itself onto his face as he poured a viscous, milky liquid from a small cup, his movements precise and controlled. The liquid arcing through the air in a dramatic splash before impacting his face. He winced, a grimace twisting his features as the substance coated his eyes. A sudden surge of power coursing through his veins. He clenched his fist, his body visibly trembling with barely contained energy. And with a roar, he lunged forward, striking an unseen opponent with surprising speed and force. The impact sent the other man sprawling. His body convulsing as dark tendrils of energy snaked across his face. His eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, his expression one of intense pain and barely controlled rage. He grappled with his unseen assailant, the struggle fierce and brutal. Alan, despite his apparent disadvantage, fought back with surprising strength. His movements a blur of motion as he attempted to overpower his opponent. His red-tinged eyes burned with a furious intensity. Finally managing to throw his attacker to the ground with a powerful heave. The attacker landed hard, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Alan stood over him, his breathing ragged, his body trembling with exhaustion and the lingering aftereffects of the strange liquid. His eyes, still glowing faintly red, held a chilling intensity. The scene opens with a close-up on a pair of hands, adorned with ornate cuffs, reaching out. Grasping at something unseen, a look of surprise and confusion etched on the face of the figure whose hands they are. A sudden, violent motion follows. As the two figures, Alan Pendragon and Ravenbolt, are shown locked in a fierce struggle, tumbling through the air. The perspective shifts dramatically, highlighting the intensity of their fight. A desperate question mark hanging in the air as Alan is thrown to the ground. Alan, now on the ground, is pinned beneath Raven, who looks down at him with a mixture of anger and something akin to despair. The struggle continues. With Raven overpowering Alan, who cries out in pain as he is forced to the ground. A knife lies nearby. Alan's face contorted in agony as he stares up at Raven, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Raven's hand reaches for the knife, his expression unreadable. A close-up on Alan's eye reveals a flicker of something unexpected, a strange, almost knowing glint. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. 7 years in the past, he found himself in Alan's bed, the events of his death still a mystery. He was disoriented, his vision blurry as he struggled to his feet, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure who had clearly attacked him. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, stumbled back. And glared at his attacker, a cut on his forehead bleeding slightly. Why did you release me? He demanded, his voice laced with confusion and suspicion. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, responded, it felt like you didn't want to go all out. His words hinted at a deeper understanding of the situation. The attacker continued, explaining that if Raven had truly tried to kill him, he would have easily escaped. The implication was that the attack was staged. He paused, then added, so, I am going to ask you once more. The tension in the room was palpable. Alan's eyes blazed with a sudden surge of power, his face contorted in anger. Why the hell did you come here? He roared, his voice echoing with raw emotion. A powerful energy, a mixture of ice and fire, erupted from Alan, illuminating the room. His attacker watched, seemingly amused by the display. A close-up on the attacker's face revealed a subtle, knowing smile, hinting at a hidden agenda. A maniacal laughter echoed through the chamber as a blonde-haired man in regal attire watched a younger, shorter blonde-haired boy with amusement. The laughter continued, a cruel symphony accompanying the unsettling scene. As the older man finally spoke, his words laced with a chilling amusement. He acknowledged the younger man's success in cornering him, but this only served to pique his interest. He then extended a proposition, a partnership. The older man's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. He declared his intention to make the younger man, Alan Pendragon, the core of the empire. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family, stood defiantly before a cloaked figure in a lavishly decorated room. The figure extended an offer of alliance. Questioning Alan's lineage, referring to him as Alan Pendragon. The cloaked figure revealed their intentions, stating a need for Alan's resources and military strength. Alan's expression hardened, a silent contemplation passing over his features. A shift in the atmosphere was palpable. Alan noted a drastic change in the situation. Confused, Alan questioned the meaning of the cloaked figure's sudden proposal to join forces. The cloaked figure, their presence now less menacing, explained that the imperial family members were now vulnerable. Two figures stood in a grand hall, their postures conveying a palpable tension. One, clad in a military uniform with a cape, exuded an air of quiet confidence. The other, dressed in opulent court attire, projected an aura of regal authority. A voice, unseen but clearly audible, cut through the silence. It spoke of a bitter struggle for succession, a fight not only between the princes themselves but also between the nobles secretly supporting them. The prince in court attire, his expression hardening, acknowledged the complex web of alliances and rivalries at play. He then made a proposition to his companion, suggesting that with the Pendragon dragon taming lineage by his side, he could secure victory. The stakes were high, either the vast wealth of the empire or the establishment of an independent state. The prince in military attire listened intently, his gaze unwavering. He was promised appropriate compensation for his assistance. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a hidden agenda. His thoughts turned to the future, to the implications of his ally becoming emperor. A sudden close-up revealed a flash of cold determination in his eyes. He knew the truth, his ally was a tyrant, known throughout the capital for his cruelty. This revelation only strengthened his resolve. A man with shoulder-length blonde hair, dressed in ornate dark clothing with gold accents, stood in profile, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He mused on the true nature of someone, questioning why a man who aims to be emperor would be regarded as a tyrant. The scene shifted to show two men, both with blonde hair. One, in a military-style uniform with red accents, stood with his arms crossed, a look of stern contemplation on his face. He addressed the other, who wore similar but darker clothing, directly. He asked if the other man truly didn't want to become emperor. The man in darker clothing reacted with surprise, his eyes wide. He questioned if the tyrant's image was merely a facade. The man in the uniform stated that the rewards were inconsequential, he wouldn't accept an invitation from someone he couldn't trust. The two blonde men stood facing each other, the man in the uniform maintaining a stoic expression while the other man in darker clothing looked on with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The man in darker clothing acknowledged that the other knew a great deal. The man in the uniform revealed that he was the first to understand his intentions, after his sister. The man in darker clothing showed a pensive expression, his eyes downcast. He revealed his desire to manipulate his brother. The narration box introduced Count Aragon, the emperor. Two figures, both with blonde hair, are shown in conversation. One, dressed in more elaborate attire, questioned the other about the first prince, who was bedridden due to an illness. The blonde man in simpler attire turned away, his back to the viewer. The more elaborately dressed blonde man clenched his fist, vehemently disagreeing with the notion that the prince was merely bedridden. He insisted that his brother had been the target of an assassination attempt. He revealed that his brother had nearly been assassinated 3 years prior during an uprising in Sisek. His voice laced with grief and anger as he recounted the event. The other blonde man looked shocked and confused by this revelation. The first blonde man continued, emphasizing his brother's kind nature and potential as a splendid ruler. He recalled his brother's ambition to change the country, his voice filled with sorrow and longing for what could have been. Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon taming family, stared in disbelief as a man, his face contorted in fury, loomed over him. A wave of nausea washed over Alan, his vision blurring as a searing pain shot through his head. His eyes widened, reflecting the shock that coursed through him. The fragmented memories flooded back, a fire, chaos, and the chilling realization that this was not the first time he had experienced this. Alan's vision shifted, revealing a scene of devastation, a burning building, and a figure bound and kneeling amidst the flames. The man was Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army. A chilling thought pierced through Alan's mind, an uprising. The pieces of his fragmented memories began to coalesce, painting a picture of betrayal and conspiracy. Alan's jaw clenched, his eyes hardening with a newfound determination. He was not Alan Pendragon, he was Ravenbolt, and he would uncover the truth behind his death. Ian, the furious man from earlier, approached Alan, extending a proposition. Alan, still reeling from the revelation of his true identity, listened intently. Alan accepted Ian's offer, a grim determination etched on his face. In exchange for his cooperation, Ian promised to reveal everything he knew. The weight of the bargain hung heavy in the air. The information Ian possessed was crucial to understanding the events that led to Raven's death. Later, surrounded by a group of people, Alan, still in Raven's body, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. The mystery surrounding his death remained unsolved, but his quest for answers had just begun. Amidst a flurry of celebratory whispers and hushed exclamations, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood surrounded by a throng of elegantly dressed nobles. A young woman, her face partially obscured, gasped, "He got married?" And that's how it began. 7 years prior, Alan's life took an unexpected turn. Now, seated across from a stern-faced man in ornate clerical robes, Alan listened intently. The man spoke, "Everything I know about it." Alan's gaze drifted, his mind elsewhere. He saw a reflection in his wineglass, a younger version of himself, his face etched with weariness. At that time, the reflection in the glass shifted, revealing a different face entirely, a man with dark hair and intense eyes. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, who once aspired to knighthood, was given a letter by the lord of the Sisek territory. Alan, lost in contemplation, stared at the image in his wineglass, the image of Ravenbolt, a man whose life was intertwined with his own. A high-ranking noble, adorned in opulent robes, sat in his richly decorated chambers, swirling wine in his glass. His expression was one of deep concern, his brow furrowed in thought. He mused on the recent uprising, the instigator of which remained a mystery. Could it be one of the princes vying for the throne? He considered this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. There were too many princes, each with numerous noble supporters, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the true mastermind behind the rebellion. He continued to ponder the situation, a single word echoing in his mind. Gufli. The name felt significant, yet elusive. He repeated it aloud, a question forming on his lips. Gufli. Ah. A sudden realization struck him. He recalled the man, a nobleman in name only, a son of a concubine, lacking real influence. Yet, his very existence held a crucial piece of the puzzle. The noble knew that this seemingly insignificant figure was key to understanding the uprising. He sat in contemplation, the weight of this revelation settling upon him. Gufli, a name that held more power than it appeared. A name that would soon become synonymous with the future emperor. A chilling thought washed over him as he stared at a portrait depicting Gufli's coronation. Why was this man, a mere son of a concubine, destined for the throne? Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He pondered a question that had clearly been bothering him. What was Gufli's mother's background? He mused over the information he'd gathered, a slight smile playing on his lips. Baroness Ellen, from the port city of Rue. The information was intriguing, and he felt a growing sense of unease. His thoughts trailed off as he considered the implications. His expression hardened, a grim determination settling on his features. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation broke through his contemplation. He looked up, startled. A furious outburst from someone nearby. The words were sharp, laced with anger and disbelief. Even if the brat killed his brother, he would never be in line for succession. Alan's head drooped, a wave of despair washed over him. He felt a growing sense of dread as he listened to the heated argument. There's no such thing as never, a voice echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of the interconnectedness of events. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing a brutal confrontation. A figure in dark armor was engaged in a fierce struggle, a torrent of blue energy erupting around them. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon tamers, stood amidst a surge of raw, blue energy. His blonde hair whipped around him as the power pulsed, a stark contrast to the elegant, almost fragile, appearance of his attire. The energy intensified, forming swirling patterns around him as he braced himself against the overwhelming force. Finally settling into a controlled, almost regal aura. He stood tall, his expression unreadable, a master of his newfound power. Alan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. What is it with this aura? He wondered, the question hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling energy, confronting Alan. Everything I've been, the newcomer began, their voice laced with a hint of accusation. This power, this aura, it hasn't been his full strength? The newcomer's words hung in the air, a challenge and a revelation. Alan's eyes widened, a look of dawning understanding replacing his initial concern. He muttered, I know that firsthand. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, a stark contrast to the blue energy that still swirled around him. The transformation was complete. The newcomer's voice echoed in the space, filled with a mixture of fear and suspicion. What does he know? Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, found himself in a state of utter confusion. A surge of unfamiliar power coursed through him, leaving him breathless and disoriented. He muttered to himself, questioning the identity of the man reflected in his own eyes. A vision of the legendary white dragon filled his mind, its ethereal form shimmering with an otherworldly light. The sheer power emanating from the creature was palpable, a force that resonated deep within Alan's very being. The vision intensified, its radiant glow engulfing him. Alan, now radiating a similar blue energy, turned to face a startled figure in the room. The man watched, his eyes wide with disbelief, as Alan's transformation continued. The man, his face a mask of shock and fear, could only stammer out a single, terrified phrase as the blue energy intensified around Alan. The white dragon. A closer look revealed the majestic head of the white dragon, its features both serene and powerful. The creature's presence filled the room, its very essence radiating an aura of ancient power and untamed majesty. The dragon's immense form began to materialize, its ethereal body slowly coalescing into a tangible presence. The sheer scale of the creature was breathtaking, its power overwhelming. Its powerful wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the room as it descended. Alan stood firm, seemingly unafraid, as the white dragon's presence filled the chamber. The white dragon's arrival caused a ripple effect, knocking the other man to the ground. Alan, now fully enveloped in the dragon's energy, stood defiant, his eyes blazing with newfound power. A woman with magnificent white wings emerged from the dragon's energy, her gaze fixed on Alan. She seemed both surprised and intrigued by the young man's transformation. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself inexplicably inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A surge of intense blue flames erupted around him, a chaotic spectacle that hinted at the extraordinary circumstances of his predicament. Leaving Alan disoriented and gasping, the word soul barely escaping his lips as he struggled to comprehend his altered reality. A woman with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes observed Alan from a distance. A thought crossed her mind, she sensed a powerful dragon's aura emanating from him. Concerned, she approached him, her voice laced with worry as she asked, Are you all right, Ray? Alan, still grappling with his new reality, gazed at the source of the aura. He murmured, so beautiful, his voice filled with awe and wonder. Then, a question formed in his mind, is that really that fearsome dragon? The silver-haired woman revealed a crucial piece of information, the Pendragons are the contractors of the White Dragon. Alan, now understanding the significance of his situation, a subtle smile played on his lips as he whispered, I get it. The silver-haired woman and another man, both members of the Pendragon family, watched Alan intently. The man addressed Alan, his tone a mix of curiosity and intrigue, you sure are a special guy, as you are a person I've acknowledged. A man with blonde hair, sharp features, and an ornate, gold-trimmed military uniform smiled confidently. He declared his trust in a certain intuition. The scene shifted to reveal two figures, a blonde man with a regal bearing and a woman with striking silver hair and pointed ears, both adorned in elaborate clothing. They stood side by side, their expressions inscrutable. The silver-haired woman inquired if something had happened. The blonde man responded with a hearty laugh, confirming that indeed, a lot had happened. The blonde man, now identified as Ian, was called out by a third individual, who appeared in the doorway of a grand room. Ian proposed that they travel to their summer villa. The silver-haired woman questioned the suggestion, expressing surprise at the idea of travel. Ian explained that their summer villa was located on the outskirts of Sisek, along the Silvertion beach. He proposed a plan to lure their enemies out from their hiding place. A caravan of ornate carriages, each drawn by two powerful horses, wound its way along a dusty road, the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. The story unfolds in Luz, the largest commercial city within the empire. A picturesque coastal city, Port City Luz, is shown, bustling with activity and ships. The scene shifts to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Luz. Someone whispers that the Pendragon House and Prince Ian have arrived at the nearby Silbul coast. Two individuals are seen sharing a meal. One of them questions the unusual pairing of the Pendragon House and Prince Ian. The other replies that while they don't know the reason, the situation seems harmless enough. One of the men, identified as Governor Count Segunda, explains that the Pendragons and the Duchess Elena, the governor, are known to clash, warning him to stop talking and threatening punishment. Raven Balt, a veteran monster hunter, sat nursing a beer. He mused that this year had been unusually busy. Then, a piece of overheard conversation caught his attention. The absolute monarch of the south had arrived in port the other day aboard his flagship, the Sea Dragon. The news sparked a reaction from his companion, Alan Pendragon. Alan's companion confirmed the report, adding that the Sea Dragon was guarded by the fearsome Viscula, a rabid sea dragon. A dramatic close-up of the Viscula revealed its immense size and terrifying presence as rain lashed down. The men continued their discussion, noting that the Viscula's power was said to rival that of the Emperor himself, a military superpower known as Oranges. Alan expressed his apprehension about the southern warriors, acknowledging their formidable reputation. As they continued their conversation, Alan voiced his concerns about the potential conflict between the Pendragon family, the tyrant Ian, and Oranges. Raven, however, remained unconcerned, suggesting there was no need for worry. On a sunny day, aboard a luxurious yacht, President Ron and two other men enjoyed drinks. One of them, with dark hair, was seen rapidly consuming his beer. A scene shifts to a dark room, where a man's silhouette is visible. The narration box states that when the rich get together, business multiplies. The dark-haired man from the yacht, holding a beer, confidently states that's all. The scene changes to a beach. A woman wearing a large sun hat addresses a man, calling him Lord Aaron. She asks Lord Aaron what he thinks of her swimsuit. The woman shows off her custom-made swimsuit, explaining it was made by a famous craftsman in the imperial capital. She beams at Lord Aaron, who is lying down, seemingly asleep. She calls out to him, brother. Lindsay and another woman, both in summer attire, stood on a beach, ready for a day of fun in the sun. Lindsay cheerfully announced that she was all set for their seaside adventure, while her companion, gazing at the ocean, expressed her excitement at returning to the sea after a long absence. Suggesting they make the most of their time at the beach, a third woman, Lady Luna, arrived unexpectedly. And, slightly flustered, she confirmed her presence. The scene shifted to show a group of women enjoying themselves on the beach, with a blonde man lying down, clearly annoyed by their presence. He muttered about their unnecessary intrusion, reminding himself of the true purpose of their trip, to investigate the Sisek matter. He lamented the current situation, questioning how things had deteriorated to this point, blaming the unexpected turn of events on someone's recklessness. He angrily declared that it was all that idiot's fault. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, strolled along the beach, his eyes scanning the scenery. He called out to a group of women sunbathing nearby, his voice laced with a playful arrogance. The sun glinted off his tan skin, highlighting his muscular physique. A smirk played on his lips as he reveled in his new form. His confident posture and powerful build spoke volumes about his past life as a monster hunter. He was a predator, even in this new guise. A man with striking blonde hair and piercing red eyes appeared, his gaze fixed on Raven. He addressed Raven with a sharp command. He urged Raven to leave his current companions and speak with him, referring to himself as a great imperial prince. The blonde man, impatient, suggested bringing the women along as well, his tone suggesting a certain entitlement. His words implied a disregard for their feelings or preferences. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Raven stood on the beach, seemingly radiating an aura of charm, as the women approached him, captivated. Two of the women appeared flustered and slightly embarrassed by Raven's sudden charm offensive. A woman in a straw hat and swimsuit giggled, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she addressed the man before her. Those are some amazing swim shorts, Your Highness. The man, partially obscured, could only stare, a question mark forming above his head as he processed her words. He found her laughter baffling. Alan Pendragon, his face contorted in confusion, silently questioned the woman's amusement. WH. Why? Why is she laughing, he wondered, his internal monologue a mixture of bewilderment and frustration. His gaze fell to his own body, now clearly visible. A thought crossed his mind, beautiful body, trained in martial arts. On a sunny beach, Alan stood amongst a group of people in swimsuits, his expression shifting. He muttered to himself, I'm going to catch fish or something. Alan turned away from the group, his back to the viewer, as he headed towards the water. His departure was met with a chorus of surprised gasps from the women on the beach. The women reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Oh, why, one exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. Another added, I'm more exposed than him. Alan, seemingly unfazed by their reactions, stood firm, his gaze fixed on the group. He silently judged them. He then proceeded to jump into the ocean. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood on a beach, the sun warm on his skin. A faint question, barely a murmur, escaped his lips. Suddenly, a colossal tail breached the water, a massive creature emerging from the depths, sending a wave of panic through the nearby bathers. Screams filled the air as they scrambled to escape the churning water. Alan, however, remained surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. He watched as a majestic figure, a being with large, feathered wings and a regal blue robe, descended from the sky. The winged being landed gracefully on the beach, its movements fluid and powerful. The winged being, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, smiled serenely. I caught a fish, it announced. The enormous whale, now beached on the sand, dwarfed the surrounding people. It was a truly awe-inspiring sight. Alan, still observing the scene, mused, a whale, a fish, well, that might be the same as a fish for a dragon. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers, their faces grim, marched towards a ship. One of them wondered aloud, how will the enemy react with this? Alan Pendragon, in the body of Raven Bolt, pondered the unexpected turn of events. His mission, initially a perilous undertaking, had transformed into an extended respite. He mused, but why did it turn into such a big vacation? Their journey continued, with Prince Ian unexpectedly joining their ranks. One of Alan's companions observed, who would think Prince Ian would accompany us? But a gruff orc companion dismissed the matter with a dismissive chuckle. He scoffed, who cares about that? The orc's attention was suddenly diverted. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, more importantly, look. In the distance, a group of warriors appeared, prompting a call to arms. A commanding voice boomed, warriors. The call echoed, growing in intensity. The officer repeated his command, warriors. Warriors. And more warriors emerged, ready for battle. Another voice joined the call, there too, warriors. The orc, however, saw this as an opportunity. He salivated, muttering, this is paradise, hee hee. Ah, I want to fight them right now. Alan, sharing the orc's bloodlust, eagerly anticipated the coming conflict. He thought, I want to knock them all down. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family, stood observing a group of mercenaries. He mused that they had come from afar, drawn by a thirst for battle. Alan continued his internal monologue, questioning the commander's intentions when he requested their presence in the harbor. The scene shifted to reveal a large crowd gathered in the town square. A group of mercenaries, including a man with a large bird-like creature, were escorted through the throng. Alan, still observing from a distance, wondered aloud what was happening. A close-up on a foot, seemingly belonging to one of the mercenaries, hinted at something amiss. The camera angle widened to show more of the mercenaries, revealing their brutish features and attire. They were clearly not ordinary soldiers. Among the mercenaries, a large, dark bird of prey was chained and visibly agitated. The focus shifted to a particularly imposing orc, his expression grim and watchful. Alan, recognizing the orcs as Ratuan, expressed his shock and confusion. A man with a handlebar mustache explained that the most brutal orc tribe hailed from the southern Molt archipelago. He continued, revealing that this was because they were pirates. The panel showed a large, imposing orc pirate, adorned with a necklace of skulls. Another orc, seemingly amused, commented that humans scattered in fear at their mere presence. Two orc pirates stood side by side, their expressions smug and self-satisfied, referring to humans as weak lower organisms. One orc noticed Alan and his companions from a distance, pointing them out to his comrade. Alan and his companions noticed the orc and reacted with surprise. The orc observed Alan and his group, noting that this type of orc seemed to get along with humans. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, found himself in a volatile situation. Surrounded by orcs, his rage ignited, a furious outburst escaping his lips. Wah! What did you say, fuckers? Wanna go? I'll fucking kill ya. Raven Bolt, inhabiting Alan's body, struggled to contain the outburst. He knew this wasn't the time or place for such a display. A desperate plea escaped him, idiot, stop it. Not in front of all these people. The largest orc paused, a flicker of recognition in its eyes. You already are one of Pendragon's people. The orc's words hung in the air, a stunned silence following. Then, a low growl rumbled from its chest. Submitted to a human? Another orc, observing the scene, scoffed. I'm flabbergasted. This surely is. The tension escalated as more orcs and other creatures gathered, their eyes fixed on Alan and the two humans accompanying him. Raven, still in Alan's body, felt a cold sweat beating on his brow as he gripped his daggers. He knew this situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. The other human, a man with a mustache, placed a calming hand on Alan's shoulder, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, examined the sword's hilt, a question forming in his mind, was this life his? He bowed silently to himself, a cold resolve hardening his gaze, he would definitely kill those responsible for his death. Alan, flanked by a hulking orc and a nervous-looking man, stood defiantly. His expression was one of controlled anger. Alan's internal monologue revealed his frustration, he lamented having to babysit such dangerous individuals. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders slumping. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. A longing for a simple rest on the beach evident in his silent wish. Alan observed a group of brutish, orc-like pirates openly parading through the city, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. Even in a commercial city, their brazen display was unusual. A large, predatory bird of prey watched them from above, its gaze sharp and calculating. It questioned their audacity in being so brazen. As the sun set, casting long shadows, Alan sensed something was amiss. This city, he realized, was hiding a secret. The scene opens on a sweeping vista of Luz, the governor's residence, a majestic structure overlooking the coastline. A lone ship sails on the horizon, silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. Inside Count Segunda's residence, a man with silver hair stands gazing out a window. He muses on the arrival of Irene Pendragon, partner of the White Dragon, and Ian Aragon, the Lion's son, to the outskirts of Luz. He turns to address another man, seated at a table, and asks for his opinion on the matter. The seated man, Vincent, is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. Vincent's companion continues, revealing that the visitors are not only on the outskirts of Luz, but also on Sissek's Sobel coast. Vincent's companion speculates that their presence has not gone unnoticed in Sissek, particularly concerning the investigation into His Highness's background and Jeffrey's relationship with him. He suggests that if the investigation goes deeper, they will uncover the truth. He concludes that, if that's all there is to it, Ian should be left out of the matter. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat alone, a glass of wine swirling in his hand. A thoughtful frown creased his brow as he contemplated a matter of grave importance. A matter he believed was irrelevant to his family's current predicament. His companion, an older man with silver hair and spectacles, offered a dismissive, yet polite, response, pointing out that there was no direct connection. However, he acknowledged the significant debt they owed House Pendragon. Alan, inwardly, found the situation frustrating. He muttered to himself about how annoying those involved were, referring to them with disdain as that cat and that snake. His companion, however, suggested they leave the matter to a third party. A powerful figure known only as the Dark King, the one who controlled the pirates of Luz. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the city of Luz, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The story ends with it to be continued notice. The first day of the Pendragon House's summer vacation began with a breathtaking scene. A woman with striking blue skin and large elegant wings sat atop a massive, gentle whale, enjoying the Silbul Coast's spectacular view. A tranquil scene unfolded on the beach, with a family enjoying the summer day. A woman in a flowing white dress watched over a man and a young girl, their laughter echoing in the warm breeze. The day concluded with a lavish feast, but not without a curious incident. A large orc-like creature, Garuda, seemed agitated, his thoughts filled with confusion and unease. Another orc, seated nearby, attempted to reassure him, mentioning something about the harbor. Meanwhile, a small, winged creature happily devoured a large piece of meat. The feast's centerpiece was a generous portion of whale meat, a fact that seemed to be the source of Garuda's distress. Suddenly, a tense confrontation erupted. A man with dark hair and a scar, wielding a sword, faced off against a large, white bird of prey, the tension palpable as they clashed over a piece of the whale meat. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat alone on his balcony, a glass of wine in hand. The city lights twinkled across the water, a stark contrast to the pensive expression on his face. A voice interrupted his solitude. Someone asked if he was toasting to the nightless lays. Alan swirled the remaining wine in his glass, his gaze distant and unfocused. Before another figure appeared, casually requesting to join him. The newcomer observed Alan, noting his somber mood. Alan's response was immediate and sharp, of course. He explained that he was the one who invited the girls on vacation, questioning why it always seemed to be him who faced the consequences. His companion criticized Alan's behavior, stating that his actions caused unnecessary trouble. He further pressed Alan, suggesting that his lack of interest was the root of the problem. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, sat regally in a chair on a balcony overlooking the ocean. He nonchalantly sipped from a wineglass, his blonde hair neatly styled, as he delivered a curt response to an unseen companion, "I'm already married." His companion, a man with shoulder-length blonde hair, observed Alan with a thoughtful expression as he savored his own wine. Suddenly, the companion's eyes widened. "Ah. Then could it be you?" A vision of a woman with long, silver hair and elven ears appeared before Alan. She was clad in ornate, flowing robes, and her expression was one of intense scrutiny. The companion's question hung in the air, with that dragon. Alan, his face hardening, pointed accusingly at the vision. Alan's eyes widened in shock and confusion. His mouth opened slightly, revealing a hint of fangs. "Huh?" His companion continued, explaining the source of his confusion. "No, well, when I saw you in the castle, when you were talking to the white dragon in her human form." He recalled the encounter, adding, "You seemed kind of different from usual." Alan stared out at the ocean, lost in thought. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat alone, a troubled expression clouding his features. He muttered to himself, acknowledging his lineage but hinting at an unspoken difficulty. A striking woman with elven-like features and a regal bearing observed him from across a small fire. Her gaze was filled with a mixture of concern and curiosity. She addressed him, revealing his true identity, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army. Alan, now alone again, contemplated his situation. His expression was one of deep thought, perhaps even confusion. He spoke, denying a certain assumption, but his tone suggested a hidden truth. As he spoke, a reflection in his wineglass showed a glimpse of his true self, Ravenbolt, a stark contrast to his current persona. He continued, taking a sip of wine, his words revealing a certain disinterest in romantic relationships. His thoughts, however, revealed a different story. He found the woman exceptionally beautiful, but his feelings remained platonic. Later, Alan, still in his new identity, bluntly dismissed another's concern about his sexuality. Alan Pendragon, the heir to a once great dragon taming family, sat alone, his expression grim. He reflected on the true purpose of his current mission, to uncover the mastermind behind Cheyenne's assassination, a task far more important than any near vacation. His thoughts turned to the Imperial Prince Geoffrey and his mother, Baroness Irlin. Alan knew that their involvement in the conspiracy was a strong possibility. And he considered the implications of Luz, Governor Segunda, being related to them, further complicating the web of potential suspects. Alan pondered the situation, visualizing the Imperial Prince and another man in a seaside villa. If the prince were truly the mastermind, he would have made some kind of move when he heard that Alan was in the nearby Sisek. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a growing suspicion. As he considered the possibility of an assassination attempt. Specifically, an attempt on his own life. Alan and another man shared a table, the latter sipping wine. The second man's words were laced with disdain as he spoke of the assassins. The man then turned his attention to Alan, questioning whether he was the type to simply let himself be killed. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, expressed his eagerness to begin their plan. He was ready for a rampage. However, Alan cautioned that they needed to wait for their enemies to take the bait. Alan, seemingly relaxed, sipped his wine as he waited. He let out a small chuckle. But a shadow crossed his face. He had a serious thought. Alan's internal monologue revealed his concern. The enemy could deduce too much from the information they already possessed. A surge of power emanated from Alan, a subtle display of his latent abilities. Alan, now radiating power, confidently declared that he would know if anything was amiss. Back on the balcony, Raven questioned whether Alan's reaction was instinct or something more profound. He wondered if there was more to Alan than met the eye. A voice, echoing in the darkness, posed a question, exactly what is it that you can see? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the image shifted to reveal a young man with long, blonde hair. His expression was one of pensive contemplation. A single thought bubble emerged above his head, Alan Pendragon. The scene changed abruptly. The location was identified as Luz Underworld, a night sky visible above a building's roofline. The camera panned down to reveal a bustling tavern, the Archipelago Orca Bar. Several figures were visible, including a man and a woman embracing, and a group of Orcish patrons. The bar's name was clearly displayed above the entrance. Inside the bar, the man and woman observed the scene. But I'm shocked. The woman whispered, her voice laced with surprise. Yeah, who'd guess a human would go into the Archipelago Orca? The gathering spot of the pirate orcs, the man replied. The woman's concern deepened. I hope he doesn't get eaten. Meanwhile, inside the bar, a man was seen drinking deeply from a large mug, his face obscured. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, sat at a table in a dimly lit tavern, nursing a large mug of ale. His expression was unreadable, his gaze distant and thoughtful. A close-up revealed a detail that hinted at his true identity: sharp, slightly elongated canines, a subtle mark of his past life as a monster hunter. A gruff voice cut through the tavern's murmur. "You chug it in one go." Alan, seemingly unfazed, sat with his back to the speaker, a large orc and a pirate watching him from either side of the table. The orc, adorned with a necklace of skulls, let out a guttural laugh. The pirate, a man with a red bandana and sharp teeth, leaned in. "Then, let me ask you straight up. What did the governor say?" Alan's face remained impassive as he replied, "Get rid of the snake and the cat." A flicker of something akin to amusement crossed Alan's features. The orc exclaimed, "So bold. You killin' the prince too? We can't judge that old man by his appearance, huh?" Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. His sharp fangs were partially visible beneath his lips, a subtle reminder of his past life as a monster hunter. He seemed to be assessing something, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. "Well, I see, though," he muttered to himself. His thoughts drifted to a past event. He recalled a similar situation 3 years prior on Sisek. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He mused, if I recall correctly, 3 years ago on Sisek, too. He doesn't like to be pried into. Alan, in Raven's mind, continued his internal monologue. He noted the difficulty of getting information from people in this particular location. Even more so for people who are in this cesspool of a place. He observed a young man sketching something in a notebook while 2 Ratuan orcs sat on a couch nearby, seemingly unbothered by his presence. A sense of unease settled over him as he pondered the scene. Raven, still in Alan's body, was impressed by Alan's boldness. He had shown courage not only in front of the Ratuan orcs but also in his interactions with Raven himself. "You're also bold. Not only in front of the Ratuan orcs, but also in his actions in front of Raven." Raven found this unexpected bravery intriguing. "You've got guts. But acting like this in front of me too." Raven admitted to himself that he found Alan's attitude appealing. He liked the young man's nerve. "I kinda like it, that attitude." Raven's appreciation for strength, whether in humans or orcs, was evident. He declared, "Strong guys are splendid. Both orcs and humans." Alan, still under Raven's control, presented some documents. He stated, "Here are the details." 2 monstrous figures with skulls adorning their necks sat on a plush couch, flanking a man with dreadlocks and a pirate's bandana. He held a document, a smirk playing on his lips as he announced, "The snake and the cat will be invited to his home." He continued, explaining that the cat, eager for attention, would readily join in with a little encouragement. The pirate, pleased with his plan, declared, got it. So the cutie tyrant of the imperial capital." He grinned, anticipating the fun ahead. "Well, I'm gonna have a blast. With the kitty." Meanwhile, another man, dressed in simpler attire, approached hesitantly, clearing his throat to ask a personal question. The pirate, lounging comfortably, responded with a casual, "What is it?" The other man, his brow furrowed in thought, began his inquiry with a grave tone, "Are you?" The pirate, a hint of surprise in his eyes, interrupted, "Human?" Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, felt a strange aura emanating from a nearby figure. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The source of the unsettling energy was a man, his body engulfed in crimson flames, a terrifying display of power. He braced himself, preparing for whatever might come next. Alan, his heart pounding in his chest, could barely breathe. What is this?" he stammered, overwhelmed by the intense aura. He realized the aura was so powerful it made it difficult to breathe. He wondered what this meant. The fiery figure addressed Alan, his voice a low growl. "Human." The man lunged forward, his burning hand reaching for Alan. Alan was thrown back by a sudden force, as the fiery man unleashed a devastating attack. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a precarious situation. He tumbled through the air, a look of utter confusion etched on his face. His body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. Dust and debris flew as he landed hard, the force of the impact momentarily stunning him. A searing pain shot through his side as he gasped, a muffled groan escaping his lips. But despite the agony, he managed to regain his footing. He had landed on his feet. He looked up to see a large, imposing figure looming over him, a hulking orc pirate with a menacing grin. The orc, clearly impressed by Raven's resilience, commented, "You're more of an expert than I had thought. For being a human." A statement that hinted at a deeper mystery surrounding Raven's abilities. Suddenly, another orc appeared, interrupting their tense exchange. Hey, Pack." The second orc, addressing the first, suggested, "It's been a while, so don't you want to eat some orc meat?" A grotesque orcish figure, his face a mask of predatory glee, leered at the reader. One eye, hidden behind a crude eye patch, hinted at past battles and brutal victories. 2 figures stood in conversation. One, a human with a red bandana, spoke excitedly about orc meat, describing it as a delicacy that had been hunted in the forest for decades. The other, a hulking orc, listened with interest, his expression one of anticipation. The scene shifted, focusing on a thought bubble. The question hung in the air, what will Junior eat? The orc from the previous panel grinned, a chilling gleam in his visible eye. He declared, with unsettling calm, that the orcs were his. The bandana-clad human's demeanor changed drastically. A fiery aura erupted around him as he revealed his gruesome plan, to kill all the male orcs and then skin the females to eat them. His words were accompanied by a terrifying, blood-red energy that engulfed him. He cackled maniacally. The flames intensified, reflecting the savagery of his intentions. The scene shifted again, revealing a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, standing amidst the fiery chaos. A voiceover declared him to be not human, but a monster. Further information was revealed, he was the second son of one of the 5 great dukedoms of the Empire, the son of Sea Dragon King Oranges. The monstrous visage of Tolio filled the panel, his sharp teeth bared in a feral snarl. A furious red glow emanated from him, illuminating his wild, tangled hair and the fierce glint in his eyes. He roared a challenge, the sound echoing with the raw power of a predator on the hunt. A name, Oranges, screamed from the panel, a stark contrast to the previous image's intensity. The page then transitioned to credits for Red Eye Studio and Red 7. The scene opens on a picturesque coastal town, bathed in the warm glow of a sunny day. White buildings line the shore, overlooking a tranquil blue sea. Alan Pendragon, the heir to a once great dragon taming family, stood before a grand house, a look of confusion etched on his face. He muttered, "Huh?" Inside, two women chatted animatedly. One, with blonde hair, excitedly announced their plans to attend a ball. The other woman confirmed, stating that they were all going. A servant then entered, delivering a letter that caused a ripple of excitement among the group. Alan, observing the scene, felt a sense of foreboding. His thoughts turned to the opportunity that had presented itself. He resolved to go along with whatever was planned, at least for now. A silent countdown began in his mind. A woman, her blonde hair elegantly styled, clutched at her chest, a look of distress etched on her face. She whispered, barely audible, "Segunda." The woman's distress was witnessed by two others, a young girl, and a taller figure with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing glasses and a casual shirt. Concern clouded their expressions. The taller figure, addressing the distressed woman, spoke softly, "Ah, mother. Please rest here." He continued, a hint of grim determination in his tone, since lots of things are bound to happen there. The woman, seemingly exhausted, simply replied, "Thank you." A gentle smile touched her lips as she murmured, "Aaron." Suddenly, a voice called out from the balcony overlooking the ocean, "Soul." A figure with large, white feathered wings perched on the balcony railing, observing the scene below. The figure appeared to be wearing a dark blue robe with gold accents. The young man with the ponytail, his expression hardening, firmly stated, "No, take care of mother." Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood resolute. His final mission, protect Alan Pendragon, heir to the esteemed dragon taming house Pendragon. He silently vowed, "I will entrust the Duchess." With the safety of Alan, even as a shadow of doubt clouded his mind. 7 years prior to his death, Raven found himself inexplicably inhabiting Alan's body. The scene, Lou's governor, the imposing Segunda's mansion loomed against a vibrant sunset. A nervous energy crackled in the air as the second governor, a man with a prominent mustache, surveyed the scene. He seemed to be awaiting someone important. Alan, now inhabited by Raven's consciousness, felt a jolt of surprise as he witnessed the arrival of two elegantly dressed men. One of them exclaimed, "Oh." And the other followed up with a polite greeting, "What a pleasure to have you here." A grand carriage, drawn by 6 horses and escorted by 2 mounted guards carrying the Pendragon and Imperial flags, approached the mansion. The arrival of this impressive procession signaled the beginning of a significant event. A grand procession unfolds, showcasing the opulence of the Pendragon family. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming lineage, stands among his family members, their elegant attire reflecting their noble status. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air, hinting at an important event. An observer, unseen, gasps in awe at the scene, whispering a word of admiration. Their beauty is striking, drawing attention and admiration from those around them. Another observer, equally captivated, marvels at the handsome young men among the Pendragon family, identifying them as the prince and the duke. The Pendragon family prepares for their first meeting with the lords, acknowledging the importance and potential challenges of the encounter. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected sound cuts through the air. A monstrous roar echoes, revealing a lurking threat. The creature's menacing presence is revealed, its attack shattering the calm and exposing a hidden danger. The duke is alerted to a discrepancy in the information he received, suggesting a deeper conspiracy at play. 2 women, dressed in elegant gowns, stared in shock and confusion. Their eyes widened, and their mouths fell agape, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. In a lavishly decorated room, Alan Pendragon, in a sharp white suit, stood beside a hulking orc. Alan's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes were wide, and his mouth was slightly open in shock. The orc, clearly agitated, seemed to have just burst into the room. The orc's powerful legs and feet were prominently displayed, emphasizing his imposing physique as he stood in the opulent room. His presence was jarring against the refined surroundings. The orc scoffed, his words laced with disdain. He declared that the only creatures present were stuffed pigs, implying that those gathered were weak and insignificant. Alan, still bewildered, explained that he had been led to believe there would be a significant event, a far cry from the reality before him. His disappointment was palpable as he voiced his letdown at the unexpected turn of events. The orc loomed behind him, a silent and menacing presence. Alan, his patience wearing thin, demanded to know where the warriors were, expressing his eagerness to engage in battle with the orcs. The scene shifted to reveal a group of orcs and several elegantly dressed individuals. The orcs appeared ready for a fight, while the humans looked on with a mixture of apprehension and forced politeness. A voice, presumably from one of the elegantly dressed individuals, offered a polite but strained thank you for their attendance. Raven Bolt, in Alan Pendragon's body, stood amidst a tense gathering. A hulking orc loomed behind him, its gaze fixed on the young lord. Across from them, a blonde knight in ornate white attire, and another man in dark, aristocratic clothing, observed the scene with calculating eyes. A tall, imposing figure stood at the top of a grand staircase, a sword strapped to his hip. He was impeccably dressed in a dark suit, radiating an aura of power. A maid approached him, offering a small object. The blonde knight introduced himself. He was a knight in service to Governor Segunda. He revealed his name to be Vincent. Vincent's expression shifted to one of polite cordiality as he greeted Alan. Vincent addressed Alan with a respectful title, acknowledging his status as young Lord Pendragon. Alan's eyes glowed with an intense, golden light, startling Vincent. Vincent's eyes widened in recognition, he sensed the aura flow emanating from Alan. A surge of golden energy pulsed from within Alan Pendragon's eyes, a phenomenon said to occur only in those who are fierce warriors with extensive battle experience. The intensity of the light hinted at the immense power he now possessed, a power that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, his face etched with concern, observed the scene from a distance. He suggested to Alan that they should observe the situation a little longer, his brow furrowed in thought. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he anxiously watched Alan. Alan, however, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A subtle shift in his expression suggested a plan was forming in his mind. Then, with a decisive nod, he instructed everyone to follow him. A diverse group of individuals, a mix of humans and a hulking orc, gathered before him, their expressions a blend of anticipation and apprehension. They stood poised, ready to obey the command of their leader. As Alan led the group down a grand hallway, the blonde-haired man from earlier trailed behind, his gaze fixed on Alan's back, a mixture of concern and suspicion in his eyes. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, stood with his back to the viewer. His posture remained rigid, betraying none of the turmoil within. His face, though unseen, was described as consistently impassive. A green-skinned orc, his expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement, observed Raven from a distance. He mused on the possibility of Raven's hidden potential. Alan, in his own body, appeared pensive, his gaze cast downward. A hint of weariness clouded his features. The scene shifted to a grand ballroom, bustling with elegantly dressed attendees. Among them were several figures, including the orc from the previous panel and others whose identities remained unclear. The camera focused on a woman in a maroon dress, her back to the viewer, seemingly observing the gathering with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. As the scene continued to show the lively atmosphere of the ball, 3 young women with blonde hair, dressed in elaborate attire, stood together, one of them offering a friendly wave. Their expressions were bright and welcoming. An elderly gentleman with gray hair and a distinguished appearance stood at the bottom of a grand staircase, his posture suggesting authority and composure. 2 maids stood behind him. Torio Segunda, the governor of Luz, greeted Prince Ian. He remarked on how long it had been since their last meeting. Prince Ian responded that it had been 3 years, reflecting on the many events that had transpired at the imperial castle during his absence. Princess Ingrid, a striking figure with blonde hair and piercing red eyes, was introduced. The governor then addressed Princess Ingrid, noting that 5 years had passed since their last meeting. Governor Segunda complimented Ingrid on her beauty, remarking that she had become even prettier. Ingrid's expression shifted, a hint of surprise and perhaps unease crossing her features. The governor then turned his attention to Lady Erin, commenting on her striking beauty as well. Governor Segunda's gaze lingered on Lady Erin, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A look of dawning realization washed over the governor's face, his eyes widening slightly. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, stood before an elderly man, his expression a mixture of weariness and defiance. His blonde hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail, accentuating the sharp lines of his face. The old man, his face etched with wrinkles and a knowing smile playing on his lips, seemed to be assessing him. The old man addressed Alan, his voice carrying a hint of excitement, the Pendragon young lord. And now, the rumor of the moment. You made a pact with the white dragon, and made both orcs and griffins follow you. The old man's eyes gleamed with admiration as he exclaimed, truly splendid. However, Alan's face remained stoic as he stated, her condition isn't good, so she's resting at another villa with my other sister. The old man's face crumpled in distress. How awful. He declared with immediate action, I will send my personal healers to go see her. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, expressed his gratitude for the words of his advisor, but politely declined his offer to personally check on his well-being. Alan's expression turned serious as he contemplated the potential for trouble if a dangerous situation were to arise. The advisor, concerned, observed Alan from the side, his worry evident in his posture. Later, at a lavish party, the advisor, seemingly unconcerned, announced the start of the festivities. He then invited everyone to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Alan, along with another man, observed the party with a cynical air. Alan's companion commented on the distasteful nature of the situation. Alan, in response, simply muttered his agreement. The conversation shifted to a past event, revealing that a certain knight, Vincent, had proposed to the Duchess long ago and been rejected. Despite the passage of 20 years, Vincent's persistence remained unchanged, prompting Alan to question the knight's identity. Whispers circulated about Raven Vault, Count Segunda's most trusted retainer, who had arrived in Luz 2 years prior. He quickly made a name for himself. And it was rumored that he handled Count Segunda's less savory affairs. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, overheard the conversation, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. Dirty jobs, huh, he mused. His thoughts turned to a more pressing matter, how was Raven connected to the Sybil incident? A woman's voice broke through his contemplation. That's my cue. Now, let's enjoy the party. Don't drink too much, she chirped, her words a gentle reminder of the social setting. Alan and another man, impeccably dressed, moved through the lavish party. Alan, maintaining his composure, muttered to himself, that's what I should be saying. Below, 2 women watched Alan and his companion depart, their expressions unreadable. The scene opens with a breathtaking sunset over a coastal city, its architecture a blend of Gothic spires and ornate detailing. A lone ship sails on the horizon, silhouetted against the fiery sky. In the foreground, 2 imposing structures dominate the landscape, their dark stone hinting at a history both grand and mysterious. A voice, filled with confusion, echoes in the air. Why, are you here, with this attire? The question hung in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. A young man with dark hair and a concerned expression is partially visible, his attire starkly different from the surroundings. The young man's question is directed at another figure, partially obscured by shadow, but clearly dressed in dark, almost sinister clothing. Why did you come here? He pressed, his voice laced with suspicion. Because. The response is clipped, almost hesitant, leaving the reason for the mysterious arrival shrouded in intrigue. I heard that there was going to be a party. The explanation, though seemingly simple, only deepened the mystery. The speaker's tone suggested a casualness that belied the gravity of the situation. You have to be dressed, a hand gestures emphatically, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. The contrast between the dark attire and the expected party attire is striking. Suddenly, a swift, precise movement. A blur of motion precedes a sharp impact, leaving the young man reeling from a blow. The dark-clothed figure unleashes a powerful strike, sending the young man sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow is evident in the young man's pained expression and the way he collapses. This is my attire. The dark-clothed figure declares, a spark of something akin to amusement flickering in their eyes as they stand over their fallen opponent. The scene ends with a sense of impending conflict. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, surveyed his surroundings with a calculating gaze. His attire, a flamboyant pirate captain's outfit, was a deliberate choice, a mask to conceal his true purpose. He mused that his current appearance was quite fitting for the situation. With a sinister grin, Raven addressed his companions, 2 hulking, demonic figures. He declared it was time to act according to their own desires, a signal to unleash chaos. An unseen observer commented on the scene before them, noting the boldness of a particular individual. The panel shows two men, one, with dark hair and olive skin, is dressed in a sharp, formal suit. Beside him stands Aaron Pendragon, a young man with blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing an ornate white jacket. The dark-haired man identifies Aaron. Sir Vincent, an older man with silver hair and a distinguished mustache, is shown in a grand hall. He is asked for his opinion. Sir Vincent, holding a wineglass, stands before a dark-haired man seated at a large desk in the same hall. The scene is one of quiet contemplation. The dark-haired man reflects on a recent event. He had witnessed the other man's aura flow, a display of power that he found unsettling. Sir Vincent, still holding his wineglass, offers a dismissive assessment of the situation. Despite his dismissive tone, he acknowledges the dark-haired man's strength. In a dimly lit room, two figures sat across a table. One, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, held a sword, the other, in a more formal attire, sipped wine. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable: how does he compare to you? The man in the dark suit paused, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. He responded simply, I don't know. We will only know if we fight. His expression was unreadable, a mask of contemplation as he continued to savor the wine. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair, dressed in a lab coat, observed a monstrous figure. His thoughts were clear: that man is probably a knight of Valva's. The scene shifted back to the two men at the table. The formally dressed man spoke, his voice laced with disdain, the narrow-minded and bold warriors. He continued, his gaze fixed on his companion. It doesn't make sense for him to be under such a small fry. The man in the dark suit remained silent for a moment before responding. Then, he offered a proposition. Then, I will leave that knight to you. It's fine if you aren't able to kill him. Because our reinforcements will be coming soon. The older man chuckled, raising his glass. The Dark King. He will take care of the cat and the snake. The scene opens in a dimly lit bar. A man with silver hair and a distinguished air, whom we will call the Dark King, sips wine while speaking to another man with dark hair and a sharp gaze. He casually inquires about a meeting at a garbage dump. A flashback shows a monstrous figure, a beast with sharp teeth and glowing eyes, his hands stained with blood. He is the subject of the Dark King's earlier question. The beast confronts the dark-haired man, their faces inches apart, a palpable tension filling the air. The dark-haired man, clearly shaken, looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the beast's overwhelming power and the futility of fighting him. The Dark King chuckles, his amusement evident. He comments that if the dark-haired man's assessment is correct, their plan will proceed as intended. His words carry a chilling confidence. The Dark King assures the dark-haired man of his value to the operation, highlighting his cunning and ferocity. The Dark King explains that if the current incident goes as planned, their overall scheme will progress much faster, promising the dark-haired man a position he will greatly desire in the future. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a profound sense of unworthiness. He humbly addressed his liege, his voice laced with quiet sincerity. Alan, observing the opulent ballroom from above, calmly dismissed the notion of personal attachments. He felt no connection to this lavish gathering. His gaze fell upon a woman descending the staircase, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a plan was forming. A sinister smile playing on the lips of the elderly man watching from the balcony. He anticipated the events about to unfold. His thoughts turned to the carefree nobles below, a disdainful expression crossing his features. He compared them to the oblivious partygoers, their laughter echoing in the grand hall. He saw them as nothing more than foolish distractions. A knowing smirk played on the old man's lips as he observed the scene, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The old man's gaze shifted to a lone figure standing on the grand staircase, confirming his suspicions. His plan was about to begin. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, and his companion walked hand in hand down a grand staircase. Alan, his blonde hair neatly styled, looked composed, while his companion murmured, "My liege." Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the hall. The force of the blast sent debris flying, shattering the opulent surroundings. Alan, his face now grim, glared at a man with similar blonde hair who stood amidst the chaos. Two women, visibly shaken, stood behind him. Elsewhere in the hall, a scene of bizarre normalcy played out. Alan, in his usual attire, calmly ate a large piece of roasted meat while a hulking orc devoured a similar portion. Several women watched the scene with a mixture of shock and fascination. The chaos continued as a pirate captain, sword drawn, burst through a nearby window, his arrival heralding further conflict. He sliced through the remaining glass, his movements precise and deadly. Below, a terrified scream echoed, "It's the pirates!" "Aya!" The pirate captain leaped into the fray, his curved blade a blur of motion as he moved through the shattered remnants of the hall. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body contorted in a silent scream, a surge of raw power coursed through his veins. A blinding energy erupting from within, sending shockwaves that flung several nearby women across the ballroom floor. The raw force of the attack was evident in the distorted energy trails left in its wake. The force of the unseen attack continued its relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. And Alan, despite his outburst of power, was sent crashing to the floor, the impact jarring him to his core. He lay there, stunned and disoriented. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, his chilling words echoing through the chaos, "Kill all of those worms. Pillage their goods." His cruel commands continued, painting a grim picture of the impending carnage, and eat their women to your heart's content. The monstrous pirates, spurred on by their leader's bloodthirsty orders, descended upon the helpless guests, engaging in a brutal display of violence and savagery. One pirate, in particular, seized a terrified woman, his grip tightening as he prepared to carry out his leader's gruesome commands. Alan, witnessing the horrific scene unfolding before him, roared in fury, "You bastards!" An elderly man, his face partially obscured by his hand, recoiled in apparent horror. His eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of shock and disbelief, darted around nervously. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible, "No." The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room, now marred by a disturbing sight, a pool of blood spread across the ornate floor, surrounding a figure lying prone. The speaker, unseen, muttered, "He overdid it." Two figures stood in the background, their backs to the viewer, observing the gruesome scene. One of them commented, "The blood isn't going to come off later." A voice, laced with chilling satisfaction, observed, "What a splendid job, since he's doing this." One of the figures, presumably the one who had spoken previously, addressed the other, a younger man with dark hair. He assured him, "There will be no suspicion towards you, my liege." The younger man, seemingly relieved, ran a hand through his hair. He muttered to himself, "Then, let me get started with my job too." Elsewhere, a woman in high heels hurried down a staircase, her movements frantic. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the silence. She muttered to herself, "Ugh, running with high heels is hard." A voice called out, "You have to keep running, Lindsay." Several women in elegant gowns, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion, fled down a corridor. One of them exclaimed, "Why is something like this happening?" Raven, in Alan's body, moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned monster hunter, his sword ablur as he descended the grand staircase. He deftly evaded the initial attack, sending a shockwave that swept aside several startled noble women. The force of the blow sent them sprawling, their elegant gowns crumpling around them. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows, a sly grin spreading across his face as he spoke. "Found you." His sharp, predatory grin revealed a set of unusually long fangs, hinting at something far more dangerous than a simple assassin. The attacker unleashed a burst of blinding energy, a wave of purple light engulfing Raven and the fleeing noble women. The air crackled with raw power, leaving only a faint afterimage in its wake. The scene was filled with a sense of disorientation and chaos. The attacker, his features now obscured by a spectral glow, stood over the unconscious noble women, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. He pointed a finger towards something unseen, a silent question hanging in the air. "Who?" A guttural sound escaped Alan's lips as an unseen force constricted his throat. Two young women, their faces contorted in terror, clutched at their necks, struggling for breath. A hand reached out from the darkness, seemingly controlling their suffering. An older woman, her eyes wide with alarm, gasped for air, her face pale with distress. She whispered that she couldn't breathe. Another young woman, her mouth covered, watched in horror as the unseen force continued its assault. The same hand, now closer, seemed to be choking the life out of them. The older woman's words were cut short as she was forced to stop breathing. The older woman's eyes widened in recognition as she realized something terrible. She muttered that this was happening again. Her face contorted in fear as she realized the horrifying truth. This was just like that time. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous. The sheer power emanating from it was palpable. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood defiantly against the monstrous creature. The words "Orc fear" echoed in the air, a question hanging heavy with implication. A hand reached out, a single finger extended, seemingly controlling the monstrous being with an unseen power. A powerfully built man, clad in a pirate captain's attire, loomed over a much smaller woman in an elegant blue dress. His words, delivered with a chilling confidence, hung in the air. He chose her. The woman's elegant dress was suddenly ripped apart, revealing a glimpse of her skin before. A monstrous, fanged grin spread across the pirate captain's face as he let out a triumphant roar. The woman clutched her head in agony, tears streaming down her face as a wave of pain washed over her. A purple energy erupted from her, a violent display of power. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair appeared, his eyes blazing with determination as he deflected multiple swords aimed at him. He stood defiantly, swords crossed, facing the pirate captain and the now injured woman. The clash was imminent. The pirate captain was sent flying backward by a powerful force. As two young women watched in shock, one of them shouting, "Brother!" Alan Pendragon, in the body of Ravenbolt, found himself locked in a fierce duel with a pirate captain. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as the pirate's cutlass met Alan's superior skill. A nearby woman, her dark dress stained with blood, gasped, "Yarin." Another woman, blonde and elegant, approached cautiously, asking, "Are you okay?" The blonde woman, her face etched with worry, watched the unfolding scene. She whispered, "Sirod?" Meanwhile, the woman in the dark dress, tears welling in her eyes, looked on in distress. The camera focused on the woman in the dark dress, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. The pirate captain, having disarmed Alan, chuckled, "Hee, these idiots took the bait and showed themselves so brazenly." He looked down at his polished shoes, a smug expression on his face. No matter how closely he looked, all he saw was a huge pig. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood on the grand staircase of his family's estate, his back to the viewer. He held a sword, his posture suggesting a quiet alertness. His face, now visible, held a smirk as he addressed an unseen opponent. A dark, almost sinister glint shone in his eyes. He questioned his opponent, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Did you think you only had one opponent?" Suddenly, a chaotic scene erupted. Alan engaged in a fierce sword fight with another man on the staircase, while a hulking orc wielding a massive axe attacked from behind. The orc, momentarily stunned, muttered to himself, "So that's what you meant by something," revealing the true extent of Alan's plan. The orc stood beside another man in a white suit, both facing Alan. A purple energy burst from the ground, signaling a dramatic shift in the battle. The man in white seemed surprised. The scene widened to reveal multiple opponents surrounding Alan, now clearly outnumbered but unfazed. He stood calmly, sword in hand, ready for the fight. One of Alan's opponents, a man in a pirate-like hat, paused, seemingly contemplating his next move. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. A scarred man with a pirate's hat and sharp teeth reflected on his situation. He was the one who had been baited. And he realized, with a jolt of surprise, that it was indeed him. A blond man with piercing blue eyes, wielding 4 swords with practiced ease, stood over a fallen foe. His expression was one of cold satisfaction. Below him, another blond man, this one with red eyes, grinned up at him. The scene shifted to show a large, green-skinned orc-like creature, its expression one of barely contained rage, and then to a dark-haired young man with wide, fearful eyes. The focus shifted to a man in a sharp white suit, his face partially obscured. His expression was unreadable. A close-up showed a set of sharp, pointed teeth, belonging to the pirate from earlier. A cruel smile stretched across his face. He chuckled, a sound both cruel and amused. He saw through their plan, calling them idiots. The pirate and the blonde swordsman clashed amidst a fiery explosion. The swordsman was clearly struggling against the pirate's unexpected strength. A fiery explosion engulfed the scene, leaving the outcome uncertain. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood amidst a fiery inferno, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A cruel smirk twisted his lips as he brandished a wickedly sharp dagger. He declared that no matter how many opponents faced him, they would never prevail against his might. The page ended with it to be continued message, indicating the continuation of the story. A fierce battle erupted on the grand staircase of a palatial building. Ravenbolt, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, dueled with a pair of swordsmen, his movements precise and deadly despite his unfamiliar form. He effortlessly deflected their attacks, his skill honed over years of experience as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army. Alan, now controlled by Raven's consciousness, stood defiant amidst a group of worried onlookers, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark, ominous atmosphere. He held his sword firmly, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, another figure emerged, a man in a white suit accompanied by a hulking orc wielding a massive axe. Their presence added another layer of complexity to the already chaotic scene. The focus shifted to a man in a pirate's attire, his red hair braided and a glint of determination in his eyes. He held a sword, ready for action. This pirate captain, a formidable figure, surveyed the scene with a calculating gaze. He muttered to himself, deeming the number of opponents slightly excessive. He declared his intention to personally handle the situation, his confidence unwavering. A close-up revealed a sinister smile, sharp fangs glinting in the dim light. The speaker's voice, though unseen, carried a chilling resolve: deal with the unnecessary ones first. With a sudden burst of dark energy, a man in a wide-brimmed hat, launched a fiery projectile. The fiery projectile hurtled towards its target, leaving a trail of burning destruction in its wake, and impacting with explosive force against a blond man in elegant attire. The blond man reacted instantly, a look of surprise and alarm flashing across his face as the attack hit. He braced himself against the impact, but the force of the blast sent him reeling, the energy wave throwing him violently to the ground. Another figure, this one in a dark coat, appeared, a question mark of disbelief forming in his eyes as he witnessed the scene unfold. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, let out a guttural cry, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He lunged forward, his movements surprisingly swift and precise for someone seemingly so frail. A sword flashed in his hand, slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. The two women flanking him gasped in surprise as Alan's blade found its mark. Meanwhile, another figure, a young man in a white coat, engaged a hulking, green-skinned orc in a fierce duel. The clash of steel echoed through the shattered hall. The force of their blows caused the very stone floor to crack and crumble beneath their feet. Above, a man in a dark coat watched the chaos unfold below, his eyes wide with alarm. "The stairs," he exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. Dust and debris filled the air as a section of the grand staircase collapsed, sending more stone and rubble cascading down into the fray. The orc, groaning in pain, struggled to regain his footing amidst the devastation. "Ugh," he grunted, his massive hand clutching at the broken stone. The young man in white, his breath ragged, glared at the wounded orc. "What the hell is wrong with that idiot?" he muttered, his voice dripping with exasperation. Alan Pendragon and his bodyguard found themselves forced to descend to the first floor of the mansion, the result of a previous event that had left the upper levels in ruins. Amidst the rubble and dust, they surveyed the damage. Alan suddenly recognized a familiar figure. It was the orc they had encountered before, his presence adding another layer of complexity to the already chaotic situation. The orc, seemingly unfazed by their presence, expressed his discontent with his recent diet, revealing a disturbing preference for human flesh. His words were followed by a chilling announcement: a feast of orcish proportions was about to begin. Alan's gaze fell upon the orc with the eye patch, a figure he recognized from a previous encounter at the port. The eye-patched orc, with a sinister grin, declared his intention to consume Alan, enjoying a cold beer alongside his meal. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He stood defiantly, his grip tightening on his weapon as he roared a furious insult at his attackers: "You shitty pirates." The pirates, brutish and monstrous in appearance, lunged at Alan. One, wielding a massive axe, swung with brutal force. But Alan, despite his youth, was surprisingly agile. He deftly dodged the blow. The scene shifted to a grand staircase within a lavish mansion. Alan, now composed and regal, stood his ground, his sword drawn, facing a group of elegantly dressed women. A large, imposing figure emerged, a pirate captain with a weathered face and a cruel smile. He advanced towards Alan, his sword gleaming menacingly. The pirate captain, surveying the scene, declared with a chilling confidence, "Now, only the cat and the snake remain." Another pirate, his face obscured by shadow, spoke with a sinister grin: "I can properly enjoy myself now. You are going to be first." Alan, his expression hardening, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. He gripped his sword tightly. The pirate captain sneered: "Little cat, your power is no joke for a giant pig, but do you think?" Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood amidst a fiery spectacle, his expression a mixture of defiance and doubt. He gripped his sword, a question forming in his mind: was raw power the only thing that truly mattered in a fight? The intense golden light emanating from him intensified as he prepared for battle. Meanwhile, two young women watched from a distance, their concern evident. One of them anxiously inquired about the prince's well-being. The other woman, however, dismissed their worries with a confident, almost unsettling assurance. She insisted that her brother was anything but ordinary. Her words were punctuated by the arrival of a dark-haired man, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. The newcomer, a seasoned warrior, confidently declared that he had never witnessed Alan lose a fight. Alan's eyes blazed with determination as he prepared to face his opponent. The clash of steel echoed through the air as Alan and his adversary engaged in a fierce duel, their swords meeting in a flurry of sparks and motion. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, moved with surprising speed and skill. His blonde hair whipped around his face as he unleashed a flurry of blows, his sword a blur of motion. Each strike was precise and powerful, aimed to disarm his opponent. The pirate captain, a formidable figure with dreadlocks and a weathered face, barely managed to deflect the onslaught. Observers watched in awe as Alan's attack continued, a breathtaking display of swordsmanship. "What an amazing sequence of attacks from the prince," one of them exclaimed. Another added, "It looks like that pirate can't fight back." But Alan, inside whose body resided the spirit of Ravenbolt, felt a growing unease. His eyes, usually bright and sharp, now held a flicker of something dark. A single thought echoed in his mind: no. He pushed himself harder, his movements becoming even more ferocious. A surge of raw power coursed through him, fueling his attack. The pirate captain, despite his skill, was overwhelmed by the sheer force of Alan's assault. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A brutal exchange leaving both combatants breathless. Alan's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he pressed his advantage. The pirate captain, however, remained unfazed. A chilling realization washed over Alan, feel nothing when our swords cross. Parrying my attacks? Alan thought, a mixture of surprise and anger flashing across his face. A sinister figure with sharp teeth and piercing golden eyes loomed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He uttered a single word, heavy with menace, here. The ominous figure lunged, his sword flashing in a deadly arc towards Alan Pendragon. The clash of steel echoed through the air. Alan, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, parried the blow with surprising strength. His eyes widened in alarm. A wave of fear washing over him as he realized the sheer power of his attacker. Beside him, another young man watched in horrified silence. Alan's mind raced. The question hung heavy in the air, the imperial capital's tyrant? His opponent scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. With just this? The tyrant unleashed a furious assault, a whirlwind of deadly strikes aimed at Alan. Crimson energy crackled around them. Alan barely managed to dodge, his eyes blazing with determination. The tyrant's attack was relentless. Alan, using his agility, evaded another blow, his movements blurring into a rapid counterattack. He launched himself forward. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, braced himself against a powerful blow, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he deflected the attack with a burst of energy. He staggered back, a trickle of blood tracing a path down his cheek, but his expression remained resolute. A fierce determination hardened his gaze. Alan, now infused with Raven's fighting prowess, countered swiftly, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he engaged his opponent, a man with dreadlocks and a fierce expression. He called out for Aaron, urging them to fight together. Aaron, observing the fight, muttered to himself, his concern evident. He noted Alan's unusual strength and fighting style. Meanwhile, the dreadlocked man, momentarily stunned, touched his cheek, surprised by the force of Alan's attack. His eyes widened in disbelief. He reflected on the unusual lack of injury, the last time his blood had been spilled feeling like a lifetime ago. A sudden realization dawned on him, perhaps this was connected to the events that had transpired. His eyes glowed with newfound understanding as he muttered to himself, realizing he should have started his investigation with the snake. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, stood poised, a sword held loosely at his side. A surge of ethereal, icy blue energy emanated from behind him, swirling like a spectral dragon's wings. The energy intensified, coalescing around the sword, imbuing it with an otherworldly glow. Meanwhile, a hulking figure emerged from the shadows, his words dripping with menace, my meal has become a lot more interesting. The figure, a formidable warrior clad in dark armor, brandished a shield and twin daggers, his eyes burning with a predatory gleam. He addressed Alan with a chillingly calm command, do your best. He explained his motivation, a cruel gamble, because if you lose, I am going to eat you along with those women. The battle commenced. Alan moved with surprising speed and skill, his enchanted blade a blur of motion as he clashed with the monstrous opponent. His strikes precise and deadly, each blow sending shockwaves through the air. He effortlessly dispatched one of the monstrous warriors, his movements fluid and lethal, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. His expression was grim, determined, as he continued his relentless assault. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years prior to his death, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. Surrounded by enemies, he fought with the honed instincts of a seasoned warrior. His violet eyes blazing with a fierce determination, a stark contrast to the refined features of his current persona. The weight of his past life, and the mystery surrounding his death, fueled his every movement. A flurry of blows rained down upon him, a testament to the coordinated attack of his assailants. He parried and dodged with practiced ease. But the sheer number of enemies threatened to overwhelm him. A figure emerged from the shadows, a dark silhouette wielding a wicked blade, aiming for a killing blow. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, braced himself, his expression hardening. He was not merely a hunter, he was a survivor, and he would not go down without a fight. His movements were a blur of speed and precision, each strike calculated to maximize damage and minimize risk. The clash of steel echoed through the hall as Raven engaged his attacker in a brutal exchange of blows. Sparks flew, and the air crackled with the intensity of their conflict. But Raven, fueled by his past experiences and the urgency of his mission, fought back with unwavering resolve. With a final, desperate lunge, Raven disarmed his attacker, sending the assassin's blade flying across the room. He stood victorious, but the battle was far from over. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, expertly deflected an incoming blow with his sword, the blade's edge singing through the air. A swift, precise movement born from years of experience as a monster hunter. He sensed a magical disturbance emanating from his attacker. A dark figure cloaked in shadows, their identity still hidden. Alan, meanwhile, gripped his dagger, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He muttered to himself, questioning the knight's presence. Alan's question hung in the air, a silent query about the knight's intentions. Uncertainty reflected in his sharp gaze. The cloaked figure's expression shifted, a flicker of something dark crossing his features. Alan, now fully alert, drew his twin swords, his movements precise and deadly. He had never felt such an aura before, a chilling premonition of danger. The intensity of the situation was palpable, the air crackled with unspoken tension. The cloaked figure's eyes, partially visible, glowed with an unnatural light. The cloaked figure revealed his intention to eliminate Alan, his voice laced with cold determination, prompting Alan to challenge him to a serious duel. The stage was set for a confrontation. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself locked in a desperate duel. His opponent, a figure cloaked in white, pressed the attack relentlessly, their blades clashing in a whirlwind of steel, the force of the blows sending shockwaves through the air. The outcome of the fight left uncertain as the chapter concluded. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, his face partially obscured by a red bandana, glared with predatory intensity. His sharp teeth hinted at a brutal efficiency honed over years of combat. He addressed someone unseen, his words a low growl, do your best. Meanwhile, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, stood ready for battle alongside his brother, both wielding swords in a defensive stance. Dust swirled around them, hinting at a recent struggle. Raven, now seemingly in control of Alan's body, charged forward, shield raised, a fierce expression on his face. The red energy around him crackled with power. His voice, though still Alan's, carried the cold menace of Raven, because if you lose, I am going to eat you along with those women. Alan's brother, concerned, whispered, "Hey, Aaron." He continued, explaining his strategy, "I will try to create an opening for you to go in and finish him off." Alan, surprised by his brother's unexpected support, responded, "That's unexpected coming from you, the prince who always likes to show off." Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood before a man whose face was etched with grim determination. Even though he was one of the masters of the imperial capital, the man confessed that after crossing blades with Alan, he realized the young man's true strength. The man, a seasoned warrior with a weathered face and dark, intense eyes, declared that Alan was the only one capable of defeating a monstrous foe. The only one who could stand against the overwhelming power of the beast. His words hung heavy in the air, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He admitted that Alan, in his current state, surpassed him in strength. Two figures stood in a grand room, their expressions a mixture of concern and determination. One, with blonde hair tied back, watched intently as the other, with shoulder-length blonde hair, spoke. The blonde-haired man scoffed, dismissing the notion that he would allow Alan to die. His words were laced with a chilling confidence. He drew his sword, a glint of steel reflecting the determination in his eyes. He knew that Alan was stronger, but that didn't mean he would let him fall. With a cold, calculating gaze, he declared that this was something only he would do, underscoring his resolve to protect Alan. A fierce battle erupted. The seasoned warrior, wielding both sword and shield, clashed with the two blonde-haired men, sparks flying as steel met steel in a whirlwind of motion. The scene opens amidst chaos. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, finds himself in the midst of a fierce battle, his white coat stark against the backdrop of a grand staircase. He is surrounded by several attackers, their movements blurred by the intensity of the fight. Drawing his sword with practiced ease. His movements are precise and deadly, a testament to his training. The clash of steel echoes through the hall as he expertly deflects blows and counters with swift, lethal strikes. Alan's blade sings through the air, a blur of motion as he cuts down his opponents. One by one, the attackers fall before his superior skill. A triumphant shout escaping his lips as he finishes off a particularly tenacious foe. The sheer power behind his strikes is evident in the force of the impact. Despite his prowess, Alan is clearly overwhelmed. Two Orcish pirates on the first floor assess the situation, one commenting that the battle has become a chaotic mess. The other adds that a masked individual is blocking the stairs. The masked figure is revealed to be a significant obstacle, preventing escape or reinforcement. Alan, despite the overwhelming odds, resolves to help those fighting on the first floor. He confronts the masked figure in a tense standoff, swords drawn. The air crackles with anticipation. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, he was forced to fight a cloaked assassin wielding a wickedly curved blade. The assassin's attack was swift and brutal, catching Alan off guard. A searing pain shot through Alan's arm as the blade sliced through his defenses. Despite the pain, Alan, with Raven's instincts taking over, managed to parry the blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury. He stumbled back, his mind racing to assess the situation. Alan, fueled by Raven's years of combat experience, used the momentum to his advantage, dodging another attack and preparing a counteroffensive. The assassin, surprised by Alan's unexpected resilience, leaped back, giving Alan a brief respite. But the respite was short-lived. The assassin swiftly closed the distance, aiming a blow at Alan's head. The assassin, his face partially obscured by shadows, declared, "I can't let you go to the second floor." Alan, his expression grim, braced himself for the inevitable. He knew this fight was far from over. A powerful impact reverberated through the building as the assassin's attack landed. Raven, his face a mask of grim determination, grinned, his fangs glinting in the dim light. He braced himself, his body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash his full power. A whirlwind of steel flashing as he clashed swords with Alan. The air crackled with energy as their blades met in a furious exchange. Each strike precise and deadly. Alan, despite his noble bearing, fought with a ferocity that matched Raven's own. Raven, using his superior skill and experience, pressed his attack, forcing Alan onto the defensive. His blade a blur as he deflected Alan's desperate counterattacks. The clang of steel echoed through the chamber. A fierce battle of skill and will. The clash of their swords created a shower of sparks. A dance of death played out in a flurry of motion. Raven's movements were economical, precise, and deadly. Disarming Alan with a swift, unexpected maneuver. He sneered, his eyes gleaming with triumph. With a final, powerful thrust, Raven drove his sword towards Alan, his voice laced with contempt. "Would you look at this? Both of you only amount to this much?" Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself on the receiving end of a swift, brutal attack. He was sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending him tumbling. A blur of motion preceding the attack. Alan, despite his size, reacted with surprising speed, his sword a silver streak, cleaving through the air. His counterattack was a whirlwind of steel, aimed at his attackers. The clash of steel echoed through the air as he met his opponent's blows. A flurry of strikes and parries. Raven, using Alan's body to its full potential, moved with an unexpected agility. But the effort was clearly taking its toll. A strained expression crossed Alan's face as he grunted, the sound barely audible above the clash of steel. He was clearly struggling. Alan's opponent, momentarily stunned by his unexpected power and speed, voiced his astonishment. How can he be so big yet move this fast? Alan, his face contorted in a grimace, continued his relentless assault, his eyes blazing with determination. His movements were a blur, a testament to his unexpected strength and speed. Forcing his opponent to stumble back, momentarily disoriented. Raven, however, felt the strain of the fight increasing. His breath hitched in his throat. And he knew he couldn't sustain this pace for much longer. With a final, desperate lunge, he aimed a decisive blow. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate duel against a formidable opponent. His movements were precise, yet he was clearly struggling against the brute strength of his attacker. A fierce clash of steel echoed through the air as their blades met, sparks flying from the impact. The force of the blow shattering the attacker's sword into fragments. The golden light emanating from Raven's own blade hinted at a power far beyond his previous experience. He grasped the hilt of his weapon, a surge of unfamiliar energy coursing through him. His attacker, a scarred man with menacing fangs, watched with a mixture of surprise and growing malice. His expression was one of barely contained rage. The battle continued, a whirlwind of flashing steel and desperate maneuvers. Raven, despite his disadvantage, fought with the skill of a seasoned warrior, his movements fluid and deadly. He parried a blow, then countered with a swift thrust, forcing his opponent back. The attacker's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with renewed determination. He was clearly not one to give up easily. Raven, sensing an opportunity, made a calculated move. He feigned a weakness, luring his opponent closer. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he disarmed his foe, the golden blade falling from the attacker's grasp. The fight concluded with Raven standing victorious, his breathing ragged but his eyes sharp and alert. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. His expression hinted at a hidden strength, belying his outwardly youthful appearance. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. Eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, Alan's features contorted as he roared, "Now! Aaron!" A voice, cold and menacing, cut through the air, "Finish him!" Alan reacted instantly, drawing his sword in a blur of motion. The golden blade flashing as he lunged forward, a whirlwind of steel and determination. His opponent, Aaron, a figure cloaked in darkness, parried the blow, his own weapon meeting Alan's with a resounding clang. The clash of steel echoed through the scene. Aaron, momentarily staggered, stumbled back, his dark eyes narrowed in surprise and anger. Alan pressed his advantage, unleashing a swift kick that sent Aaron sprawling. Following up with a powerful strike that sent Aaron crashing to the ground. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, found himself in a desperate situation. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, Alan felt a cold sweat bead on his brow as he braced himself for the inevitable. A sudden, sharp pain shot through him as he was thrown backwards, his vision blurring. He gasped, disoriented and confused. Landing hard on the ground. Above him, a figure loomed, their face obscured by shadow, but their intent was clear, to finish him off. Alan's eyes widened in alarm as he struggled to regain his bearings. His mind raced, desperately searching for a solution, for any way to escape this sudden, brutal attack. A blur of motion erupted as a dark figure lunged at Alan, a wicked blade flashing in the dim light. The attacker was fast, his movements a whirlwind of deadly intent. The attacker's blow connected, sending Alan sprawling. He felt a searing pain as the blade tore through his defenses. But even as he fell, Alan's mind remained sharp. He recognized the attacker's brutal efficiency, the cold precision of a seasoned killer. With a surge of adrenaline, Alan reacted instinctively, his body moving faster than his conscious mind could process. He parried the next blow, the clang of steel echoing in the confined space. The fight continued, a desperate struggle for survival. Alan, despite his disadvantage, fought with the skill and ferocity of a seasoned hunter, his movements honed by years of experience in the Devil's Army. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, lay bleeding profusely, his blonde hair matted with blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Ravenbolt, his body now inhabiting Alan's, watched from Alan's perspective as his own lifeless form fell to the ground, a victim of a brutal attack. The attacker, a figure cloaked in darkness, delivered a swift, brutal blow, sending Alan sprawling. Alan's body crashed to the floor, the impact jarring even through Raven's consciousness. His vision swam with pain and disorientation as he struggled to regain his bearings. A surge of rage, raw and primal, erupted within him. With newfound strength coursing through his veins, Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, retaliated. He launched a counterattack, a furious flurry of blows aimed at his attacker. A desperate struggle for survival playing out in a whirlwind of motion. But the assassin proved too strong, leaving Alan once again defeated and bleeding. The scene opens with a blurred image of a powerful blow being delivered, the force of the impact suggested by motion lines radiating outwards. Leaving Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with shock and pain. His face is pale, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cries out, "Brother!" A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he unleashes a wave of dark energy. His words are laced with contempt, "You humans are nothing more." "Then food to me," he bellows, his laughter echoing with chilling malice. Alan, severely wounded, stumbles back, desperately trying to escape as the dark energy erupts around him. Only to be confronted by a masked assassin wielding a sword. A fierce duel ensues on the grand staircase of a manor. The assassin, momentarily distracted, utters a single word, a name that seems to trigger a surge of adrenaline in Alan Pendragon. Alan's eyes blaze with a newfound intensity as he prepares for a counterattack. With a roar, Alan charges, his movements swift and deadly. Raven, in Alan's body, fought desperately against his attacker. Blood splattered across his face as he parried a blow, his eyes blazing with defiance. His attacker, cloaked and unseen, sneered down at him, questioning his ability to continue the fight. The attacker, a figure of mystery, taunted Alan, implying that he couldn't afford to be distracted. Alan, his face bloodied and his expression fierce, glared back, refusing to yield. The scene shifted to a grand ballroom, where a bloody confrontation had just concluded. A man stood over fallen bodies, his sword dripping with blood. Alan, now clearly dead, lay sprawled on the floor, his lifeblood staining the elegant surroundings. The attacker, having finished his work, declared that the cat and the snake had been dealt with, referencing Alan and another victim, implying a larger conspiracy. And then, with a chilling finality, he turned his attention to the next targets, the women. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in Alan Pendragon's body, 7 years in the past. His thoughts, however, remained his own, as he mused over his current predicament, which one am I going to eat now? The scene shifted to a grand hall, where Alan, now inhabited by Raven, lay bleeding on the floor. 3 elegantly dressed women stood nearby, their faces etched with horror. Their eyes were wide with shock and grief as they witnessed the brutal attack. Tears streamed down their faces, their silent sobs filling the opulent space. Raven's eyes, now in Alan's body, narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting in their depths. The hunter's instincts took over. He rose, his movements swift and deadly, despite the grievous wound. He moved to confront his attacker. A powerful blow sent his assailant reeling. Blood splattered across the polished floor as Raven stood over his fallen foe. The women cried out, "Be brother! Aaron!" Raven, still in Alan's body, muttered, "No way." His surprise evident. He had never encountered a human capable of withstanding such a blow. A human took that blow and still managed to stand up. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, knelt on the cold ground, his elegant white coat stained crimson with his own blood. A long, gleaming sword lay across the ground, its edge reflecting the dim light, a testament to the brutal attack he had just endured. His internal injuries must be as severe as the external wounds, a grim thought echoed in the minds of unseen observers. Alan, or rather, the soul inhabiting Alan's body, slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a chilling determination. A voice, laced with awe, broke the silence. "You are strong." Two women watched from a distance, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and astonishment. One of them whispered, "Strength and technique-wise?" The scene shifted to a confrontation. Alan, his eyes blazing with cold fury, held his sword to the throat of a dark-skinned man with dreadlocks, a pirate by the looks of him. A silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Another voice, this time belonging to Alan, cut through the tension. "If it's only this much." He hissed, a chilling smile spreading across his blood-smeared lips. "Then I've killed opponents like you before." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his face obscured by darkness, but his aura radiating immense power. This was no ordinary foe. Alan, despite his injuries, stood defiant, his sword gleaming, ready to face whatever came next. The stage was set for a final, desperate confrontation. Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon taming family, stood alone, his expression grim. For women in elegant gowns watched him from a short distance, their faces unreadable. Above him, a figure fell from the sky, landing heavily. He questioned if this person had killed someone like him long ago. The fallen figure, a man with dark skin and dreadlocks, scoffed at Alan's question, demanding to know what he was talking about. He then taunted Alan, calling him a trashy worm and reminding him of a past defeat. Alan, his face streaked with grime, stated that the other man wouldn't understand even with an explanation. He then looked up, his eyes blazing with intensity, acknowledging the other man's strength. But a sense of foreboding filled the air. A monstrous figure, a hulking demon with crimson eyes and sharp horns, roared its defiance. Its guttural cry echoed through the desolate battlefield, a testament to its raw power. Despite the creature's terrifying presence, a lone figure stood firm, a warrior clad in dark attire, his sword held aloft. He was Ravenbolt, a veteran of the Devil's Army, known for his unmatched skill in eliminating demons. He had annihilated half of the demon corps, a feat that spoke volumes about his prowess. But even Raven knew this foe was unlike any he had faced before. This was no ordinary demon, this was a creature of immense malice and cruelty. The Troll King, a being of immense power and wickedness, loomed before him, its grotesque features a horrifying spectacle. The scene shifted, showing a hand, adorned with a luxurious ring, dripping with blood. The blood was still fresh, a stark reminder of a recent, brutal battle. After a grueling fight, the hand's owner had finally defeated the Troll King. But the victory came at a cost. Raven, his face scarred and weary, stood over the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family. Raven had obtained an immortal body, but at the price of his own life and Alan's. Alan, his own body stained with blood, clutched a dagger, his eyes filled with a fierce determination even in death. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a state of utter confusion. His expression was one of disbelief and disorientation. His right arm was supposed to be crushed beyond repair, yet he could move it. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. He was in a duel, facing an opponent wielding a katana. The scene was a blur, but he recognized the elegant, white-clad figure as Alan Pendragon, the young heir he was tasked to protect. Alan, his face contorted in pain, stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. Two women, presumably Alan's sisters, discussed the recent events. One questioned if something happened as quickly as Alan had described. The other sister, however, doubted the account, stating that Alan had never been in such trouble before, suggesting they might have misheard or misunderstood the situation. One of the sisters reflected on Alan's past lack of pride and self-respect. The scene shifted to show Alan with his family, highlighting his past demeanor. A woman with silver hair and a worried expression, her face etched with concern, uttered a single word, but. The scene shifts to reveal a tense confrontation. A young man with blonde hair stands before a burly, dark-skinned man with dreadlocks, his expression grim. The blonde young man, dressed in fine clothes, appears apprehensive, his gaze fixed on the other man. The dreadlocked man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, his voice laced with a hint of mockery, "Don't try to look cool." His grin widened, revealing a jagged tooth, as he continued, his words dripping with contempt, "You half-dead." The dreadlocked man's voice rose in a furious shout, "Bastard." He lunged forward, a knife flashing in his hand, unleashing a furious attack. The blonde young man barely managed to dodge the blow, his face contorted in pain and surprise. A swift counterattack followed, a blur of motion as the two clashed. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. 7 years in the past, he awoke with a start, his mind still reeling from the events that led to his death. A cold sweat beating on his brow as he registered the unfamiliar strength coursing through his veins. Alan's body moved with an agility he'd never possessed, wielding a sword with unnatural grace. He muttered to himself, incredulous at his newfound abilities. Wondering if this was even possible. Isn't supposed to be able to move like this, he thought, his mind struggling to reconcile his past life with his present reality? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, and Alan reacted instinctively, his body moving faster than his mind could comprehend. He deflected a blow with a swift, precise movement. A blur of motion as he countered with a devastating strike. The attacker, a man clad in dark clothing, barely managed to raise his shield in defense. But the force of the blow sent him reeling. Alan pressed his advantage, his movements fluid and deadly. A whirlwind of steel and fury as he continued his assault. The hunter's instincts, honed over years of brutal combat, took over, guiding his every move with lethal precision. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending the attacker sprawling. The impact echoed through the courtyard. And Alan, now fully in control of his borrowed body, prepared for the next attack, a grim determination etched on his face. The scene opens with a close-up on Alan Pendragon, his body contorted in a desperate struggle. His attacker's dark form is partially visible, their hands gripping Alan's shoulders with brutal force. Alan's face is a mask of grim determination, his blonde hair disheveled, and blood staining his lips. His eyes, however, burn with defiance. Suddenly, a figure bursts into the scene, Ravenbolt, his dark eyes narrowed in focus as he raises his shield in defense. His orange bandana is askew, adding to his fierce appearance. Alan, momentarily shielded from the attack, finds a brief respite. He observes his attacker, his thoughts revealing his concern. He cannot see where the attacker's sword is. Alan quickly realizes the reason for his momentary blindness. The attacker's shield is obscuring his movements. A realization that dawns on him with a jolt. The attacker lunges, their movements hidden behind the shield. A sudden, sharp pain pierces Alan. He realizes he's been stabbed. In a blur of motion, Raven and Alan clash swords. The impact is fierce, the energy of the strike radiating outwards. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. A dark energy pulsed from his fingertips. As he braced himself against an unseen force. His opponent, a man with fierce eyes and braided hair, loomed before him, shield raised in defense. The attacker unleashed a swift, powerful blow. A crimson arc of energy slicing through the air. Raven, reacting instinctively, parried the attack with his own blade. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two combatants traded blows in a whirlwind of motion. A flurry of sword strikes and parries. Raven's movements, honed over years of experience as a monster hunter, were precise and deadly. Alan, despite his injuries, fought back with surprising ferocity. His movements a blur as he deflected blow after blow. He was clearly skilled with a blade. The two continued their fierce duel, their blades clashing in a desperate dance of life and death. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, glared with narrowed eyes. His expression was one of intense focus, a predatory alertness etched onto his features. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood defiantly, a sword at his side. He scoffed, a hint of arrogance in his posture as he stated, "I already said so, didn't I?" He continued, his tone laced with a chilling confidence, "I've fought and killed opponents of your level before." Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, moved with practiced grace, his sword drawn. He stood poised, ready to face his opponent amidst a group of onlookers in elegant gowns. A tense silence hung in the air. A blur of motion followed as he launched a swift attack, leaving Raven disoriented and reeling from the unexpected power and speed of the attack. Alan, in his mind, recognized the fighting style. He mused, it must be the Rachuan sword technique. A thought bubble appeared, revealing Alan's internal monologue. Another thought bubble provided further context. Rachuan is a city that was built on top of the sea by ancient dwarves, but it was conquered by the orcs decades ago. And now, a panoramic view revealed the current state of Rachuan, a large orc kingdom, a testament to the city's history and conquest. The narration concluded, and now, it has become the largest orc kingdom in the empire. A scarred, dark-skinned warrior with dreadlocks, clad in worn armor, stood poised, a gleaming sword held before him. The narration box above him explained, by mixing the cutlass from the archipelago and the shields that the dwarves built, they created a unique swordsmanship technique. And that weird throwing technique from before. The scene shifted to a dynamic action sequence. A hooded figure in dark clothing launched a swift kick against a warrior with dark hair and a braid, sending him sprawling. The impact sending the warrior tumbling through the air. The hooded figure, nimble and deadly, followed up with a precise strike. Observing the fight, a blonde-haired man with a concerned expression muttered to himself, "I'm sure it's the same technique that Isla used." He seems to be well-versed in the techniques from the south as well, the blonde man continued, his gaze fixed on the fight. This observation was directed at a dark-haired man with a red bandana, who was watching the fight with a thoughtful expression. Which means this monster is either a warrior that is famous in the south, or a noble's illegitimate child. A figure emerged from the fiery chaos, his features partially obscured by shadow and flame. He was a formidable presence, with dark hair styled in thick braids and piercing golden eyes. A thought crossed someone's mind, perhaps this individual was both orc and something more. A suspicion that lingered, unspoken but heavy in the air. The figure's face, now more clearly visible, revealed a sharp jawline and prominent canines. He was clearly powerful, having even managed to counter a Herculean technique. Meanwhile, a narration box revealed a stark contrast. The less experienced fighters who had attempted the same imperial standard technique were easily crushed. The scene shifted to show a swift, brutal display of swordsmanship. A skilled warrior effortlessly dispatched his opponents. A question arose, had this young man, seemingly inexperienced, ever faced someone who used the Herculean technique before? Another character, dressed in elegant, light gray attire, scoffed at the notion. He asserted that there was no way this rat possessed the experience to handle such a powerful technique. The young man, however, countered with a chilling statement, he had killed opponents just like this one before. The fiery figure's gaze hardened, a hint of grim determination in his eyes. Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, faced his assailant. He noted his opponent's superior strength and technique, but found something unsettling about the young heir's resilience. His attacker, clearly irritated, commented on having dealt with another threat beforehand. The attacker was surprised that Alan hadn't been completely crushed. The scene shifted to a grand staircase where Alan, still fighting, kicked an approaching orc. Another orc lay injured nearby, warning his companion that things were about to get dangerous. Meanwhile, a third assailant, driven by the Sea Dragon King's ambition, prepared to eliminate Alan. He resolved to get rid of the Pendragon heir as quickly as possible. Back on the staircase, the attacker observed Alan's impressive dodging skills. Alan, in a defensive stance, prepared for the next attack. Raven, a man with striking red hair styled in thick braids, a goatee, and sharp, almost feral features, leaned in, his gaze intense. He mused on the absurdity of their current predicament, commenting on the chase. Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming family, remained silent, his expression unreadable, a slight stubble shadowing his jawline. He listened intently. Raven continued, voicing his frustration with their endless, pointless fighting. Comparing their situation to the camaraderie even worms seemed to possess. He ended with a pointed question, his sharp teeth glinting in the light. Alan remained silent, his expression hardening further as he contemplated Raven's words. Suddenly, Raven lunged forward, shield raised, in a swift, defensive maneuver. As Alan reacted with a surprised curse. Alan, his face contorted in pain and anger, realized the true target of the attack. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, lay sprawled on the floor, amidst shattered porcelain. A sharp cry escaped his lips, Ian. A heavy boot descended, aimed squarely at Alan's face. But Alan, with surprising speed, managed to evade the blow. A sneering voice filled the room, "Hey, white worm bastard." The attacker, a man with fiery red hair and a cruel grin, revealed himself. He was perched precariously above Alan, one leg extended in a mocking display of dominance. He spoke again, his words laced with menace. Since you keep dodging, I will turn this fool into bloody pulp. Alan's attacker, his face contorted in a feral grin, prepared for a devastating blow. He crushed a wine goblet in his hand, the dark liquid spilling onto the floor. With a swift movement, the attacker lunged forward. But Alan reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a powerful counterattack that sent his assailant reeling. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. A sharp pain shot through his side as he was attacked. A brutal blow sending him sprawling to the ground. His attacker, a man with dreadlocks partially concealed by a red bandana, stood over him, a wicked blade glinting in the dim light. The attacker cursed, his rage palpable. He was clearly furious. His words a guttural whisper of barely contained fury, his eye, injured in the fight. Alan, despite his injuries, glared defiantly at his attacker. He thought, bitterly, that this worm didn't know how to do anything but run. His attacker scoffed, noting Alan's surprising counterattack skills. The attacker's face contorted in pain and frustration, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched at his injured eye. Alan, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of blue energy, a powerful counterattack that caught his opponent off guard. The raw power of the attack leaving a trail of shimmering blue flames in its wake. Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. His face, contorted in a grimace of exertion, showed the strain of whatever power he was wielding. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from his hands, a raw, untamed force that tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene ended abruptly, leaving the reader to wonder about the outcome. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in a desperate struggle. His blonde hair whipped around his face as he wielded twin blades, their edges glowing with an ethereal blue energy. The fierce light cutting through the darkness as he clashed with his opponent, a dark-haired man with a fierce expression and a noticeable scar across his face. The air crackled with the power of their confrontation. A whirlwind of blue energy and steel. Alan's movements were precise, deadly, each strike aimed with lethal accuracy. But his opponent was relentless, his attacks equally brutal. Blood trickled down Alan's face, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The dark-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fury, staggered back, his breath ragged. He was clearly losing ground. Alan seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating final blow. A surge of blue energy erupted from his blades, engulfing his opponent in a blinding flash, sending him crashing to the ground. The fight, however, was far from over. As another figure, cloaked and mysterious, appeared on the scene, their presence adding a new layer of complexity to the already volatile situation. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been attacked, and though injured, he managed to react. But the timing of the attack left him reeling. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he wondered how his assailant could have been so precise. From his attacker's grasp, Alan saw a dark object, imbued with a strange, icy blue energy, fall to the ground. As his attacker moved to deliver a killing blow. The attacker was fast, but Alan was faster. With a blur of motion, Alan deflected the blow and countered with a swift, precise strike of his own, sending his attacker sprawling. His attacker, groaning in pain, realized the extent of his injury. A joint lock, from his blind spot, had effectively neutralized him. Alan, however, knew this was only a temporary reprieve. He was still injured and vulnerable. He reached for his sword, the familiar way to small comfort in the face of the looming danger. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, launched a desperate attack, his movements a blur of motion. He knew, however, that this wouldn't be enough. The sheer power of his opponent was overwhelming. He was thrown back, the force of the blow sending him tumbling through the air. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, roared his defiance. Against me. Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, crashed to the ground, his face bloodied and his body battered. His vision swam. A crushing weight bore down on him, the attacker's hand tightening around his throat. The world seemed to fade as his consciousness slipped away. The attacker, his face scarred and fierce, watched as his prey succumbed. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Alan's body, a violent jolt that ripped through his very being. His eyes snapped open, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he convulsed violently. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. A searing pain shot through his head as he braced for the impact of a brutal blow. The force of the attack sending him spinning through the air. His attacker, a figure cloaked in darkness, had the upper hand. Alan, his face contorted in agony, struggled against his unseen assailant. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. A desperate roar escaping his lips as he was thrown to the ground with bone-jarring force. Alan landed hard, the impact stealing his breath. He clutched at his chest, pain radiating outwards from a deep wound. The fight continued, two swords clashing in a flurry of steel. Sparks flew as the blades met in a deadly dance. A brutal exchange of blows leaving both combatants breathless and wounded. Raven, still in Alan's body, found himself locked in a desperate struggle with a cloaked figure. Their swords clashed, the air thick with tension. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. His movements were a blur of motion as he deflected a series of deadly blows. Each parry a testament to his years of experience as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army. But his opponent was relentless, their attacks precise and brutal. Sweat beaded on Raven's brow as he braced himself for the next onslaught. He was starting to feel the strain. A grunt escaping his lips as a blade grazed his skin. He was losing ground. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, a young man with brown hair and a determined expression. He moved with surprising speed and agility, a stark contrast to Raven's desperate defense. With a swift, precise movement, the newcomer disarmed Raven's attacker, sending their weapons flying. The newcomer launched a counterattack, a flurry of blows that left their opponent reeling, sending them sprawling to the ground, defeated. The newcomer stood over their fallen foe, sword in hand, as Raven, still reeling from the fight, watched from a distance. The tension remained palpable. A voice, laced with a hint of disdain, observed the thin sword in the assassin's hand. It was a weapon suited for swift, silent killings, not for a direct confrontation. The assassin, a figure cloaked in shadows with a distinctive tattoo on his arm, tightened his grip on the dagger. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. A sudden, sharp pain shot through the assassin's shoulder as he was attacked from behind. He winced, clutching at the wound. Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming family, his face bruised and bloodied, stared in confusion. He was clearly caught off guard. A roar of pain echoed through the grand hall as Alan Pendragon was attacked. He reacted instantly, drawing his own swords in a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the hall as the two fought with deadly skill. It was the Dark King. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, surveyed his reflection with a grim satisfaction. His face, once clean-shaven, now bore the scars of a decade spent battling monsters in the Devil's Army. A cruel smile played on his lips, a testament to the brutal efficiency he had honed over the years. He confronted a gruff, scarred orc pirate, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. From that monster, the orc demanded, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. Alan, still reeling from the recent encounter, felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. His mind raced, trying to piece together the events that had led to this moment. The weight of his past life, and the mystery of his death, pressed heavily upon him. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Did he? The scene shifted to a chaotic battle. Alan, in his borrowed body, fought with the skill of a seasoned monster hunter, his blade flashing through the air as he cut down his opponents. He moved with a deadly grace, a whirlwind of precise strikes that left a trail of fallen foes in his wake. The clash of steel echoing through the grand hall as he effortlessly dispatched the Orcish pirates one by one. His movements were economical, each strike perfectly placed to maximize damage and minimize effort. With a final, brutal strike, he sent one of the orcs sprawling to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. The remaining orc lay defeated, his lifeblood staining the ornate floor. Alan stood over him, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with cold fury. "Do you get it now?" he hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. The orc, defeated and dying, could only glare back with impotent rage. "You shit pirate orcs." A powerful orc, his body scarred and bearing the marks of countless battles, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. He wielded a massive axe, its edge gleaming ominously. The narration box above him declared, the orcs from the Ancona forest, setting the scene for the impending conflict. Several figures lay sprawled on the ground, defeated and lifeless. The impact of the battle was clear, the orcs' strength was undeniable. A speech bubble declared, "Are the strongest," underscoring their dominance. The scene shifted. A cloaked figure, their face partially obscured, observed the aftermath from a distance. A thought bubble revealed their internal monologue, the orcs from the archipelago, hinting at a connection to a different group of orcs. The cloaked figure's face was now visible, revealing a man with cuts and bruises. His expression was one of disbelief and horror. He muttered to himself, "Got completely obliterated," expressing his shock at the scale of the defeat. Another man, this one in a lab coat, appeared, his face etched with concern and confusion. He questioned, "What the hell?" his voice laced with disbelief. His gaze fell upon a dying orc, its features contorted in agony. The man's internal monologue, "Are they?" revealed his suspicion and growing unease. The cloaked man's face was shown again, his eyes wide with fear, sweat beading on his brow. He was clearly terrified. The man in the lab coat, now wielding two swords, engaged the cloaked figure in a swift, deadly duel. The cloaked man was forced to leap from a high balcony to escape. The cloaked figure fled, pursued relentlessly by the man in the lab coat, who was clearly determined to finish the fight. The chase continued down a grand staircase. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a precarious situation. 7 years in the past, his mind raced, trying to piece together the events that led to his death. A grim determination hardened his gaze. He was running, the urgency of his situation propelling him forward through the grand halls of the Pendragon estate. A desperate flight from unseen pursuers. His breath hitched in his throat as he glanced back, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He was cornered. A masked assailant, wielding a shield, stood before him, blocking his escape. But Alan, guided by Raven's instincts, reacted swiftly. With surprising agility, he drew his sword, preparing to defend himself. The tables had turned. Alan, using his superior swordsmanship, disarmed his attacker, leaving the assailant vulnerable. A smirk playing on his lips as he held the point of his blade to the man's throat. "Haven't they?" he thought, a grim satisfaction settling over him. But the masked man was not defeated. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his anger palpable. He warned Alan, "Don't push your luck, a single broken arm is not enough." The threat hung heavy in the air. Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, found himself pursued through the Pendragon estate by a hulking Orcish warrior. The urgency of the chase was palpable, the orc's battle cry, Pendragon, echoed the gravity of the situation. Their pursuer was Isla, a formidable pirate captain with a scarred face and a fierce expression. He held a large shield, prepared for battle. Alan, still pursued by the orc, dodged a blow, his face showing the strain of the chase. Blood stained his white suit. The chase continued relentlessly. Meanwhile, Isla and another figure, presumably Carta, engaged in a fierce duel. Isla roared the names of his opponents, Isla. Carta. Carta, seemingly caught off guard, grabbed the handle of Isla's shield. Isla reacted swiftly, using the momentum to send Carta flying backward. As Isla prepared for a follow-up attack. Carta, however, managed to block Isla's next strike with his shield, the impact causing a visible shockwave. A pained groan, ugh, escaped his lips. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a dark-haired man in a crimson-trimmed coat, pressed his attack, forcing Alan to parry with his sword. The clash of steel echoed through the room. A desperate flurry of blows exchanged between the two. Alan, despite his elegant attire, moved with surprising agility, his sword a blur of motion. Above, a figure in dark clothing watched from a window, a silent observer to the unfolding conflict. Alan managed to disarm his attacker, leaving him momentarily stunned. The dark-haired man, however, smirked, suggesting a rematch in the future. The observer from the window, a man with fiery red hair and a bandana, descended. He vowed to snap Alan's neck when they next met. He launched himself from the window, aiming for Alan. His descent was swift and brutal. A red-haired man hurtled towards Alan, his movements a blur of motion. He was fast, aggressive, and clearly skilled in combat. But Alan reacted quickly, dodging the attack. The red-haired man, however, was relentless, continuing his assault. The red-haired man's momentum carried him over the edge of the building. He fell, seemingly to his doom. But he managed to summon a large, dark-colored bird, which he used to break his fall. He escaped on the creature's back. From a window overlooking a lush forest, Alan Pendragon and Ravenbolt, now inhabiting Alan's body, watched a dark griphon soar into the distance. Raven, still processing the events, muttered to himself as he watched the griphon escape. 3 knights stood behind him, their swords drawn, their faces grim. That pirate bastard hopped on a griphon and escaped. But I hurt his right arm and right eye, so he won't be attacking again for some time. Alan, his face etched with worry, turned to Raven. He was clearly shaken. He revealed that he had been attacked by Sir Vincent not long ago. Alan, beside him, looked shocked. Alan's expression shifted to one of dawning realization as he processed this new information. A grizzled older man stood beside him, his face a mask of disapproval. Then this disturbance was something planned beforehand, that old bastard. Alan pondered the implications of this revelation, his brow furrowed in thought. He realized that this single piece of evidence might not be enough to prove the conspiracy. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, stood alongside Alan's former knight, Vincent. A question lingered in Raven's mind, a silent query about the strength of this man he now observed from within Alan's perspective. A memory of their past encounter surfacing. He recalled that their fight had been evenly matched. A realization solidifying within him. There was no way that Knight Vincent was just an ordinary person. Raven, still processing the implications of his past battle, noted another detail from his memories. He remembered a specific tattoo on Vincent's shoulder, shaped like a tower. A significance of this detail slowly dawning on him. Vincent, upon hearing Raven's unspoken thoughts, reacted with surprise, as implications of Raven's deductions becoming clear. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the town, a nighttime scene unfolded. The moon shone brightly over the tranquil waters. A scene observed by a woman sitting on a balcony, lost in a book. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, sat astride a magnificent griffin, his blonde hair catching the moonlight. A small, gray-skinned creature clung to his back, its wide eyes filled with a mixture of fear and awe. A young woman, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern, watched the scene unfold from a nearby balcony. A question formed on her lips, barely a whisper against the night air. Are those griffins? Her astonishment was justified. A squadron of griffins, each carrying a rider, soared across the moonlit sky, their powerful wings beating a rhythmic tattoo against the night. The sheer scale of the spectacle was breathtaking. A scene that hinted at a power and mystery far beyond anything she could have imagined. To be continued. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, soared through the air atop a massive, chained griffin. His dark eyes scanned the forest below, his expression grim and determined. He muttered the name Tolio under his breath, a hint of urgency in his voice. Tolio, a man with braided dark hair and a weathered face, looked up, his expression one of surprise. He shouted, Tolio Arrangens. An older man with silver hair and glasses, dressed in a dark coat, ran through the forest, his face etched with worry. He exclaimed, What do you mean by this? You bastard. The griffin's powerful talons landed heavily on the ground, sending tremors through the forest floor. Tolio retorted, Did you expect me to keep my promise, especially when you? An irate voice accused, You were the ones who broke the agreement first. And continued, You made a mess out of my mansion. And you were not even able to kill the targets. A man with braided hair and a bandana, seemingly unfazed, responded, Apart from the snake, the cat got plenty of injuries from me. So, he declared, I will just have the witch doctor. That I brought from the south finished the rest of the deal. The older man's eyes widened in alarm. Witch, doctor. The bandana-wearing man confirmed, Yes. You wished to kidnap the mother of that white worm, didn't you? I've sent the orcs there as well. That weird witch doctor specializes in brainwashing and assassination. An older man with silver hair and a distinguished mustache, dressed in a dark purple suit, stood before a younger man with reddish-brown hair tied back, clad in a dark coat with red accents. The older man held a cane, his expression one of grave concern. He lamented that if a certain individual had been present, their current predicament would have been avoided. The younger man, his face contorted in anger and frustration, explained that their failure stemmed from a decision to send someone to a villa, a decision that ultimately led to their inability to eliminate their targets. The older man, his face reddening with fury, vehemently accused the younger man of causing their failure due to insatiable lust. The older man, visibly shaken and distressed, pleaded with the younger man to be quiet, addressing him as Dark King. He then rebuked the younger man for boasting about his abilities while failing to complete a simple task. The older man, his voice laced with contempt, finished his sentence, calling the younger man nothing more than a. Before he could finish his insult, the younger man swiftly attacked, striking the older man across the face. The older man recoiled, clutching his face in pain, as the younger man stood over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The younger man, his expression cold and calculating, stated that he also intended to harm the older man. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, lay injured on the ground, his body battered and bruised. He had been betrayed, his death orchestrated as part of a larger conspiracy. His thoughts raced, a desperate attempt to piece together the events that led to his demise. But even in death, a grim determination fueled him. He would use this opportunity to uncover the truth behind his assassination. His killer, a man with dark eyes and dreadlocks, stood over him, claiming the act as a reward. A dark, powerful staff clutched in his hand, a shadowy bird perched nearby. The hunter's gaze was cold, devoid of remorse. 7 years prior, Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, lay lifeless in a forest clearing. His death mirrored Raven's, a chilling coincidence. But Raven's consciousness had inexplicably transferred into Alan's body. He awoke in the past, his new life a chance to unravel the mystery surrounding his death. Above the town, several dark birds soared through the night sky. A sinister omen foreshadowing the challenges ahead. A powerful, ethereal energy pulsed from one of the birds, a sign of something extraordinary. A magnificent white bird, unlike any other. Its presence hinted at the legendary white dragon, the key to restoring the Pendragon family's lost power. And a fierce battle ensued between the white bird and a dark counterpart. The clash of power was palpable, a prelude to the epic struggle that lay ahead for Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He, along with a hulking Orcish warrior, faced a relentless assault from a group of monstrous creatures, one of which was a large bird-like beast. Their combined strength barely holding against the onslaught. The orc's axe clashed with Raven's blade, a whirlwind of steel and magic filling the air. But the sheer number of enemies began to overwhelm them. Raven, surprised by the ferocity of the attack, could only utter a shocked exclamation, "What the hell?" Despite being outnumbered, one of Raven's allies attempted to bolster their spirits. He pointed out their numerical advantage, hoping to inspire renewed courage. However, the orc quickly countered, his voice laced with grim determination, "But, they are too strong." The orc's words were punctuated by a resounding impact as the battle intensified. Suddenly, a third combatant entered the fray. A man with dark hair and a mustache, wielding a dagger, charged into the melee. With a swift, precise movement, he dispatched one of the attackers, his skill evident in the clean strike. The unexpected arrival of this new ally turned the tide of the battle. His decisive action was met with a surprised exclamation from the orc, "Wow, you got him." Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself overwhelmed by three soldiers wielding swords. Their attack was swift and brutal, but he managed to parry their blows. Their strength amplified by a shaman spell. The commander, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache, smirked, confident in his superior power. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stood within a glowing green circle, summoning a powerful creature. A magnificent, large white bird with piercing blue eyes, its wings shimmering with ethereal light. The cloaked figure, a shaman, chuckled, revealing a monstrous face. He stated that after the centaur incident, he had found a reason to train once more. His words hinted at a renewed purpose, a darker goal. A crystal ball showed a violent struggle, a glimpse into a past conflict. Two men, observing the crystal ball, reacted with shock. One of them exclaimed that the Lachuan orcs from the archipelago were returning. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous setting, where the men discussed the threat posed by the weakened Pendragon army. Two young men, one with dark hair and the other with blonde, sat attentively before a glowing orb, cradling a large centipede. The blonde man explained that the creature's unusual size was due to a strengthening spell, addressing a third, unseen individual as Sir Galota. A cloaked figure, his face partially obscured, held the same centipede. He mused that only one magician possessed the skill to utilize such a powerful spell. Naturally. The cloaked figure, now revealed to have bandages covering much of his face, confidently asserted that other magicians were not as strong as he was. The two young men from earlier reacted with alarm to the sinister aura emanating from the cloaked figure, recognizing it as the power of a witch doctor. They discussed the so-called power of the witch doctor, capable of slaying thousands of knights and mercenaries. The cloaked figure revealed that his immense power was merely a distraction. While others were occupied with pirates, the cloaked figure and his associates planned to kidnap the mother of the white worm. This was an order given by the Dark King. Two men, their faces etched with worry, stood before a cloaked figure. The night was dark, the forest around them dense and ominous. One of them, bolder than the other, cautiously inquired about the location. The cloaked figure, a sinister smile playing on their lips, revealed a crystal orb showing a distressed woman and a small child. The woman, her eyes wide with fear, clutched the child close, a small, demonic creature lurking nearby. In another room, a young girl, Tata, trembled with fear, her words barely audible above her whimpers. A bird-like creature, Kazal, scoffed at her fear, claiming to be unafraid. The woman tried to reassure herself and the child, stating that their soldiers were fighting outside. She chose to believe in their protection, a fragile hope in the face of overwhelming terror. The woman's face reflected her inner turmoil, a mixture of fear and desperate hope. A fiery explosion erupted from within a thick, imposing metal door, the intense heat warping the air around it, leaving behind only scorched remnants and the lingering smell of sulfur. Inside, a young woman with blonde, braided hair knelt, her back to the viewer, a picture of quiet distress. The scene shifted to reveal the woman, her face etched with worry, cradling a small child. Beside them, a strange, bird-like creature whimpered, its large eyes filled with fear. A small, gray-skinned humanoid clung to the creature's back, its expression equally terrified. Another powerful blast of fire and destruction rocked the room. The woman gasped, her eyes widening in terror as she whispered, "That thick metal door." A swirling vortex of fire materialized in the hallway, revealing a cloaked figure and four armed guards. The cloaked figure, bandaged and sinister, raised their hands, commanding the scene. From the vortex, a calm voice echoed, asking, "Are you faring well?" The cloaked figure, now closer, repeated their instructions, "Tie yourself up and come with us." The scene shifted to show the cloaked figure standing before the terrified woman and child, the bird-like creature still whimpering at their feet. Three maids stood frozen in fear, witnessing the unfolding events. A cloaked figure loomed over a young girl, her words dripping with menace. If she resisted, the girl was warned, she would be reduced to nothing more than a puddle on the floor, just like the door that had been destroyed earlier. The girl, Alan, trembled, clutching a small child. Fear gripped her as she whispered a desperate plea, she didn't want to become soup. Alan's mother, her face etched with worry and beads of sweat forming on her brow, watched the scene unfold with mounting terror. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Alan stood alone, a picture of vulnerability amidst the looming threat. Several figures in dark robes surrounded her, their intentions unclear. One of the figures spoke, their voice laced with suspicion. Were these orders coming from Governor Segunda? Alan's mother, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty, questioned the source of the orders. The cloaked figure, impatient with the questions, snapped at Alan's mother to stop talking or face the consequences. With a swift, brutal movement, the figure lunged forward, a blade flashing in the dim light. The blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing Alan's mother, who cried out in alarm. Lady Elena, the Duchess, was bound and gagged, a look of defiance hardening her features despite her predicament. A barely audible humph escaped her lips. A sudden, violent struggle ensued. Lady Elena was thrown to the ground, the impact jarring. Several figures, including maids and what appeared to be monstrous creatures, watched the scene unfold. A hand, marked with a distinctive centipede-like tattoo, reached up from the shadows. The hand belonged to Sir Galota, who commanded his subordinate to take Lady Elena away. The subordinate, visibly nervous, obeyed. Elena stirred slightly, groaning softly. Galota's subordinates celebrated their success, marveling at how easily they managed to kidnap the Duchess. One of them commented on the unusual effectiveness of witch doctors compared to regular healers. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, felt a surge of power, a familiar energy coursing through his veins. A raw, untamed force that he recognized from his days as a monster hunter. His eyes blazed with an otherworldly light. And he unleashed a wave of energy, striking down his attackers with surprising force. The raw power was exhilarating, yet terrifying. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure watched the scene unfold, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Their finger pointed accusingly at a terrified young woman, bound and gagged. The goblin beside her whimpered in fear. The cloaked figure's actions caused a monstrous avian creature to swoop down, its sharp talons extended. Its eyes burning with malevolent intent, ready to strike the helpless girl. But before it could attack, a powerful figure descended from the sky, wings of pure white unfurling behind them. The creature recoiled in fear. This newcomer, radiating an aura of immense power, was clearly no ordinary being. They prepared to intervene. Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, was bound and gagged, his eyes wide with terror as the word Solrake echoed in the air. A moment later, a figure in a dark cloak observed the scene, a question forming in their mind. The absence of blood from the recently slain victims was unsettling. The cloaked figure, their face partially obscured by bandages, muttered about an aura blade, a term that seemed to fill them with both dread and fascination. A flash of light illuminated a figure with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes, their forehead adorned with 3 glowing gems. This was no ordinary individual. The silver-haired figure unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue surge that crackled with raw power, leaving only a lingering trail of light and a sense of impending doom. The chapter ends with a to-be-continued message. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a dire situation. 7 years prior to his death, he awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family. Up until now, the weight of his past actions pressed heavily upon him. A chilling confession escaping his lips, he had killed countless humans. His victims included knights, nobles, and even royalty. Alan, bound and gagged, could only utter a single, desperate syllable, soul. But even in this moment of vulnerability, a deeper fear consumed him, he was afraid. Suddenly, a powerful magical presence filled the room. Raven, still in Alan's body, felt a surge of contempt. His rage erupting as he questioned the audacity of this piece of trash daring to stand before him. Leaving Raven/Alan and Alan's captor injured and on the ground. Possessed a power that hinted at the legendary white dragon. A cloaked figure, their face partially obscured by bandages, observed a woman with wings and non-human jewelry. They noted the unusual adornments on her head and the wings on her back. And her remarkable ability to conjure blades of light with her bare hands. The winged woman, her eyes sharp and intense, unleashed a brilliant, azure energy blade. A display of power that left the cloaked figure certain of the woman's identity. There was only one race capable of such feats. The image shifted to reveal a majestic white dragon, its scales shimmering, its presence commanding. This magnificent creature was the only race capable of such power. The cloaked figure, eyes wide with dawning realization, was struck by a wave of the same energy, a clear sign of the dragon's power. The winged woman and the cloaked figure clashed, their energy blades colliding in a furious display of power. A fierce battle of light and shadow, the outcome uncertain. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years prior to his death, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He sat alone in a horse-drawn carriage, the moon casting long shadows as he traveled through the night. The carriage approached its destination, a grand estate, the Pendragon family home. The journey's end was near. Alan, now inhabited by Raven, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A searing discomfort radiated from within. His brother, concerned, asked if he was all right. Alan reassured his family that he was recovering, attributing his quick recovery to the healing magic imbued in the Pendragon family crest. His siblings, relieved, surrounded him with concern. However, one brother, displaying a worried expression, remained unconvinced. He voiced his apprehension, questioning the nature of Alan's sudden ailment and rapid recovery. Another sibling explained that Alan had been injured by a magically imbued shield, a powerful artifact that had inflicted significant damage. A murmur rippled through the onlookers as they watched Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, recover from a brutal attack. Despite the ferocity of the assault, he had quickly risen to his feet, resuming the fight with grim determination. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, marveling at his resilience. It was clear to those present that Alan's remarkable recovery was not merely due to his physical strength. A subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible change in the light, hinted at something more profound. The power of the legendary white dragon coursed through his veins. 2 women watched Alan with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One, a young woman with blonde hair, gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The other, a woman with silver hair, wore a look of deep concern. The white dragon, huh? She sure is something, one of them muttered, her voice laced with a mix of wonder and unease. The silver-haired woman's gaze lingered on Alan, her expression unreadable. A silent question hung in the air, was this power truly a blessing, or a dangerous curse? Night fell. Under the silvery glow of the moon, a single question echoed in the silver-haired woman's mind, is that really true? A horse-drawn carriage, cloaked in shadows, moved silently through the night, carrying Alan away from the scene of the battle. Suddenly, several winged creatures, resembling griffins, appeared in the night sky, their ethereal forms glowing faintly in the moonlight. They soared gracefully above the town, their movements swift and silent. These majestic creatures seemed to be guardians, silently watching over the town from above. A man with brown hair and a mischievous grin appeared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He held a small, gleaming dagger, a wicked glint in his eyes. 2 large, white griffins, their wings spread wide, stood amidst a scene of devastation. A speech bubble above them declared, "We've completely demolished the Latian orc troops." The scene shifted to show a fallen enemy, their bodies scattered across the ground. A sword, still dripping with a faint green glow, was held aloft by a figure whose face was not visible. The victorious Pendragon army celebrated their hard-fought victory. Their faces, etched with exhaustion but brimming with elation, were clearly visible. A speech bubble above them read, "The Pendragon army is victorious." A figure, presumably the leader, stood proudly amidst the jubilant soldiers. A large, imposing figure with gray skin, a grotesque grin, and large, feathered wings emerged from the shadows. He carried a staff, and his appearance suggested a powerful, possibly sinister, presence. A griffin, its beak open in a loud cry, seemed to be reacting to the figure's presence. The sound Jaya. Jaya echoed from its open beak. 3 griffins soared through the night sky, their silhouettes stark against the full moon. One, larger than the others, led the flight. A figure with long, silver hair and large, elegant wings stood on a balcony overlooking the ocean, their back to the viewer. A large, clawed hand was visible in the distance, suggesting a dragon's presence. On a moonlit balcony, a woman in a flowing gown spoke to a griffin, her words a simple, heartfelt, thank you. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in elegant, light blue and gold attire, stood pensively in the grand hall. Her expression was one of quiet concern, her eyes downcast. She recalled Ray's instructions, a memory surfacing in her mind. He had told her to protect Alan. Meanwhile, Alan, a young man with silver hair and striking features, stood by the ocean, interacting gently with a large, majestic white bird with golden accents on its wings. He murmured, that's all. The woman's confusion deepened. She thought, I don't understand. She continued, her voice laced with uncertainty, what you are saying, but... A voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the air. You have no duty to protect the Pendragon household. Your obligation is only with the one you made the pact with. The woman, her gaze fixed on Alan and his magnificent winged companion, simply replied, I know. A subtle, almost imperceptible, smile played on her lips as she whispered, that much. Alan, his back to the viewer, stood on a balcony overlooking the ocean, his winged companion perched nearby. A sense of quiet determination hung in the air. The narration box stated a simple fact, when Gordon was still alive. Only then had he seen something extraordinary. The image showed a powerful, majestic being, a white dragon, its presence filling the panel. Before it stood a woman, her expression unreadable, yet her posture suggesting a deep connection to the creature. She spoke, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. She had only seen the white dragon in this form once before. The scene shifted. A young man with blonde hair stood before the woman, a wave of water energy swirling around her. The setting appeared to be a grand palace courtyard. The young man gazed at her with a mixture of awe and apprehension. As the woman, seemingly exhausted, fell back, her body gently landing on the ground. A final narration box revealed a crucial detail, the white dragon, in this form, was stronger and more beautiful than any human. Overcome with a pang of jealousy, a nameless woman observed a pair, their gazes locked on one another. Her face, etched with worry and distress, betrayed her inner turmoil. Her eyes, wide and glistening with unshed tears, reflected the depth of her emotional struggle. She recalled a specific moment. When she saw her husband, no, her son, with a certain someone. A wave of emotion washed over her as she remembered that moment. The memory of that gaze, painful and reminiscent of a distant past, lingered in her mind. Only now did she fully grasp the weight of that feeling. With a newfound understanding, a sense of resolve settled upon her features. Her expression softened. As she made a heartfelt plea. Tears streamed down her face as she bowed her head in silent supplication. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, lay unconscious. A single word escaped his lips, I. A woman, presumably his mother, looked down at him with a mixture of concern and uncertainty. She murmured, I understand that there is a possibility that my son is not quite himself. A man stood beside her, his expression grim. The woman continued, no, Aaron is perhaps a different person now. The woman's hands clenched, her knuckles white as she tore at her clothes. A fierce determination hardened her features as she declared, but, I am a mother. Even if my son is a different person. The woman's resolve deepened. She vehemently stated, no. Even if the one inside him is different. I'll still love him from the bottom of my heart. Meanwhile, a regal-looking woman with silver hair and a griffin-like companion watched from a balcony overlooking the ocean. She whispered, I am trying to love him. The woman's face was etched with a profound sadness, her gaze fixed on the griffin. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, looked up at the sky, a question mark forming above his head. He was in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A soft whisper escaped his lips, I, too. A woman, her face etched with worry, addressed Alan. She confessed, even if Ray is Ravenvault, or Aaron Pendragon. She continued, her voice barely a breath, I still see. Alan, now seemingly aware of his surroundings, stood by the ocean, gazing out at the moonlit water. He reached out a hand, as if beckoning something. A thought crossed his mind, Alex through him. His hand continued to reach towards the moon, a silent plea in the night. Alan, wings partially unfurled, spoke again, his voice filled with a newfound understanding. So, out of all the contractors I've had until now. He confessed, a hint of longing in his tone, Ray is perhaps the one I love the most. Raven, in Alan's body, stood on a balcony overlooking the sea with his dragon companion, Solrake. The night sky was a canvas of stars, reflecting in the calm waters below. Suddenly, three figures burst into the room, their faces contorted in fear, pursued by two more individuals. Alan's mother, visibly distressed, shielded herself from the chaos. Alan's sisters rushed to his side, their concern evident. One of them anxiously asked if he was all right. Alan, his face grim, revealed that he had been attacked, attributing the assault to a group he dismissively called little shits. He reassured his mother that he was unharmed, crediting Soldrake's intervention. Then, he inquired about her well-being. His mother, however, insisted she was perfectly fine, downplaying the incident. The scene shifted to Alan's sisters and a man, who seemed surprised by the mother's claim. The man expressed his gratitude for Alan's return. The final panel showed Alan's mother's hand, adorned with a ring, as she reassured everyone that all was well. A woman with long blonde hair embraced a younger man, her face etched with worry. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, my lovely child. The embrace continued, the younger man's face buried in the woman's shoulder. His own tears streamed down his cheeks, silent and heartbreaking. He pulled back slightly, his voice trembling as he asked, Huh? What happened, mother? The woman's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her features before she spoke again. The scene then shifted to the young man, now alone. His eyes, though still wet with tears, held a newfound resolve. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a dawning understanding. He stood on a balcony, gazing at the night sky. In the distance, a figure with silvery hair and wings watched him from below. A single word escaped his lips, Ha! The winged figure looked up, their expression unreadable. The scene then shifted to a grand hall. Inside, the young man stood before three women and another man, his posture suggesting a newfound authority. Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming family, bid farewell to someone named Aaron. His words, now, good night, Aaron, hung in the air, a simple yet slightly strained goodbye. Meanwhile, Alan's sisters, their faces alight with cheerful farewells, wished him a good night. Good night, brother, they chirped, their voices filled with sisterly affection. Alan, however, seemed preoccupied. A question mark floated above his head as he exchanged a brief glance with one of his sisters, a subtle hint of unease in his expression. Turning to his wife, Lindsay, Alan offered a tender ah. "Good night, my lovely wife, Lindsay." He embraced her warmly, a picture of domestic bliss, but a woman observing from a distance seemed to harbor a different sentiment. A nervous, almost fearful, "Gee, good night, Lord Aaron," escaped her lips. The woman, her face partially obscured, turned away, leaving only her back visible. Her posture spoke volumes of her apprehension. Meanwhile, Alan, addressing the woman, urged her to rest as well. "Hey Sirad, you too, go rest," he began, but was interrupted. Sirad, however, had something urgent to say. "Aaron," she called out, her voice sharp with urgency. She had important matters to discuss, and she wanted to do so immediately. "I have something important to discuss with you right now." Alan, his expression hardening, turned to face Sirad, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. A young woman with pale lavender hair, styled in a high ponytail, stood with her head turned away, her expression one of profound sadness. Tears welled in her eyes, tracing paths down her cheeks, and her shoulders slumped slightly under the weight of her grief. Two monstrous figures lay sprawled on the cold, tiled floor, their bodies marred by grievous wounds. Death had claimed them both. Their lifeless forms were a grim testament to a recent struggle, a struggle witnessed by two others. One of the onlookers, a hulking figure with a mohawk and piercing jewelry, turned away, his face obscured by shadow. The other, a blonde-haired man in dark clothing, stood with a woman with silver hair, facing a group of menacing orcs. He called out to them. His words were sharp and accusatory. "Aren't you jealous of them?" he asked, his tone laced with contempt. The orc responded, his voice a guttural growl, "Dying in battle is our objective, after all." Those two also knew that. The woman's face paled slightly. This was the greatest honor they could have received, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The orc, however, scoffed. "Why don't we send them off in style? To the great god of earth, the boring way," he exclaimed, gesturing to a large group of orcs behind him. The scene opens with two large, muscular orcs lying defeated on the ground, their bodies bruised and bloodied. A cloaked figure and another in flowing white robes stand over them, the white-robed figure wielding a staff. A hooded figure, his face obscured by shadow, holds a glowing green orb aloft. A single drop of viscous liquid falls from it. The green orb's energy pulses, and delicate green vines sprout from the ground, wrapping around the fallen orcs. The vines continue to grow, transforming into beautiful, glowing white flowers that completely cover the orcs' bodies. The scene shifts to a closer view, highlighting the serene expressions on the orcs' faces as they are enveloped by the flowers. A soft glow emanates from the flowers, and one orc's eyes flutter open. He speaks, his voice filled with wonder. He exclaims that they are companions. Another orc awakens, and he too speaks, declaring them brothers. The scene ends with a title card for Duke Pendragon. A chaotic scene unfolded before Raven's eyes, a spectral, turquoise energy pulsed around a group of orcs engaged in a frenzied ritualistic dance. Their movements were sharp, violent, and imbued with an otherworldly power. The energy subsided, leaving behind a field of shimmering, ethereal flowers. Alan Pendragon and a woman with short, blue hair stood observing the scene from a distance, their backs to the viewer. Alan turned to the woman, his expression unreadable. "It's really pretty," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "And?" A single word escaped her lips, a word heavy with unspoken grief, sad. The scene shifted to a pair of orcs locked in a tense standoff. One, larger and more muscular, stood defiantly, the other, cloaked and wielding a staff, seemed to radiate a chilling aura. Alan, observing the scene, reflected on the significance of the ritual. It's the highest grade of burial they could have gotten. Only those who fought alongside the dead are allowed to see the ceremony. The woman added, her voice laced with a mixture of awe and sorrow, originally, they would have never shown this to other races. Implying a profound shift in perspective. So this means they consider us as part of their family. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat across from a woman with short, light blue hair, her expression a mixture of sadness and concern. He listened as she spoke, a question hanging in the air, "Is that so?" Alan remained silent, his gaze cast downward. The weight of her words pressed upon him. He recalled her earlier statement, "You said you had something to talk about." The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting a soft glow on the scene. Alan decided on a course of action, "So let's move to a quiet place." They rose and walked together towards a secluded spot overlooking the ocean, the vast expanse of water mirroring the depth of their unspoken emotions. The woman began to speak again, her voice barely a whisper, "Perhaps." She continued, her words laced with regret, "At that time, if I hadn't brought up the divorce." A question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable, "Would I have become?" Her question finally took shape, a painful admission, "Your wife?" Alan sat in silence, his face etched with sorrow and contemplation. The weight of the past, and the possibility of an alternate future, bore down on him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family, sat on the steps of a grand estate, a profound sense of regret washing over him. He silently confessed to himself, "I regret doing that." Beside him sat a woman, her back to the viewer, dressed in a rich purple gown. She spoke, her voice laced with a hint of sadness, "After seeing how you became so different from your previous self." The woman continued, her face now visible, etched with sorrow. "So I thought that there was no way around it and gave up. However, the divorce was a family decision." Alan buried his face in his hands, his shoulders slumped in despair. The weight of his actions pressed heavily upon him. But the woman's expression shifted, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "But when we traveled to the mausoleum, and during the trip here, I kept watching you." Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted. Alan, now seemingly possessing enhanced strength and reflexes, clashed swords with a burly pirate, defending the woman beside him. The pirate's attack was relentless, but Alan's counterattacks were even more ferocious. He fought with a skill far beyond his previous self, a grim determination etched on his face. The woman watched in horror as Alan was struck down, collapsing to the ground, leaving her to witness his apparent death with tears streaming down her face. A woman with short, silvery blue hair, dressed in a dark blue gown, sat alone, tears welling in her eyes. Even now, the memory caused her pain. She reached out to comfort a blonde-haired man, who was kneeling on the ground, his face buried in his hands. He mumbled an apology. The man, Alan, shook his head, his expression one of quiet denial. He didn't feel that way, not anymore. The woman watched him, her own sorrow deepening. She finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. She understood. She understood his pain, the harshness of his past treatment. And how, as soon as he began to succeed, this woman had drawn closer. The woman, from her perspective, hadn't considered the implications of her actions. Alan and the woman sat together on a stone staircase, their backs to the viewer, a heavy silence hanging between them. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming family, sat alone, his blonde hair falling over his face as he dejectedly refuted a claim. He insisted it wasn't about that. A statement from a woman in an elegant blue gown, seated on the steps before him. He insisted he had never hated her, nor considered her despicable. Continuing to explain that in this life of his, there were no such things as real feelings. His eyes, filled with a cold, hard light, reflected his conviction. Just like pieces on a chessboard, he explained, moving as he was told. A dark-haired man, seated on a throne, observed a chessboard before him, his expression grim. He was merely a piece, following orders. And there was no place for feelings within him. A hand moved a white chess piece, emphasizing his point. Alan reiterated his cold indifference, stating he would have said the same to anyone else attempting to court him. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself in a situation far removed from the bloody battlefields he was accustomed to. He lay in a bed, his body weak and his mind clouded. A wave of disorientation washing over him as he struggled to recall the events that led to this state. Alan Pendragon, the young heir he was tasked with protecting, was the only clear image in his muddled thoughts. A single, whispered apology escaped his lips, "I'm sorry." A woman's voice, calm and soothing, cut through the fog in his mind. She instructed him to rest, her words carrying an undercurrent of concern. He obeyed, rising slowly and moving towards the balcony. A woman with silver hair, elegantly dressed, watched him go, a mixture of sadness and relief etched on her face. The woman's silent grief was palpable, tears streamed down her face as she watched Alan leave. Her sorrow was a silent testament to the weight of unspoken words and shared loss. Hidden amongst the bushes, a young girl with pigtails watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension. She was clearly witnessing something she didn't understand, her own silent tears mirroring the woman's grief. Alan, still reeling from the events, walked away from the balcony, his mind far from the present moment. He was haunted by the weight of his actions and the consequences he had yet to fully grasp. Princess Ingrid, hidden in the bushes, spoke his name, her voice barely a whisper. She revealed that she, too, carried a similar burden of guilt and unspoken sorrow. Alan continued his walk, leaving the estate behind. The weight of his past actions and the mystery of his current situation pressed heavily upon him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming family, stood alone, a troubled expression etched onto his face. His blonde hair, usually styled neatly, was slightly disheveled, reflecting his inner turmoil. A single thought echoed in his mind, however. He was embraced by a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, her face etched with worry and concern. The embrace was tender, yet tinged with a profound sadness. Alan felt a surge of comfort, but also a deep sense of loss. Alan's face was streaked with tears as he pulled away slightly from the embrace. He spoke, his voice heavy with unspoken emotions. "It doesn't mean that I can just keep things like this." His resolve was hardening. A newfound determination settled in his eyes. So now, he thought, a steely glint appearing in his gaze. He knew what he had to do. "I'll definitely have to go," he resolved, his gaze hardening further. To a place consumed by flames, his hometown, Raven's hometown, a scene of devastation and destruction. The image seared itself into his memory. Bound and helpless, a figure watched the inferno engulf his home. The scene was a stark reminder of the tragedy that had befallen him and Raven. Asterisk my hometown. Raven's hometown, asterisk, he thought, a wave of grief washing over him. A low hiss escaped his lips, a sound of both pain and determination. Under the pale moonlight, Alan stood resolute, his back to the camera, facing his destiny. His journey to uncover the truth and restore House Pendragon had begun. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood amidst the chaos, his back to the viewer. The remnants of a recent struggle littered the ground around him, hinting at a violent confrontation. The scene shifts to a coastal town, Luz, a picturesque village nestled beside the sea. The sun glints off the water, illuminating the quaint buildings and harbor. A sign reading Luz Chamber of Commerce is prominently displayed, establishing the location. The casual conversation of townsfolk begins to fill the air. News of a recent attack spreads quickly. Someone remarks that the Lachman orcs had caused havoc, storming the governor's ball. The narration continues, detailing the brutality of the Orcish attack. Many nobles attending the governor's ball were killed, and the governor himself suffered serious injuries. The scene shows a group of people gathered on a ship, discussing the events. The conversation shifts to the Pendragons, who were unexpectedly invited to the ball. The implication is that their presence somehow played a role in the attack. One man, seemingly agitated, calls out to another, accusing him of foolishness. The conversation reveals that the Pendragons, known for their dragon taming prowess, were somehow involved in the massacre of the Lachman orcs at the governor's ball. News spread that the Pendragon knights had successfully repelled an attack, turning the tables on their enemies. Alan Pendragon, now inhabiting the body of Ravenbolt, sat in a tavern, a look of disbelief etched on his face as he listened to the news. He heard someone exclaim incredulously, "Huh? Are you serious?" He pondered the implications of this unexpected victory, his brow furrowed in thought. His gaze falling upon a scale displaying a small amount of gold coins on each side. Alan carefully picked up a single gold coin, his expression one of deep contemplation. A flashback revealed the brutal efficiency of the Pendragon knights, who had single-handedly defeated a large number of Lachman orcs. The narration box stated that all those Lachman orcs were dealt with by just one Ancona orc. Alan added another coin to the scale, his mind racing to connect the dots. A final narration box revealed that the one who fought against him was the key to understanding the situation. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, was depicted in a dynamic pose, dual-wielding swords. His expression was grim, his white coat stained with grime, hinting at a recent battle. The narration box below identified him as the Valva's Knight. A hand delicately placed coins onto one side of a scale, the other side already laden with a substantial amount of currency. The scene suggested a transaction of significant value. The implication hung heavy in the air, a deal was being struck, and it was far from straightforward. A close-up on a man's face, his expression unreadable, followed. He nervously examined a small pile of coins in his palm, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His apprehension was palpable. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon taming family, stood beside him, his own face etched with worry. The two men were clearly involved in a clandestine exchange. The narration box revealed a new threat, Tolio Rengiz, the Dark King. A terrifying visage filled the panel, that of Tolio Rengiz, the Dark King. His appearance was monstrous, reinforcing the gravity of the threat. The narration box described him as a monster unmatched in the South. The Dark King's intense gaze locked onto Alan, the tension between them palpable. The scene was charged with unspoken menace. Alan's internal monologue revealed his fear, even he felt he couldn't win against this formidable opponent. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, nervously examined a small pile of gold coins. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he weighed the implications of his current situation. He carefully placed the coins onto a scale, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sudden commotion erupted nearby. Shouts of President Ron. President Ron pierced the air. The commotion drew Raven's attention to a group of men gathered at an outdoor cafe. One of them, annoyed, muttered, "Why are you being so noisy?" Another man excitedly explained, "An incredible business opportunity came. He's the talk of the town. Aaron Pendragon is here." Raven's eyes widened in surprise. The news of Aaron Pendragon's arrival sent a jolt through him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood in his opulent mansion, his gaze falling upon the lavish decor. Beside him, a dark-haired man, Ravenbolt, his expression unreadable, observed the scene with quiet contemplation. "How extravagant," Raven mused, his voice barely a whisper. Raven continued his silent assessment, his thoughts turning to the financial implications of such opulence. A small or medium-sized business, he reflected, could never afford such facilities. He suddenly shifted his gaze to Alan, a question forming in his mind. "You must be making a lot of money, aren't you?" he finally asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Alan, seemingly unfazed by the pointed question, remained composed. His eyes, however, held a glint of something unreadable. Raven watched him intently, his suspicion growing. Alan's response was brief and to the point, that Governor Segunda developed it a lot. The conversation shifted to the economy of Lug, a topic that seemed to pique Alan's interest. He added, "The economy of Lug, that is." Alan's subtle smile hinted at a deeper meaning behind his words. He mused, he must have had a fantastic subordinate. The scene concluded with Raven raising a glass in a silent toast, a thoughtful expression on his face. Cheers. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, and Ravenbolt, his stoic protector, stood in a lavish hall. Raven, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, observed Alan with a thoughtful expression as Alan delicately swirled a glass of wine. Raven watched as Alan extended his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. And Raven reciprocated the toast, their hands briefly meeting. Alan took a sip, his eyes widening slightly. A look of sudden distress crossing his face as he recoiled. Before Alan could react, Raven reacted instantly, launching a swift kick that sent Alan sprawling across the floor. The force of the blow evident in the way Alan's body impacted the ground. Raven moved to restrain Alan, his expression grim as he pinned Alan to the ground with a powerful hand. Alan struggled against Raven's grip, his eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and pain. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, launched a surprise attack against his opponent. He moved with the speed and precision honed from years of experience as a monster hunter. A flurry of blows aimed at vital points, each strike carrying the weight of his past battles, leaving his adversary reeling from the unexpected ferocity of the assault. Raven's eyes burned with a fierce determination, a stark contrast to Alan's usual demeanor. Alan's opponent, visibly shaken, muttered to himself, "I expected nothing less from the sly old fox." A hint of grudging respect laced his words. The narration box clarified, "Who fought evenly with Isla." This revealed a significant detail about Raven's opponent's past. Raven, still in Alan's body, smirked, his thoughts revealing a cunning strategy. "Aren't you the sly one? You pretended to be afraid of my aura flow." Alan's opponent acknowledged Raven's strength, stating, "Since you dealt with the Dark King, you certainly are strong." Raven's eyes narrowed, a warning in his gaze. He thought, however, "If you think it's going to be easy to kill me, you are mistaken." Raven's voice was sharp, filled with a chilling confidence as he declared, "Because in this world, the scene ends on a cliffhanger." Raven, even in death, clung to a desperate resolve. His final thoughts echoed the unfinished business that still bound him to this world. "I still have things I have to do." Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, sat with his back to the viewer, a pensive expression on his face. His posture suggested a weight of responsibility. His thoughts turned to the daunting task ahead. He was expected to use his influence to reduce the economic disparities within the empire and develop it. Suddenly, a figure appeared, his face etched with alarm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Alan. Alan, however, remained calm, his expression unwavering. He calmly stated, "You are mistaken. I'm not here to capture you, much less kill you." The mysterious figure looked down, his expression one of confusion and apprehension. Alan continued, "I want to buy you." A dramatic reveal, the man introduced himself as Ron Vincent, the master of the Tower of Dusk. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a surge of apprehension. His eyes widened, reflecting his inner turmoil. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a conversation with another young man. He initially overlooked something crucial, though the name Vincent was quite common. From Isla's report, Raven learned more about the man he was now observing. He possessed a distinctive tattoo on his shoulder. The tattoo depicted the Tower of Dusk, a mysterious structure about which little was known. However, two facts were certain. First, members of a particular organization bore this tower tattoo. Their talented members excelled in various fields, and the leader of each path was known as a master. Second, for the sake of the world, they preached the necessity of walking the path of justice. Ravenbolt, a veteran of 10 years in the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. He was Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon taming family, a fact that was both shocking and strangely familiar. A memory flickered, a story he'd heard in his past life, a story about the Pendragons and their connection to the legendary White Dragon. The memory continued, revealing a grim detail, his time in the Demon Corps. The image of a scarred face, his own, confirmed the unsettling truth of his reincarnation. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room, Alan's ambitious uncle, a man with a cruel smile, plotted his next move. His plan was audacious, to seize control of the Empire's coastal cities, starting by strengthening the foundation of Luz. He intended to use the Chamber of Commerce to gather the support of smaller merchants, then leverage that influence to pressure the larger merchants and nobles. His ultimate goal was to subtly undermine their power, preventing them from becoming too influential and disrupting his plans. Back in the forest, Raven, still adjusting to his new reality as Alan, reacted with disbelief to the revelation of his uncle's scheme. He was shocked. How could someone know about his uncle's secret plans? The uncle's confidence wavered slightly. He had never shared his plans with anyone before. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat amidst a towering collection of books. A troubled expression clouded his features as he contemplated a far-reaching scheme. He was planning to eliminate the Empire's economic disparities, a bold and potentially dangerous undertaking. The scene shifted, the sun setting, casting long shadows. The title card read, Grey Afterglow of the Sunset. A muscular figure, Ron Vincent, was shown from the side, his back to the viewer. A prominent tattoo of a fortress adorned his shoulder. The caption identified him, Ron Vincent. Alan's thoughts turned to Ron Vincent, a name that held significant weight from his past life. He recognized the man's importance. Ron Vincent's image filled the panel. Alan's internal monologue revealed a startling truth: he's one of the heroes. A conversation ensued between Alan and Ron. Alan expressed his confusion, questioning why someone of Ron's caliber would work under someone like Count Segunda. Ron's thoughts were revealed, working below someone like Count Segunda? Ron's face showed his internal struggle. He was clearly troubled by the question. Alan, observing Ron, concluded, that man is not incompetent. Alan Pendragon reflected on his past, recalling a time when he found an unlikely ally. He had been willing to work with him, regardless of social standing, skillfully using his abilities to develop Luz's economy. This collaboration led to widespread prosperity, the population flourished and amassed wealth. But this success proved to be his undoing. Driven by greed, his ally plotted to eliminate both Alan and Ian, the Imperial Prince. Ian, the Imperial Prince, was also a target of this conspiracy. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, pondered the implications of this revelation. He questioned the motives behind this betrayal. Ian responded with a cynical observation about the ongoing power struggle between the nobility and the imperial family. The noble families and the imperial family were locked in a constant battle for power and influence. In an opulent study, two figures stood amidst towering bookshelves and antique furnishings. One, impeccably dressed in a waistcoat and vest, poured a drink. The other, in a crisp white shirt, observed with a detached air. A speech bubble floated between them, containing the words, "No matter who wins or dies. It doesn't matter to me." The second man's face, etched with a quiet weariness, filled the panel. His expression was one of profound apathy. Because, in this world, the goal is to bring wealth and safety to everyone. That's all. The man in the waistcoat finished his thought, taking a sip from his drink. His expression remained unchanged. Besides, all nobles are more or less like Count Segunda. The man in the waistcoat continued, his tone suggesting a weary familiarity with the subject. A new character appeared, a strikingly handsome young man with long, blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. He possessed an air of confident charm. Even me, Aaron Pendragon? The scene shifted to show the two men seated at a table, the blonde-haired man now facing the other. The man in the waistcoat looked pensive, holding a glass of wine. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, sat alone, swirling the wine in his glass. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he contemplated his situation. Alan, heir to the Pendragon house, a family renowned for their dragon-taming abilities, was shown in a pensive mood. His blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and a hint of weariness clouded his usually bright eyes. Alan addressed Raven, his voice calm yet firm. He invited Raven to visit the Pendragon territory. He assured Raven that he would be treated as a guest, giving him the opportunity to make his own judgment on the situation. Raven, deep in thought, showed a troubled expression. The weight of his mission and the mystery surrounding his death pressed heavily upon him. He gestured openly, seemingly unconcerned by the threat. Alan's words hung in the air, a challenge laid bare. He offered Raven a stark choice, align with him or oppose him. Raven stared into his wineglass, his expression unreadable, as he weighed the implications of Alan's words. A man with dark hair, dressed in elegant attire, sat calmly, swirling a glass of amber liquid. He contemplated the proposition before him, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He had been offered a chance to expose Count Soldan's schemes in exchange for his alliance. Across from him stood a blond man, his arms crossed, a look of quiet assessment on his face. The dark-haired man continued, adding another layer to his offer. The blond man considered the additional information, a thoughtful expression settling on his features, before finally giving his response. He agreed to cooperate. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at a hidden agenda. The blond man's expression turned expectant, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. As they finalized their agreement, coins magically appeared and floated towards a scale on the nearby table, symbolizing the terms of their deal. The dark-haired man watched the coins with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The weight of the agreement settled upon him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, stood in his opulent home, a glass of wine in hand. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a subtle sadness lurking beneath the surface. A toast to a shared memory, a special beer he and his friend had once enjoyed together. The unspoken weight of the past hung heavy in the air. A visitor, a tall man with long blonde hair, departed, leaving Alan alone with his thoughts. The scene shifted to a close-up of a decorative scale. Alan's gaze fell upon it, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps remembering something lost. A single tear traced a path down Alan's cheek. His expression was one of profound sorrow, a deep well of grief hidden behind a stoic facade. A name whispered on his lips, Aaron Pendragon. The weight of his family's legacy pressed down on him. The scene transitioned to a panoramic view of a coastal city at sunset, ships sailing on the horizon. Alan gazed out at the scene, lost in thought. The scene opens on a picturesque coastal town at night, the moon casting a soft glow on the water. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable: are the wounds of the past truly healed? Inside a building overlooking the town, a concerned voice calls out a name. Eon. The question is answered almost immediately. Two young men, blonde and fair-skinned, stand on a balcony, sharing a drink. One explains that his quick recovery is due to a healing shield. One of them reflects on the recent events, calling it a hell of an adventure. His expression is one of weariness, but also a hint of something else. A grim determination. He speaks of someone named Ingrid, who will bear the consequences of their actions for the rest of her life. He vows to protect her, his voice filled with fierce resolve. The other man, seemingly unconcerned, questions his brother's sudden decision. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, sat with a serene expression. He assured his companion that he would handle the situation. Alan and Isla, along with another individual, stood on a ship's deck overlooking the ocean. They discussed their upcoming trip to Sisik Island, acknowledging the need to continue their investigation. A concern was raised about the safety of traveling with only 3 people, given the unknown plans of their enemies. Isla voiced her apprehension about the unknown plans of their enemies. Alan, however, confidently countered her concerns, reminding her of their combined strength and the events at Count Segunda's mansion. He emphasized that their combined strength was significant, particularly given the presence of Isla, whose power far surpassed expectations. Alan's expression turned serious as he contemplated Isla's immense power. Alan conceded that Isla's power was indeed formidable, given her dragon heritage. As they continued their journey, Alan mused on the nature of their enemy, describing them as a monster with a human disguise. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, reflected on a recent encounter. He mused that monster wasn't quite the right word to describe his opponent, leaving him pondering the true nature of the being he had faced. The scene shifted to a fierce battle. Alan, in his new body, wielded a sword with deadly precision against a formidable foe. He met the pirate's attack with a powerful counter. A blinding flash of steel slicing through the air. The pirate, clearly surprised by Alan's skill, recoiled from the blow, his expression twisting into a grimace, revealing a terrifying, monstrous grin. Even while fighting both Alan and Raven simultaneously, the pirate leader displayed exceptional skill and stamina, prompting Alan to conclude that he was no ordinary human. Alan, observing the pirate from the ship's deck, considered the possibility that the pirate leader was a half-orc, given his strength and fighting prowess. His assessment was further supported by the pirate's mastery of southern fighting techniques. Alan's thoughts trailed off as he considered the events following the encounter with the pirate leader. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information: there was a larger enemy behind the incident that had taken place. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming family, stood on a balcony overlooking the sea, conversing with Ravenbolt, his protector, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army. Their conversation was calm, yet a sense of underlying tension hung in the air. Alan, however, found comfort in Raven's presence, considering him a trusted comrade. A sudden realization washed over Alan, a look of dawning horror contorted his features. He realized that without Raven's intervention during their recent battle against a powerful monster, he would have surely perished. Alan's anxiety intensified, his face etched with worry as he grappled with this near-death experience. His fear was palpable, a silent scream trapped within his eyes. As he stammered out a question to Raven, his voice barely a whisper. Raven, concerned, asked if Alan had injured his head during the recent fight. He then informed Alan that they would be departing the following morning. 2 figures, one in a crisp white shirt and the other in a more ornate, loose-fitting garment, stood in hushed conversation. The details of their discussion remained unspoken, but the air crackled with unspoken tension. A younger man, his blonde hair catching the light, thoughtfully touched his ear, a subtle gesture betraying his inner turmoil. His expression was one of deep concern, his gaze distant and troubled. The conversation continued, the younger man's companion stating that they also needed to search for someone named Godfrey within the Imperial Castle. The name Godfrey hung heavy in the air, the blonde man's face hardening as he considered the implications. Meanwhile, a grizzled man with dark hair and a scarred face, his expression grim, muttered about a certain man. A letter detailing the man's ascension to the throne, a grand coronation scene depicted within its pages. The man's name was Ravenbolt. The blonde man, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and understanding, learned that this man, Ravenbolt, was destined to become emperor in the future. A warning followed, a stark reminder that their enemies were everywhere, urging caution and vigilance. The blonde man, now seemingly more resolute, offered a reassuring word to his companion, emphasizing the need for both of them to remain cautious. 7 years in the past, Ravenbolt awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. A panoramic view of the coastal town, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, stretched before him. A picturesque scene of quaint seaside houses and the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. This was Alan's home, a place he barely remembered. A short distance away, a group of women stood, their cheerful expressions contrasting sharply with the weight of Raven's memories. They waved, their greetings carrying a warmth that felt both familiar and alien. A grand carriage, ornate and imposing, awaited them. Its polished wood gleamed under the afternoon sun. A symbol of the Pendragon family's former glory. From within, a young woman with blonde hair, pulled back in a ponytail, peered out, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alan's sister, Ilara, waved enthusiastically from the carriage window, her smile radiating genuine affection. She seemed genuinely happy to see him. Beside her, 2 other women, presumably her companions, shared in her joy, their smiles mirroring Ilara's excitement. The scene was idyllic, a stark contrast to the grim reality Raven knew awaited him. Inside the house, a maid with silver hair and a thoughtful expression watched them depart. A hint of worry clouded her features. From a distant hilltop, a lone figure on horseback observed the scene from afar, their identity obscured by the setting sun. The mystery of Raven's death and his new life remained unsolved. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself in an unfamiliar position. 7 years prior to his death, he now inhabited the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A pensive expression settled on his face, his gaze distant and troubled as he contemplated his predicament. He stood beside a horse, his hand resting gently on its dark mane. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the scene, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. A sense of urgency, however, underlay the tranquility of the moment. He mounted the horse and rode off, the silhouette of his figure growing smaller against the vast landscape as he journeyed towards his uncertain future. The scene shifted to a majestic imperial castle, its imposing towers piercing the twilight sky. A lone ship sailed on the calm waters nearby, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the castle. Inside the castle, Alan, now inhabiting Raven's memories and experiences, sat on the edge of an ornate bed, his head in his hands. Despair washed over him as he grappled with the weight of his new reality. An older man with a distinguished mustache and monocle sat in a chair, his hands clasped to his temples. What do I do? He wondered, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of anxiety. His thoughts raced, recalling a recent event. Ian, his son, had left for the Imperial Castle that morning. A grim realization dawned on him, the assassination attempt on Duchess Helene had failed. And even worse, he hadn't managed to get his hands on Duchess Helene. A woman with blonde hair, styled in loose curls, smiled serenely. Her expression was one of quiet contentment, a subtle blush dusting her cheeks. A man with dark hair and sharp features sat calmly, swirling a glass of amber liquid. His gaze was distant, thoughtful, as he considered something. The man's internal monologue exploded with a raw, visceral question, what the hell happened? He slumped back, a harsh, pained exclamation escaping his lips, shit. An older man with silver hair sat slumped on a plush chair, his face etched with worry. He muttered to himself, anyway, I have to make Godfrey the crown prince as soon as. His thoughts continued, a grim assessment forming, if they came here searching for clues behind the assassination attempt of Prince Shaun. And if they go to Sisek to search for proof behind the incident. The old man's anxiety intensified as he considered the implications, the word that was promised to us. His face, partially visible, showed a mixture of fear and determination. A cryptic message echoed in Alan's mind, a premonition of change, the future is going to change. He knew he had to act quickly. A sense of urgency propelled him forward, he had to contact them. Under the twilight sky, a city silhouette emerged against the horizon, its spires piercing the deepening blue. The scene shifted to a rugged mountain range, the peaks shrouded in mist. Alan, now mounted on a dark steed, urged his horse onward, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoing through the desolate landscape. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his leg. A monstrous shadow loomed, its skeletal form emerging from the gloom. Two enormous, predatory birds swooped down, their sharp talons extended, ready to strike. A flock of monstrous avian creatures descended upon Alan, their dark wings blotting out the light. He braced himself for the inevitable attack. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, and Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming lineage, rode their horses at full speed across a desolate landscape, the wind whipping through their hair. A sense of urgency hung heavy in the air. Their pursuers, monstrous avian creatures, gaining on them rapidly. Raven's face was grim, he muttered a curse under his breath, his eyes darting nervously between the approaching threat and the road ahead. Alan, beside him, voiced his own apprehension, his words laced with regret. He knew they should not have ventured into this cursed land. The monstrous birds, their forms vaguely avian but undeniably monstrous, swooped down from the sky, their sharp talons extended. Their attack swift and brutal. A guttural screech echoed across the barren landscape as they closed in on their prey. Arrows flew, launched with deadly accuracy, striking the monstrous birds mid-flight. But the creatures were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. One of the birds lunged at Alan, its talons aimed for his throat. Alan, startled by the sudden attack, barely managed to evade the creature's grasp, the wind ruffling his cloak as he narrowly avoided death. He looked back, his eyes wide with shock. Only to see three figures emerge from the shadows, their silhouettes stark against the gloomy sky. They stood poised atop a rocky outcrop, observing the unfolding chaos below. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, was a young man of striking features, dark hair peeking from beneath his deep blue hooded cloak, piercing blue eyes, and a single feather earring dangling from his ear. A serious expression settled on his face, hinting at the weight of his family's legacy and the dangers that lay ahead. He held a powerful-looking crossbow, its metallic frame gleaming with an ethereal blue light, a clear indication of its enchanted nature. Readying himself for an imminent threat. Suddenly, a monstrous avian creature, a horned, crimson-eyed hawk, swooped down from the sky, its powerful wings creating a whirlwind of purple energy. Alan and his two companions, similarly cloaked figures, braced themselves for the attack, their backs to the viewer, ready to defend against the incoming threat. One of the figures, moving with surprising speed, fired a bolt of energy from a wrist-mounted device, aiming to intercept the hawk. The energy bolt collided with the hawk, but the creature proved surprisingly resilient, continuing its descent. Forcing Alan to react swiftly. With a blur of motion, Alan drew his sword, a flash of blue light accompanying the weapon's appearance, and launched himself into a desperate counterattack against the monstrous bird. A blur of motion, a flash of purple energy, and the sharp clang of steel against steel filled the air. Two young men, their faces etched with terror, watched in stunned silence as the battle unfolded before them. One, with short brown hair, clutched at the other's arm, his eyes wide with fear. From above, a figure descended, wings of shadow unfurling as they landed gracefully amidst a flurry of fallen feathers. A sword, gleaming ominously, was held aloft. The figure, cloaked in darkness, turned to face the two onlookers. His face was partially obscured by shadow, but his piercing gaze was unmistakable. Ravenbolt, or rather, Alan Pendragon as he now was, stood resolute. The weight of his past life, his 10 years as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army, settled heavily upon him. He gripped the hilt of his sword, a familiar comfort in this unfamiliar body. The sword, still stained with the blood of his enemies, seemed to hum with barely contained power. He had been reborn 7 years in the past, but his skills remained sharp. A faint glow emanated from his eyes, a subtle hint of the power he possessed. He was no longer just Ravenbolt, the hunter, he was Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers. Alan, his expression unreadable, surveyed the scene. His companions, clearly unnerved, whispered amongst themselves. Mercenaries, one of them hissed, his voice barely a breath. If we provoke them, he trailed off, fear evident in his eyes. Raven, a man with long black hair tied in a ponytail, stood with his back to two onlookers. His dark attire and imposing figure suggested a certain authority. The two men watched him with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, their expressions reflecting a silent question. Two men on horseback approached Raven, one of them questioning his intentions. They seemed to expect payment for some service rendered. Raven, seemingly unfazed, explained that he was merely testing his blade. He held a slightly damaged piece of paper in his hand, evidence of his recent test. The two men, relieved and grateful, expressed their thanks. One of them then asked Raven's name. Raven turned away, his long black hair flowing in the wind as he walked away. His departure left the two men in quiet contemplation. He then revealed his name to be Raven. Raven's statement was brief and to the point. From a distance, two figures, Elkin and Sol, called out to Raven, urging him to join them. Elkin and Sol, seemingly close companions, waited for Raven. Elkin, with dark hair, and Sol, with long, white hair, stood together, their expressions suggesting anticipation and perhaps a shared purpose. 7 years in the past, Raven Bolt awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. Dust swirled around him as he watched 3 figures on horseback disappear into the distance, leaving him alone in the desolate landscape. He stood, his dark cloak billowing slightly in the wind, a grim determination etched on his face. 2 figures, cloaked and mysterious, followed closely behind. The scene opens on a quaint, if somewhat gloomy, town. A large, imposing manor house dominates the landscape, its aged timber and stone hinting at a long and storied history. The manor house, with its steeply pitched roof and numerous windows, stands as a testament to a bygone era of prosperity and power. The camera shifts to a bustling tavern, Elma's Bar, its sign depicting a beer mug and bottle. Inside, a group of soldiers are enjoying drinks and boisterous conversation. Their armor and relaxed postures suggest they are off duty. At a table sits a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow. A young woman, the tavern server, approaches, inquiring about their order. She offers a range of services, from food and drink to more intimate companionship. The cloaked figure leans in, whispering a request to the server. The server readily agrees, and the cloaked figure produces a small fortune in gold coins. A young woman with purple hair approached a cloaked figure, her expression a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. She offered a platter of food, her words a tentative suggestion, 1 smoked pork and a herb-roasted chicken. The cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, responded curtly. He requested 2 beers in addition to the food already offered. And then, with a hint of something akin to longing in his tone, he added a final request, his specialty, rice. The scene shifted to a table laden with a feast, a roasted chicken, glistening with juices, sat proudly at the center, flanked by a pan of fried eggs and a mug of frothy ale. A wooden bowl brimming with rice, vegetables, and mushrooms was presented, the steam rising invitingly. The cloaked figure, now revealed to have dark hair and striking features, savored a spoonful of the rice. A look of quiet contemplation washed over his face as he tasted the dish. He mused aloud, reflecting on how much he missed this simple pleasure, a taste of home, since leaving the south. He explained that Sissek's geographical location, surrounded by mountains, made it unsuitable for grain cultivation. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, sat across from a woman in a blue robe. He was currently inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming family. The woman commented on his surprisingly extensive knowledge of Sissek. Alan, in Raven's mind, tasted the rice thoughtfully. A pensive expression settled on his face. He continued to eat, his expression unreadable, while the woman across from him devoured a piece of roasted meat with gusto. Raven, still in Alan's body, continued his meal, his eyes fixed on the woman's voracious eating habits. The sounds of her chomping echoed in the quiet room. The scene shifted to a bustling tavern. Raven, Alan, and the woman from before were seated at a table among other patrons, all enjoying their meals. A young woman with purple hair approached a man at the bar, playfully teasing him. The man responded with a flirtatious remark, while other patrons looked on. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Alan's thoughts turned to the past, a grim memory surfacing. He recalled the treacherous mountains, infested with mercenaries and demons. The place was known as the Cursed Land of Sissek, a name that evoked a decade of hardship and peril for Raven. The narrative opens with an introduction to Count Blesia, the Lord of Sissek, whose emblem features a rearing golden horse within a laurel wreath. He had paid a significant sum to acquire the right to rule this territory, purchasing the land from the previous lord. Consequently, the imperial troops stationed there retreated upon the sale, leaving the territory vulnerable. As Count Blesia had depleted his resources in the acquisition and could not afford adequate defenses. This lack of defense proved disastrous, pirates and demons quickly overwhelmed the land, leading to a complete collapse of security. Destitute, the Count was forced to rely on the local populace for defense. And with his meager remaining funds, he hired mercenaries. Among them was the Vault family. Ravenbolt, a veteran of 10 years in the Devil's Army, sat alone, nursing a drink. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the brutal life he'd led. The narration box stated his purpose, to train soldiers and ensure the safety of the land and its people. But, a sense of foreboding filled the air. The image showed a fiery scene, hinting at a catastrophe. A great fire raged, engulfing a grand building. Below, amidst the chaos and rain, a lone figure sat, seemingly unaffected by the destruction around him. This was Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen house. In the distance, 3 shadowy figures watched the scene unfold, their backs to the viewer, each seemingly carrying a large bird on their shoulders. The rain continued to fall. Alan, now bound and chained in a dark cell, lay prostrate on the cold, damp floor. Despair was etched onto his face. His body was bruised and bloodied, a testament to the violence he had endured. He looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and defiance. A man, tall and imposing, stood before his cell, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This was his captor. Back in the tavern, Raven grimaced, a sudden, sharp pain shooting through him. He clutched at his chest, a pained groan escaping his lips. He recoiled violently, his body convulsing as the pain intensified. 2 other men in the tavern watched in alarm as Raven collapsed, his mug flying from his grasp. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, stumbled backward, his chair tipping over with a loud crash. He landed hard on the tavern floor, the impact jarring his senses. A wave of dizziness washing over him as he struggled to regain his balance. He stared at a half-eaten bowl of rice, his appetite suddenly gone. A grimace twisted his lips. A low curse escaped him, barely audible. Shit, amateur, he muttered, his mind racing to piece together the events that led to this moment. He was interrupted by a sharp voice. You are pushing your luck, a woman's voice cut through the air. The words hanging heavy in the tense silence of the tavern. The woman, tall and imposing, stepped into view, her expression cold and unforgiving. 2 men stood behind her, their faces grim. The one pushing their luck here is you, she declared, her voice laced with a chilling certainty. Her gaze was sharp, piercing. Clinging and acting all familiar, she sneered, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She continued, her voice dripping with contempt. If you want to touch. She hissed, her hand tightening into a fist. You better pay up. Alan, still reeling from the sudden confrontation, instinctively reached for a hidden dagger. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, unleashed a surge of dark energy, his eyes glowing menacingly as he lunged forward. the raw power sending his opponent sprawling to the ground with a pained cough. Later, in a tavern, a group of soldiers, including a blonde man with a boisterous laugh, shared drinks and conversation. A man with brown hair and a cheerful expression patted a woman with red hair on the head, commenting on how rough their companion had been. The group then sat down for a hearty meal together, the man declaring it a treat for everyone. One of the figures at the table, cloaked in blue, offered a quiet apology. The brown-haired man, introducing himself as Jonathan Beerson, or Jody, continued the conversation. Alan, still observing, pointed out Gus, a man with slanted eyes, to his companions. A young woman with shoulder-length auburn hair and a concerned expression is shown. A thought bubble above her reveals her inner thoughts, and she is Scylla. Scylla's gaze shifts, her expression hardening slightly as she looks away. She asks, internally questioning the situation. The scene shifts to a tavern. Raven, a man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, sits across from another man with shorter brown hair. Raven, looking pensive, asks if something is truly necessary. The brown-haired man, seemingly unconcerned, explains that knowing names is beneficial, and he inquires if Raven and his companions are mercenaries. The brown-haired man emphasizes the importance of connections. Raven takes a drink from a large wooden mug. The brown-haired man reveals Raven's name. The brown-haired man comments on the suitability of Raven's name for a mercenary, then asks about his companions. Raven reveals the names of his companions, Elkin and Sol. Raven further clarifies that Elkin and Sol are siblings, and Sol is his wife. The panel shows Elkin and Sol, who appear to be eating. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, sat with two other mercenaries in a tavern. One of them commented on the rarity of mercenary families, to which Raven simply replied that he guessed so. Another mercenary inquired about the reason for their presence in the area. Raven explained that the Lord's mismanagement had led to an increase in monster activity. The mercenary continued, explaining that the Lord was also having issues with the local populace, resulting in a high demand for highly qualified mercenaries. As long as they are strong enough. One of the mercenaries, seemingly the leader, slammed his fist on the table, emphasizing the point. Raven and the other mercenary watched him, their expressions unreadable. A woman approached their table, commenting on Raven's appearance and expressing interest in him. She invited him to join their group. She insisted it would be beneficial for him as well. Alan Pendragon, his face etched with a mixture of annoyance and weariness, sat alone. He muttered to himself, his thoughts a clear indication of his frustration with the situation. The colored idiot had started acting up again, and Alan was becoming increasingly perturbed by the day. The scene shifted to a tavern, where Alan was seated at a table with two other individuals. One, a woman with fiery red hair, suggested they trade Alan for Gus. Another man, Elk, was eating. Alan, now speaking with a dark-haired man, noted that the two individuals from the tavern always behaved that way, urging his companion to ignore them. The dark-haired man then inquired about the Lord's plan to hire mercenaries. The dark-haired man pondered the question. Before revealing his concern, the Lord's actions were affecting the entire region. A new character, a man with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, appeared, his face splitting into a wide, unsettling smile. A dark, ominous circle filled the panel, with the single word "Is it?" written in a stark white font. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. 7 years in the past, he awoke with a chilling question echoing in his mind. A name whispered on the edge of his consciousness, RYV Tylan? Alan, now experiencing Raven's memories, felt a surge of confusion and fear. What was happening? A powerful, murderous aura washed over him, a chilling premonition of the danger that lurked nearby. His companion, Elkin, noticed his distress. And nervously confirmed their plans to meet with Tylan. Raven, in Alan's body, listened intently as Elkin explained that the meeting with Tylan was for a lucrative job. The pay was good, he emphasized. Raven, still processing the unsettling aura and the implications of the name RYV Tylan, questioned the nature of the job. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts while casually sipping his drink. Raven, having made up his mind, addressed Elkin and Sol, signaling a shift in the plan. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, shared a hearty meal with a companion. A steaming bowl of rice was being consumed enthusiastically by Raven, while his companion enjoyed a roasted chicken leg. Following their meal, Alan and his companion discussed their upcoming journey. They were headed to Tylan's estate. Their destination was Tylan's estate, and Alan was traveling with them. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat across from a man with dark hair and a concerned expression. They were discussing their plans to visit rough Tylan's estate. Alan continued, explaining that he would be accompanied by others on this trip. The scene shifted to reveal a group of individuals seated around a table laden with food and drink. Among them were Alan, a woman with reddish-brown hair, and several other companions. A look of surprise crossed their faces. Alan, seemingly pleased with the company, remarked that they had found some good companions for their journey. The focus shifted to a man with dark hair and a stern expression. He spoke a single word, Elkin? A woman with reddish-brown hair, her eyes wide with surprise, responded with a confused, "WH what?" The scene returned to the group at the table. The reddish-brown-haired woman addressed Elkin, implying that he understood the meaning behind the earlier question. Elkin confidently declared his ability to fight and perform other tasks, promising to teach them all. Raven, his face partially obscured by shadow, engaged Jody in conversation. He questioned Jody's earlier assertion about the importance of connections, prompting Jody to reply that it seemed their meeting was fated. Jody readily agreed, confirming Raven's statement. The scene shifted to a tavern, where Raven, Jody, and another individual were enjoying drinks. Raven appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Raven and the other two continued their drinks. Later, Raven found himself alone in a room, pondering Jody's earlier words. He questioned the meaning behind the term Pendragon. He wondered why he had to work with 3 other individuals. Raven stood in a room with Jody and another person, his expression serious and contemplative. Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, mused silently. He had traveled the length and breadth of the Empire, and now, he needed information. Alan, heir to the Pendragon house, and Sol, his companion, listened intently as Raven explained his plan. He proposed that they travel with a group, believing it would make their mission easier. Raven continued, outlining the advantages of traveling with others. It would provide better cover for their true objective. Sol, a striking figure with her unique features, was the focus of the conversation. Her distinctive appearance made her stand out. Sol and Alan exchanged a look, considering the implications of Raven's words. Raven, observing from the window, contemplated the necessity of their plan. The more attention they drew, the more difficult their mission would become. For the sake of their true objective, Raven knew they had to proceed cautiously. A determined expression settled on Raven's face as he resolved to proceed with his plan, despite the inherent risks. 7 years prior to his death, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He sat across from a fair-skinned elf with long, braided white hair, her expression one of quiet concern. The elf, whose name was Tylian, spoke of a human, her words laced with a hint of suspicion. Alan, still grappling with the shock of his reincarnation, felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was beginning to remember fragments of his past life as Raven. He sat silently, his gaze fixed on the floor, as Ruff continued to observe him with a keen eye. Wondering aloud if he was the one responsible for framing Raven and destroying Housevault. Ruff's suspicion grew, her question hanging heavy in the air. Alan, now fully aware of his situation, realized that Ruff had somehow seen his memories as Raven. The weight of his past life crashed down on him as he whispered the name Tylian, his voice barely a breath, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and confusion. Alan Pendragon awoke with a start, disoriented and confused. A single word escaped his lips, a mere breath of bewilderment. Huh? He sat up, his mind racing. The question hung heavy in the air, a disbelieving whisper in his own thoughts, I'm going to become a knight in the Brescia family? A warm smile spread across the face of a man who appeared to be his father, confirming his bewildering thoughts with a simple, yet impactful, yes. The father continued, explaining the reason behind this unexpected turn of events, along with my son Jeff, it's because your swordsmanship shone brightly, a talent worthy of such an honor. His father beamed, holding up a letter as further proof. Alan's father explained his intentions, his words soft yet firm, since I am recommending you. I want you to deliver this letter to the guests staying in this county. A letter sealed with red wax was presented to Alan. Alan, with a determined glint in his eyes, accepted the task. He would complete this mission. Having successfully completed his task, Alan proudly declared to his father, I did it, father. His brother, standing nearby, called out to him. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, sat in his study, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused over Lord Tylan's recent offer, a proposition that held the key to his aspirations, knighthood. He explained his situation to two companions, his voice filled with quiet determination. One listened intently, while the other seemed less interested, preoccupied with a book. Only one final task stood between Alan and his knighthood. His friend, Raven, offered a cheerful, if somewhat sarcastic, response. Raven, however, harbored a deeper understanding of the situation. He knew that Lord Tylan's recommendation carried significant weight, ensuring the legitimacy of Alan's claim. But a shadow of foreboding hung over this seemingly positive development. The following day brought a sudden and drastic change. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the eruption of chaos and accusations of treachery. A knight, his face contorted in a furious snarl, led a group of soldiers, their swords drawn, into the fray. The cry of traitors echoed through the halls. Alan and Raven, along with another woman, found themselves cornered, their faces etched with shock and fear. The knight's command to capture them rang out. The tense standoff escalated into a desperate struggle for survival as the knight lunged forward, his sword flashing. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, awoke in a cold sweat. His eyes darted around wildly, a look of sheer terror etched on his face. Beads of perspiration clung to his skin as he struggled to catch his breath. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of his memory. It had to be a mistake, they had been framed. A woman with silver hair and pointed ears, possibly an elf, explained to Alan, based on information from someone named Ian, that a letter intended for Prince Shaun had been intercepted. The letter was addressed to Prince Shaun, who was secretly visiting Sisek. Upon opening the letter, Prince Shaun was attacked by poison laced within the ink itself. The letter then vaporized on its own, leaving behind only a wisp of purple smoke. The elf deduced that some form of magic had been embedded within the letter itself. And because of this, Alan and Raven were the prime suspects in the incident. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, lay chained and broken on the cold stone floor. His body bore the marks of brutal torture. The result of a cruel interrogation. Blood crusted his lips, and a shudder ran through his battered frame. A tall figure loomed over him, silhouetted against the dim light of the cell. It was Alan Pendragon's father, his face etched with grim determination. He approached the bars, his gaze fixed on his son's suffering form. Greyvault has confessed, he stated, his voice low and heavy with sorrow. The father continued, revealing a shocking truth. Greyvault, a seemingly insignificant figure, had been hired with 5 gold bars to orchestrate an assassination attempt, replacing a seemingly innocuous letter with a deadly device. The plan was intricate and cruel. A plot designed to ensure the eldest son's safe inheritance of the family legacy. Raven's eyes flickered open, confusion clouding his gaze. His father's words hung in the air, a chilling revelation. In order to allow his eldest son to safely inherit the family, he explained, he made his good-for-nothing second son do it. The father lamented, what a shame. Even though he was respected as a proud knight. A man with shoulder-length brown hair smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. He mused, and a good friend. Alan Pendragon, his face marred by cuts and bruises, glared with furious defiance. Don't mess with me. My father would never say such things. His tormentor continued, you were the one to. The scene shifted to a prison cell. The man from before, his smirk still in place, spoke again. Between the words of the best vassal of Count Brescia and the words from the second son of some inferior family. Which is more likely to be heard? Even a brat can understand this. Alan, seething with rage, muttered, bastard. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and betrayal. It's been arranged for you to be freed from here and sent to the demon core. The scene opens on a dark cell, where a young man with dark hair sits, his face bruised and bloodied. A voice, unseen, offers a proposition. If he survives 10 years in this hellish place, he will be pardoned for his crimes. A taller man, dressed in a military-style uniform, observes the young man from outside the cell. He muses that it's heartwarming to see such a brat, merely following orders, receive such a sentence. The young man's eyes widen in confusion and disbelief. A question mark floats above his head. The uniformed man smiles, advising the young man to be grateful for the testimony he received. He then utters the name Raven Vault. Raven's eyes flash with rage. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he experiences a surge of intense emotion. He lets out a furious roar, "Motherfucker!" He strains against the bars of his cell, his face contorted in a snarl. Raven vows revenge, declaring that he will kill the man before him and that he will survive the 10 years. Raven Vault, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, awoke with a start. 7 years had passed since his death, yet he found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming lineage. His face was marred by deep wounds, a testament to his violent end. A chilling premonition of his impending doom flashed before his eyes. A shadowy figure, cloaked and menacing, loomed over him, promising to tear him apart. The image dissolved into a blur of motion as the figure advanced, leaving Raven in a state of terrified anticipation. Later, Alan, now inhabited by Raven's consciousness, sat across from a woman with silver hair and pointed ears. He revealed a devastating truth: his father had lied, sacrificing his own life to save Alan's. A confession that left him racked with grief and guilt. His head was in his hands, his shoulders slumped in despair. Alan continued, explaining that his father's actions were a desperate attempt to save his life, a consequence of a letter swap that framed the Vault household as traitors. The weight of this revelation crushing him further. His hands covered his face, his body shaking with silent sobs. The silver-haired woman listened with a somber expression, her gaze filled with empathy and understanding. Alan, still consumed by the revelation of his father's sacrifice and the betrayal that led to it, learned that the Vault household had been falsely accused of treason. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, recounted the events leading to his death 7 years prior. He had been betrayed, and everyone besides him was executed by hanging. But this time, he vowed, things would be different. A plan formed in his mind. They would disguise themselves. Get close to Rough Thailand. Find an opportunity to restrain him. And force a confession of his crimes. He was clearly concerned about the unfolding events. As for those who orchestrated the conspiracy, Raven vowed to find and bring them to justice. A surge of blue energy surrounded him as he made this solemn promise. A dark, swirling blue abstract image filled the page, a splash of color against the stark white background. Centered within the blue, almost hidden in the texture, were the words, "And I will definitely kill them all." The face of a young man, Raven Vault, filled the panel. His expression was one of furious determination, his eyes blazing with a cold fire. A jagged scar ran across his cheek, adding to the intensity of his glare. His teeth were bared in a snarl, and the background was a chaotic swirl of blue energy. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, questioned his current path. He wondered aloud if he should continue his journey with his companions. His uncertainty lingered as he gazed upon the quaint town before him. Seated at a table in a bustling tavern, Alan snapped at a woman, impatiently urging her to leave him alone and go on ahead. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure observed the scene from afar, noting that the woman seemed unable to hear or interact with Alan. Alan, still suspicious, questioned the woman's true identity, wondering if she was truly just a mercenary. His doubts were further fueled by the comments of his companions, who claimed she was the strongest among them. Alan scoffed at the notion, unable to believe such a claim. The scene shifted back to the tavern, where Alan's companions continued to discuss the mysterious woman, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, sat alone, lost in thought. He pondered the strange events that had transpired, a faint unease settling over him. A chilling memory of a murderous aura, a palpable sense of impending doom that had marked his recent past. This unsettling feeling solidified his suspicion: the individuals responsible for the recent events were not mere nobodies, they were powerful players in a larger game. Raven Vault, his loyal protector, reassured him, urging him to dismiss his concerns. But Alan's intuition, honed over years of facing danger, screamed otherwise. He knew, with unshakable certainty, that his instincts were correct. With a confident grin, Alan called out to his companion, Jody, signaling their departure. The group, now including Jody and a mysterious figure, set their sights on Rough Thailand's estate, their purpose clear. As they journeyed, Alan inquired about the travel time to their destination, his mind already strategizing their next move. After leaving Elma, Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, and his companions traveled for approximately half a day. Approaching the castle, Alan noticed a commotion at the gates. A carriage arrived, and a haughty voice commanded the assembled peasants to bow down. The carriage contained a young woman, described as the beauty of Sisek. Alan recognized her as Sophia Brescia. Sophia Brescia, renowned not only for her beauty in Sisek but throughout the entire empire, sat elegantly in her carriage, fanning herself. Her beauty captivating all who saw her, but her thoughts were far from admiration. She harbored a secret ambition. Sophia's ambition, to win the heart of the imperial prince and become the queen herself. She vowed to leave Sisek and achieve her goal, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she let out an evil laugh. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood with his entourage, observing a scene of abject subservience. A grand carriage, escorted by mounted guards, approached, its occupants unseen but clearly of high importance. The commoners before them prostrated themselves, their faces hidden in the dust. Among Alan's companions, a woman with fiery red hair voiced her thoughts. She dismissed rumors about the count's daughter, claiming to be far more attractive. Alan, however, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Alan's companion dismissed the idea of confronting the count's daughter, suggesting they avoid any potential trouble. He urged Raven to leave immediately. As they prepared to depart, a cloaked figure emerged, causing Alan and his companions to react with surprise and apprehension. The newcomer's identity remained unknown. One of Alan's companions called out to Raven, their voices laced with alarm. Raven's eyes, a striking blue, widened, reflecting a dawning realization. The flag of Brescia was shown, a symbol that held a dark significance for Raven. It was revealed that the people behind the conspiracy were the ones who had killed him and Alan in the future. Raven Vault, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate situation. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming family, he was surrounded by a group of assailants, a sword held aloft, ready to strike. The blade flashing dangerously close to Alan's face as he braced himself for the inevitable. A single, furious thought consumed him: who was responsible for this ambush? Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within Alan's body. Blue flames engulfed his hands as he recognized the source of this unexpected strength. It was Raven's power, manifesting in his new form. Beside him stood a woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, watching as the flames intensified. A silent understanding passing between them as they clasped hands, a shared determination solidifying in their bond. Alan, now empowered by Raven's essence, felt a surge of resolve. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he prepared to confront his attackers. He acknowledged the woman's concern, but his focus remained unwavering. I know, he thought, his voice a low growl, but there's no time for this today. With a newfound strength coursing through him, Alan prepared to face the threat. He and the woman moved towards a waiting carriage, their mission clear. Inside the carriage, a young woman sat, her face etched with worry. She watched as Alan and the mysterious woman approached. Her anxious gaze fixed on Alan. You, over there, she exclaimed, her voice sharp with urgency. A haughty woman with blonde hair, dressed in what appears to be a maid's uniform, scornfully addressed those around her. She demanded they kneel immediately, referring to them as garbage mercenaries. Two men, one with dark hair and the other with reddish-brown hair, watched the scene unfold with expressions of concern. The dark-haired man uttered a hesitant, "Hey." The dark-haired man and his companion, still observing the scene, exchanged a look. He lamented that they had not arrived quickly enough. He then addressed the red-haired woman, Lady Sophia, warning her against reckless actions. The blonde woman, still furious, confronted the dark-haired man, whom she identified as the knight captain. She angrily questioned his audacity in interrupting her. The blonde woman, addressing the knight captain, issued a sharp order to capture the two men and force them to kneel. With a swift movement, the blonde woman lunged forward, her attack aimed at the two men. She demanded immediate compliance. The two men, caught off guard, were thrown to the ground by the force of the attack. One of the men attempted to regain his footing, but the other was quickly subdued, his face striking the hard floor. The other man, now on his feet, watched in alarm. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. He grappled with an unseen assailant, their boots clashing on the dusty ground. A swift kick sending his opponent sprawling. The force of the blow was evident in the blur of motion and scattered dust. He found himself surrounded, multiple figures closing in with wicked blades. Raven braced himself, his expression grim, unleashing a burst of energy that sent his attackers flying. The sheer power of the attack was depicted in a vibrant purple energy surge. The onlookers watched in shock and disbelief as Alan, or rather Raven in Alan's body, effortlessly dispatched his attackers. Their faces registered a mixture of fear and astonishment. Dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the fight. Several figures lay defeated on the ground, while Raven stood over them, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp and alert. Alan, still unconscious, lay near a damaged carriage. The scene suggested a coordinated ambush. A dark-haired man, seemingly a protector, knelt beside Alan, his face etched with worry. He spoke a warning to any potential further attackers. A fierce declaration of protection: if you dare to lay your hands on him, you'll have to get past me first. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, felt a familiar anger simmer within him. 7 years had passed since his death, yet the memories of his final mission remained painfully vivid. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight grounding him in the present. A sharp pain shot through his hand as he recalled the fatal blow that ended his life as Ravenbolt. A young woman, Elkin, the Count's daughter, stumbled into the room, her words laced with terror. She revealed her identity, her voice trembling. Raven, however, remained unmoved by her noble lineage. He coldly dismissed her pleas. Elkin gasped, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Tears streamed down her face as the weight of her situation crashed down upon her. Another figure, a man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, appeared, his voice filled with concern as he urged Elkin to stop. Raven, however, was already moving, his sword drawn in a swift, deadly arc. A whirlwind of blue energy erupted from the ground, the force of it sending debris flying. And in the midst of the chaos, two figures clashed. One, a knight in shining blue armor, wielded a sword with practiced ease. His opponent, cloaked in dark purple, met his attack with equal skill. The carriage they were fighting near lay overturned, its occupants scattered. The knight's blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake, leaving his opponent reeling from the impact. A young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes watched the scene unfold with a mixture of concern and apprehension. Beside him stood an older man, his face etched with worry. The knight, Valva's cavalier, lowered his sword, his expression one of weary resignation. I ask you for forgiveness, he said, his voice heavy with regret. The young man, Alan, observed the scene with a troubled expression. He was clearly conflicted by the knight's plea. A young woman nearby gasped, "The Valvas." The young woman's face was a mask of shock and confusion. Alan, however, remained stoic. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, explained, "They are from the far south, and are knights from a land of chaos called Valvas." Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood before a knight, his expression unreadable. The knight, clad in shining armor, explained that his men were fiercely loyal, willing to kill anyone who threatened their master. He continued, emphasizing their unwavering loyalty, regardless of the victim's social standing. Their loyalty extended even to royalty. A young woman, her face smudged with dirt and tears, listened intently. The knight warned her not to be too confident in her lineage, reminding her that she still had much to learn about the world. However, he acknowledged her exceptional skills and asked for her name. Alan, however, remained silent, his gaze distant and unreadable. He had no intention of revealing his identity. He firmly refused to share his name. The knight and the young woman exchanged worried glances, their concern palpable. The knight, however, decided to report the incident. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon taming house Pendragon, rode in a carriage, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Two figures, Ravenbolt and another, stood silently behind him, their expressions unreadable. Alan muttered a barely audible prayer to his father. The carriage approached the Brescia household, where a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Alan's thoughts drifted to Knight Commander Fillmore, a figure he remembered from his childhood as a fierce warrior he admired. Suddenly, a swift attack erupted. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, a fierce warrior, Isla, launched a surprise assault on the carriage. Alan, however, was prepared. He recognized the attacker and reacted instantly. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, moved with surprising speed and skill, deflecting Isla's blows. His actions were a testament to his years of experience as a monster hunter. He managed to stop Isla's attack. Despite his success, a wave of shame washed over Alan. He reflected on the indignity of serving under Count Brescia. The carriage continued its journey, leaving behind the scene of the near miss. Later, a group of knights, including Raven, confronted a surprised individual. The individual exclaimed in astonishment at the presence of a knight from Valvas. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, stood surrounded by two jovial individuals. A woman with vibrant red hair and a man with a warm smile, both seemed eager to engage with him. Alan, however, appeared less than thrilled. His expression was one of mild annoyance as he listened to the woman's request to teach her the throwing technique he had just demonstrated. The woman, undeterred, continued to press him, playfully emphasizing the care he had taken with his throw. A third person, a stern-looking man, observed the scene from a distance. The stern-looking man, a knight from Valvas, observed Alan with suspicion. He mused that Alan, being weaker than himself, would never follow someone weaker. This realization led him to a startling conclusion. The knight's gaze shifted to a mysterious man with dark hair, his expression hardening. He recognized this man as someone far stronger than Alan. Jody, the red-haired woman, smiled knowingly at the knight. She commented on his sharp intuition. The knight, slightly embarrassed, mumbled a response as the mysterious man and Alan walked away, their destination now clear. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, walked hand in hand with a young woman, their entourage of guards flanking them. A determined set to his jaw, Raven subtly assessed his surroundings, his mind already strategizing. As they approached their destination, Roof Tylan's estate, a grand manor that loomed before them, hinting at the secrets it held within. 7 years prior to his death, Ravenbolt awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. A storm brewed overhead, mirroring the turmoil within him. The imposing Pendragon manor loomed before him, a symbol of both legacy and the mystery surrounding his untimely end. Inside, Alan, now inhabited by Raven's consciousness, sat before a powerful figure. A single word escaped his lips, I see. The figure, a man of considerable authority, leaned forward, his expression unreadable. He inquired, so you want to work as mercenaries for me? Raven, in Alan's body, observed his team, a diverse group of skilled mercenaries, each with their own unique abilities and personalities. Their shadows fell upon the opulent floor as they stood before their employer, a silent testament to their readiness. One of the mercenaries, a man with a determined gaze, spoke, yes, however, we are skilled in the art of battle. Another mercenary, a woman with fiery red hair, added, that's all there will be to it, as long as we get money when we defeat our enemies. We are not going to be your pet dogs, though. A high-ranking official, seated upon an ornate throne, addressed a group of individuals. He observed that they possessed considerable skill, judging by their demeanor. His assessment extended to the three individuals standing before him, noting their capabilities. Among them, one young man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail appeared pensive, a slight frown furrowing his brow. The official declared his intention to test them. The test, he explained, would involve hunting monsters on the outskirts of his territory, specifically at the village of Manza. The young man's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the name Manza. The name Manza echoed in his mind, a wave of unease washing over him. He considered the implications, a sense of foreboding settling upon him. Alan Pendragon awoke with a gasp, his vision blurry and his mind racing. He felt a disorientation that went beyond the simple discombobulation of waking from a deep sleep. A primal fear gripping his heart as he struggled to focus. The image of his hometown, ravaged and destroyed, flashed before his eyes. A guttural cry escaped his lips, that is, my hometown. The memory hit him with the force of a physical blow. It was more than just a vision, it was a visceral recollection of devastation. He recognized the landscape, the familiar fields. A village his family, the Balts, had once overseen. The scene was a stark contrast to the vibrant life he remembered. Now, only desolation remained. Suddenly, Alan found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. Monstrous creatures, a fearsome wolf, a serpentine wyvern, and a monstrous eagle, surrounded him, their eyes burning with predatory intent. Their snarls and roars echoing through the ravaged landscape. The sheer ferocity of the beasts was terrifying. But Alan, despite his initial shock, reacted instinctively. Years of experience as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army kicked in. He moved with lethal precision. His movements a blur as he engaged the creatures in brutal combat. A fierce battle ensued. Alan Pendragon, heir to a long line of dragon masters, found himself in a desperate struggle against a monstrous griffin. Its razor-sharp talons tore through the air, but Alan, despite his youthful appearance, met the attack with surprising skill and determination. His movements fluid and precise as he deflected the creature's blows with a shimmering, almost ethereal blade. The air crackled with energy as he fought with the grace of a seasoned warrior. Meanwhile, two stable hands watched from a distance, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension as they witnessed the incredible display of skill. One of them gasped, whoa. The fight continued, the young man's blade a blur of motion as he danced around the griffin's attacks. A closer look revealed the weapon's intricate details, a magnificent, golden hilt adorned with intricate carvings and a jewel-encrusted pommel. A testament to the Pendragon family's legacy. With a powerful thrust, Alan drove his blade into the heart of the beast. The griffin roared in agony, its powerful body collapsing to the ground. Alan stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a fierce determination. But the battle was far from over. Another monstrous creature, a hulking beast with razor-sharp claws and glowing red eyes, emerged from the shadows. And Alan, despite his exhaustion, prepared to face his next challenge. He lunged forward, his blade a silver streak against the darkening sky. His movements a whirlwind of controlled fury as he met the beast head-on. With a final, decisive strike, he pierced the creature's skull, ending its reign of terror. Two young men, clad in dark blue uniforms with gold accents, rode horseback, their faces etched with alarm. A shared gasp escaped their lips as they witnessed something terrifying. Alan Pendragon, his dark hair tousled, stood defiantly before a monstrous, shadowy bear, its eyes glowing menacingly red. He held a long, ornate sword, his expression a mixture of grim determination and apprehension. The beast's terrifying maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a clear sign of imminent attack. Alan braced himself, his head tilted back slightly as he prepared for the onslaught. The monstrous bear lunged, its claws extended, but Alan reacted swiftly, his sword flashing in a blur of motion as he met the attack head-on. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. Alan stood, victorious, the bear's form dissolving into shadows as he stood triumphant. But another, larger, shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the forest, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Alan, now in a dark, sleek outfit, moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the creature's attack with practiced ease. His movements a whirlwind of precise strikes, culminating in a powerful blow that sent the creature reeling. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, crouched low, his dark cloak billowing behind him. He gripped his sword, its jewel-encrusted hilt gleaming faintly in the dim light, preparing for the attack. As two soldiers, Alan Pendragon's guards, watched in horror from horseback, their faces etched with fear as the monstrous beast lunged. A blinding flash of light erupted from Raven's blade. A surge of energy coursing through the weapon as it connected with the creature. The impact shattered the monster's form, leaving behind only scattered remains. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, stood amidst the carnage, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene. He was surrounded by the lifeless bodies of monstrous beasts, their forms scattered across the ground. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor resolute. He was clearly a man accustomed to danger. A close-up on Alan's face revealed a subtle scar near his temple, a mark of past battles. The two guards, still shaken, watched from a distance as Alan approached the fallen beasts, his movements deliberate and controlled. The idyllic countryside scene unfolded. Farmers toiled in the rice paddies, their movements rhythmic and deliberate, while in the distance, a group of individuals sat around a table at a quaint tavern, their conversation animated and lively. A woman with vibrant red hair and a mischievous grin, holding a wooden barrel, addressed her companions. She excitedly asked if they had seen the faces of the soldiers they were facing. They were so astonished by their strength that they were left speechless. The group, composed of several individuals, sat around a table in a tavern, mugs of ale before them. One of them commented that 3 of their number had done most of the work. Who would have thought that such a small group could accomplish so much? They were certain of being hired. One of the group expressed their gratitude to Raven for their inclusion. Raven, a man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, a thoughtful expression on his face, sat quietly. His companions questioned his pensive mood, asking why he looked so serious. Raven explained that he had simply noticed something unusual about the villagers. Several peasants toiled in the shallows of a waterway, their hands diligently planting rice seedlings into the muddy bottom. The scene was one of quiet, backbreaking labor. Their movements slow and deliberate under the weight of the sun. The water shimmered faintly around their legs, reflecting the harsh light. Inside, 3 young men sat around a table, observing the scene outside. One of them, with dark hair and a serious expression, questioned the others, "Are those farmers from the village really that poor?" Another of the young men, dressed in a blue robe, shook his head. His gaze was sharp, his expression thoughtful. He turned to the first young man, a subtle tension in the air between them, and explained, "They aren't farmers. They have no riches nor freedom. They are serfs." The blue-robed young man continued, his voice low and grim, "Slaves, basically." The dark-haired young man's eyes widened in shock. His jaw dropped slightly, a look of dawning horror on his face. A young woman with pale skin and long white hair looked on, her expression one of quiet concern. The blue-robed young man seemed to notice her reaction, and added, "Isn't almost all of Sisek like this, though?" Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, reflected on the past. He recalled how the Brescia house, in their folly, had squandered their fortune buying back lost territory, and to recoup their losses, imposed heavy taxes on the populace. The image of peasants toiling in the rice paddies flashed before his eyes. This failed, leading to a drastic measure, the adoption of a serfdom system. Alan observed 2 weary farmers, their faces etched with hardship. Everything they possessed was taken from them, they were nothing more than exploited slaves. He condemned the Brescia house's greed, the root cause of this suffering. Alan, now in his own thoughts, was drinking from a tankard when a woman's voice interrupted him. She cautioned him about speaking so loudly, worried that soldiers might overhear. Alan dismissed her concerns, stating that in this desolate place, no one would hear them. He continued his meal, his thoughts returning to the Brescia family and their depravity, their corruption ran deep. Alan Pendragon, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, stared into the stormy sky. His expression was one of disbelief and anger. "It wasn't like this before," he exclaimed, his voice filled with a raw emotion. His thoughts drifted to the past, a memory surfacing. At least. A flashback sequence began, showing a younger Alan, still a child, witnessing a terrifying scene. A monstrous creature, its eyes glowing red, attacked his father. The creature's powerful claws swiping at the man. Alan's mother desperately shielded a young girl, her face etched with fear, as chaos erupted around them. Alan's memory continued, showing the aftermath of the attack. And the Bolt household were here. The scene shifted to reveal Ravenbolt and other members of his household standing amidst the carnage, their faces grim. Alan's mother, clutching the young girl, knelt on the ground, wounded and distraught. The flashback continued, showing a younger Alan surrounded by concerned adults. A hand gently touched his hair, offering comfort amidst the tragedy. Despite the horror he witnessed, a small, almost imperceptible smile played on Alan's lips. A flicker of a happy memory. Back in the present, Alan and Raven stood together, their expressions serious. The weight of the past hung heavy in the air between them. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, stood with Alan's sister, noticing the sudden downpour. He commented on the rain, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at the weight of his past life. Alan's shoulders slumped under the weight of the rain, his expression one of profound sadness. His companion, concerned, watched him. Alan's sister, noticing his distress, approached cautiously, asking what was wrong. Alan simply stated that it was raining. Raven, overwhelmed by memories and the weight of his situation, requested to be left alone for a while, leaving his sister and companion to exchange worried glances in the downpour. The rain continued to fall heavily, obscuring the landscape. The downpour continued, a relentless curtain of water. Raven, alone in the storm, felt the weight of his past life pressing down on him, tears streamed down his face. He walked towards a ruined building, a symbol of the destruction he was determined to unravel, his sword at his side. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. Rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil within him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to reconcile his memories of the past with the reality of his present. The weight of his death and the mystery surrounding it pressed heavily upon him. A shattered crest, bearing the emblem of House Pendragon, a black raven bisected by crossed swords, lay broken amidst the storm. The symbol, once a testament to their power, now served as a grim reminder of their fall. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, ravaged by war. Rain lashes down on a lone figure, a young man with dark hair and a somber expression, standing amidst the ruins of a once grand building. He approaches a dark purple stain on the ground, a grim reminder of a recent tragedy. The rain washing away the last traces of blood. His face is etched with sorrow, his body trembling slightly in the cold. Nearby, a shattered crest lies half buried in the mud, the emblem of the Bolthouse, a symbol of a fallen family. A woman with long, braided silver hair approaches, her voice soft with concern as she speaks to the young man. She asks if this is the place where he was raised, the Bolthouse, a question that brings fresh tears to his eyes. He nods silently, overwhelmed by grief. The woman, Soul, tells him to leave him alone for a bit, understanding his need for solitude. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood before Alan Pendragon, the heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family. Rain lashed down as Alan, his face etched with worry, expressed his concern for Raven. Raven, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable beneath the downpour. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He was, in truth, Alan Pendragon, his consciousness inhabiting Alan's body after a fateful mission 7 years prior. Alan voiced his observation that Raven had been acting strangely ever since their arrival in Sisek. The rain continued to fall, mirroring the growing tension between them. Alan continued, revealing a startling truth: their bond was far deeper than a simple companionship. They were bound by a powerful, mystical connection, a contract sealed by their souls. Alan paused, questioning the nature of their bond. Was he correct in his assessment, or was his perception flawed? Raven, lost in thought, showed no outward reaction to Alan's words. The weight of his secret, and the mystery surrounding his death, pressed heavily upon him. The scene shifted to a somber graveyard, where 3 weathered tombstones stood under the relentless rain. Alan and Raven stood before them, the atmosphere thick with unspoken grief. Alan asked if those were the graves of Raven's family members, his voice barely a whisper above the drumming rain. Raven's response confirmed Alan's question. He revealed the names etched into the stone: his father, Greyvault, and his brother, Reedvault, both lost to the cruel hand of fate. The rain fell in sheets, mirroring the tears that streamed down Raven's face as he stood before 2 freshly turned graves. He whispered a silent prayer, his voice choked with grief, and my mother, Sheena. Beside him, a woman with elven features, her blue cloak shimmering in the downpour, offered a wordless comfort. Raven, however, remained resolute. He stated, "There's no way Tylene or the Brescia made those graves." His gaze hardened, a storm brewing within his eyes. The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable: who the hell did? He trailed off, his mind racing. The mystery deepened, the answer elusive. Who are? A figure emerged from the gloom, a ragged, cloaked man limping towards them. His presence was unexpected, a jarring note in the somber scene. The man's face was partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but his weary eyes and worn clothes spoke volumes. He seemed utterly out of place. His back was turned, revealing the extent of his tattered clothing and the raw, exposed muscle beneath. Raven's eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on him. He vehemently rejected the suggestion. No. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and dawning horror. The truth was beginning to reveal itself, a terrifying revelation: this person is. 7 years prior to his death, Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He stood amidst the Pendragon family, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observed his new surroundings. A stark contrast to the grim battlefields he was accustomed to. Sir Ramelda, the Bolt household butler, poured tea, his movements precise and practiced. The scene shifted abruptly. Under a bleak sky, 3 figures stood before a row of graves. One, cloaked in dark attire, questioned the others, his voice laced with suspicion. The question hung heavy in the air: had they come to mock the graves of the traitors from the Bolt household? One of the figures, a weathered man in a worn hat, responded, his voice heavy with years of service to the Bolt family. He had served them for a long time. And even now, his loyalty remained unchanged despite the circumstances. The rain fell relentlessly as the conversation continued. The cloaked figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, listened intently. He had heard that Greybolt, the head of the household, was a prideful warrior who protected his people. But he doubted the accusations of treason. There had to be more to the story, something was wrong. An older man, weathered and worn, stood in the pouring rain. His dark hat and glasses did little to shield him from the downpour, and a somber expression settled on his face as he uttered a quiet, heartfelt, "Thank you." A younger man, Alan Pendragon, stood before him, his dark hair plastered to his forehead by the rain. Tears streamed down his face, a silent testament to his grief. The scene shifted to a rain-soaked graveyard. Alan, now composed but still somber, questioned the older man, "Are you the one who made those graves?" The older man replied, "Yes. I wanted to give them a proper funeral." His voice cracked with emotion as he added, "All of them were wonderful people." He wiped a tear from his cheek as he continued, explaining that there should be no differences between a lord and his people, the only difference lies in their roles. The focus shifted to 3 graves, each marked with the Pendragon crest. The older man spoke of Reed, the fallen warrior's son, who had followed in his father's footsteps. He was a brave warrior, who had risked his life countless times to protect the villagers from beasts, especially during times of poor harvests. Even helping to plow the fields alongside the villagers. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood in the rain, tears streaming down his face. He recalled the 3 wonderful people who had been so important to him. But something had irrevocably changed. When their son, Reed, went to the Brescia household and delivered a letter to them. Alan's face was etched with grief and confusion, his eyes wide with unshed tears. The weight of the recent events pressed heavily upon him. He looked at the man beside him, a weathered figure in a wide-brimmed hat. Wait, the one who delivered the letter wasn't Ravenbolt? The older man, his face etched with worry, questioned, "Ravenbolt. Who is he?" Alan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition and dawning horror crossing his features. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow: the second son of the Bolt household, Ravenbolt. Raven, his face contorted in disbelief, vehemently argued with an older man, his features etched with worry. A young woman with elven features stood silently between them, observing the heated exchange. Raven insisted that the older man knew something he was hiding, his words laced with accusation. The older man, taken aback, demanded clarification, his voice sharp with surprise. He incredulously stated that the Balt household only had one son, refuting Raven's claim. He continued, his voice rising in agitation, revealing that Gray, Reed, and Sheena were a family of 3, contradicting the established record. Confused and increasingly distressed, Raven questioned the older man's motives for revealing this information, his brow furrowed in concern. The older man then uttered a name that sent a chill down Raven's spine, Ravenbalt. Raven, his eyes wide with shock and dawning horror, vehemently denied the existence of such a person in this world. A question hung heavy in the air, could this be possible? The rain continued to fall as Raven, visibly shaken, stood beside the elven woman. His face was pale, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. His mind raced, grappling with the implications of the older man's words. The mention of the revival triggered a flood of fragmented memories, hinting at a larger, more sinister plot. Bound and helpless, Alan Pendragon stood amidst the ruins of his family's once grand estate. Flames licked at the crumbling walls, casting an infernal glow on his despairing form. A chilling thought pierced through his mind, if no one from his household survived the attack, then his death 7 years in the future was a certainty. A memory flashed before his eyes, a desperate, brutal fight against a monstrous beast. Was this his last stand? He remembered the ferocity of the attack, the searing pain, and the cold certainty of death as his blade met its foe. Alan, now Raven in Alan's body, felt a surge of determination. His objectives remained clear despite the grim reality of his situation. But a wave of doubt washed over him. No, this couldn't be the end. After all, he was Ravenbalt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army. He would not succumb to fate so easily. With a renewed sense of purpose, Raven stood over his fallen foe, his sword dripping with the beast's blood. But as he looked upon his surroundings, a new wave of shock washed over him. What the hell was happening? A wave of disorientation washed over Raven as he awoke, his mind a fractured mirror reflecting a chaotic jumble of memories. He was Alan Pendragon? The world around him shimmered, the edges blurring as if reality itself was cracking under the strain of this impossible transformation. A searing pain shot through his head, a physical manifestation of the mental upheaval. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his temples, the agony almost unbearable. Through the haze of pain, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. A figure emerged from the storm, their face etched with worry and concern. Ray, they cried out, their voice laced with desperation. A guttural sound escaped Alan's lips, a strangled cry of confusion and pain. The worried figure rushed towards him, their concern evident in their every movement. A second, less distinct figure lurked in the background, their features obscured by the downpour. Alan stumbled, collapsing to his knees in the mud and rain. The worried figure reached him, their hand outstretched in support. The figure knelt beside him, their face a mask of sorrow as they gently lifted a heavy, dark cloak. Tears welled in their eyes as they stared at something beneath the cloak, their grief palpable. Ravenbalt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, lay wounded and defeated on the rain-soaked ground near a graveyard. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, knelt beside him, his own face etched with worry and despair. A lone figure, cloaked and weathered, approached them cautiously from a distance. The rain continued to fall relentlessly, mirroring the bleakness of their situation. In the background, the ruins of a once grand building stood as a testament to the devastation that had befallen them. The scene was one of utter desolation. Alan, his face streaked with tears and grime, cradled Raven's head in his lap. His grief was palpable, a silent testament to their shared ordeal. The camera focuses on Alan's distressed expression, highlighting the weight of his sorrow. Raven, despite his injuries, remained conscious. His eyes, though bloodshot and filled with pain, held a flicker of determination. He was not ready to give up. Alan sobbed, his body racked with grief. He whispered incoherently, his words lost in the downpour. Raven, despite his own pain, reached out a trembling hand to comfort him. Alan's whispered question hung heavy in the air, why did I? The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood and grime, but not the sorrow. Alan held Raven close, his silent grief a stark contrast to the relentless storm. The scene shifts to a wider view, emphasizing the desolate landscape and the relentless downpour. Raven, his mind racing, silently cursed those mercenaries who had ambushed them. Their attack had been swift and brutal, leaving both him and Alan for dead. A lavish carriage, escorted by a contingent of mounted guards, moved slowly through a dark, rain-swept forest. Inside, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, seethed with barely contained fury. Alan's seething rage continued, his thoughts a torrent of vengeful plans. He vowed to exact brutal retribution upon those who had wronged him. He would make them suffer, he swore, making them work themselves to death as slaves. A stern-faced guard, seated beside Alan in the carriage, cautioned him about his outburst. Undeterred, Alan, the Count's daughter, defiantly declared her status and her intention to seek justice for the injustices she had suffered. She would hold those responsible accountable, she vowed, relying on her father's influence to ensure her demands were met. From a rocky outcrop overlooking the road, a figure watched the carriage pass, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A sinister chuckle escaping him as he recognized the pair as easy targets. The figure, a hulking warrior wielding a massive axe, revealed himself, confident in his ability to take advantage of the situation. A large, powerfully built man, clad in dark armor adorned with gold accents and bearing a thick, dark beard, stood amidst a driving rain. A grim smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. He had found something he could use. The imposing Pendragon family manor stood silhouetted against the ominous night sky. A chilling thought washed over the inhabitants, the demons were coming. Their arrival was imminent, a terrifying certainty that settled upon the household. From the shadows, a monstrous pack emerged, 2 hellish wolves and a demonic owl, their eyes burning with malevolent red light, advanced on the manor. Ravenbalt, a seasoned monster hunter, now inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, braced himself for the onslaught. With a blur of motion, he deflected the first attack. His movements a deadly dance of precision and power. He continued his assault, a whirlwind of blows aimed at the remaining creatures. But a flicker of concern crossed his face. He sensed something was amiss. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged forward, its dark form a blur against the bright background. But was met by a knight in shining armor, Sir Fillmore, who braced himself for impact. With a swift, precise movement, the knight's blade sliced through the air, severing the beast's body. Observers gasped, impressed by the knight's skill. He got it. As expected of Sir Fillmore. The knight stood victorious, his sword dripping with the creature's dark blood. One of the best knights of Sisek. He looked down at his work, a flicker of unease crossing his face. What the hell, just now? A thought bubble revealed his inner turmoil. Even though I cut its neck off, it didn't stop moving. The severed head of the creature lay on the ground, twitching slightly. A final, guttural gurgle escaping its throat as it finally succumbed to death. The scene opens with the lifeless body of a monstrous, demonic wolf sprawled on the cold stone floor. Its fur is matted with blood, and a pentagram-shaped mark burns into its flank. A guttural, death rattle echoes from its throat. A final, pained gasp escaping its broken form. The camera focuses on a glowing pentagram etched into the creature's chest, pulsing with dark energy. A heavy, metallic object, possibly a sword, pierces the center of the symbol. The magical sigil flickering and fading as the life drains from the beast. The scene shifts to a close-up of the attacker's shadowed face, only their crimson eyes visible in the gloom. A powerful foot, clad in shining silver armor, comes down hard on the wolf's head, crushing it completely. The attacker has clearly won this brutal confrontation. The scene changes to a grand hall, where several servants stand respectfully before a knight and a young woman. The knight, clad in ornate blue and gold armor, is addressed by a servant, who expresses their honor at having the knight and young lady present. The knight, in turn, orders the servants to remain where they are, before turning to leave. The knight, Alan Pendragon, walks away, his back to the viewer, towards a large, ornate door. His demeanor is calm and resolute, despite the recent violent encounter. The scene shifts to a close-up of Alan's face as he speaks to Lady Sophia, assuring her that the matter is dealt with. His expression is serious, but a hint of weariness is visible in his eyes. Alan's face is shown in close-up, his eyes wide with a look of dawning horror. The weight of a hidden burden is clearly visible in his expression. An unseen speaker addressed someone, inquiring about their well-being and referring to them as a brave warrior from Sisilk. The panel shows a close-up of a man with a large beard and a cunning smile, suggesting a sense of malicious amusement. A conversation unfolds. Someone asks Knight Captain Fillmore to remain quiet for a moment. A young woman with blonde hair is shown bound and gagged, tears streaming down her face. She is clearly distressed. A stern warning is issued, otherwise. The scene shifts to show the same man from panel 2 holding the bound woman. He threatens to kill her. The man from previous panels is shown seated, holding the bound woman hostage. 2 bodies lie dead on the floor, indicating a recent violent struggle. A figure, seen from behind, stands over the scene, seemingly surveying the aftermath of the violence. The scene opens with a man in ornate armor, his face etched with worry. He is clearly distressed, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The narration box above him reveals a grim truth: the 3 specially selected escorts were all murdered. The man's internal monologue is revealed in a thought bubble. He wonders who this man is, his mind racing to understand the situation. The murder happened without a sound, and Lady Sophia was also involved somehow. He demands to know what the intruder wants, suspicion and fear evident in his posture. He nervously asks if it's about money. The scene shifts to reveal a larger, more imposing figure in heavy armor holding a terrified Lady Sophia captive. Her mouth is covered, preventing her from speaking. The larger man dismisses the armored man's inquiries, stating that his plan is too grandiose for him to understand. The armored man is told that someone of his stature has no need to know about the details of the plan. The larger man explains that he will use both the armored man and Lady Sophia to his advantage. He boasts about his ability to easily capture anyone. The armored man, despite his fear, demands the release of Lady Sophia. The larger man comments on the armored man's quick words, setting the stage for the next event. He is clearly amused by the situation. A gruff, imposing figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed someone unseen. His words were sharp, commanding, "Both of your eyes." He continued, a cruel smile twisting his lips, "Gauge them out for me." Alan Pendragon, his face etched with fear and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, stared in horrified silence. He was clearly in grave danger. The imposing figure, impatient, growled, "If you don't make it quick." Alan, his mouth gagged, was roughly manhandled by the man. The scene was violent and brutal. A finger, swift and brutal, jabbed towards Alan's eye. A sharp crack echoed as the blow landed. Raven Balt, inhabiting Alan's body, struggled against the restraints, his face contorted in pain and fury. A guttural sound escaped his lips, NNNGUUH. Despite the pain, a fierce determination hardened his expression. He vowed, "I will get them." Blood streamed down Alan's face, blurring his vision as tears welled in his eyes. The attack had left him wounded and vulnerable. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, awoke to find himself in a desperate situation. Tears streamed down his face as a hand reached out, wiping away the moisture. He was clearly distressed. A scene of chaos and violence unfolding around him. Blood splattered across the ground, a grim testament to the struggle that had just transpired. Alan's sister, Ilara, was held captive by a large, imposing figure in ornate armor. Fear was etched on her face, her eyes wide with terror. A large, gloved hand reached down, seemingly to strike. But a knight, his face streaked with blood, intervened. He questioned the attacker, his voice laced with doubt. "Enough." The attacker, a hulking warrior with horns, laughed uproariously. "So, you are this loyal?" Ilara, though bound and gagged, expressed her amazement at the knight's loyalty. "Is that the will of a knight? How amazing." The warrior's laughter ceased, replaced by a cold, calculating smile. "However, you are an idiot." With a swift motion, the warrior struck Ilara, the impact implied by a blur of motion and red streaks. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the throes of a brutal battle. Black ichor streamed down his face, obscuring his vision as he braced himself against a relentless assault. The darkness threatening to consume him entirely. His vision blurred, each strike a desperate attempt to fend off his unseen attackers. He staggered, his grip tightening on a broken hilt. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, a crushing burden of regret. A guttural scream escaping his lips as the reality of his situation crashed over him. With a desperate roar, he lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion against his attackers. Blood splattered across his face, further obscuring his vision. But his strikes landed with brutal force, cleaving through the air and connecting with his foes. He sent one attacker sprawling with a powerful blow, the impact sending tremors through his own body. Only to be met by another, whose axe whistled past his head, narrowly missing its mark. A chilling voice cut through the chaos. There's no way you can win without your eyes, it hissed, a cruel reminder of his failing sight. A stern-faced warrior, clad in dark armor, sneered down at someone unseen. His expression was one of utter contempt as he spat out the words, "You moron." The warrior's scorn continued, his voice dripping with venom as he addressed the unseen individual. "You are a true idiot for serving this incompetent bitch." The scene shifted to reveal the warrior, now holding a dark purple orb pulsing with arcane energy. A cruel smile stretched across his face as he declared, "Now, instead, you will have an excellent master." He emphasized his point, his voice low and menacing, "An excellent master." The purple orb glowed brighter, its energy intensifying, a palpable sense of power emanating from it. The orb's power surged, a wave of purple energy washing over a nearby magical circle. Within the circle, a figure lay prostrate, seemingly drained of life, as the orb's energy pulsed above them. Darkness erupted from the circle, consuming the figure as the orb's light dimmed. The darkness spread, engulfing the entire scene as the figure was completely absorbed into the shadows. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, lay sprawled on the floor, his body consumed by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The source of which was a powerful figure cloaked in dark armor, wielding a staff that pulsed with the same ominous energy. This was the culmination of a deadly conspiracy. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, lay beside Raven, similarly engulfed by the magical energy. As the dark figure watched, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The armored figure, revealed to be a powerful and cruel individual, addressed two figures partially obscured by shadow. "From now on, you guys are my puppets." He finished his sentence with a chilling declaration, "My puppets." The two figures, a man and a woman, both with subtle vampiric features, knelt before their master. The woman spoke, her voice laced with chilling obedience, "By any means you wish." A chilling display of loyalty as they awaited their master's next command. The master revealed the true extent of his control, showing the pair each bore a magical sigil on their necks. Lord Toyin Baltar. The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting a silvery glow over a quaint village nestled amongst rolling hills. A large, imposing house stood at the center, its gabled roof and tall chimneys hinting at a history as rich and complex as the lives within. Inside one such house, a group of concerned individuals huddled together, their faces etched with worry. One of them voiced their apprehension, inquiring about the whereabouts of Raven. Another explained that Raven, since a particular rainy day, had remained cloistered in his room, refusing to interact with anyone. Their pleas for him to speak went unanswered, leaving them increasingly anxious. The focus shifted to Elkin, a young man with dark hair and striking turquoise earrings, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. Elkin sat beside a woman with silver hair, her face etched with worry. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders slumped in despair. The weight of the situation was clearly crushing him. A question hung heavy in the air before a grand manner. "How was it?" someone inquired, the words echoing the unspoken tension. The question referred to the recent mission, the strengths of the 6 mercenaries hired. All of whom were considered first class. However, a complication arose. A man with neatly styled brown hair sat on a throne, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. He pondered the unexpected problem. Elsewhere, Ravenbolt, his face buried in his hands, sat on a bed, clearly distraught. The weight of his situation pressed heavily upon him. A young elven man entered the room, carrying a tray of food. He seemed concerned for Raven's well-being. Approaching Raven, the elf spoke softly, "Ray." He urged Raven to eat, at least a little, showing his care for the troubled man. A simple wooden table sat in the center of a dimly lit room, a meager meal laid out upon it, a bowl of grain, a loaf of bread, and a single spoon. A young woman with long, silver hair, dressed in a simple white servant's uniform, approached a young man with dark hair sitting on the edge of a bed. He was hunched over, his face buried in his hands. The woman carried a tray with more food. The young man, Alan Pendragon, looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. He muttered to himself, realizing that his true identity, Ravenbolt, didn't exist in this time. His past life, his identity as Ravenbolt, and his entire household were gone. The woman, Sol, watched him with concern, offering him more food. Alan's thoughts spiraled. He was no longer Ravenbolt, the monster hunter. He didn't know who he was supposed to be anymore. Overwhelmed by this existential crisis, he questioned his very purpose. What was he living for? Sol, noticing his distress, gently urged him to tell her what was troubling him. Alan, still grappling with his lost identity, whispered a single name, Sol. Sol's face fell, a look of deep sadness washing over her as she seemed to understand the weight of his unspoken words. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. 7 years in the past, he awoke within the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A single, whispered apology escaped his lips. A choked plea barely audible above the relentless downpour. His mind raced, struggling to grasp the reality of his reincarnation. And the weight of his past life's unfinished business settled heavily upon him. The imposing Pendragon castle loomed before him, a symbol of both his new identity and the mystery he was determined to unravel. Inside, Alan's family awaited. A close-up revealed a hand adorned with several ornate rings, each bearing a different gemstone. A subtle detail hinting at the family's connection to magic and power. Count Brescia, a stern-faced man with a distinguished mustache, sat upon his throne, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. He spoke of Sophia's coldness, a chilling observation that hinted at a deeper conflict within the Pendragon household. A subtle tension that underscored the seemingly idyllic setting. The Count's words painted a picture of familial discord, a stark contrast to the grandeur of his surroundings. Two knights, their faces etched with concern, stood before the Count, vehemently denying the truth of his statement. The scene was rife with unspoken anxieties and simmering tensions. A man, his face obscured by shadow, pondered a question silently. Is that so? He mused. An older man with a jovial expression, adorned in rich clothing and numerous jeweled rings, declared, "Let's give Sophia another precious gem. One so expensive that it could be part of the royal family." The shadowed figure from the previous panel sighed, a weight settling upon them. "For the sake of this." The jovial man continued, his tone shifting to one of grim determination. "We have to raise the tax rates more. Seated upon a throne, the older man addressed a knight in dark armor. Those who don't pay will be made into serfs. At one's own risk. He continued, his voice dripping with authority, Love Tylene, our family's most important vassal, will also promote this new policy. The knight, his face etched with concern, reacted to the decree. Another knight, standing beside him, gasped in shock. Lord. Suddenly, a new development interrupted the tense scene. Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned. The older man exclaimed, surprised. An elderly man in a dark purple robe tumbled down a flight of stairs, his fall punctuated by the sound of his own desperate cry for help, Sophia. He landed heavily on the plush carpet, his eyes wide with alarm as he weakly called out, Soph. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadows and adorned with dark purple feathers, approached. The figure's back was to the viewer, revealing only a glimpse of a lavish, dark purple dress with a striking fur trim. The elegant garment flowed down to reveal high-heeled boots. The mysterious woman stood revealed, her blonde hair styled elegantly under a wide-brimmed hat with purple feathers. Beside her stood a man in regal armor, his expression grim. Her dark dress and high heels completed her striking appearance. The woman addressed the fallen man with a chillingly sweet greeting, Hello, dear Father Heartsuit. The armored man beside her spoke, his voice laced with menace, Weave. 7 years in the past, Raven Bolt awoke in the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. A single word echoed in his mind. Returned. The scene before him was a lavishly decorated room, where a flustered older man and a young man in armor stood, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. The older man's eyes widened further as he stammered, Oh. Elsewhere, a woman in a revealing, dark outfit, holding a riding crop, let out a soft, ooh, her expression hinting at anticipation. Back in the lavish room, a woman in an elegant dark dress and a man in armor stood beside the older man. The man in armor observed, they are behaving differently from their usual selves. Suddenly, a voice announced, Lord, a troublesome problem has appeared. Alan, still inhabiting Raven's mind, responded grimly, It's an important topic, so I wish for you to dismiss everyone else. 3 guards promptly obeyed, leaving the room. The older man, now alone with Alan, anxiously asked, Th then? What happened? A tense scene unfolded in a grand hall. Ravenbolt, in Alan Pendragon's body, stood before the Pendragon family patriarch, a regal figure seated on a throne. Lady Sophia, a woman of refined elegance, stood beside Raven, her expression unreadable. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. Raven's gaze was sharp, his thoughts focused on the gravity of the situation. He knew something was amiss, a rebellion was brewing. The old man's face, etched with worry and fear, reflected the impending danger. His eyes darted around the room, his mouth agape in a silent scream. A gasp escaped the old man's lips as the weight of the news crashed down upon him. What? He exclaimed internally, his shock palpable. Raven revealed the extent of the conspiracy. An attempt had been made to take Lady Sophia hostage, and an attack had occurred in the mountains. Further compounding the crisis, a large number of mercenaries had been recently recruited, signaling a significant escalation of the threat. Raven, weighing the risks, concluded that a preemptive strike was necessary. Otherwise, the situation would become far more difficult to manage. The old man, visibly shaken, reacted to the news with a mix of fear and disbelief. He recognized the threat, identifying the rebel leader as a familiar vassal. However, he also acknowledged the formidable reputation of this vassal, Fillmore, known as one of the fiercest warriors in the kingdom. The scene opens with a close-up of a richly adorned hand, fingers adorned with jeweled rings. A voice, regal and confident, declares, And my most loyal subject. A knight, his armor bearing the emblem of a rearing horse, examines a report with a furrowed brow. He mutters to himself, There's no way a report made by him could be wrong. Suddenly, the knight is violently thrown across the room by an unseen force, landing in a heap before a startled, elderly man seated on a throne. The impact leaving a trail of dust and debris. 2 figures lie motionless on the floor. The camera focuses on the lifeless faces of the fallen men, their eyes are closed, their expressions serene in death. A chilling stillness hangs in the air. The elderly man on the throne lets out a startled yelp, E.E.K. A dark, ominous voice narrates, These 3 have been murdered by rough Tylene assassins. Continuing, and despite the fact that I managed to save her, she was still tied up by them. A woman in an elegant black dress and wide-brimmed hat stands over the bodies, her expression unreadable. The knight from earlier stands beside her, looking grim. The narration concludes, and was disgraced. Alan Pendragon's father, a man of considerable age and bearing, sat upon his throne, his face etched with a mixture of fear and desperation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes darted around wildly, reflecting the turmoil within. A young woman, dressed in a dark, elegant gown, burst into the throne room, her voice ringing out in a desperate cry, Father. She rushed towards him, her movements frantic as she embraced the older man. Pleading with him, her words barely audible above the pounding of her heart, somehow, please. The woman, her face pale and streaked with tears, clung to her father. Her voice, though trembling, held a note of desperate urgency as she cried out, Protect me. The old man's eyes widened in alarm, his face, already pale, drained further of color as he stared at his daughter, his mouth agape. He looked from his daughter to the empty space beyond her, a mixture of fear and helplessness evident in his expression. He muttered, barely above a whisper, This daughter of mine. Tears streamed down the woman's face, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The old man's face contorted in a grimace of determination. He declared, his voice strained but resolute, I will. A powerful voice boomed, promising protection. The scene shifted to reveal Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, standing before a grand castle with 2 knights flanking him. A crowd of onlookers watched from the steps below. A grim warning was issued, their enemies were within the Tylene household. The gravity of the situation was emphasized, this was a matter of honor and the safety of Sophia. The focus tightened on the need to protect Sophia, highlighting the urgency of the situation. A commanding officer, his face etched with worry, ordered the dispatch of all troops. The order to deploy echoed through the castle. The troops, alerted to the danger, prepared for action. Amidst the growing tension, a sense of impending conflict filled the air. A woman with blonde hair, wearing a large, dark hat, embraced a shadowy figure. She whispered words of affection, her expression a blend of adoration and something darker, hinting at a hidden agenda. Meanwhile, a jovial, older man in shining silver armor beamed, his mustache twitching with amusement. His happiness seemed genuine, a stark contrast to the scene unfolding elsewhere. Three figures, clad in dark furs and armor, stood amidst a snowy landscape. One, a large man with a horned helmet, chuckled, admitting a mistake. As another, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, explained that thanks to their actions, crucial evidence would be destroyed. The horned helmet of the large man was shown, with the word love written on it, suggesting a connection to the previous affectionate scene. The large man, his face now visible, spoke a single name, Tylene. A dark, stormy sky loomed overhead. As a monstrous roar echoed through the forest. Two men, Alan Pendragon and his bodyguard Raven, stood frozen in shock. As a woman's terrified voice pierced the air, "What the hell is that?" The source of the commotion became horrifyingly clear. A colossal serpent-like creature emerged from the trees. Its massive body coiling around the terrified woman. Alan and Raven watched in horror as the creature tightened its grip. Raven, his face grim, drew his sword, preparing for battle. A monstrous creature, its serpentine body a blur of motion, lashed out with a thick, fleshy appendage. Its gaping maw revealed rows of needle-sharp teeth, a terrifying display of predatory power. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, found himself caught completely off guard. He stumbled back, a look of surprise and dawning horror on his face as the creature's tentacle whipped past him. Raven Bolt, inhabiting Alan's body, reacted instinctively. Years of experience as a monster hunter in the Devil's Army kicked in as he drew his sword, preparing to counterattack. The creature lunged again, its attack swift and brutal. A guttural roar echoed through the air as it prepared to strike. Raven, however, was faster. With a blur of motion, he moved to intercept the attack, his blade flashing. He sliced through the air, narrowly avoiding the creature's deadly strike, but not before it ensnared a nearby woman. A frustrated curse escaped Raven's lips as he saw the woman captured. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The creature opened its jaws, preparing to devour its prey. Terror filled the woman's eyes as she struggled against the creature's grip. Raven, seeing the imminent danger, moved with lethal precision. He drew a second dagger, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. With a swift, calculated movement, Raven launched himself forward, aiming to sever the creature's tentacle and free the woman. The clash of steel against flesh echoed through the air as he fought to save her. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, he was being attacked by a shadowy, monstrous entity. Blades of dark energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing him as he tumbled across the ground. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he barely evaded the fatal blow. "Alkin," he gasped, recognizing his attacker. Alan, now controlled by Raven's consciousness, prepared to fight back. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. The monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Alan reacted instantly, drawing his sword in a blur of motion. A silver flash cutting through the air as he met the creature's attack head-on. He moved with the grace and precision of a seasoned warrior, despite inhabiting a body unfamiliar to him. With a powerful swing, Alan deflected the creature's attack, sending it reeling back with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sent tremors through Alan's body, but he held firm. The creature, wounded and enraged, prepared for another assault. The air crackled with anticipation. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, sat with a group of companions. They expressed their gratitude for his recent heroic actions, their words hanging in the air above the quaint seaside village. Suddenly, one of them called out a name, Elkin. The others commented on Raven's exceptional skills, noting that he was in a league of his own, worthy of the Valvis Cavaliers. One of the women at the table expressed her desire to visit Valvis someday, a wish she shared with Raven. Raven, lost in thought, silently ate his meal. A pensive expression crossed his face as he contemplated something. His gaze drifted downwards, focusing on the simple bowl of rice before him. A seemingly mundane detail that held a deeper significance for him. The scene shifted to a tranquil rice paddy, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The idyllic image was a stark contrast to what followed. A sudden, violent attack erupted. Raven found himself amidst a fierce battle, surrounded by enemies wielding swords and riding winged creatures. He was clearly outnumbered and outmatched. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, battered and bruised, was locked in a fierce fight against overwhelming odds. The clash of steel echoing amidst the carnage. His twin blades, once symbols of his prowess, now lay scattered amongst the fallen, their gleam dulled by the blood staining the earth. A scene of devastation unfolded before him. Alan Pendragon, the young heir he was sworn to protect, lay lifeless amidst a pyre of burning bodies, the flames licking at the scorched earth. Above them, a monstrous griffin, its wings stained crimson, watched silently. Raven, his face streaked with blood and grime, stared into the inferno, his eyes reflecting the horror of the scene. He had failed in his duty, a bitter truth that settled heavily in his heart. Suddenly, a blinding flash of purple light erupted from Alan's body. An intense energy coursing through his veins. Raven's consciousness shifted, his vision blurring as he was pulled into a vortex of unimaginable power. He awoke 7 years in the past, inhabiting Alan's body. He was alive, but the circumstances of his death remained a haunting mystery. Now, in Alan's form, Raven found himself in a familiar tavern, the taste of the food strangely reminiscent of his past life. He murmured, "It's the same." He was with his companions, discussing a recent encounter with a monstrous creature. One of them remarked, "I am really surprised we ran into that monster." Raven, a seasoned monster hunter, and Alan, the heir to the Pendragon family, narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. Had they been even a moment later, they would have surely perished. A chilling realization settling upon them. Their lives would be significantly easier if they could secure a position within a powerful household. And the current topic of conversation, the Pendragon household, immediately came to mind. Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, sat quietly, picking at his food. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. A woman's voice broke the silence. She excitedly addressed Alan, referring to him as the hero of Luz, who had single-handedly defeated the pirates and orcs that attacked Governor Sagin's mansion. Alan remained stoic, his expression unchanged as he continued to eat. The woman continued, adding that she'd also heard the Duke was quite handsome. Raven, observing the scene, muttered to himself, frustrated by the woman's behavior. He found her actions irritating and familiar. Turning to his companion, Elkin, to ask his opinion on the matter. Alan firmly stated that he had no intention of becoming anyone's puppet. The group sat in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused on the nobles and lords of the territory, deeming them nothing more than power-hungry schemers. His thoughts turned darker. He considered them a vile group of people, a bunch of bastards, and declared that he would rather return to his life as a thief than serve such individuals. Alan's companions, seated at a table with him, observed him quietly. One of them casually mentioned that Alan used to be a thief. Another individual, seemingly older and more serious, reflected on the past rulers of the territory, the Vault household. He noted that the current state of affairs felt drastically different from what he remembered. Alan listened intently, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He then spoke, revealing that he had heard tales of the current rulers defying Love Tylene and the Breshas, specifically regarding their oppressive serfdom system. The older man continued, recounting that the Lord himself had personally led soldiers to combat monsters, protecting his people, and that he was known to be a prideful warrior. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, pondered aloud, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. His companion, a woman with striking red hair, pressed him for information, reminding him of the rumors that the Vault household were traitors. He admitted that he didn't know the specifics of why the Vault family was branded as traitors. Only that their reputation plummeted after the event. However, in the village of Manza, many still claimed that the Vault were wise and benevolent lords. Raven, lost in thought, stirred a spoonful of something in a small bowl. He internally reflected on himself as a prideful warrior. A figure on horseback, clad in ornate, light-colored armor, rode away from the scene, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Raven's eyes narrowed, a glint of suspicion and determination reflecting in their depths. The horse's legs pounded the ground as it galloped away, leaving the scene. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, sat with 3 other mercenaries at a table, a simple meal before them. A messenger on horseback approached, interrupting their quiet repast, urging them to immediately assemble at Love Tylene's estate. The messenger's words carried a note of urgency, hinting at the foolishness of the Brescia, a group known for their reckless actions. The messenger, visibly agitated, revealed that the Brescia were marching towards them with their soldiers. Raven and his companions exchanged concerned glances, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. They set off towards Love Tylene's estate, the rain beginning to fall as they journeyed, the imposing structure looming in the distance. A column of Brescia soldiers, led by 2 mounted officers, marched steadily towards the estate under a heavy downpour. Their flag, emblazoned with a rearing horse within a laurel wreath, was clearly visible despite the downpour. Meanwhile, inside the estate, Raven, feeling a sense of foreboding, moved swiftly and silently through the halls. His steps quick and purposeful. He was preparing for whatever lay ahead. A surge of purple energy erupted from Alan Pendragon's hand, a desperate attempt to grasp something just beyond his reach. As he struggled against an unseen force, 2 figures watched from the doorway, a cloaked man and a woman with striking silver hair, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. Alan's face contorted in pain as he gasped, the word Pendragon escaping his lips in a strained whisper. Sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered, "It's time to depart." The weight of his impending doom pressed heavily upon him. His eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and determination. He wondered, is it Love Tylene's orders? The cloaked man spoke, his voice low and urgent. His soldiers were delivering news. If they did nothing, Alan would be killed. Their plans to assassinate the prince would be useless without Alan's cooperation. Alan's eyes widened in horror. So, we have a desperate choice to make. His face was a mask of fear and grim determination. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, awoke in a body that wasn't his own. He wasn't himself, he was Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. A wave of confusion washed over him. A disorienting realization settling upon him, he was neither Pendragon nor Raven. Alan, in Raven's mind, felt a profound sense of unease. He questioned the significance of his current predicament, muttering to himself, so, why does it matter to me? His gaze fell upon another figure, a young man with worried eyes. He wondered aloud, is there any reason behind this fight? The other young man, his face etched with concern, responded with a weary sigh. He was clearly exhausted. He simply stated, I already have no reason to fight. Overcome with a wave of despair, Alan buried his face in his hands. The weight of his situation pressed down on him. A surge of dark energy pulsed within him, a stark contrast to his previous despondency. The dark energy erupted from him in a violent burst, signaling a dramatic shift in his internal state. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, found himself in a desperate struggle. Tears streamed down his face as he braced himself against an unseen force. A brutal attack leaving him reeling and disoriented. The impact sent him sprawling, his vision blurring as he struggled to regain his footing. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter and Alan's protector, watched in horror from a distance. His usually stoic expression was etched with worry and disbelief as he witnessed the ferocity of the assault. Alan's body crashed to the ground, the impact echoing through the room. The force of the blow was clearly devastating. A hand reached out to Alan, the owner obscured from view, but the intent was clear, to finish him off. The man's voice, though barely audible, carried a chilling finality. His words revealed a connection to Alan Pendragon, a name that held significance in Alan's life. Raven's internal monologue revealed his unwavering loyalty to Alan Pendragon, a decision that had shaped his life and ultimately led to his current predicament. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, grappled with the weakness of his new vessel. He was shocked by the ease with which Alan had been defeated. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. 7 years in the past, his own death still a mystery, a fierce rage contorted his features, his fangs bared in a snarl. A visceral anger a stark contrast to the confusion that clouded his mind. He could only utter a single, bewildered syllable. A name escaped his lips, a whisper barely audible above the turmoil within Isla. The memory, fragmented and painful, hinted at a connection to his past life and the circumstances of his death. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His body, contorted in pain, strained against unseen forces. A brutal attack leaving him gasping for breath as he was thrown violently to the ground. Nearby, Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon taming, watched in horror, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief as blood splattered around him. the impact of the attack sending Raven sprawling, unconscious. Raven's body was thrown across the room, the force of the blow evident in the way he landed. His body impacting the floor with a sickening thud. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Alan, despite his fear, reached out to Raven, a desperate plea in his eyes. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, gripped Alan's shoulders, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Is this just how weak a man is? He snarled, his voice laced with the bitter experience of a decade spent battling monsters. Alan, his face bruised and bloodied, stared back, confusion etched onto his features. A single word escaped his lips, a whisper barely audible above the storm raging within him. Isla? A woman with silver hair, observing the scene from a distance, spoke. You are acting differently from your usual self. Alan, still reeling from the encounter, responded. I've been feeling that ever since we came to Sisek. His gaze drifted to the rain-streaked window, a storm mirroring the turmoil within. The woman's voice cut through his thoughts. There's been something on your mind ever since we came here. Raven, his body still Alan's, stood, drawing his swords. He was clearly agitated, his posture tense and ready for action. Alan sat on the floor, watching him. I have also been thinking about it a lot. Raven's face darkened. This wretched Sisek. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood by a rain-streaked window, his gaze distant and troubled. He clutched a pair of daggers, their polished hilts gleaming faintly in the dim light. He reflected on his hometown. And the striking similarities to Valva's, his current location. In a dimly lit room, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon, listened intently as a woman explained the nature of Valva's. Valva's is a territory consisting of a jumble of lands thrown together, she stated. Alan, currently inhabiting Raven's consciousness, listened, his expression grim. He knew the implications of this chaotic land. Because of that, it is a place filled with endless wars. The woman continued, her voice heavy with the weight of history, and due to the insatiable greed of the territory's lords, countless people and soldiers became sacrifices. Just like in Raven's past. A flashback showed Raven in the midst of relentless combat. The weight of his experiences pressed heavily upon him. He recalled the toll of endless battles. The more I killed my enemies one after another, the more I lost my reason to fight, and finally, I left. Ravenbolt, a veteran of 10 years in the Devil's Army, found himself in the throes of despair. His will to live, once a burning ember, had been extinguished, leaving only ashes in its wake. A chilling testament to the brutal realities of his life as a Valva's knight. His despair was interrupted by the arrival of Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family. Alan, clad in rich blue robes, stood before the defeated Raven, a stark contrast to the latter's grim attire. A silent tension hanging heavy in the air as Alan spoke, his words carrying a weight of unspoken history. I met you, Pendragon. Raven, his face etched with confusion and a hint of dawning recognition, tilted his head. A question mark formed in his mind. As Alan continued, his words echoing a past encounter, just like you said after our fight, I am your sword. Alan's declaration hung in the air, a statement of unwavering loyalty, and you are my lord. But the scene shifted, revealing a new player. A tall figure with long blonde hair appeared, observing the exchange between Raven and Alan. His presence hinted at a complication. A subtle tension building as the blonde man spoke, his words carrying a different weight, doesn't mean we are not equals. We only have different roles. The chapter opens with a close-up of Elkan Isla, a young man with striking blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. His expression is one of smug self-assurance, a hint of a cruel smile playing on his lips. He reflects on a recent defeat, his thoughts laced with disdain, defeating me so decisively, and saying such a thing after that. You were the first one to do so. The scene shifts to show Elkan Isla and another man, his face partially obscured by shadows and a bandage, sitting opposite each other. Elkan holds out a sword. That's why I, Elkan Isla, swore to become your sword. A close-up on Elkan Isla's profile, his expression unreadable. Then, a profile shot of the other man, his face bearing visible scars and a look of grim determination. Even so. The scarred man speaks, his voice weary but resolute, it's fine already. Raven Balti, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stared into the void, his expression grim. The narration box above him confirmed his thoughts, the Vault household, and Raven himself, no longer existed. A dark, abstract splash of black ink dominated the page, the words don't exist anymore. Starkly contrasting against the white background, emphasizing the finality of Raven's situation. The scene shifted. Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming Pendragon family, was shown in a state of distress, his hand clutching at Raven's shoulder. He gasped, the word Pendragon, escaping his lips in a strained whisper. Alan's face was shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning realization. His eyes, wide and intense, reflected the turmoil within. Alan's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the air, Raven. Alan, still in a state of agitation, knelt beside Raven, who lay on the floor, seemingly injured. The focus shifted to the details of Raven's attire, revealing a dark, almost futuristic-looking sleeve on his left arm. Raven's face, marred by cuts and bruises, was a picture of distress. Tears welled in his eyes, reflecting the pain and confusion he felt. Alan's concerned gaze lingered on Raven's wounded face, his worry palpable. The final panel showed Alan's determined expression. He recalled a rainy day, a day on which something significant happened, though the details remained shrouded in mystery. His internal monologue hinted at a significant, yet unknown, event. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, sat alone, his expression etched with a mixture of confusion and pain. He was being questioned about his past relationship with the Vault household. A fact that clearly unsettled him. The Vault household, it was revealed, were the only ones who protected their people in this decaying place. The scene shifted to show Alan, now visibly distressed, being comforted by another man. The other man commented that the Veltez were known to be prideful warriors. A statement that seemed to trigger a painful memory for Alan. He muttered about a past event, his face contorted in silent anguish. The narrative then flashed back to a past battle. Alan, still in his own body, was shown fighting alone against the Centaur army. A lone figure amidst a chaotic storm of violence. He was mounted on a black steed, his armor gleaming amidst the dust and carnage. The memory continued, focusing on Alan's feelings during that desperate battle. He felt a sense of isolation, a profound loneliness in the face of overwhelming odds. A feeling that resonated deeply with Raven in the present. He, too, had experienced that same profound isolation. Back in the present, Raven, still in Alan's body, was confronted by another individual, a woman with striking white hair, and the man who had comforted him earlier. The man spoke, indicating a shift in the narrative. A young woman with pointed ears and long, silvery hair stared intently ahead, her expression unreadable. The words "Ride the Griffin" floated above her head, hinting at a significant upcoming event. A silent affirmation of a power granted, a favor she had received once more. The woman's thoughts turned to the source of this power, a sense of gratitude and perhaps a hint of apprehension, coloring her features. The scene shifted abruptly. A tense confrontation unfolded between two men. One, with dark hair tied back in a ponytail and a fierce expression, bore visible wounds. The other, clad in a rich blue robe, addressed him with a sharp, accusatory tone, "You are Aaron Pendragon." The man in blue continued, his words carrying the weight of a profound revelation, "And you have the power to change the world." The implication hung heavy in the air, a challenge and a burden laid upon Aaron's shoulders. Meanwhile, a third figure, a man with dark brown hair and a striking earring, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of disdain and apprehension. His thoughts were bitter, even this rotten sissik. Aaron, his gaze lifted, seemed lost in thought, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. A weight of realization settling upon him. He murmured, barely audible, "That's it." The scene shifted again, this time to a dark, ominous landscape. A voiceover narrated the grim reality, even though the vault household is no more. A sudden, violent attack erupted. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut as a man was thrown into the air. A woman desperately shielded a child in her arms from the chaos. Raven, his body now that of Alan Pendragon, stood before a desperate woman and child, his former comrades from the Devil's Army flanking him. Their swords were drawn, their faces grim. He gestured helplessly, the weight of their unspoken command heavy in the air. But even as he tried to intervene, a surge of power, alien yet familiar, erupted within him. His eyes flashed, and he lunged forward, a primal roar escaping his lips. A whirlwind of motion as he effortlessly deflected the attacks of his former allies. The power felt both terrifying and exhilarating, a force he barely understood. A realization dawned on him, the power of the Pendragons, the legendary dragon-taming ability, existed within him, dormant but now awakened. He moved with a grace and precision he never possessed before, leaving his opponents stunned and defeated. The dust settled, revealing a scene of chaos and destruction, but also a newfound sense of power within Alan's body. A stark contrast to the fear and helplessness he had felt moments before. He looked upon the grateful faces of the villagers, a new resolve hardening his gaze. As he mounted his horse, a symbol of his newfound power and the destiny that awaited him. The path ahead was uncertain, but he was ready to face it. A voice cuts through his thoughts, a familiar voice, yet laced with a chilling urgency. It was a reminder of the task ahead, the mystery of his death, and the quest for the White Dragon. Alan Pendragon, his face contorted in a grimace, clenched his fist. A dark energy crackled around his knuckles, and a single, sharp feather protruded from his hand. "I won't forgive you," he seethed, the words a low growl. He lunged forward. A hidden dagger flashing in the sunlight. Before striking his unseen target with surprising speed. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, braided gray hair and a worried expression watched from a window. She was dressed in a simple, white tunic. Alan, his breath ragged, turned his gaze towards her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure in dark clothing appeared, grabbing Alan from behind in a chokehold. Alan struggled. But his attacker was too strong. A cruel laugh echoed in the room. Raven Balt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in an unusual predicament. His face was obscured by a hand, yet a sinister grin stretched across his lips as he let out a low chuckle. A sound that hinted at both amusement and malice. Before him stood Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family, his expression one of clear unease. Alan's eyes widened slightly as he seemed to struggle against Raven's grip. Alan was clearly disturbed by something Raven was doing. The unspoken tension between them was palpable. Raven, however, seemed unfazed. He addressed a third-party Isla, with a casual remark, his smile widening. "You aren't speaking like your usual self today, Isla," he observed, his tone laced with amusement. Alan, still under Raven's control, turned his head, his expression shifting subtly. A slight smirk playing on his lips. He responded, "You too," his voice carrying a similar undercurrent of amusement. Isla, seemingly unimpressed, retorted, "Your face is unusually dull today, Pendragon." Alan, clearly irritated, responded sharply, "I don't want to hear that from you." He then made a sudden move, his hand reaching out to Isla. Raven, still inhabiting Alan's body, let out a soft, amused chuckle, "Foo-foo." A young elven woman with long, braided white hair and striking blue eyes stood in a dimly lit room, her expression one of apprehension. Her attire suggested a position of some authority, a blend of practicality and elegance. In a sparsely furnished room, a young man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail knelt beside a small table. He carefully placed 2 pieces of bread into a bowl, his movements deliberate and somewhat melancholic. He offered the bread to the elven woman, a silent gesture of respect or perhaps appeasement. A third figure, partially obscured, observed the exchange from the background. The elven woman's expression remained guarded as she murmured, "Soul." The young man's thoughts turned inward, a single word echoing in his mind, "the dragon." His gaze fell upon the bread in his hand, a sudden thought striking him, "Armor." The elven woman's face softened, a gentle smile gracing her lips. A warm light seemed to emanate from her, contrasting sharply with the previous scene's somber mood. Sunlight streamed through a window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The view outside showed a picturesque landscape of mountains and forests. The exterior of a large, imposing house was shown, hinting at the wealth and power of its inhabitants. 3 figures stood in a courtyard, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance. A man with dark hair and a stern look, arms crossed, stood to the left. In the center, a woman with striking red hair and a confident posture held her ground. To the right, another man, his brow furrowed in thought, seemed to be weighing his options. The dark-haired man, his face etched with weariness, spoke of his intentions to leave. He mused that Raven, a name that carried a weight of unspoken history, had likely done the same. He justified his decision, stating that there was nothing left to gain by remaining loyal to Tylene. The red-haired woman agreed, adding that the lord of the territory had made his enemy quite clear. Her sharp eyes betrayed her own assessment of the situation. A close-up of a polished, ornate boot suggested a sudden shift in the scene's focus. The three figures remained locked in a tense discussion, their expressions conveying uncertainty and apprehension. A quiet escaped the lips of the man on the right, hinting at his internal conflict. A new character, cloaked in darkness, appeared, addressing the man on the right by name, Jody. He apologized for making him wait. The newcomer's arrival caused a palpable shock, as Jody's eyes widened in surprise. A single word, Raven, escaped his lips, filled with a mixture of fear and recognition. The three original figures stood together, their faces reflecting a shared sense of unease as they confronted the mysterious newcomer. 7 years in the past, Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He stood tall and imposing, clad in dark armor, a sword at his hip, flanked by two companions. The scene shifted to a close-up of Raven's feet, emphasizing his imposing stature as he stood on a set of stone steps. He then issued a command, his voice firm and resolute. They were to proceed to the Tylene estate. Another instruction followed, equally concise. The horses were to be brought forth. 7 years in the past, Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a prestigious dragon-taming lineage. He stood in a grand hall, his gaze fixed on the ornate floor. A skeletal hand, seemingly detached from any body, delicately picked up a sword with a striking turquoise gemstone embedded in its hilt. The sword, imbued with an ethereal glow, seemed to pulse with latent power. Raven, in Alan's form, felt a strange connection to the weapon, a sense of familiarity despite the foreign body he inhabited. A soft light illuminated the room as he recalled fragments of his past life, the weight of his past missions and the mystery surrounding his death. Raven, now fully dressed in Alan's attire, a dark, ornate suit of armor, stood tall and imposing. The sword rested at his side, its presence a silent affirmation of his new reality. His boots, meticulously crafted, reflected the light, hinting at the power and prestige of House Pendragon. He approached a group of people, his expression unreadable. He addressed one of them, a man named Jody, with a curt greeting. "I made you wait, Jody." Jody, visibly startled by Alan's unexpected appearance and demeanor, could only stammer, "WH what?" The atmosphere around him felt different. Heavier, somehow, imbued with a sense of solemnity. Nobler than before. A woman with shoulder-length auburn hair, dressed in simple white, stared, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, reflected on his past. He had seen countless high-quality items in his time as a bandit, but he had never seen armor of such exquisite quality. The intricate details and the gleam of the polished metal spoke of superior craftsmanship. The armor's quality was truly exceptional. Unlike anything he'd encountered before. A question formed in the minds of those observing him, was this man truly a mercenary? A command was given, they were to proceed to the Tylene estate, bringing the horses with them. The group reacted with a mixture of surprise and concern to the sight of Alan in his new armor. A woman, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, gasped, "What?" The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. A man, his face grim, confronted a group of figures in ornate armor. He demanded, "Are you planning on allying with Tylene?" Another person, their voice laced with alarm, exclaimed, "Don't you know that Tylene made an enemy of the territory lord?" Their protest continued, "Even if we join him, we won't be getting anything out of it." The armored figure, his expression unreadable, responded calmly, "On the contrary, that rotten household will." He paused, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "Is that so?" His gaze hardened. A thought crossed his mind, but right now. Mounting his black steed, the armored figure prepared for departure, leaving the others behind. He addressed the group one last time, his tone firm but not unkind. "I have no intention to drag you into it. Take care." Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, sat astride his horse, his gaze sharp and calculating. He was now Alan Pendragon, heir to a fallen dragon-taming family, 7 years in the past. The names Jody, Gus, and Scylla echoed in his mind, they were key players in the conspiracy that led to his death. Suddenly, a sense of urgency washed over him. He spurred his horse into a furious gallop, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he raced through the countryside. A figure, one of his pursuers, could be seen in the distance. He arrived at a clearing where Jody and two other figures awaited him, their horses restless. The tension was palpable. One of the men, Elkin, voiced his disbelief and concern at Alan's sudden departure. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed. Alan, still in Raven's mind, remained stoic, his expression unreadable. He was contemplating his next move. His thoughts turned to his mission, to find the White Dragon and restore the power of House Pendragon. He was, after all, his sword. With a determined glint in his eyes, Alan spurred his horse forward, leaving Elkin and the others behind. Jody, on her own horse, followed closely behind him, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. Their escape had begun. 3 figures stood on a dusty road, their backs to the viewer, watching 2 figures on horseback ride away. A tense silence hung in the air. One of them, a woman with vibrant red hair, visibly anxious, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Suddenly, the red-haired woman shouted, urging someone named Elkin to wait, and then called out for Raven. She spurred her horse into a gallop, leaving the others behind in a cloud of dust. One of the men, observing her reckless departure, muttered that the red-haired woman had gone insane. The other man, however, countered that they owed the departing woman a debt of gratitude following a recent monster subjugation incident. The first man, surprised by this statement, questioned his companion, who explained that he had a feeling that parting ways with the red-haired woman now would be a mistake. He insisted that they would definitely regret it if they let her go. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming house, stood alone on a dusty road, his gaze fixed on a lone horseman disappearing into the distance. A knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He was acutely aware of the danger that lurked, a feeling that had become all too familiar during his time as a monster hunter. With a surge of adrenaline, Alan spurred his horse into a gallop, the animal's hooves pounding against the earth, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. His voice, raw with frustration and anger, cut through the air. "Fuck it, you idiots." The setting sun cast long shadows as Alan, now riding at full speed, pursued the fleeing figures. He was not alone, 2 other riders followed close behind, their silhouettes stark against the fiery horizon. The rhythmic pounding of hooves filled the air as they raced towards the burning village. A scene of chaos and destruction unfolding before them. Villagers, their faces etched with terror, fled the inferno, their screams swallowed by the crackling flames, leaving behind a trail of devastation. The two riders behind Alan exchanged a grim look, their determination hardening. Raven, now inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, pondered the current conflict. His gaze was intense, a storm brewing within his eyes. He questioned Alan's perspective on the strife. He stood beside a stoic warrior, their expressions mirroring a shared concern. The scene was one of tension and uncertainty. The warrior, a member of the Tylian forces, commented on the sudden declaration of war by Brescia, finding the unexpected aggression perplexing, even to seasoned soldiers like themselves. Raven and the Tylian soldier exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Raven voiced his suspicion that someone was manipulating the war. He suspected a hidden hand, intent on eliminating Tylian influence. The Tylian soldier mused that the unseen force might be connected to Prince Xian's assassination attempt. Or perhaps, someone of even greater power was at play. Raven, his face grim, prepared for action, drawing his twin daggers. The metallic glint of the blades reflected his determination. Raven, his face etched with the grim experience of a decade spent hunting monsters in the Devil's Army, urged his companion to exercise restraint. He cautioned against reckless killing of the soldiers, his voice low and urgent. Alan, heir to the Pendragon line, a family renowned for its dragon-taming prowess, though visibly shaken, responded that the soldiers were merely following orders from their lord. Alan's expression was one of grim resignation, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate danger. As they rode away, Alan glanced back at the burning manor house, a symbol of the Pendragon family's fading glory. A flicker of determination hardening his features. The destruction of his home only fueled his resolve. The flames consumed the once proud structure, leaving behind only ashes and the bitter taste of betrayal. Raven and Alan, along with another figure, spurred their horses onward, leaving the inferno behind them. Their escape was swift, but the threat remained palpable. A sense of urgency hung heavy in the air as they rode. The manor house, consumed by the flames, was a stark reminder of the conspiracy that had claimed their lives and thrust Raven into Alan's body 7 years in the past. Their journey to find the White Dragon and restore House Pendragon had begun. Amidst a fiery battlefield, Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming House Pendragon, rode his horse at the rear of a retreating army. His gaze was fixed on the chaotic scene unfolding before him, a desperate struggle against a relentless enemy. Ravenbolt, Alan's protector, voiced his grim assessment of the situation. They were too late to prevent the worst. The weight of failure pressed heavily upon him. But Raven corrected himself, noticing the ongoing assault. The enemy's attack was far from over. And, more importantly, he harbored a crucial doubt about the fate of a certain individual, Rough Tylene, a man Raven knew wouldn't succumb to pride so easily. The scene shifted to reveal Rough Tylene, seemingly unscathed, calmly observing the chaos from a distance. His expression held a hint of amusement. Raven, however, remained unconvinced. He knew Rough Tylene too well to believe he would allow himself to be defeated by mere pride. His conviction was unshaken, leading him to a bold conclusion. Perhaps Rough Tylene was still alive, defying expectations. And spurred into action, Raven and Alan, along with another companion, decided to split up and search for the missing man. Their search for Rough Tylene beginning immediately. The fate of the missing man and the unfolding conspiracy hung in the balance. Three figures stood in tense confrontation: a cloaked man with silver hair, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, and another man in a vibrant blue robe, adorned with a feather. The tension crackled between them, punctuated by a whispered exclamation, "Elkin!" A young woman with reddish-brown hair, riding a light-colored horse, led two companions on horseback along a dusty road, their joyful expressions suggesting a light-hearted pursuit. As they rode, the young man in blue from the previous scene observed the woman, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a change in plans. He quietly noted, "Our numbers just increased." The young man's expression softened into a smirk as he addressed the woman, his words laced with a hint of amusement. "You earned their trust really quickly," he commented, as expected of a Valva's knight. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, a subtle hint of something unreadable in his eyes before he turned away. The silver-haired man, impatient, urged them forward. "Let's go." The young man in black reacted instantly, launching himself into action with surprising speed and agility. A blur of motion as he moved to intercept an unseen threat. The two horsemen, caught off guard, braced themselves for impact. A large manor house was engulfed in flames, soldiers scattering amidst the chaos. The scene was one of intense destruction and disarray. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. His dark clothing was torn, and a purple energy pulsed around him as he fell to the ground. But even as he fell, he saw Alan Pendragon, the young heir he was sworn to protect, riding away on horseback, escaping the inferno that consumed them both. The scene was engulfed in flames, the intensity of the fire suggesting a powerful magical attack. The destruction was complete. The scene opens with a fiery inferno consuming a grand manor. Flames lick at the stone walls, and smoke billows into the sky. As a group of soldiers on horseback flee the scene, their faces grim with urgency. The chaos of battle is palpable. A triumphant older man in shining armor, his face alight with cruel amusement, bellows out a gleeful laugh. He shouts the name Sophia, and declares this to be the end for whoever dared to cross him. The older man sits upon his throne, a woman in dark attire cradled in his arms. He spits out the name Love Tylene with venomous contempt. As Love Tylene, a striking woman with a sly smile and piercing eyes, leans into him, her expression a mixture of affection and malice. Love Tylene whispers words of endearment, calling him smart and brave. The scene opens amidst chaos. A grand manor is engulfed in flames, windows shattered, and the air thick with smoke and the scent of burning wood. Three figures lie injured amidst the devastation. Two appear to be soldiers, while the third is a young man in fine clothing, likely of noble birth. The scene suggests a recent, violent attack. A man with dark hair and a fur-trimmed cloak emerges from the smoke, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He addresses the fallen figures with a sneer. "You Tylene mercenary bastards were still alive, huh?" He barks orders to his men, "Crush them." The focus shifts to a gleaming sword, its hilt adorned with a striking blue gem. It lies discarded near the fallen figures. Suddenly, one of the seemingly lifeless soldiers leaps to his feet, his movements surprisingly swift and powerful. He effortlessly dispatches the mercenaries with a blur of motion, a guttural cry escaping his lips. The soldier continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion and power. He leaves a trail of defeated mercenaries in his wake. He pauses, his breath ragged, and assesses the situation. He mutters to himself, "I have no time to deal with those small fry." I have to find Tylene fast. The scene shifts again, showing another soldier, this one in more ornate armor, being struck from behind by a swift, unseen attacker. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur as he deflected a blow aimed at Alan. He countered swiftly, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground with a powerful kick. The force of the impact sent tremors through the room, leaving several of Alan's guards unconscious amidst the chaos of the burning hall. Raven stood amidst the carnage, his expression grim. He surveyed the scene, a faint frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of his past life, and the mystery of his death, pressed heavily upon him. Raven's gaze fell upon the twin swords at his feet, weapons he didn't recognize, yet felt strangely familiar. A voice, laced with chilling amusement, cut through the silence. Why aren't you killing them? The speaker revealed himself a man with sharp fangs, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Raven turned, his eyes narrowing as he faced the newcomer. The man, clad in ornate armor, exuded an aura of menace. The man's voice echoed again, this time laced with disdain. You are too gentle. A knight, clad in dark armor with gold accents and a purple cape emblazoned with a golden horse, stood amidst a fiery inferno. His expression was one of grim determination, his gaze unwavering. The text below him proclaimed him to be a Valva's knight. The scene shifted, revealing only a stark white background with the words knight and then, you are, the one from that time. Appearing in a dark, stylized font. A young man with brown hair, dressed in a dark blue cloak, stood defiantly amidst a scene of carnage. Several bodies lay scattered around him, victims of a fierce battle. The Valva's knight from the previous panel stood before him, observing the scene. The focus shifted to the young man in the blue cloak. His expression was one of contemplation, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. A thought bubble above him identified him as the Knight Commander. He shook his head, a single word escaping his lips, no. The Knight Commander's hand reached for a sword strapped to his waist. His grip tightened around the hilt. He drew the sword, revealing a blade edged with intricate details. A faint glow emanated from the weapon. The Knight Commander stood, now wielding two swords, his expression hardening. He looked towards the Valva's Knight, a challenge in his eyes. The text bubble above him simply read, you. The Valva's Knight stood ready, his swords crossed in a defensive stance, anticipating the Knight Commander's attack. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A figure, cloaked and powerful, stands over another, their identity obscured. A voice, sharp and demanding, cuts through the silence, who are you? The cloaked figure is revealed to be a man in golden armor, his face contorted in a cruel grin, eyes gleaming with malice. His sharp teeth are bared in a predatory smile. Suddenly, a surge of intense blue energy erupts. A powerful blast of magical force that fills the panel. Alan Pendragon, the heir, is seen dodging the attack with surprising agility. A blue energy trail streaking behind him as he counters with a swift, powerful blow. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. Alan, though clearly strained, stands defiant. The scene shifts to reveal the aftermath. A large wolf lies dead at Alan's feet, its body still smoldering from the attack. A low growl escapes Alan's lips. The wolf's body twitches slightly as its life ebbs away. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the midst of a chaotic struggle. He braced himself, muscles tense, as he fought against an unseen force, the flames licking at his clothes. A searing pain lanced through him as he was thrown back, the impact jarring his senses. A monstrous growl echoed through the air, revealing a monstrous wolf-like creature. A woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with fear, stumbled back, shouting in alarm about monsters within the estate. Raven, despite his surprise, reacted instantly, drawing his sword and engaging the beast. He slashed at its neck, but to his astonishment, the creature showed no sign of dying, its wounds quickly closing. Frustration etched itself onto Raven's face as he realized the unusual resilience of his opponent. And he barked a sharp order to forget about the monsters and search for Tylene. The scene shifted to a grand staircase engulfed in flames, where several figures fought desperately against a pack of the monstrous wolves. The chaos intensified, as the building itself seemed to be consumed by the inferno. A low growl emanated from the heart of the blaze, revealing a monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, its fur singed and blackened. The creature let out another guttural growl, its presence a chilling omen. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood amidst the chaos, his dark armor gleaming in the inferno. A monstrous wolf lay at his feet, its guttural growl echoing the devastation around them. Even with their necks severed, these creatures continued to move, a testament to their unnatural resilience. A faint purple sigil pulsed with arcane energy, etched onto the scorched earth near Alan Pendragon, the heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, who lay injured nearby. A grim reminder of the coordinated attack that had claimed their lives. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a familiar chill as he surveyed the scene. His thoughts echoed the grim reality, this was exactly as he had foreseen. A confirmation of the conspiracy that had led to his death 7 years prior. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that there was more to this than met the eye. A powerful force was manipulating events from the shadows. The scene of devastation intensified as Alan, now inhabited by Raven, surveyed the carnage. The bodies of his attackers lay scattered amongst the ruins. A sudden voice broke the silence, a mocking tone laced with menace. You're pretty strong, aren't you? For a mercenary, that is. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, found himself in a state of confusion. His brow furrowed, a look of intense bewilderment etched across his features. He was clearly disoriented, his mind racing to grasp his surroundings. The scene shifted to reveal a powerful warrior, clad in ornate armor, standing amidst a fiery battlefield. He had just repelled a horde of zombies, the remnants of the battle still smoldering around him. The narration box clarified his actions, he had fought to protect someone. His focus was on minimizing harm to the person he was protecting. The warrior carefully controlled his movements, ensuring no collateral damage would reach them. A close-up revealed Raven's face, now bearing the features of Alan Pendragon. His eyes, a striking shade of teal, widened as a wave of disorientation washed over him. A thought bubble revealed his internal turmoil, this was unexpected. A chilling voice echoed in his mind, a voice that was both familiar and deeply unsettling. The words, this voice. How pitiful, Raven, hung heavy in the air, carrying a tone of cruel mockery. The voice continued its taunting, emphasizing Raven's fate, for you to die here without regaining your freedom. The panel showed Raven, in Alan's body, collapsing to the ground, seemingly defeated. A figure loomed over him, their presence menacing. The voice revealed a shocking truth: everything that had transpired was part of a larger, orchestrated plan. The final panel showed Raven's lifeless body, the weight of betrayal heavy in the air. The voice, a harbinger of doom, delivered a final, chilling farewell: "Goodbye, Raven." A blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A monstrous figure, clad in ornate armor, lunged forward. The impact echoing as a figure was sent flying, a silent scream lost in the maelstrom of violence. Amidst the chaos, a shower of crimson rained down, marking the end of a brutal confrontation. Leaving only the stark, silent aftermath. A towering figure, a warrior of immense size and power, emerged from the flames. He carried a massive spear, his face grim, his voice a low growl: "I will deal with you myself." Alan Pendragon, his back to the viewer, watched the approaching warrior with a mixture of fear and determination. The warrior continued, his words echoing with a chilling resolve: "For the sake of our grand plan." Suddenly, a name, a whisper lost in the inferno: Bolt. Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon taming house, found himself consumed by an inferno, his face contorted in a silent scream. His eyes, wide with terror, reflected the raging flames that engulfed him. A fiery maelstrom that threatened to consume everything in its path. Above the chaos, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the inferno. Raven Bolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, stood defiant, his axe raised high, ready to face whatever remained. The flames continued to rage, consuming Alan as he fell from the burning staircase. While Raven, seemingly unfazed by the inferno, watched with grim determination. Alan's body hit the ground with a sickening thud, the impact momentarily extinguishing the flames around him. His eyes fluttered closed, his breath ragged and shallow. His lifeblood seeping into the scorched earth. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the inferno, momentarily obscuring everything in a brilliant white radiance. Ravenbolt, a seasoned monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself on the precipice of death. A shadowy figure loomed over him, their voice echoing with chilling finality. Revealing the shocking truth, Raven was perilously close to uncovering a vast conspiracy. His mission to protect Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, had brought him dangerously close to the truth, and now, he would pay the ultimate price. The shadowy figure delivered the fatal blow, leaving Raven bleeding and mortally wounded. His life ebbed away, as his final thoughts centered on his inability to achieve freedom before death. Darkness consumed Raven, but not for long. 7 years earlier, he awoke within Alan Pendragon's body, his consciousness reborn in a new vessel. A powerful warrior, clad in ornate armor, emerged from the flames. His words were a chilling promise. He would personally deal with Alan, now inhabiting Raven's body, setting the stage for a confrontation that would determine the fate of House Pendragon. A powerful figure, clad in ornate, horned armor, loomed over a fiery landscape. His weathered face, etched with the marks of countless battles, held a grim determination. He spoke of a grand plan, his voice heavy with unspoken consequences. A plan that seemed to involve the very destruction around him. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the scene in a maelstrom of heat and light. A woman with fiery orange hair, eyes blazing with defiance, fought her way through the inferno. Followed closely by a dark-clad figure, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage. The intensity of the moment was palpable, a desperate struggle for survival played out amidst the chaos. The scene shifted, revealing a breathtaking vista of a burning palace. High above, the armored figure from before stood poised, his weapon raised, while below, the woman with orange hair lay seemingly defeated amidst the flames. She fell, tumbling through the air, a desperate attempt to escape the inferno. The title card for Duke Pendragon appearing amidst the fiery chaos. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate struggle. 7 years in the past, inhabiting the body of Alan Pendragon, heir to a dragon-taming lineage, he fought amidst the chaos of a burning Pendragon manor. His opponent, a figure cloaked in purple, wielded a sword with deadly precision. A booming laugh echoed through the burning hall, a chilling sound that spoke of malicious intent. As Raven, in Alan's body, countered with a swift, powerful strike, his blade a blur of motion. Their blades clashed in a shower of sparks, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations of the burning building. A fierce duel of skill and determination unfolding in the heart of the inferno. Raven, using Alan's body to its full potential, pressed his advantage, forcing his opponent back. A grunt of pain escaping the lips of the purple-clad figure as he stumbled, leaving him momentarily stunned. His eyes narrowed, a sinister glint reflecting the flames around them. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, clashed swords with his opponent. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the force of their blows shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A blinding flash of light erupted as their blades collided, the air crackling with energy. Raven, despite his opponent's strength, deflected the blow, judging the attack as shallow. Seizing the opportunity, Alan countered with a powerful strike, shouting, "Take this." The force of his attack sent his opponent reeling. Raven's opponent, momentarily stunned, stumbled backward, leaving him vulnerable to another attack. Raven pressed his advantage, delivering a swift kick that sent his foe sprawling to the ground, and followed up with a final, decisive blow, ending the fight. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent pressed the attack, forcing Raven to parry with desperate speed. The clash of steel echoing through the ancient hall as sparks flew. He was clearly outmatched in terms of raw strength. But Raven's years of experience as a monster hunter gave him an edge. He used his agility to evade the worst blows, creating openings to counterattack. His movements were precise and deadly. A whirlwind of blade work that kept his opponent off balance. He pressed his advantage, forcing his foe into a defensive posture. The fight was far from over, but Raven was gaining ground. A sudden, powerful strike from Raven sent his opponent reeling. He seized the opportunity, delivering a final, devastating blow that tore through his opponent's defenses, leaving his enemy bleeding and defeated. Raven stood victorious, but the battle had taken its toll. Amidst a fiery inferno, Alan Pendragon, clad in a purple robe, engaged in a desperate duel with a knight in shining armor. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as they moved with deadly precision. The knight's grip tightening on his sword, a weapon of formidable size and power. And with a blur of motion, he lunged forward, aiming a blow at Alan. Alan barely managed to parry the attack, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. A look of disbelief washed over him as he felt the sheer force of the blow. He stumbled back, his body reeling from the impact. The knight seizing the opportunity to press his advantage. A groan escaped Alan's lips as he struggled to regain his footing. Blood trickled down his hands, staining his purple robe. He was clearly injured. The knight, his face grim, stood over his fallen opponent, his own body bearing the marks of battle. He was clearly exhausted but victorious. Alan, defeated, lay on the ground, his breath ragged. The fight was over. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, clutched his head in agony. His face, contorted in pain, showed the lingering effects of a recent, brutal battle. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He was no longer in his own body. 7 years in the past, he found himself inhabiting the form of Alan Pendragon, heir to a once great dragon-taming family. The transition was jarring, leaving him disoriented and weak. Alan's body was battered and bleeding, the remnants of a fierce struggle evident in the scorched earth around him. A wave of nausea washed over him as he registered the extent of his injuries. A figure emerged from the smoke and flames, a man clad in ornate armor. He surveyed Alan with a cold, calculating gaze. It seems this body is unsuitable for going against you. The armored man stated, his voice laced with disdain. Alan, or rather, Raven in Alan's body, glared at the armored man. You gave up on being human? You bastard. He hissed, his voice filled with bitter resentment. The armored man smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. I far surpassed a human for the sake of our grand plan and our great lord, he declared, his tone dripping with arrogance. He continued, his voice low and menacing, I've obtained this immortal body to cut down his enemies. Alan's eyes narrowed. Grand plan, he muttered, his mind racing to understand the implications of the armored man's words. The armored man dismissed Alan's question with a wave of his hand. Insignificant beings have no need to know about it, he sneered, his contempt palpable. Amidst the fiery wreckage of a ravaged hall, Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, knelt defeated, his sword discarded nearby. Towering over him stood Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, his expression grim as he addressed the fallen young man. Or you. A chilling realization dawned on Raven as he observed Alan's state. The extent of the young man's injuries and the strange aura surrounding him were far beyond anything he had ever witnessed. I see. Raven's gaze narrowed, his assessment solidifying. The words escaped his lips, a statement of undeniable fact, you certainly are not human anymore. Raven's face, etched with grim determination, was partially obscured by the inferno raging behind him. The flames reflected in his intense eyes, mirroring the turmoil within. His judgment was swift and brutal. The truth, cold and unforgiving, was delivered with the force of a hammer blow. You are just a puppet. Alan, or rather, the being inhabiting Alan's body, reacted with a sneer, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes blazing with a malevolent light. Raven's gaze hardened further, his suspicion confirmed. The subtle shift in Alan's expression, the barely perceptible change in his aura, spoke volumes. The confrontation escalated. Raven launched a swift attack. A blur of motion as his blade clashed against Alan's. The force of their conflict sent shockwaves through the already devastated hall. The Pendragon mansion was engulfed in flames, the once grand staircase now a charred ruin. A fierce battle raged within its burning heart. A maelstrom of fire and destruction consuming everything in its path. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming legacy, was thrown back by the force of the explosion. Landing hard as a heavily armored figure loomed over him, weapon raised. The attacker brought his weapon down in a swift, brutal strike. But Alan, with surprising strength and agility, deflected the blow. His blade sliced through the air, a blur of motion. The attacker, momentarily stunned, could only stare as Alan's attack connected, a surprised expression on his face. Hey, how do you know my name? Where have we met? Or am I just that famous? Alan, however, felt a strange familiarity with this opponent, a sense of recognition that defied logic. Raven, inhabiting Alan Pendragon's body, found himself in a desperate struggle. His movements were a blur of motion as he deflected a series of blows. His opponent, a hulking warrior, sneered, certain of victory. Since you are going to die here, he jeered. The warrior swung his axe, a deadly arc of steel aimed at Raven's head. But Raven, with surprising speed and skill, countered. His blade a flash of light as he parried the blow, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The warrior, momentarily stunned, roared in anger. You are wide open, aren't you, little brat, he bellowed, swinging his axe again. Raven, anticipating the attack, dodged with practiced ease. His body twisting and turning as he unleashed a powerful counterattack. The force of his strike sent the warrior sprawling. The warrior, surprised by Raven's unexpected strength and agility, stumbled back, his axe momentarily forgotten. Raven pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. He had stopped the warrior's war axe. Alan, despite having only one arm, managed to deflect an incoming attack with surprising skill. His opponent, momentarily stunned, could only utter with just one arm. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Alan's body, transforming him as fiery tendrils snaked around his form. His eyes glowed with an intense red light, a terrifying grin spreading across his face as he prepared for a counterattack. The raw power coursing through him was palpable, a terrifying display of untamed might. With a furious roar, Alan unleashed a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy slicing through the air. The force of the blow sent his opponent reeling, the impact echoing through the chamber. Alan stood amidst the fiery wreckage, his power barely contained. He had clearly surpassed his previous limits. But even as he stood victorious, a new threat emerged from the shadows, a hulking figure wielding a massive spear, ready to challenge the newly empowered Alan. A large, imposing figure filled the panel. He was a man of considerable size, his face framed by a thick, dark beard and mustache. His eyes, wide and intense, were fixed on something unseen, a predatory gleam in their depths. He wore a horned helmet, the gold accents gleaming against the dark metal. In stark contrast, a younger man stood defiantly, a fiery red dragon emerging from behind him. The dragon's form was partially obscured by the intense flames, but its power was undeniable. The young man, clad in dark armor, held a sword at his side, his expression grim but resolute. The young man lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. A fiery arc of energy erupting from his blade as it connected with the larger man. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. The larger man grunted, his eyes widening in surprise as he staggered back. A single word escaped his lips, dragon. The large man's expression shifted, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He muttered, "Aura." The scene shifted, showing the two men facing each other amidst a fiery landscape. The larger man chuckled, "Interesting." He continued, "That's something worth hunting." The close-up returned to the larger man, his face alight with excitement. He spoke again, "Monster hunting, blood within me is boiling." Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter, found himself consumed by an inferno, his body racked with searing pain as the flames threatened to consume him entirely. But even as his vision blurred and his senses failed, a fierce determination burned within him, a grim smile twisting his lips as he braced himself for whatever came next. A fiery explosion engulfed the battlefield, the intense heat warping the very air, revealing two figures locked in a desperate struggle. One, clad in dark armor, wielded a long sword, his movements precise and deadly. While his opponent, a younger man with fiery orange hair, fought with a desperate ferocity, his attacks fueled by raw power. A grim determination etched on his face as he deflected blow after blow. The armored warrior grunted, a pained expression twisting his features as he stumbled back, his foot crushing the scorched earth beneath him. The battle was far from over. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the swirling flames, its movements swift and silent. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes, launching himself into the fray with surprising speed and power. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, unleashed a fiery whirlwind kick, the force of which sent his opponent reeling. The impact leaving the enemy momentarily stunned, his grip loosening on his weapon. Two monstrous hounds, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, lunged at Alan. He barely had time to react, dodging one attack only to be met by the other's snapping jaws. Alan's eyes blazed with barely contained fury. He muttered, "TSK." With a roar, he declared the beasts nuisances. Alan channeled his inner rage, unleashing a devastating wave of fire that engulfed the two creatures, reducing them to ashes in a fiery explosion. Despite his victory, Alan felt a sharp pain in his side, a lingering reminder of the close call. He gasped, a pained expression on his face. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, found himself in a desperate chase. Astride a hellish beast, a hulking warrior pursued Alan Pendragon, heir to the prestigious dragon-taming house Pendragon. Flames erupted from Alan's body as he desperately tried to evade his pursuer. Alan, his body ablaze, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, a desperate attempt to create distance between himself and his relentless pursuer. The searing flames forming a whirling vortex of destruction around him as he spun, his movements a blur of motion. A fiery whirlwind that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The intensity of the attack was breathtaking. The sheer power of the attack leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake as Alan continued his desperate maneuver. But his pursuer remained relentless, his hellish mount unyielding in its pursuit, the flames of Alan's attack doing little to deter the warrior's advance. The warrior, unfazed by the fiery onslaught, continued his pursuit, his hellish mount easily navigating the burning landscape. He was closing in. Alan, cornered and exhausted, felt a chilling certainty wash over him as he braced for the inevitable. A cruel smile stretched across his pursuer's face. "You can't escape," the warrior hissed. He would be killed. "I will be killing you right here," the warrior declared, his eyes burning with a cold fury. Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter of the Devil's Army, rode atop a hellhound, his war axe gleaming amidst a fiery battlefield. A desperate cry of Bolt echoed through the ravaged hall, a testament to the chaos unfolding around him. The scene shifting to reveal Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, standing amidst the inferno. His back was to the viewer, a sword held loosely at his side, his expression unreadable. The air crackled with residual magical energy. A close-up on a smirking figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in ornate, horned armor, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. A sinister smile played on his lips as he observed the unfolding battle. A thought bubble above the armored man revealed his inner thoughts, overflow with rage, then. "Is that so?" Three figures, two men and a woman, fled the burning hall, their movements swift and determined. They were clearly trying to escape the chaos. The woman, breathless, exclaimed that they had managed to avoid the monsters. However, one of the men countered, suggesting that the monsters had likely simply disappeared, rather than being evaded. The other man, relieved, stated that it was good they were gone. He then reminded the group that they needed to find Tylene. Raven, now inhabiting Alan's body, felt a surge of anger. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to regain control. Alan Pendragon lay wounded on the floor of a grand hall, surrounded by flames. Three knights in shining armor stood over him, their swords pointed menacingly. One of the knights, his face contorted with fury, shouted accusations at Alan. He branded him a traitor. Another knight declared his intention to strike Alan down, claiming to be acting under Lord Breshaw's orders. A fourth figure, observing the scene, scoffed at the knight's actions, deeming their belief in the accusations to be utterly baseless. The observer questioned the validity of the accusations, pointing out that the report originated from a single warrior from Sisek, and identified the knight captain Sir Fillmore as the one who delivered the fatal blow. The knight captain, seemingly realizing his mistake, prepared to defend himself. He was judged to have made a mistake in his judgment. Amidst a fiery chaos, Alan Pendragon, clad in purple, found himself locked in a desperate duel, his sword clashing against two opponents. One, a man in brown, was clearly struggling, while the other lay wounded on the ground. Alan, momentarily distracted, was called out by a voice. "Hey, Tylene." The man in brown, Tylene, looked up, surprised. Tylene, wincing in pain, muttered, "Are you all right?" "I guess not." The wounded man on the ground cried out, "Mercenary." Suddenly, more mercenaries appeared, surrounding Alan and Tylene. They moved with practiced efficiency, their swords glinting menacingly. One mercenary lunged at Alan, forcing him into a desperate defensive maneuver. He parried the blow, the force of the impact sending sparks flying. But the relentless assault continued. Alan, now surrounded and outnumbered, fought back with fierce determination. He moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, his blade a blur of motion as he deflected blows and countered with deadly precision. His opponent, a grizzled mercenary, matched his skill, their swords clashing in a whirlwind of steel. Amidst a fiery inferno, the scene opens on a chaotic battle. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, lies wounded on the ground, surrounded by fallen comrades. A fierce struggle is clearly underway, the air thick with the smell of smoke and the clash of steel. One figure, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, stands over Alan, his sword still drawn. The scene is one of devastation, but a sense of grim satisfaction flickers across the man's face. At least we found him, someone mutters, their voice barely audible above the crackling flames. He is Ravenbolt, a veteran monster hunter from the Devil's Army, and his gaze is fixed on Alan's still form. A wave of exhaustion washes over him, but relief mingles with his weariness. While he's still alive, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his features. A woman with fiery red hair and a confident smirk approaches, her sword casually slung over her shoulder. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, take in the scene. You are not a big deal at all, huh? She sneers, her voice laced with disdain. For someone who claims to be such a great knight, she adds, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Raven glances up, his expression hardening further. He is clearly annoyed by her presence. Hey, he begins, his voice low and dangerous. The woman's smirk widens. You are late, you bastards, she shouts, her voice echoing with fury. If you were that strong, you should have come earlier, she continues, her anger escalating. Another man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration, demands, where are the other three? The man's question is met with a swift, brutal attack. He is thrown back, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Raven, his patience exhausted, unleashes a torrent of fury. Shut the fuck up, little bitch, he roars, his voice filled with rage. It's not like I wanted to come here, he snarls, his eyes blazing. If you speak like that again, your head is going to fly off, he threatens, his grip tightening around the man's throat. The scene opens amidst chaos. Alan Pendragon, heir to the dragon-taming Pendragon family, is surrounded by flames and his captors. Their cruel words echo through the burning hall, they intend to pursue his relatives relentlessly to extract their investment's worth. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, urges them to act swiftly, sensing the urgency of their situation. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers bursts into the room, their swords drawn, ready for battle. More soldiers appear, increasing the intensity of the conflict. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, Alan and his companions realize the gravity of their predicament. A desperate suggestion is made, they must flee. As they attempt their escape, a monstrous, fiery dragon emerges from the shadows, adding another layer of danger to their desperate flight. Raven, drawing upon his past experience as a monster hunter, skillfully maneuvers through the chaos, his movements precise and deadly. But he is immediately confronted by two ferocious wolf-like creatures. The battle intensifies as Raven engages the beasts, his skill and determination evident in his every move. Raven, inhabiting Alan's body, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. A shadowy figure lunged, aiming a blow at Alan, but the attack was met with a swift counter. A burst of energy deflecting the blow. Surrounding Alan were several monstrous wolf-like creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly. A warrior, perched atop a similar beast, watched the scene unfold. The warrior, clad in ornate armor, shouted, complaining about the lack of action on his side of the fight. He was clearly bored. One of the wolves lunged at Alan, its jaws snapping shut. Alan, however, was prepared. The wolf snarled, its words laced with surprise and a hint of fear. As he effortlessly dodged the attack. Alan's expression hardened. A dark aura emanated from him as he grabbed one of the wolves. His eyes burned with a cold fury. With a powerful movement, he crushed the creature, its pained yelp echoing through the room, sending it flying. The remaining wolves hesitated, sensing the shift in power. Alan, now radiating power, moved with lethal grace, swiftly dispatching the remaining beasts. The battle was over. Alan Pendragon, heir to a legacy of dragon tamers, found himself in a desperate struggle. Surrounded by monstrous beasts, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of fire and fury. His body a testament to the brutal onslaught. Despite the countless wounds, he fought on, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The intensity of the battle escalated. Alan's movements became a blur as he unleashed a torrent of fiery energy. Each strike more powerful than the last, pushing back the relentless wave of attackers. An observer noted, even though he's being stabbed and ripped apart countless times, he's just not stopping at all. What terrifying strength. Another onlooker, witnessing Alan's raw power, remarked, I would have expected nothing less of someone who bears the dragon aura. However, the sheer ferocity of Alan's fighting style left the observer shaken. I can't even differentiate him from a mere monster. A grizzled warrior, watching the scene unfold, smirked. That's right. This isn't a fight. It's a hunt. He addressed Alan, his voice a low growl, kill and keep on raging, until you exhaust your strength. Go wild. Alan, fueled by primal rage and the warrior's words, let out a blood-curdling roar, his eyes blazing with an untamed fury. A predatory grin stretched across a heavily bearded face, revealing a set of teeth that seemed more suited to tearing flesh than chewing food. The eyes, though unseen, were clearly alight with a cruel amusement. The man, clad in ornate dragon hunting armor, held a massive crossbow, his grin widening as he declared, dragon hunting is really fun.